Hello everyone. Welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode of After Transmigrating, I awakened the Emperor's beast taming system and can contract extinct creature. Our protagonist Ji Yuan embarked on a journey to Shitian's Super Academy. On the way, he met a group of powerful companions and decided to show his skills in the entrance test. However, on the day of the test, Ji Yuan's test beam suddenly changed from gold to black gold. What does this mean? Is it a good sign, or is there an unknown crisis hidden? At the same time, under the test bench, a shadow was quietly watching Ji Yuan. Will his appearance have a significant impact on Ji Yuan? After transmigrating, I awaken the Emperor's beast taming system and can contract extinct creature. The second part will be revealed soon. Come and witness this thrilling confrontation. Hiss! It's actually the black gold pillar. Throughout the ages, those who were able to trigger the black gold pillar, without exception, eventually became renowned super beast masters. The last time the black gold pillar appeared was more than 20 years ago, right? It looks like there will be something interesting to watch in this year's college honor roll. As the black gold beam of light appeared, the students in the square were immediately excited. On the other side of Weya Square, the waiting mentors had burning eyes, full of competition and hostility. Ji Yuan's test lasted about 3 minutes. He clearly felt a hidden force flowing in his body, as if it wanted to explore all his secrets one by one. When this power finally flowed to his beast-taming seal, the golden light column instantly turned black and gold. After this force completely withdrew, the light columns slowly dissipated. Then came the test results that the instructors had been waiting for a long time. New student Ji Yuan, Soul Power Qualification, Special Grade, Soul Power Grade, 6th Grade, Beast Controlled, 2, Bloodline Grade, Myth. This result not only shocked the instructors, but also many of the 400 freshmen exclaimed in surprise. Most of them knew that Ji Yuan was an extraordinary beast tamer, but they did not expect that his bloodline had reached the mythical level. This is already a top-level bloodline. Moreover, his soul power qualification is actually special grade. In any urban area, the existence of special grade qualifications is extremely rare. Old Ji, this guy, can cause a commotion wherever he goes. In the crowd, Zhao Shan smiled happily. As a good brother of Ji Yuan, he felt proud of Ji Yuan's glorious moments. Old 4, he and I are friends for life and death. How about I be the second in command in the dormitory? Is that okay? Zhao Shan patted Zhong Xian's strong arm and asked with a smile. Zhong Xian tilted his head and thought about it. When he was about to agree, Su Su suddenly interrupted. You are so immoral. You actually engage in unfair competition. What is unfair competition? The two of them started arguing instantly. Zhong Xian stood by, not knowing who to stop or how to dissuade them. Finally, he remembered his eldest brother's clever trick, and placed one hand across the necks of the two men, trapping them like chickens, and they instantly became quiet. The method that Big Brother taught me is really useful. Zhong Xian smiled innocently, not caring that Zhao Shan and Su Su's faces were gradually turning red. While the three of them were playing around, Ji Yuan's final test results came out. Ji Yuan, Comprehensive Rating Special. Classified as Emperor's Life. When these last 3 words rang out, the entire Weya Square fell silent in an instant. Emperor! Emperor's son! All the instructors were stunned. Above the first grade students, there is actually a special existence called the Emperor students. These students represent the highest standards of the academy and are the unique students that the academy prioritizes training. There have only been 6 Emperor students in the history of Xintian Academy, and Ji Yuan became the 7th. The tutors lowered their heads helplessly. The level of the Imperial students was beyond their reach. Imperial students had special tutors, and after the entrance exam, someone would contact Ji Yuan. Student Ji Yuan, you can leave first. At this time, the woman next to the test light column was no longer as serious as before, but smiled friendly. I don't have to wait here. Ji Yuan was a little confused. The 2 people who had taken the test with him before were asked to stay and wait. Only students from level 5 to 1 need to wait. The Imperial students can leave directly. Can I wait for a moment, friend? After the test, try not to linger in Weya Square, the woman still said with a smile. Facing other students, she had already prepared a harsh reprimand, but facing Ji Yuan, the Emperor student, her attitude was surprisingly gentle. Ji Yuan nodded, and tactfully prepared to leave. As he walked towards Zhao Shan and the other two, he said, "I'll go back to the dormitory and wait for you." Originally, he wanted to see the test results of Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xinyan. Emperor's birth. Ji Yuan muttered to himself, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. It seemed that this identity was not simple. Just as he was walking towards the dormitory, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue-haired figure walking towards him not far away. Looking closely, it turned out to be Tang. Junior brother Ji Yuan. The cold and beautiful goddess stopped 5 steps away from him and spoke coldly. "Senior, what's up?" Ji Yuan looked at her in confusion. Then she turned around, her long blue hair fluttering, and said, "The teacher wants to see you." Along the way, Tang kept a distance of 5 steps, and Ji Yuan followed her obediently, passing through the teaching building and coming to a 4-story square building. On the way, students who saw Tang greeted her respectfully. Ji Yuan noticed that everyone's eyes were full of respect and admiration for her. It seemed that this cold and beautiful goddess had an extraordinary status in the college. After entering the square building, Tang led Ji Yuan all the way up. Everything in the building was simple and solemn. Ji Yuan finally realized that the person he wanted to meet was the top leader of this college. Sure enough, when they reached the 4th floor, Tang stopped in front of a milky white wooden door with 5 golden signs hanging on at the dean's office. Tang reached out and knocked on the door gently. "Come in." A deep voice came from inside the room. Tang didn't move. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly pushed open the door and walked in. The dean's office is simple and low-key, with a vigorous calligraphy hanging on the wall. "Good times will come after bad times." There was a chuckle from behind. Ji Yuan turned around and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt, shorts and slippers standing in front of him. The man looked ordinary, but the deep gaze in his eyes made people unconsciously want to avoid him. Judging from his clothes alone, he could not be associated with the position of dean. "Student Ji Yuan, nice to meet the dean." Ji Yuan bowed his head slightly and said respectfully, "Don't be shy." The man smiled and said, "I don't like beating around the bush. I'll just get straight to the point." As he walked towards the tea table, he asked, "Can you revive the extinct monarch creatures?" These words exploded in Ji Yuan's mind like a thunder. Instantly, Ji Yuan quickly adjusted his emotions and tried not to show any abnormality. Despite this, the shock in his heart was still difficult to calm down. This was his biggest secret, and no one knew it until now. How could the dean? At this moment, the dean turned around and smiled lightly. "Don't be so nervous. If I really want to deal with you, I'm afraid no one in Daxia can stop me." The tone of his voice was relaxed and casual, but Ji Yuan didn't dare to take it as a joke. "Sit down." The dean pointed to the sofa next to the tea table, then sat down first, crossed his legs, and looked at Ji Yuan with interest. Ji Yuan did not respond immediately, but sat down silently. He knew that if the dean was not trying to get to the bottom of the matter, then his purpose was. Suddenly, the dean threw out a gray round ring. Ji Yuan subconsciously reached out to catch it. The moment the ring touched him, his consciousness seemed to be instantly brought into a strange space. "What is this?" A huge skeleton suddenly appeared in front of him. Judging from its shape, it looked like some kind of giant reptile. Ding! Complete remains of an emperor-level creature detected. The familiar system prompt sounded, and Ji Yuan's heart was shocked. The dean gave him a royal ring containing the remains of an emperor-level creature. He exited the royal ring space, came back to his senses and looked at the dean. "Haha, Ten, he asked me to pass it to you. He said this is your reward for winning the championship." The dean's tone was relaxed with a hint of playfulness. "Ten, he..." Ji Yuan was stunned, feeling a little emotional. It has been a while since he contacted him. It seems that Tan he is conveying some information, and this dean should be trustworthy. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment, put away the imperial ring, and said, "Dean, is there anything I can help you with?" The dean waved his hand lightly and said with a smile, "It's too early to talk about this now. You only need to answer me one question. Can you revive an emperor-level creature?" Ji Yuan was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. "Yes. But there is a prerequisite. The remains of the emperor-level creature must be intact to do this." After hearing this, the dean's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. He exhaled deeply, as if he had let go of something on his mind. Okay. In that case, I do need your help, but not now. I'll tell you when you advance to the 5th rank. If I tell you now, it will only cause you more trouble. Don't worry, no one in Daxia can threaten you from now on, the dean said and stood up. Ji Yuan also stood up. The dean walked to the desk, took out a dark golden card from the drawer, and handed it to Ji Yuan. This is the highest authority card. You can freely enter and exit most places in the college, except for some restricted areas. Ji Yuan took it calmly, but his heart was filled with excitement. After a tour of the academy yesterday, he had already locked on several places that he must explore, such as the skill core room, the reading room, the simulation training room, etc. The level of authority in these places represents the resources and opportunities within. And this. The dean handed him another royal ring. These are relatively intact remains dug up from the lost land. I don't know what species they are. They were originally placed in the research institute and were only retrieved yesterday. Thank you, Dean. Ji Yuan politely took the royal ring, then turned and left the office. When he returned to the dormitory, the room was empty and the test seemed to be not over yet. Ji Yuan locked the door and couldn't wait to take out the 2 imperial rings, intending to start absorbing the remains sent by Tan He. The remains were huge, tens of meters long, and the skull was even bigger than a truck wheel. After the absorption was completed, the information appeared. Creature, abundant wood lizard race, giant lizard bloodline, king attribute, wood features, wild growth, can quickly promote plant growth and heal all non-fatal wounds. The rest of the data is lost. The integrity of the remains, 99.9%. Ji Yuan pondered for a moment, and suddenly realized that he had come into contact with the remains of this lush wood lizard in the Beast King's secret realm, and the mines in Honling City. Unexpectedly, this time Tan He actually sent a complete remains of the lush wood lizard. Then he looked at the second royal ring, which contained a half-human-sized, thin humanoid skeleton. At first glance, Ji Yuan was shocked, thinking it was the remains of an ancient human. But after a closer look, he found that the skeleton had a tail and the head was not in human shape. Emperor-level remains detected. The system prompt sounded, and Ji Yuan immediately began to absorb it. The data immediately appeared: creature, phantom demon race, demon ape bloodline, emperor attributes, ice, dark features, demon spirit body, ignores all attacks of the 3 attributes of ice, dark, and fire. The rest of the data is lost. The integrity of the remains, 100%. The integrity of the remains of the phantom demon goblin has been detected to be 100%. Do you want to copy the perfect larva immediately? Ji Yuan was silent for a moment, his heart full of hesitation. Knowing that it would take a long time to advance to the 5th rank, he became more cautious about choosing a third beast. Although the 2 emperor-level beasts were powerful, they were not the type he liked. It would be great if I could advance to the 5th rank. Ji Yuan sighed, and finally decided to put away the Emperor's Atlas for the time being and let the 2 beasts continue to sleep. Just as he was exiting the Imperial Ring space, he suddenly heard Zhao Shan's laughter coming from outside. He opened the door and saw Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian all there. Old Ji, you're here! Zhao Shan came over proudly, hugged him, and looked at the other 2 with a smile. Old Four, who is the second brother in this dormitory? Zhong Xian answered honestly. You. Su Su lowered his head, looking a little depressed. Ji Yuan smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Shan. What happened? Zhao Shan smiled proudly and said, Hey, guess what grade I was rated as? Before Ji Yuan could answer, Zhao Shan proudly announced. Level 2. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows, then looked at the other 2. What about you? Zhong Xian held up 3 fingers. I am a 3rd-year student. Then, he patted Su Su on the back and said, Third brother is also a 3rd-year student like me. Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh. So that's how it was. Even the rating was lower than others. This time Su Su was completely speechless. As night fell, a heated discussion broke out in the chat group of 4. Mu Shuxin. I'm so nervous. My college life will start tomorrow. I can't believe it. She had been living at home and had hardly any chance to go out, but for this outgoing girl, the excitement obviously outweighed the nervousness. Zhao Shan. I'm so happy today. I'm the second one. Ji Yuan. What are your ratings? I heard that students of different ratings cannot take classes together? Mu Shushin. I'm a second-year student, why can't I take classes together? This doesn't make sense, right? Zhao Shan. Hey, I'm also a second-year student. At Mu Shushin, maybe we will be assigned to the same class. Mu Shushin. Zhao Xiaomei. I don't want to be in the same class with you. Su Zing. I am a third-year student. A third-year student? Ji Yuan frowned slightly. He remembered that Su Zing's soul power aptitude was only low level, and the beast she controlled was just an ordinary beast like the flame-eating bird. Despite this, Ji Yuan still hoped that Su Xinyan could be assigned to the same class as Su Su and Zhong Xian, so that at least the three of them could take care of each other. Mu Shushin. At Su Xin, don't lose heart. You will definitely be promoted to a second-level student soon. Su Xin. Thank you. Ji Yuan. At Su Xin, come on. Zhao Shan. At Su Xin, don't worry. I am the second in command now, and there are the third and fourth in command below me. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me and I will bring my brothers to deal with him. Mu Shushin. At Zhao Shan, hey! Are you a child? What a mess! Ji Yuan covered his face. He really had no idea what to do with Zhao Shan. He was just like a child who never grew up. After chatting to this point, the four of them said goodnight to each other, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Ji Yuan was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. When I looked at the time, it was already 8:30. The phone number was unfamiliar. After picking up, a male voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Hello, Ji Yuan. I am your mentor, Lei Shi. Are you awake? Hello, Professor Lei. I'm just about to go to the teaching building. Ji Yuan got up in a hurry and prepared to leave. Okay, come down, I'll wait for you downstairs in the dormitory. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan quickly washed up and appeared at the door of the dormitory building with light footsteps. At this point, it was already class time and the dormitory building was almost empty. At the door, there stood a man in dark blue clothes, standing straight, giving off a gentle and elegant temperament. The middle-aged man had short hair combed back and wore a pair of gold single-framed glasses on his right eye. Teacher Lei. Ji Yuan walked forward. Let's go. I'll take you to the logistics department to get your uniform. Lei Shi led Ji Yuan to the logistics department, and looked at Ji Yuan on the way. At the logistics department, Lei Shi reported Ji Yuan's size, and the administrator quickly pushed a cart of items over. More than 10 minutes later, Lei Shi took a blue and white uniform from the administrator. This is the school uniform, and it's also a symbol of your identity. From now on, you must wear it according to the regulations in the school. Lei Shi pointed to the locker room next to him. Go change into it. Ji Yuan walked into the locker room and changed into his uniform a few seconds later. On the collar was embroidered a roaring beast head in gold thread, which was the exclusive symbol of the emperor. The uniform fit his body shape, enhanced his handsome features, and further highlighted his youthful vitality. Not bad. Lei Shi nodded with satisfaction, then walked closer and patted Ji Yuan on the shoulders. Suddenly, a silver-white cloak extended from the shoulders of the uniform and floated lightly in the air. Ji Yuan tilted his head in surprise. The material of the cloak was extremely delicate, and the delicate texture could be clearly seen under the light. In the center of the cloak, a beast's claw was outlined with golden threads, tightly grasping the word Emperor. This is the Holy Spirit cloak that only an emperor can possess. It not only symbolizes your identity, but at the critical moment, it can also withstand the full force of a hegemonic beast. Lei Shi smiled, then packed up the other items and handed them to Ji Yuan. Resist the attack of an overlord-level beastmaster? Ji Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. Let's go to the classroom. Lei Shi led him to the teaching building. On the way, Ji Yuan gradually learned about some of the emperor students. There were more than 100 emperor students in the academy, divided into 6 classes. Lei Shi's class had 18 students, and with Ji Yuan, there were exactly 19 people. When the elevator door opened while going upstairs, Ji Yuan immediately felt a strong atmosphere, as if the soul power of all his classmates was being released at once, pressing him so hard that he could hardly breathe. This kind of welcome ceremony is something that almost every new emperor student will experience. He stood in the elevator, as if being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. If he was not a man of strong mind, he would probably be frightened by this oppressive feeling and collapse instantly. However, Ji Yuan was not frightened. Just as he was about to face it calmly, suddenly, a layer of dark gray light appeared on his body. In an instant, the spirit energy around him that was trying to suppress him was immediately dispersed. There were bursts of exclamations in the corridor. Superior qualifications, indeed extraordinary. Leisure looked at Ji Yuan's changes. A hint of deep thought flashed in his eyes, and he took the lead in walking out of the elevator. The top floor is the teaching area exclusively for Imperial students. There are spacious classrooms with varying numbers of students. There is a huge pull rod in front of the podium in each classroom, which seems to have some special function. Leisure led Ji Yuan through 4 classrooms and finally stopped at the 5th one. There was a burst of noise coming from the door, but as soon as Leisure entered, the classroom suddenly became quiet. "Come in," Leisure called. Ji Yuan walked into the classroom, and the eyes of the 18 men and women turned to him. In a flash, he noticed a cold blue-haired woman sitting quietly by the window in the corner. She nodded slightly. "Tani?" Ji Yuan's heart moved. He didn't expect to meet her here. "Summon your beast, Ji Yuan," Leisure said with a smile. Ji Yuan no longer hesitated and immediately summoned 2 beasts. The blue and white qilin appeared, instantly raising the temperature of the entire classroom. Then, a black giant wolf appeared, and a thunderous aura spread. Ji Yuan stood between the 2 mighty beasts and said in a calm tone, "New student Ji Yuan, please give me your guidance." At this moment, everyone's eyes became cautious. Not only did Ji Yuan's extraordinary talent make them afraid, but he also had 2 powerful beasts, so no one dared to underestimate him. Among the emperors, the lowest rank was the 5th rank. However, Ji Yuan's arrival seemed to break this rule and he became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knows that his qualifications are far beyond what an ordinary 6th-grade beast master can match. In order to prevent anyone from being out of touch with the information, let me introduce to you all that our new classmate is the champion of this city competition, Leisure said with a smile, but his eyes were focused on Ming and Champa. As early as the live broadcast of the competition, he had developed a strong interest in these 2 beasts. At this moment, the close contact allowed him to feel the unique blood fluctuations more clearly. They are indeed worthy of being mythical beasts. He's just the champion of the city competition. Senior Ku was also the champion of the city competition back then, 3 boys below said with a smile, a hint of contempt in their tone. The seating arrangement in the classroom is also quite interesting. It is not like the traditional neat arrangement, but students can choose their seats freely. For example, the 3 boys who had just laughed were sitting in a row, and in front of them sat a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes. The other students also dispersed, some sitting by the window, some sitting at the back, forming several small circles with no rules at all. Yes, they are all champions of the competition. The black gold light column of the new classmate is not even comparable to the red gold light column of your senior Ku. He is very powerful. A weird voice suddenly came from the corner. Ji Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a bald man speaking. His words made the 3 people's faces change slightly, but the senior Ku they were talking about remained expressionless, flipping through the book in his hand, as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing that he didn't respond, the 3 of them fell silent. It seemed that life in this college was not as harmonious as he had imagined. However, for Ji Yuan, none of this mattered. His top priority now was to advance to the 5th rank as soon as possible and to have Ming and Champa develop a new skill each. Apart from that, everything else was not worth his attention. Instead of arguing here, you might as well practice hard. Tomorrow is Friday, and the gold list rankings will be released. Aren't you anxious? Leisure stood on the podium and glanced at the 3 boys who had just caused trouble. Then, he made a gesture of invitation. Ji Yuan, come, choose a seat for yourself. The most central position in the classroom was obviously occupied by the silver-haired man and his friends. The wall along the corridor was also full of people. He looked around and found only 3 empty tables near the window. 2 of them were already occupied by the cold goddess Tang Yi and the bald man. The only empty table was right next to Tang Yi. Senior, can I sit in front of you? Ji Yuan walked down from the podium. There was plenty of space. Ming held the chair in his mouth, and Champa supported the table as he followed him. No. There was a hint of coldness in the unexpected answer. Turning around, Ji Yuan found that the silver-haired man was staring at him coldly. Tang Yi's suitor? Not really. What was the reason? Ji Yuan's mind flashed back to the conversation between the bald man and the three boys, and he seemed to have found some clues. At this time, Tang Yi said coldly, "Okay." Anger flashed across the silver-haired man's eyes. He glared at Tang Yi coldly and then stopped talking. Ji Yuan smiled in his heart and signaled Ming and Shampa to put the chairs away. Where did the hostility of these people come from? After putting away Ming and Shampa, Ji Yuan sat down. On the podium, Lei Shi's eyes remained the same. He snapped his fingers and said, "Today's class is about the maintenance and cultivation of the beast control space. However, since new students have joined, let's put aside the theoretical courses for the time being." He pointed at Ji Yuan. "Ji Yuan, come to the stage." Ji Yuan walked up to the podium, and Lei Shi pointed to the lever beside him and said, "Push this." Ji Yuan held the lever and felt the cold touch. With a gentle push from him, the wall of the classroom changed instantly. Beams of technological light flashed by, and the walls turned into lush green forests, the ceiling turned into a clear sky, and the ground beneath feet turned into moist forest soil. You can understand that pushing the lever will turn the classroom into a simulated green forest space. The scale of this space is extremely large, and everything in it is controlled by me. Lei Shi explained. Looking at Ji Yuan's surprised expression, he continued with a smile. "Next, I will start assigning tasks." "Tang Yi." "Here." Tang Yi responded in a cold voice. "Today, you are responsible for hunting down 5 legendary beasts. The time limit is 8 minutes. Okay. Tang Yi nodded, then summoned the Frost Peak Griffin, leaped up, and quickly disappeared into the woods. Kushwanji. Yes. The silver-haired man answered nonchalantly. You are responsible for hunting down 30 Overlord-level beasts. The time limit is 10 minutes. 5 minutes at most? As soon as Kushwanji finished speaking, he turned into a silver light and rushed into the depths of the forest. Lei Shi called out the names one by one and assigned tasks to other students. When all the students in the class left, and only Ji Yuan stayed, Lei Shi slowly spoke. This is your first lesson. Normally, I will ask you to hunt 5 Overlord-level beasts within 10 minutes. However, considering your performance in the city competition and the black and gold light column you displayed during the entrance test, today, I want to see your true limits. As soon as he finished speaking, a light blue cursor suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yuan's eyes, pointing to the depths of the forest. Go ahead and follow the instructions. I'll give you hints when we get to the location. Lei Shi smiled, seeming to be full of expectations for him. Ji Yuan's heart moved, and he clenched his hands. Ming's figure immediately appeared, and the 2 beasts carried him and turned into flames and flew forward rapidly. They followed the arrows and quickly came to an open space surrounded by green forests. This clearing was surrounded by dense forests, making it almost impossible to travel on any path. Start with the simplest one. Lei Shi's voice came from all directions. At this time, Ji Yuan saw a line of light yellow words appear in his vision. The first wave, low-level bloodline beast, number 50. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar was heard, and then a large number of ferocious beasts pounced from all directions and surrounded Ji Yuan in an instant. Ming! Ji Yuan shouted coldly. The pressure of the Imperial bloodline was released instantly, and the hearts of those low-level beast masters instantly shattered under this pressure, turning into blue spots of light and dissipating in the air. The system prompts updated quickly. Second wave, mid and high-level bloodline beast masters, number 100. Compared to the previous beast masters, these more ferocious creatures emerged from the woods again. Ji Yuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Interesting. He commanded Ming to release the netherworld flame. The flames swept across the entire open space like a torrent, instantly turning into a sea of fire, burning everything. The second wave of beasts also disappeared quickly. In a few breaths, their number was reduced to 0. Lei Shi stood at the original place, with his arms crossed, staring calmly at the dozen or so screens that appeared in front of him, which displayed the real-time status of each student. Next to him stood a cool blue-haired woman, observing everything quietly. His Qilin beast is very good at large-scale attacks and can deal with multiple directions at the same time. Lei Shi muttered to himself, his eyes never leaving the center of the screen, where Ji Yuan's image was. His eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting, can the blood pressure directly suppress the beasts of low-level bloodlines? I'll give you a challenge and see how you deal with it. Lei Shi waved his hand lightly and instructed to start. In the open space, the light yellow font began to change. Third round, Overlord level beast, number 1. Huh! A low gasp came from the woods. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards the gradually parting forest. He saw a pair of huge, brown-haired hands pushing aside the dense trees, revealing a huge creature that looked like a human face. Then this person suddenly jumped out and landed heavily on the ground. Human-faced mad ape? Ji Yuan was shocked. He remembered that Mu Shushin had easily killed this creature in the Withered Valley. It was immune to fire damage and was a natural nemesis of the fire element. Oh wow! The 4-meter-tall human-faced mad ape opened its mouth and let out a deafening howl, looking down at Ji Yuan like a devil. Flash Soul! Ji Yuan gave the order to attack instantly without hesitation. The black giant wolf Ming disappeared in an instant, replaced by the figure of Shampa. Wow! At the same time, the huge fist of the human-faced ape swung suddenly, and a suffocating gale was carried in the air. Ji Yuan rolled flexibly and instantly got rid of the attack, while Shampa teleported accurately and appeared behind the mad ape. Release the crazy explosion! Ji Yuan shouted. Shampa landed on the ground with 4 claws, his body tensed, lightning flashed everywhere, and thunder shook the whole place. Sizzle bang! A series of lightning balls the size of basketballs accurately hit the back of the head of the human-faced ape, and the explosion was deafening. The violent shockwave made the ape stagger and finally fall to the ground. Lightning dance! Flash Soul slammed into the spine of the human-faced mad ape, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Ji Yuan signaled Shampa to continue attacking. Shampa once again rushed to the head of the human-faced mad ape and emitted a violent ball of light from its mouth. The light waves and soul power intertwined. After several times, the human-faced mad ape stopped struggling and fell down completely. Decisive and effective. A trace of approval flashed in Lei Shi's eyes. Looking at the human-faced mad ape disappearing on the screen, he pondered for a moment. Give him 3 Overlord-level beasts. Then, 3 strange creatures with strong blood appeared in the open space. Ji Yuan had never seen them before. One was as strong as a bison, but had sharp horns, a lizard-like creature with an inverted triangle-shaped snake head, and the last one was a giant frog with a round body. Thunder Judgment! The clear sky suddenly became gloomy and filled with dark clouds. Lei Shi observed Shampa's every move. The 3 Overlord-level beasts were no match for the lightning attack and were quickly defeated. His eyes moved slightly, and he continued to summon 3 Overlord-level beasts to attack Ji Yuan. How is it? Is he capable of tomorrow's mission? Lei Shi turned and asked the cold and beautiful woman next to him. His fire-type Qilin beast and thunder-type wolf beast can just make up for your elemental gap. He will be on the same team with you for tomorrow's mission. There was no fluctuation in the cold voice. Whatever. Tang Yi didn't care. Her eyes were full of indifference. To her, teammates were not important, and she could handle most tasks by herself. Well, remember to take care of him and don't let him get hurt. Lei Shi reminded in a low voice. After all, the dean personally instructed me to do so. Tang Yi did not respond, but just nodded slightly. Lei Shi continued. Tomorrow's mission is a bit tricky. If it weren't for his extremely high beast control bloodline, to be honest, I wouldn't want to let him take risks. As Lei Shi's gaze fell on Ji Yuan, he saw that the students had returned to their original places one after another. The 3 newly summoned Overlord-level beasts were also defeated at this time. Lei Shi whispered to himself. 4 minutes, 7 Overlord-level beasts, not bad. But this should not be your limit, Ji Yuan. Lei Shi immediately issued an order. Ji Yuan, come back, today's class is over. In the open space, Ji Yuan felt his strength had recovered a little and heard the sound of Lei Shi. He quickly jumped onto Shampa's back and rushed towards the starting point. When I returned, all the students were already waiting there. Lei Shi gently pushed the lever next to him, a flash of light appeared, and they returned to the classroom. Thinking back to the simulation space just now, Ji Yuan couldn't help but admire the technology in today's world. Tangy, Kushwanji, Zhangwen, Li Chong, Ji Yuan, the students whose names are called stay, and the rest can leave, Lei Shi said calmly. The students in the classroom stood up one after another, and after a while, there were only 6 people left in the classroom. Tomorrow, our class has a commission task that requires a long journey. Lei Shi's voice caught Ji Yuan's attention. The commission task actually required a long journey. Life in this college was far more complicated and challenging than he had imagined. Teacher Lei, I have a question. The silver-haired Kushwanji raised his hand and asked. Speak. Lei Shi nodded. Isn't it inappropriate for him to participate in the commission mission just after entering school? There was obvious doubt in Kushwanji's voice. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Wen in the corner laughed secretly. Idiot. Lei Shi nodded thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. In that case, you don't have to participate, let's go. Kushwanji's face turned gloomy. He stood up angrily, but stopped talking and walked out of the classroom silently. Lei Shi looked at Ji Yuan and said, This is your first mission. I have a few things to tell you. First of all, any commission mission that involves leaving the academy involves certain risks. You must follow the instructions after you go out and must not act on your own, Lei Shi said in a serious tone. Second, Tangy is your captain. During the mission, you must communicate with her first on all matters. Third, all commission missions outside the academy are confidential. No matter what happens during the mission, you must not disclose it to anyone, including your closest people. Do you understand? Ji Yuan took a deep breath and nodded seriously. I know. Very good. Lei Shi looked at the time. Gather at the entrance of the academy at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. When leaving the teaching building, Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory, only to find that Zhao Shan and his friends had not returned yet. Is the get out of class not over yet? He let out a breath and sat on the sofa, thinking about tomorrow's commission task in his heart. Lei Shi's serious attitude made him feel that this task would not be as simple as it seemed. What will be the confidential mission? He thought to himself. All the mysteries will only be revealed tomorrow. Zhao Shan and his 2 companions did not return until very late. I heard that it was because it was the first day of class and the schedule was packed. The 3 of them looked very tired, which surprised Ji Yuan. After all, as imperial students, they not only had free time for classes, but also had much higher authority than ordinary students. The next morning, Ji Yuan set out from the dormitory at 7 a.m. Thanks to the vast area of the academy, students can summon beasts to ride and travel quickly and conveniently. When he arrived at the entrance of the academy riding an elegant blue and white qilin, he found that there were other people who had arrived earlier than him. I saw a huge griffin, shrouded in cold air, lying on the ground, with its huge eagle head slightly lowered, allowing a cold and beautiful woman to gently caress it. Senior! Ji Yuan jumped lightly from Qilin's back and greeted her. Tang Yi nodded in response. He had many questions in his mind, but he also knew that others would not pay attention to him for no reason, so he did not speak rashly. After a while, Lei Shi, the bald man Zhang Wen and the short-haired woman Li Chong came together. Good morning. After a few people greeted each other briefly, Lei Shi looked at Tang Yi and said, Let's go when you are ready and execute according to the plan. Tang Yi responded, quickly jumped onto the griffin's back, and motioned Ji Yuan to follow. Ji Yuan noticed that the griffin was much smaller than when they first met, and now it could only accommodate about 3 or 4 people. At this time, the winter sun rises early. Although it is early morning, the warm sunshine shines on the body, making people feel comfortable. The griffin flew very fast and soon flew out of the academy. Ji Yuan suddenly heard Tang Yi speak coldly through the fresh air in the air. Are you from Linyan City? Ji Yuan opened his eyes slightly in surprise. He didn't expect her to speak up. He nodded and responded. Yes, senior sister, do you have any questions? I should be able to answer them. Tang Yi was silent for a moment, and then said softly, There is also a person from Linyan City in our class. Oh? Ji Yuan was startled and immediately thought of Tan He. However, he remembered that no one had been able to enter the Super Academy during the 10 years that Tan He was in office. Could it be an old student who joined 10 years ago? But if that was the case, he must be quite old. Recalling my classmates, the only one who can be called old is Zhang Wen, who looks to be around 30 years old. Is it Jong-won? He asked carefully. Tang Yi shook her head. No. That person is on an overseas mission. I see. Ji Yuan nodded. The topic ended there, and the atmosphere returned to silence. Not long after, the griffin suddenly began to dive. Ji Yuan quickly stabilized his body and looked down. All he saw was a gray land in front of him. We're here. Tang Yi's voice rang out. Hold on tight. Chi! The griffin suddenly accelerated, bringing a strong sense of weightlessness that made Ji Yuan's heart beat faster. If it weren't for the griffin's cold air blocking the strong wind, this speed would be enough to throw people away. Almost instantly, the griffin hit the ground like a cannonball, followed by a deafening roar. Ji Yuan looked carefully and found that the place where they landed was a strange gray forest, like a wasteland with all the vitality drained away, and all the vegetation had turned into a lifeless gray. The breeze blew gently, the leaves swayed slowly, and a smell of corruption filled the air. Ji Yuan frowned slightly and was about to speak, but Tang Yi jumped off the griffin's back first. Senior, this is... He jumped down, lowered his head and picked up a ball of black soil, and smelled a burnt smell coming from his nose. This is the eastern border. Tang Yi's voice was alert as she glanced around. Ji Yuan also felt an inexplicable tension. Ming quietly surrounded him and followed Tang Yi step by step. After walking for about 5 minutes, Tang Yi suddenly raised her right hand, and a bird with dark blue feathers flew out of the air and flew quickly into the distance. Seeing this, Tang Yi quickened her pace and took Ji Yuan through the barren forest. After walking for about 10 minutes, she finally stopped and saw a huge abyss-like cave in front of her. It was covered with dark red cracks all around, and the cave was pitch black with occasional strange echoes. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance of the cave, peering through the darkness, only to see a dark red light flickering in the depths. Suddenly, the dark blue bird that had flown out earlier swooped down and rushed into the cave. Tang Yi whispered, "Follow me." She waved her hand and jumped into the cave with the cold-peaked griffin. Ji Yuan hurriedly summoned Ming to follow. Darkness instantly enveloped them. A gust of wind came from behind, followed by a roaring crash. As the frost-peaked griffin flapped its wings, sharp ice cones shot out and hit those strange creatures. Ming quickly joined in, and launched a fierce attack alongside the griffin. Ji Yuan looked around and found that the cave space around him was huge, the rock walls were cracked, and dark red light was flowing between the cracks. As they made their way down, they encountered more deformed creatures. Each of these creatures had a strange dark red mark on their foreheads, which looked familiar and strange. As they walked to the deepest part, they saw an empty underground space, which was filled with strange glass containers and various bottles and jars. The whole space was filled with an oppressive and strange blood-red light. Ji Yuan's eyes swept through the deepest part, and his heart was shocked. The scene in front of him made him feel terrified. Cursed Soul Country? At the deepest part, close to the wall, 5 huge glass containers stood upright. Inside the containers, 5 people, wearing blood-red gauze and with skin as red as blood, stood quietly. Ji Yuan was very familiar with this scene. These were the remnants of the Cursed Soul Kingdom who had attacked him and Mu Shushin in the Withered Valley. Bang! With a loud bang, 5 glass containers exploded. Be alert all around, I'll deal with them, Tang Yi ordered coldly, and the cold-peaked griffin spread its wings and took off. Buzz! A light blue soul power wave surged out from Tang Yi's body and quickly attached to the attack of the frost-peaked griffin, instantly causing a soul power resonance. The ice cones released by the frost-peaked griffin became brighter and brighter, with a faint aura of soul power lingering around each ice cone, which slammed heavily into the bodies of the 5 remnants of the cursed souls. Bang! Their soul power horns emerged, blocking the attack of the frost-peaked griffin, but judging from this layer of defense, their soul power horns were much stronger than Secretary Lin's back then. At this moment, suddenly, figures shot out from the piles of debris on both sides and headed straight for Tang Yi. Flame Storm! At the critical moment, Ming controlled the netherworld flame to form 2 flame barriers, blocking all the attackers. Tang Yi was not distracted by this. She quickly realized that the attack of the frost-peaked griffin did not work immediately, so she summoned 2 new beasts, a deer-shaped creature with bright ice crystals, and a sturdy ice-blue snow rabbit. Swish! The 3 ice-type beasts immediately rushed towards the 5 remnants of the Cursed Soul Nation and launched a fierce attack with their skills. At the same time, Ji-yuan was also controlling Ming to clean up the lurking deformed creatures. The underground space was filled with the sound of battle. After he cleaned up the monsters in the dark, he immediately turned to the battlefield ahead. However, although the crazy attacks of the 3 ice beasts have weakened the soul power horn layer of the remnants of the Cursed Soul to semi-transparent, it is still some distance away from complete destruction. Flash Soul, come out! Ji-yuan decisively summoned Flash Soul and prepared to launch an attack. But at this moment, scarlet lights suddenly lit up, and 5 scarlet spears broke through the air. Ji-yuan almost shouted reflexively, "Senior sister, be careful!" Swish, swish, swish! The spear was like thunder, almost instantly penetrating the attacks of the 3 ice beasts and shooting towards them. The speed was extremely fast, even faster than before. Ji-yuan dodged quickly, but Tangy and her beasts were unable to avoid it completely. The ice blue snow rabbit was hit and fell to the ground, leaving a bloody hole in its left abdomen. The deer-like creature was pierced and fell to its knees with its head lowered. Although Hauntphone Griffin and Tangy were less seriously injured, they also had some scratches. The air was filled with a bloody smell, and the 5 remaining cursed souls seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood. Their eyes turned bloodshot. Xing Xing! Rabbit! Tangy's cold face showed a trace of heartache, and she urgently took the 2 beasts back to the beast control space. She knew very well that as long as they were not fatally injured, they could recover in the beast control space. When looking at the 5 remnants of the cursed souls, the cold murderous intent in Tangy's eyes became stronger. Swish! The ice crystal glowed, and a sturdy figure appeared beside him, carrying an ice crystal stick on his sturdy right arm. It was a wolf-headed humanoid beast, which let out a deep roar, as if it had condensed all of Tangy's anger, and rushed towards the 5 remnants of the cursed souls. The remnants of the cursed souls attacked in a clumsy way, and were even slow in their movements. Since coming out of the glass container, they only moved slowly, as if they were unfamiliar with their new bodies. The 5 remnants of the cursed souls just raised their heads coldly, their blood-red eyes fixed on the werewolf that was about to charge towards them. Wow! The werewolf swung his long stick and swept from right to left. Bang! Accompanied by a loud collision sound, the 5 remnants of the cursed souls were knocked away, smashing the surrounding glass containers. Swish! The remnants of the cursed soul that had fallen to the ground seemed to be completely awakened by a stick. They quickly got up, turned into blood-red afterimages, and instantly pounced on the werewolf. The werewolf let out a heart-wrenching howl as the 5 remnants of the cursed souls madly bit its flesh and blood. Their attacks were primitive and violent. Tangy shouted anxiously, "Release the wild and violent energy!" Suddenly, the werewolf burst out with a fierce killing aura. The strong wave shook the 5 cursed souls away, but before the werewolf could catch its breath, they climbed up again and continued to bite crazily. At this moment, Tangy obviously did not expect the situation to be so complicated. She immediately prepared to order the Frost-Peak Griffin to come to the rescue, but she was afraid that its attack would accidentally injure the werewolf. Her eyes were hesitant and solemn. At this moment, a whisper came from the side. "Release, explosion!" Bang! A deafening explosion sounded, followed by a ball of blue and silver lightning that quickly hit the werewolf's back. When the explosive attack that resonated with soul power was released, it caused soul shock. The 5 remnants of the cursed souls lost their ability to react in an instant, and the werewolf was also stunned for a moment by the explosion. Then, it reacted suddenly, and a strong breath wave burst out from its body again, which shook the 5 remnants of the cursed souls away. The werewolf quickly retreated back to Tangy's side, panting heavily, his body covered with bloody wounds. Tangy turned to look at Ji-yuan, a trace of gratitude flashed in her eyes. "Thank you?" Although she was still indifferent, there was a hint of gratitude in her words. If Ji-yuan hadn't acted in time, the werewolf would have been injured more seriously. At this moment, the 5 remaining cursed souls stood up again and rushed out violently. Tangy ordered in a cold voice, "Frost breath! Ice mark annihilation!" The werewolf's ice crystal staff was stuck into the ground again, spewing out extremely cold breath. Wherever it passed, layers of frost quickly spread and froze everything. The soul power layers of the 5 remaining cursed souls were on the verge of collapse, and under the invasion of this cold air, their movements became sluggish. Chirp! An eagle's cry echoed, and the frost-peaked griffin flapped its wings. A cold light flashed, and with a wave of destruction, it headed straight for the throat of the remnants of the cursed soul. Crack! The layer of defense finally broke, and the cold light was unstoppable, deeply embedded in the wall. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the heads and bodies of the 5 cursed souls were separated. Their flesh and blood fell powerlessly to the ground. A trace of black mucus was mixed in the blood, which slowly gathered into a vortex, spinning quietly. You will join us eventually. A low and strange voice sounded and suddenly appeared in the ears of Ji Yuan and Tang Yi. The 2 men looked at each other, and Ji Yuan suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He turned his head hurriedly, only to see that the blood of the 5 remaining cursed souls had condensed into a black sphere on the ground, emitting a chilling evil wave. Let's go! Ji Yuan felt an inexplicable fear. Tang Yi's voice was filled with anxious panic. The cold-peaked griffin quickly turned into a cold light and carried them through the passage, fleeing at a high speed. However, at this moment, when Ji Yuan turned around, the black sphere suddenly broke apart, and a huge explosion sounded bang-dash. The terrifying shock wave swept across in an instant, swallowing up the ground, air, and light. The shock wave was extremely fast, but fortunately Ji Yuan had already taken back the flash soul and the beast taming seal in time. However, when the frost-peaked griffin carried the 2 people out of the cave, the explosion wave chased them at an even faster speed. The afterwaves shook the sky, and the exit of the cave was cracked. The frost-peaked griffin was blown away by the powerful shock wave, and while staggering, its claws loosened, and the 2 people immediately fell rapidly like kites with broken strings. The cold-peaked griffin was stunned for a moment, then flapped its wings and pounced towards Tang Yi. However, during the rapid fall, a blood mist spurted out of Ji Yuan's mouth, and the strong impact caused both him and Tang Yi to suffer serious injuries. Although the severe pain almost made him lose consciousness, at the critical moment of life and death, Ji Yuan endured the pain and summoned Ming. A ball of flames wrapped them and they fell into the gray forest together. Soon after, Ji Yuan felt his internal organs violently dislocated, and unspeakable pain spread rapidly. He couldn't help coughing, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Suddenly, there were several roars of wild beasts around. Ji Yuan forced a bitter smile. Misfortunes never come alone. Fortunately, Ming activated the shock skill in time, and the surrounding wild beasts were instantly shocked and stopped moving. However, they did not leave, and still stared at him covetously. Ji Yuan knew that Tang Yi was closer to the aftermath of the explosion and was more seriously injured. The severe pain made him unable to move, so he could only lie on his back, praying in his mind that Tang Yi would recover in time and find him. However, in this vast gray forest, the trees were densely packed and the landing points were different. It might not be easy to find each other. It's better to rely on myself than to sit and wait for death. Ji Yuan exhaled, determined. He knew that at this critical moment of life and death, the only one he could rely on was himself. Imperial Illustrated Book. Ji Yuan muttered to himself. The ancient illustrated book appeared in his mind. His eyes fixed on a creature that was full of green and full of vitality. He muttered to himself. Copy, the young wood lizard. The information in the illustration quickly expanded. Copying, young wood lizard, please wait. With a flash of green light, a palm-sized, vital little lizard appeared in front of Ji Yuan. Contract! When the mark of the contract was instantly concluded, a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth descended. The sky suddenly changed color, and vitality surged. A dazzling green suddenly emerged in the gray forest. The deadness of the trees seemed to be replaced by vitality, and slowly glowed with vitality. At the same time, Tang Yi was where she was, as expected, because she was closer to the aftermath of the explosion. She was unconscious, and her cold face was covered with blood. Her cold-peaked griffin expanded rapidly, protecting her body from the attacks of the surrounding beasts. The strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by Ji Yuan through the contract were noticeable enough to be noticed by people 10 kilometers away, while the other team led by Lei Shi was going deep into the cave and had no idea of the changes happening in the outside world. The effect of the contract did not last long, and the gray forest within a 500-meter radius underwent a startling change. Ji Yuan lay on the ground, with the little lizard on his chest, emitting a gentle breath that healed Ji Yuan's injuries. The pain gradually eased, and his consciousness gradually became clear. Creature, aquatic wood lizard, juvenile. Race, giant lizard. Bloodline, imperial, slightly flawed. Attribute, wood. Characteristics, wild growth, rapidly promotes plant growth, heals non-fatal wounds. Talents, insect killer, smart eyes. Passive skill, flexible volume. The surrounding wild beasts have fled because of the vision of the contract. Ji Yuan's injuries are almost healed, and he takes back the beast taming seal from the Anren wood lizard. Just as he was about to contact Glacier, a weak and ethereal whisper suddenly sounded in his ears. Help! The voice echoed in the air, as if coming from somewhere far away. Ji Yuan paused, staring ahead, feeling uneasy. At this moment, the wood lizard responded strongly in the beast taming seal. It seemed to be guided by some strange power and called in the direction of the sound. Come! The whispering continued, and each sound made Ji Yuan shudder, but he found that the wood lizard seemed to be begging him to go in that direction. No! Ji Yuan hesitated, his heart full of vigilance. But the beast master and his master were connected in spirit, and he could sense the urgency and anxiety of the wood lizard. With a heavy heart, he took a deep breath and decided to take a few steps forward. My child. The whisper continued, and at the same time a prompt sound suddenly came, and a deep blue light quietly emerged in front. Ding! Remains of an imperial creature detected, marked. Instantly, a series of prompt sounds and dark blue light spots suddenly appeared from the direction where the whispers came from. Chapter 94, Life-Giving Spirits. 1, 2, 6, 8. Ji Yuan stood there in a daze, counting the marked light spots in front of him in disbelief. Surprisingly, there are exactly 18 of them. In other words, not far ahead, there are the remains of 18 Emperor-level creatures. At this moment, his heart was filled with turmoil. Etc. That whisper just now said, My child? Could it be referring to the lushwood lizard? Please come here, I won't hurt you. At this moment, the ethereal whisper sounded again. The weakness in the voice is extremely real. Ji Yuan frowned and pondered, and finally, he chose to turn around and leave. But after taking a few steps, he stopped. In my mind, the sounds of the 18 emperors' remains echoed wildly. Damn it! As the wood lizard kept begging and roaring, he turned around, looked into the depths, gritted his teeth, and finally chose to go forward. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Once there is any sign of trouble, he will run away immediately. Leaping onto Ming's back, the man and the beast moved forward very carefully. Soon, they walked out of the woodland that had regained vitality due to the contract and stepped into the dark and silent forest again. This way. Along the way, ethereal whispers kept calling. When he came to a dead end with dense gray tree trunks and no way forward, Ming stopped. Be careful! Ji Yuan looked around vigilantly. Come through! The whispers came again. This time, the distance was so close that it seemed to be right in front of me. But there was no way ahead of Ji Yuan and Ming. With suspicion in mind, Ji Yuan stretched out his hand and sent out a trace of soul power towards the dense group of tree trunks in front of him. But the soul power went straight through the dense tree trunks, causing ripples. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he no longer hesitated, gave the order, and Ming carried him and rushed forward. Sure enough, this dense group of tree trunks seemed to be some kind of illusion. They passed through without any obstruction, and the scene after this illusion made Ji Yuan's pupils shrink suddenly. Behind the illusion is a pool of water that has long dried up. Different from the gray and dead silence outside, the ground here is cracked due to drought. But in these gaps, green weeds grow. What shocked Ji Yuan was that there were a total of 18 skeletons in the dried-up pool, forming a circle as if they were kneeling. These skeletons are incomplete. Some are missing limbs, some are missing heads, and some are missing spines. And in the middle of these skeletons is a wooden sculpture. The wood sculpture is curled up, and from the basic outline, you can tell that it has a human appearance. You're calling? Ji Yuan stared at the wood carving and asked. Yes. Immediately, an ethereal voice sounded. This time the distance was very close, causing his pupils to shrink. Has the wood carving become a spirit? What are you? He swallowed. Life-giving spirit. Elves? Ji Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had read in books that in ancient times, there were many powerful beast masters who possessed elven beasts. Compared to other species, elves are not only as agile as humans, but they even possess extraordinary combat power. They are the most unique beasts that countless people desire to possess. What's wrong with you now? But what surprised him was that this wood carving did not look like the elves recorded in the books. In the ancient times, there was a great war, and life was passing away. I am on the verge of death. The wood carving's words were intermittent, and the content was a bit disorganized, and no details could be heard. After thinking about it, Ji Yuan summoned the lush wood lizard. It lay on the palm of its hand and roared excitedly at the wood carving. My child! Save me! The second sentence was directed to Ji Yuan. The lush wood lizard can provide a lot of vitality. Can it save you? Ji Yuan remained unmoved and continued to ask questions. Not enough. Need more. More chances of survival? Ji Yuan's eyes flashed with vigilance. Humanity, life, is useless to me, need my child. No. Ji Yuan shook his head and said frankly, This is my beast, I will not let it die. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, the lush wood lizard in his palm raised its head and made a crisp cry. It is willing to give its life for this living spirit. Strange, this wood lizard was just copied, it shouldn't have any extra memories. Unless… Ji Yuan frowned, unless this life spirit was engraved into the genes of the lush wood lizard. You misunderstood. At this time, the wood carving said weakly, It will not die. Then, the woodcarver said the most crucial sentence. If you can save me, I am willing to sign a contract. Hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression remained normal, but his heart was moved. I've been waiting for you to say this. Looking up at the wood carving, he said, I am willing to save you, but since the vitality of the wood lizard is not enough, what should I do? Unexpectedly, the wood carving directly said, Absorb the remains, replicate, create larvae. Ji Yuan's heart was shocked. Coincidence? No, impossible. Now I can read minds. What the hell? Doesn't that mean he has been running naked since he came in? Since you have read my mind, are you still willing to sign a contract with me? After a moment, he forced himself to stop thinking about it, and expressed his doubts. I have no choice. After getting the answer, he was silent for a while, and then began to move forward. He stopped when he was about 10 steps away from the wood carving. In his hand, a lively wooden lizard leaped out and came to the side of the wood carving, its eyes full of affection. Wow! With a flash of green light, Ji Yuan clearly felt that the beast-controlling seal belonging to the Enrin wood lizard had disappeared. At the same time, the wood sculpture seemed to let out a long sigh of relief, and under his gaze, it actually began to move its body. From a curled-up position, slowly changed to a kneeling position. The appearance has not changed, and it still maintains the brown wood carving shape. Thanks. After stretching its body, it nodded to Ji Yuan. Then, a strange green rune suddenly floated out from between its eyebrows. Seeing this, Ji Yuan did not hesitate at all. His soul power instantly condensed into a contract mark and merged with the rune. Swish! In an instant, a thumb-sized green mark appeared between Ji Yuan's eyebrows. This is the seal of the beast taming of the living spirit. The wood carving was decisive, but it had no choice. Just as Ji Yuan said, the world today is too far away from the ancient times, and all the imperial creatures have long been extinct. If there are no imperial children to integrate into its body, its final fate will be to become a lifeless wood sculpture. Stay in this space forever. If Ji Yuan didn't happen to possess the ability to create emperor creatures, I'm afraid no one in this world could save it. Chapter 95? Muge. As long as I can replicate all the young bodies of these remains, you can return to your peak state. After the contract was signed, Ji Yuan stood beside the wooden sculpture and asked while looking at the skeletons around him. No, but at least it can restore my true elf form. The woodcarver shook his head. I see. Immediately, Ji Yuan began to absorb it. He started with the skeleton on the far left. But just as he finished absorbing it, the corner of his mouth twitched. The remains have been absorbed. Biological name: abundant wood lizard. Remains integrity: 55%. When a creature in the Emperor's Atlas is copied, the completeness of the accumulated remains will be reset to 0, leaving only the corresponding atlas. If you want to replicate the larva again, you must continue to search for the remains. Unexpectedly, this first skeleton was another living wood lizard. He couldn't help but sigh that this guy really had a connection with him. The integrity of the remains is 55%. The bloodline level of the cloned young is only at the legendary level. Do you want to copy it? Copy! With certainty in his mind, he then walked towards the next body. The life-giving spirit followed behind him, and when the lush wood lizard appeared, it squatted down and gently absorbed it into its body. After another absorption, a trace of skin appeared on the wooden sculpture body of the living elf, but it was just a small piece. The remains have been absorbed, and the data panel is being generated. At the same time, the second skeleton was also absorbed. Creature: Brahma winged wolf. Race: airwolf. Bloodline: imperial. Attribute: wood. Features missing. The rest of the data is lost. Remains integrity: 73%. Copy. The integrity of the remains is 73%. The bloodline level of the copy juvenile is only at the legendary level. Do you want to copy it? Such a high degree of completeness, is it only at the legendary level? Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment, then copied it. That's all. He was absorbing and copying in front. The life-giving spirit was comforting and integrating from behind. Although the 18 remains were not well preserved, their completeness was above 50%. It took about half an hour to absorb and copy everything. At the same time, just after he copied the last remains of the creature, the Emperor's Atlas changed. It has been detected that the number of Emperor creatures copied by the host has reached 20. The Emperor illustration will be upgraded soon to unlock more functions. The upgrade is expected to take 36 hours, so stay tuned. Finally upgraded? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. My goodness, isn't this upgrade threshold a bit high? When he exited his mind and turned around, he was almost startled. He saw a fair-skinned and beautiful woman standing in front of him. The long light yellow hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, and under her curved eyebrows were a pair of clear and moving eyes. Her fair and flawless skin was as smooth as a baby's, and on her rosy cheeks, her thin lips like rose petals were slightly pursed, with a hint of joy at the corners of her mouth. Just in time to restore the elf's true form. She was wearing a green gauze skirt. Under the skirt, a pair of delicate and smooth little feet were stepping on the ground, jumping up and down. Like a little bird escaping from a cage, light and happy. Ji Yuan just stared at it blankly. The so-called true form of the elf was somewhat beyond his expectations. After looking him over, he finally fixed his gaze on the other person's pointed ears. That is the only place that is different from humans. Suddenly, just as she was immersed in the joy of regaining her true elf body, an information panel appeared in front of Ji Yuan. Creature: life spirit. Type: elf. Bloodline: unknown. Attributes: unknown. Features: unknown. Talent: unknown. Skill 1: unknown. Skill 2: unknown. Advanced path: unknown. What the hell? This confusing attribute panel made Ji Yuan wonder if he had made a mistake. At this time, the excited life spirit seemed to come back to his senses after a while. He looked at Ji Yuan beside him and saw that he was frowning. Then he smiled cutely and said, "Don't worry, I can't read minds anymore." Her words brought Ji Yuan back to his senses. Looking at the other person's smile, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. After rubbing his eyebrows, he asked, Wait. How old are you?" At this moment, he couldn't adapt to the other person's appearance as a girl. Hearing his words, the life spirit was stunned. Immediately, she replied, "Are you not used to it? I thought you would prefer to get along in this manner." After saying this, under Ji Yuan's gaze, she suddenly seemed like a different person. In just a moment, the childish cuteness on his face disappeared, transformed into calmness and coldness. In the future, do you want me to treat you in a mature manner? Her tone was calm, revealing the vicissitudes of life. It's completely different from her previous lively girl appearance. Can we still play like this? Ji Yuan was dumbfounded. Of course, I have a more severe attitude. As she spoke, she seemed to be changing again. Seeing this, Ji Yuan waved his hands repeatedly. No, let's go back to the way we were just now. Good master. In an instant, she returned to her innocent and lovely appearance. What did you call me? Master. It sounds weird. Call me something else. Okay, what do you want me to call you? Ji Yuan opened his mouth, but was at a loss for a moment. Scratching the tip of his nose, he said, Let me think of a name for you first. Ugh. No. Unexpectedly, this guy shook his head like a rattle. I have a name. Oh? What's your name? The life spirit tilted its head and thought for a moment before saying, Muga. Muga? After Ji Yuan repeated it, he nodded and said, Okay, Muga, how old are you? Should be 4,880. Muga recalled seriously, but the numbers that came out of her mouth almost made Ji Yuan drop his jaw. I can't remember. My memory is very fuzzy right now. I need to have a good rest. Maybe I can remember it. After she finished speaking, she stretched, showing her perfect figure in front of him. Ji Yuan avoided her gaze and said, Then you should go back to the seal of the beast tamer and rest first. Well, I've been a woodcarver for over 4,000 years, so I really need a rest. Immediately, her body turned into spots of light and poured into the beast taming seal at the center of Ji Yuan's eyebrows. Oh, I forgot. Suddenly, Mu Ji's voice was heard. Call out! Then, a ball of emerald green energy swept out and hit the illusion that came from it. Suddenly, the illusion dissipated, revealing a gray woodland. Almost at the same time, his cell phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, it was hit by a thunderstone. What made him sweat was that there were more than 60 missed calls. Upon closer look, it was not only Lei Shi, but also Zhao Shan and others. Hello, Mr. Lei. Ji Yuan! You finally answered the phone. Where are you now? Are you hurt? Chapter 96? Gold, Silver, and Bronze. When a giant insect fell from the sky and landed in front of Ji Yuan. Only then did he realize that during the time he was helping Muga recover, Lei Shi had been looking for him like crazy. On the back of the insect, Lei Shi looked at Ji Yuan, who was intact, and breathed a sigh of relief. If anything unexpected happens during this trip, the Dean will skin him alive when he gets back. Damn it, I will never let this guy go on a mission again. Finally, Ji Yuan boarded the return bus. This giant insect has a single, hard, black horn, and looks like an enlarged version of a rhinoceros beetle. At this moment, on the back of this large rhinoceros beetle, Lei Shi was seriously criticizing Tang, who had just woken up from a coma. Beside him, the bald man Zhang Wen and the short-haired woman Li Chong were watching with interest. It was the first time for them to see Tang being criticized. Ji Yuan apologized on behalf of the cold and beautiful senior sister with shame. He didn't expect that the place where Muga was hiding would block all signals and perceptions from the outside world. This also resulted in them searching for nearly an hour without finding anything. Be smarter when you go on missions next time, got it? Lei Shi scolded sternly. If something really happened during this trip, how would he explain it? No. Tang and Ji Yuan nodded at the same time, one indifferent as usual, the other a little reserved. By the way, are you saying that the blood of the remnant of the cursed soul has gathered into a bomb? Lei Shi asked. Tang had no intention of speaking, so Ji Yuan replied. That's right. I saw the moment it exploded with my own eyes. These rats have a new trick up their sleeves. Teacher Lei frowned and stopped talking. The atmosphere was silent along the way. Back at the academy, the rhinoceros beetle landed in Weia Square, attracting the attention of countless students. However, when they noticed the uniforms that Ji Yuan and his companions were wearing, they looked away. Everyone knows that the Emperor is born with the ability to carry out unique overseas missions. This mission has been successfully completed. Each person will be rewarded with 10,000 points. Go to the Holy Dragon Tower to claim it when you have time. Leisure put away the rhinoceros beetle, looked at Ji Yuan and the others and said, "Take a day off tomorrow, no classes." After separation. On the way back to the dormitory, a person with the ID, Untitled, suddenly added him as a friend, with the note, Tangy. As soon as I approved the application, the cold and beautiful senior sent 3 messages in a row. "I'm sorry about today. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask me. The Holy Dragon Tower is on the east side of the teaching building." Looking at these 3 concise messages, he suddenly remembered that when he first met Tangy, she said that she had an obligation to protect every junior student. Although she didn't show anything when she was on the rhinoceros beetle's back. However, through these 3 messages, one can still feel her guilt for not being able to protect herself. "Thank you, senior." Without saying much, Ji Yuan simply replied. When I returned to the dormitory and opened the door, I heard a loud shout. "Zhao Shan! Wait until I make it to the silver list, and you will give up your second place." "Hey, little third brother, it won't be too late to say this when you really make it to the silver list." Su Su was seen confronting Zhao Shan angrily. Ji Yuan's arrival startled both of them. Then Zhao Shan jumped up from the sofa and ran over. "Old Ji, where did you go so early in the morning? Why are you back just now?" Calculating the time, Ji Yuan and his group left the academy at 8 o'clock, and now it is around 12 o'clock in the morning. "Nothing, an outing class." He smiled. Then, he asked in confusion. "What were you talking about just now? What is the silver ranking?" After he said this, the 2 looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Old G, it's been 4 days, and you don't even know what the silver ranking is? Yeah, that's a bit outrageous." After hearing what the 2 said, Ji Yuan smiled awkwardly. He had never heard of this thing. Immediately, the 2 pulled him to sit on the sofa, and each of them explained. "In the academy, there are 3 lists: gold, silver, and bronze. Were we not assessed as students during the entrance exam? Students from level 5 to level 2 are all included in the bronze list. The first level students and the imperial students are listed separately in the gold and silver lists." "Give me an example." Zhao Shan interrupted and pointed at Su Su, saying, "He is currently a 3rd-level student on the bronze list. If he wants to be promoted to a 2nd-level student, he needs to challenge a student on the silver list. Once he succeeds in the challenge, he will be promoted to level 2. The rookie who is defeated by him will fall to level 3. Zhao Shan's explanation was simple and easy to understand, but the examples he gave made Su Su unhappy. "Get lost! How can someone who was defeated by me be considered a rookie? If I can be defeated by you, then what else can I be but a rookie? What the hell are you?" These 2 guys were like bombs, exploding at the same time. Ji Yuan got up with a headache. The 4th child, Zhongxian, was not in the dormitory, so he must have classes. He returned to the room and locked the door to isolate the 2 from their quarrel. In my heart, I was thinking about the information I just learned. So that's how it is. According to this logic, doesn't it mean that the emperor can also be challenged and replaced? Interesting. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. So isn't that means he is also on the gold list now? If someone wants to challenge themselves. As far as he knew, in the entire academy, Emperor was not the only one who had a 5th grade Beastmaster. Many 1st grade students are also at the 5th grade stage. These guys are either former emperors or challengers who are eyeing the opportunity. Now, as a 6th rank official, I am considered the weakest emperor. 5th rank. When will his chance of promotion come? At this time, the cell phone rang. Mu Shishin? After the call was connected, a lively laughter came. Ji Yuan! Where are you? Are you free? Come out for a moment. I have something to tell you. What do you have to discuss in person? Hey, don't ask so many questions. Since you are free, come to Weia Square. I'll wait for you here. After hanging up the phone, Mu Shushin looked at herself in the mirror in the dormitory with a firm look in her eyes and clenched her fists, as if cheering herself up. Then, she pushed the door and left, jumping up and down. The layout of all dormitories is the same. In the room next to Mu Shushin, a silent girl with a melon seed face is leaning against the door with her hands clenched, not knowing what she is thinking. When Ji Yuan appeared in Wuya Square wearing the uniform unique to imperial students, his handsome and elegant image attracted the attention of many female classmates. Similarly, the girl with long burgundy hair who had been waiting for a long time was also the focus of many male classmates. Mu Xuxin stood there, watching the handsome young man walking towards her, with a light flashing in her eyes. "You look really handsome in this, it looks great!" When he approached, Mu Xuxin smiled beautifully. "Really? I think so too." Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows jokingly. "TSK, not modest at all." Mu Xuxin curled her lips, appearing to be the same as usual, but only she knew that her heart was beating violently at this moment. Especially when I thought about what I was going to do next, I became more and more nervous. "Okay, let's get down to business. Why did you call me out?" Ji Yuan smiled. "Ah, what is that?" Mu Xuxin took a deep breath. She was a person who always spoke her mind. She immediately raised her voice and said, "Ji Yuan, I..." Buzz! Just as she opened her mouth, two rays of light, one golden and one silver, suddenly appeared in the sky above the academy. At the same time, a voice spread throughout the school. "The first-class student on the silver list, Kushwanji, challenges the emperor student on the gold list, Ji Yuan." Chapter 97? Deliberate Sniping. Kushwanji? Wasn't he born as an emperor? What's going on? In Wuya Square, Ji Yuan raised his head. In the sky, I saw my own name and Kushwanji's name, one gold and one silver, slowly flashing. Opposite him, Mu Xuxin's courage, which he had finally mustered, completely dissipated due to this sudden interruption. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and stamped her feet, cursing in her heart what a weird situation this was. It happened so coincidentally. At this time, Ji Yuan thought about it and denied the possibility of having the same name. Kushwanji had an inexplicable hostility towards him. He was very smart, and immediately thought of a possibility. Kushwanji deliberately lost to a first-year student, and then challenged himself as a first-year student, making him lose the qualification to become an emperor student. But is it still possible to do this? And what is the point of doing this? However, before that, what did Mu Xuxin want to say? "Raise your eyes and look forward." Mu Xuxin lowered her eyes, frowned slightly, and looked a little unhappy. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan smiled, thinking that it was his distraction that annoyed her. Mu Xuxin looked into his eyes, but found it difficult to speak, so she could only sigh and say, "Nothing." "Who is this Kushwanji? Why did you offend him just after you entered school?" Glancing at the two names in the sky, she was a little confused. "I don't know either." Ji Yuan shrugged. He really didn't know where this guy's hostility came from. "Then you better be careful. Most of the first-year students are not simple. That's it for now. I have classes in the afternoon, so I'll go back first." Mu Xuxin lost all interest and turned away with light steps. At the same time, many names appeared in the sky, basically one gold and one silver. Just at this moment, his cell phone vibrated and he opened it. "Tangy, Kushwanji is not an ordinary 5th-grade warrior. He is stronger than Zhang Bao, whom you defeated in the competition." With just one sentence, he understood what the other person meant. "Let me take a break from the limelight." Indeed, the main reason why he was able to defeat Zhang Bao at that time, apart from the fact that his beast was restrained by Ming and Shanpa, was the information gap. The entire battle of the city competition was broadcast live, so he had no secrets at all. Although today I have contracted an extremely special beast master, the life-giving elf Mu Ge. However, her panel is completely unknown and is simply a mystery. After a while, seeing that he had not responded yet, Tang Yi sent another message. "If you want to fight, go to the Holy Dragon Tower." "Thanks, senpai." After a moment's silence, Ji Yuan replied, and then he walked towards the east side of the teaching building. The Holy Dragon Tower is the only building in Xingtian Academy that soars into the sky. The surface of the tower is carved with uneven diamond patterns and painted with dark yellow. Under the sunlight, it looks like pieces of dragon scales and is extremely dazzling. In the traditional sense, the higher a tower goes, the smaller its area becomes. The Holy Dragon Tower, however, has layers that are all the same, with its top reaching straight into the sky, like a bridge connecting heaven and earth, with no end in sight. Rumor has it that the Academy's guardian beast, the Holy Sky Rathtarasaur, lives on the top of the Holy Dragon Tower. Ji Yuan stood at the entrance, withdrew his gaze, and followed the crowd around him into the tower. The lobby on the first floor is circular in shape, and as soon as you enter, you're struck by a strong sense of technology. Virtual screens filled with data and content are projected everywhere. There are many counters in the hall, and each counter is guarded by a dedicated person. In a corner, Ji Yuan found the promotion challenge platform. Compared to other crowded counters, there are much fewer people here. Student, do you want to issue a challenge or respond to a challenge? The staff at the counter are young and energetic. They are wearing college uniforms and look like part-time students. Respond to the challenge, Ji Yuan said. Okay, please tell me your name. Ji Yuan. Okay, I have retrieved the relevant challenge information. The person who challenged you is Kushwanji, a first-grade student and a fifth-grade beastmaster. Do you want to accept the challenge? I accept the challenge. Okay, the challenge has taken effect. The time is tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock sharp, duel field number 1. I look forward to your performance. Because there is a mechanism for promoting and demoting students' grades, the process for all challenges is in place. Shitian Academy has a total of 20 small dueling arenas and 1 giant dueling arena. Apart from promotion challenges, any personal grudges between students can be resolved through duels. After accepting the challenge, Ji Yuan did not choose to leave. He looked at the part-time student and asked, "Do I have to come here to challenge you?" "Of course not. You can also choose to spend 500 points to purchase the challenge token device." The part-time student smiled and took out a coin-sized object from under the counter. Produced by Kejiyuan, with just a light click, it can project the rankings of the 3 major lists of gold, silver, and bronze. He operated as he spoke, and suddenly, 3 virtual screens of moderate size appeared in front of Ji Yuan. After purchasing the challenge order, you can view the list and initiate or respond to challenges from anywhere in the academy. Very convenient, classmate. Do you want to buy one? It only costs 500 coupons. The part-time student instantly turned into a sales expert and looked at Ji Yuan expectantly. 500 coupons. Ji Yuan fell into deep thought. Earlier, Lei Shur had said that each person on this mission would be rewarded with 10,000 points. At first, he didn't know the purpose of this thing, but now it seems that points should be the common currency in the academy. Coincidentally, the 10,000 points reward for this mission can be redeemed at the Holy Dragon Tower. Hold it for me, I'll come get it later. After saying that, Ji Yuan looked around, found the counter of the Task Reward Settlement Center, and walked over quickly. Okay, classmate. The part-time student smiled as he watched him leave, laughing to himself. Another one sold. If this continues, I will be able to buy the skill core I've always dreamed of. According to the rules, as long as he can sell a challenge order for 500 points, he can get a commission of 100 points. In the end, Ji Yuan obtained the first money he earned at Shitian College at the Reward Settlement Center. With this huge sum of money, he went shopping and then found out to his embarrassment that he couldn't afford anything he wanted. In the end, he had no choice but to leave the Holy Dragon Tower with the challenge order in hand. When I returned to the dormitory again, Zhao Shan and Su Su were still arguing. Zhong Xian had returned and was sitting on the sofa, watching the 2 people quarreling and smiling foolishly from time to time. Brother! Seeing Ji Yuan, Zhong Xian hurriedly came forward. I heard someone deliberately sniped you. The 2 people who were arguing paused when they heard this. Then, they quickly surrounded him, stared at Lao Si and said, What did you just say? Who wants to snipe him? Promotion challenge. The challenge between the first-grade students and the Emperor students will be broadcasted to the whole school. Didn't you hear it? Zhao Shan and Su Su looked confused. Could it be that they were too engrossed in the argument just now and ignored it? Chapter 98. The opportunity has arrived. Dormitory 811. So, this Kushwanji deliberately demoted himself to a lower level and challenged you again, just to squeeze you out of the imperial life? Zhao Shan frowned, extremely confused. Is this bastard okay? He just took advantage of you not being promoted to the 5th rank yet and bullies the weak and fears the strong. You can't say that. Su shook his head. I know this Kushwanji's name. 3 years ago, he triggered a red gold beam of light during the entrance exam and was rated as a first-class student. Then, he spent a year advancing from the 6th rank to the 5th rank. After consolidating for a week, he challenged an Imperial student and won. This guy doesn't look like a bully. Whose side are you on? Zhao Shan cursed. Tisk! Su glared at him. Can you please let me finish what I'm saying? Under normal circumstances, the two would have surely started a new round of verbal battle. But now it concerns Ji Yuan. Zhao Shan can only hold back. Seeing that he was quiet, Su looked at Ji Yuan and said, I heard that there is a silver-haired beauty in your class? Silver-haired beauty? Ji Yuan frowned and recalled, but had no impression. Many people are saying that Kushwanji is one of the suitors of this silver-haired beauty. Doesn't he have silver hair? He dyed it. Didn't you say you didn't know where his hostility came from? Could it be because you were too close to this silver-haired beauty? Su's words suddenly reminded him of the desk in front of him in the classroom. The empty table and chairs. No wonder Kushwanji looked so furious when he was choosing his seat that day. He hadn't even seen the face of this silver-haired beauty, but she was hated just because he chose a seat? What is this, a domineering CEO? A pure love war god? It's somewhat outrageous. So you choose to fight? Among these 3 people, Zhao Shan knows Ji Yuan best. Why not? Ji Yuan smiled. It has been 2 years since the other party was promoted to the 5th rank. Do I need to remind you of this? Su looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy was hiding some big trick again? Are you sure you can win? He asked tentatively. You're overthinking. Ji Yuan shook his head. The opponent is a genuine 5th grade warrior. No matter how powerful I am, I have no chance of winning. Then you still. If you lose, you lose. Without waiting for Su to speak, Ji Yuan suddenly chuckled. Besides, the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. If I lose, I will only lose the title of Emperor Xing. I chose to take on the challenge, not because I was sure of victory, but because I would not avoid anything. It's just a battle of promotion and demotion. To me, being an emperor or a first-class student is just a title. Just right, let me take this opportunity to feel the true strength of a 5th grade beast master. Ji Yuan felt calm. He said these words not against his will, but because he really didn't care. First, he held an authority card personally given to him by the dean. With this permission card, he can enter places that emperors can enter, and he can also enter places that emperors cannot enter. Secondly, the current level of his soul power is indeed a fatal flaw. No matter how much he talks about it, it cannot change this fact. Su and Zhong Xian looked at him blankly, obviously unable to understand. Only Zhao Shan silently gave him a thumbs up. Early the next morning, Ji Yuan appeared at the first duel arena on time. Kushwanji, with silver hair and brown eyes, had a calm expression. When he looked at Ji Yuan, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The dueling arena is of average size and can accommodate thousands of people at the same time. There were about 100 or 200 students watching the scene today, most of whom were those who had no classes and liked to join in the fun. Zhao Shan, his 2 companions and Mu Shuxin did not come because they had classes. Only the petite Su Xinyan stood silently in the crowd. Most of the onlookers were discussing whether Kushwanji would defeat Ji Yuan within a few minutes. This is a duel without suspense. When the whistle sounded, Kushwanji intended to humiliate Ji Yuan and only summoned a beast. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan used all his strength right from the start, controlling Ming and Champa at the same time, catching the arrogant Kushwanji off guard. Unfortunately, the difference in rank was too great, and the duel ended with Ji Yuan's defeat. However, he fought against Kushwanji at the 6th level and still lasted 5 minutes before being defeated, which was already very good. Let me ask you, how many 6th grade warriors can fight against a 5th grade warrior for such a long time? They were basically crushed. After failure and exit. Because of excessive consumption of soul power, Ji Yuan's face looked slightly pale. The crowd dispersed, and he blended in with them, walking neither fast nor slow. Sudden. A small light blue glass bottle was handed to him. Ji Yuan was stunned, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a fair and flawless oval face. Suzine? No classes today? He laughed. Suzine nodded with concern. This is soul power replenishment liquid. Don't waste it, I'm fine. He waved his hand. Seeing this, Suzine pursed her red lips and took back the glass bottle. Holding the corners of his clothes with both hands, I followed him and walked side by side. In the back, Leisure pushed up his single-framed glasses, stared at Ji Yuan's departing figure, and said softly, Once he advances to the 5th rank, there will be no rivals among those of the same rank in the entire academy. He turned his head and looked at Tang Yi, who had long blue hair, and said, Do you believe it? Possible. Tang Yi said this indifferently and walked away. That. Walking in the college. Suzine, with a twinkling look in his eyes, was silent for a while, then suddenly asked, Are you okay? Ji Yuan turned around and said with a smile, I'm fine. I can accept losing to a 5th grade beast master. He looked down at his hands. To be honest, after clearly realizing the gap between him and the 5th rank, he did feel a little disappointed. The chance to advance please come soon. Yesterday. At this time, Suzine whispered, Did Shushin say anything to you yesterday? While speaking, she glanced at Ji Yuan's expression carefully. Mu Shushin? You didn't say anything. Ji Yuan was stunned. What did she mean by this? Just as he was about to ask a question, a mechanical prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The Emperor's Illustrated book has been upgraded, and new features are online. Please call out the Emperor's Illustrated book. At the same time. At the moment when the Emperor's Atlas completed the upgrade, Ji Yuan suddenly felt that the soul power that was recovering in his body began to undergo a strange transformation. It felt like a ravine appeared in the body, causing the soul power to gather together and form a stream. Moreover, this stream is gradually expanding in size, and it seems that it will soon turn into a rushing river. For a moment, the soul power began to become inexplicably restless, as if guided by some strange thing, and gathered madly towards the abdomen. This feeling. You must be kidding. This Emperor's Atlas had just been upgraded, and his 5th grade opportunity came? Chapter 99, Impact on the 5th level, the universe and the galaxy. What's wrong? On the side, Suzinian saw him suddenly stop and was a little confused. I have something to do suddenly. How about I wait for them to finish class tonight and have dinner together? Good. Ji Yuan seemed impatient, and seeing this, Suzinian nodded obediently. Let's go! Soul Flash! A giant black wolf appeared. Ji Yuan waved to her, then jumped up and disappeared in an instant. Suzinian stood there, staring blankly at his departing back, her red lips slightly parted, as if she said something. Ji Yuan returned to the dormitory as quickly as possible, rushed into the room, locked the door, and then threw himself onto the bed. He sank his mind into his body, and the gray soul power was continuously gathering towards his abdomen. In just a short while, the soul power had gathered into an indescribable terrifying ocean. A surging force was brewing within, but Ji Yuan sensed something unusual. According to what Tan He said at the beginning, when the soul power gathers into a vast ocean, it will slowly stop, and eventually, he will feel a mysterious connection. This connection will prompt him to open up his own beast-taming space. However, now in his body, the soul power in the abdomen has converged into a boundless ocean, with huge gray soul power waves surging, and the water surface is not calm at all. At the same time, soul power is still gathering continuously. A feeling of distension is starting to intensify in the abdomen. He had a premonition that if he could not suppress the expansion of his soul power, he would probably explode and die. Damn it! But he can't stop it now. As the ocean formed, he had lost control of his soul power. Just when he was at a loss and could only watch the ocean of soul power expand wildly, a lazy and ethereal voice suddenly sounded from his heart. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yuan was surprised to see the figure of the living elf Mugu appeared in his consciousness space. Her whole body was surrounded by a green and yellow luster, and she looked like an exquisite porcelain doll. What a magnificent sea of soul power! Is the master breaking through to the 5th level? She looked like she had just woken up, and was almost jumped up by the scene in front of her. Without caring about how she appeared in his consciousness space, Ji Yuan hurriedly shouted, I can't control my soul power now, the situation is very bad, what should I do? This. Mu Ge seemed a little surprised by his question, and immediately said, Calm your mind, feel the flow of soul power, and try to merge with the sea of soul power. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately did as he was told. He took a deep breath, put aside all thoughts, calmed his mind, and fell towards the gray ocean. Gradually, he began to feel the control of his soul power returning, and the flow became slower, but still continued. The concentration of the master's soul power is very complex and special. If it were an ordinary beast master who had advanced to the 5th rank, he would have stopped after the sea of soul power gathered. Gray soul power. Is the master's qualification special? No, even if it's a special grade qualification, such a vast sea of soul power should be enough. Mu Ji's figure floated freely in Ji Yuan's consciousness space. After a moment, she looked thoughtful. Master, when you merge with the sea of soul power, please imagine as much as possible. Imagine? Imagine what? I vaguely remember that when a beast master advances to the 5th rank, a special situation will occur, just like the master is now. In the past, this phenomenon was called unlimited upper limit. For a beast master with unlimited soul power, after he advances to the 5th rank, his soul power sea will expand endlessly. You can understand it this way. The vast ocean is not enough to satisfy you. You must be bigger and more infinite than the ocean. So, Master, use your imagination to control your soul power and expand it to a form that can accommodate everything better than the ocean. Mu Ji's words echoed in his mind, and Ji Yuan suddenly realized. Immediately, he began to recall frantically, is there anything in this world more vast than the sea? Desert? No. A country? Still not right. Planet? Yes, the boundless ocean cannot compare with the planet. Even the ocean still exists on the planet. For a moment, a planet made up of vast gray began to emerge in Ji Yuan's mind. In his abdomen, the sea of soul power began to gradually condense and expand towards the sphere, etc. At some point. Although the change from the ocean to the planet reduced the swelling and pain a lot, his soul power was still surging continuously, as if it was not satisfied. In that case, why not be bolder? Open your eyes. Ji Yuan stared at the soul power planet that was about to form in his body. Bang! Moment. The planet shattered and exploded into countless gray dust. Owner! Mu Ge was frightened by this sudden scene, thinking that he had an accident, and looked over quickly. But there was a hint of madness and determination on Ji Yuan's handsome face. Endless soul power was fluttering in his eyes. At the same time, the countless soul power dust that exploded began to reorganize again. Mu Ge witnessed everything. Her eyes changed from confusion to suspicion, and then from suspicion to shock. The gray soul power was gathering madly according to what Ji Yuan was thinking, as if the imagination at this moment was more in line with their wishes. Time passes by every second. When a hint of intense fatigue rose in Ji Yuan's eyes, his soul power finally gradually calmed down. But what appears inside his body is not the ocean or the planet. It is the universe and galaxy that is filled with infinite possibilities, contains endless mysteries, and no one has ever known its full picture. What is the ocean, and how big is the planet? In the starry sky, everything is so small. Since we are driven by imagination, why should we set limits on our imagination? The soul power of the other people at the 5th level gathered into an ocean. And Ji Yuan's 5th grade soul power turned into a dazzling starry sky, a vast starry sky, and an endless galaxy universe. Just like no one can explore the limits of the universe, at this moment, even Ji Yuan himself doesn't know where his limits are. The moment this galaxy of soul power was formed, unspeakable waves surged in his body. Does this indicate that from now on, his soul power reserves will be as inexhaustible as the sky of the universe? Now, he just wants to find someone and attack him with all his strength. This moment. He was extremely eager to know where his limit was. The universe and the stars. On the side, Mugu stared blankly at this shocking scene formed by the gathering of soul power. When he looked at Ji Yuan, there was a hint of relief in his eyes. This young man not only possesses the power to revive extinct creatures, but also possesses unlimited soul power. Being able to expand the sea of soul power into a soul power galaxy, this young man's ambition and perseverance are far beyond ordinary people. Chapter 100, Opening Up a Beast-Controlling Space, Big Surprise. Looking at the universe and galaxy formed by soul power in front of him, Ji Yuan's heart was filled with emotion. His ultimate goal, the dream of forming an army of extinct creatures, can finally be carried out. After exiting the conscious space and returning to reality, the first thing I did when I opened my eyes was to grab my phone to check the time. In the afternoon, at 3 o'clock. When he returned to the dormitory, it was only around 9 in the morning. I didn't expect it would take so long. He did not forget what he said to Su Xinyan when they parted in the morning, and immediately sent a request to have dinner together in the dormitory group and the group of 4 people. Soon everyone said in unison, "Get out of class ends at 9 p.m., so let's have a midnight snack instead." Seeing this, Ji Yuan had no choice but to reply, "Okay." I put down my phone and suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in my heart. It was a wonderful feeling, caused by the galaxy of soul power in the body. "Open up a space for controlling beasts," Ji Yuan murmured, calmed his mind again, followed the throbbing, and gradually drifted towards a mysterious space. Half an hour. 1 hour. 3 hours. When time passed to around 7 o'clock in the evening, Ji Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Raising his hand, he murmured, "Ming! Laugh!" Ripples appeared in space, and a blue and white Qilin auspicious beast slowly appeared, stepping on flames. Ming no longer appeared from the beast taming seal, but walked out from the space. Beast control space. Thanks to the improvement of Ji Yuan's soul power level, the netherworld flames around its body became even hotter and hotter. Flashing soul. Shoo! Lightning surged, and a giant black wolf appeared. The blue dots on Champa's hair also became brighter, and the powerful fluctuations expanded and contracted with its breathing. Looking at the 2 beasts, a gentle smile appeared on Ji Yuan's face. Mugu. Next came his 3rd beast, the life-giving spirit. Lively and cute elves appear. He opened his eyes and looked around curiously, then his gaze stopped on Ji Yuan. Perhaps it's because of his promotion to the 5th rank. His eyes seemed to contain endless stars, becoming deep and gloomy. "Is this where you live?" Mugu walked forward and fell on the bed without hesitation, feeling the softness of the mattress. "Who?" Without waiting for Ji Yuan to say anything, she suddenly sat up, frowned, pouting, looking angry. "What's wrong?" Ji Yuan was stunned by her strange look. Unexpectedly, Mugu stood up, walked to Ming and Champa, stretched out his hands, pinched the hair of the 2 beasts, and said angrily, "You two, who said I was rude just now?" "Ah?" Ji Yuan was confused. But the next second, he saw Ming nodding his head towards Champa, as if he was identifying him. A low growl came from Champa's throat, and his mouth opened and closed as if he was speaking. "If you scolded, it must be you." Mugu let go of Ming at once, grabbed Champa's mane with both hands, and shook him left and right. Champa was crawling on the ground, whimpering for help to Ji Yuan. This scene made him stand there in a daze. After a while, the giant wolf, who was completely subdued by the elf, lay on the ground, buried its big head in its chest, and covered its eyes with its 2 front paws, as if saying, "Woo woo woo, I am too embarrassed to see anyone." Ji Yuan looked at Mugu, who was clapping his hands with a smug look on his face, and said incredulously, "You can communicate with them?" "Of course, this is the ability of the elves." Mugu raised his chin slightly, with an expression that said, "There's a lot you don't know." Seeing this, he burst out laughing. "Bite!" At this time, the cell phone rang. When he picked it up and took a look, he saw Zhao Shan sending a private message with a grimace and the caption, "Come out quickly, everyone is waiting for you." "Wait for me? Where?" "Boundless Square." "Good." Putting away his phone, he waved his hand and took Ming and Champa back to the beast taming space. "Would you like to come with me?" Ji Yuan looked at Mu Ge. Although strictly speaking, she is a beast tamer. But seriously, can you really just treat an elf that can talk and has its own thoughts as a beast? I'm sleepy. Mu Ge thought about it seriously and answered. Upon hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately wanted to take her back to the beast taming space. I want to sleep here. Who knows, she pointed to the big bed behind her and said. This is my bed. Ji Yuan was a little hesitant. What's wrong? The eyes of the life-giving elf were full of confusion and innocence. You are the only one who can sleep in your bed? Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Ji Yuan waved his hand and had to let her do as she pleased. Anyway, now that the beast taming space has been opened up, he can recall Mu Ge at the first opportunity no matter where he is. After getting consent, Mu Ge jumped onto the bed, with a look of comfort on her perfect face. This was the first time she slept on a bed in her life. Perhaps it was because she was too comfortable. It only took her 3 seconds from lying down to falling asleep. Seeing this, Ji Yuan shook his head helplessly and prepared to go to the appointment. But the moment the door was opened. Surprise! A clean white male face suddenly appeared in front of me. Ji Yuan was startled and almost threw a punch out reflexively. But when he saw the person in front of him clearly, he asked in surprise, Zhao Shan? Not only him, but also Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin, and Su Xinyan were in the dormitory living room. Everybody is here. Why are you here? Ji Yuan was stunned. At the same time, as the door of the room slowly opened, Zhao Shan, who was closest to the room, caught a glimpse of a person lying on the bed in the room. What the hell? Zhao Shan was startled at first, then he seemed to realize something, took a step forward, grabbed the door and was about to close it. Etc. Suddenly, from the back, Mu Shuxin shouted. Old Ji! Why didn't you tell me before you did this so I could cover for you? Zhao Shan whispered to him. What's the meaning? Ji Yuan was confused. At this time, Mu Shuxin walked forward step by step, tilted her head, and looked into Ji Yuan's room. When she actually saw a graceful figure in a light green gauze dress lying on the bed, her pretty face changed color, and she exclaimed in disbelief. At the same time, Su Su, Zhong Xian and Su Xin also gathered together. When they saw Mu Ge sleeping soundly, everyone had a different expression. A sly smile appeared on Su Su's lips, and he secretly gave Ji Yuan a thumbs up. Zhong Xian scratched his head with a silly smile, looking at his elder brother with eyes full of admiration. As for the silent girl, she was shocked at first, and then a hint of shyness and loss appeared on her cheeks. In this short minute, there were 6 people in dormitory 811 and 6 different expressions. Only Zhao Shan looked disappointed. It was also at this time that Ji Yuan suddenly realized why these guys were like this. He quickly turned around to look at the bed, only to see Mu Ge sleeping soundly with his arms around the quilt. This scene is indeed extremely easy to be misunderstood. Ji Yuan slapped his forehead immediately, and said awkwardly and speechlessly, It's not what you think. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, after he said this, several people looked at him with indescribable eyes. This. I can't wash myself clean even if I jump into the Yellow River. Chapter 101 Warmth. Tisk. Right now, at this moment. Dormitory 811, in the living room. Ji Yuan was sitting on a bench. In front of him, Zhao Shan and the other 4 sat down in an orderly manner. They all looked at him and the sleepy elf beside him with scrutiny. You said this is a beast? Su Su looked at Mu Ge, and after sizing her up and down, his eyes were still filled with amazement. In terms of appearance and figure alone, Mu Ge was better than the 2 women present. You're kidding! He really found it difficult to associate this kind of beauty with the words, beast tamer, together. Su Su leaned close to Zhong Xian's ear and whispered, Old 4, learn from your boss. If you get caught doing something bad in the future, just say that the other person is a beast master. Get lost! Ji Yuan's face darkened. Then, he looked at them helplessly and said, She is an elf, so she can't be considered a beast master in the traditional sense. Do you understand? Elves? After these words were spoken, the 5 people suddenly realized. At the same time, the 5 people also noticed the girl's pointed little ears. Phew! You scared me to death! Zhao Shan let out a long sigh. I was saying, how could the old G I know be that kind of casual person? The 2 women also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Mu Shixin stood up and came to Mu Ji's side. She blinked her big eyes and kept looking at her. She couldn't help but say, as expected of an elf. She is really beautiful. After she said this, Su Xinyan hesitated for a moment, then stood up, walked over and looked at her carefully. Being surrounded by 2 women like this, Mu Ge felt a little uncomfortable, so he pouted and looked at Ji Yuan and said, Master, I want to sleep, I want to rest. Before she could finish her words, Ji Yuan waved his hand and took her back into the beast taming space. However, her words were still heard by the 5 people present. What did she call you just now? In an instant, Ji Yuan covered his face with his hands, wanting to cry but without tears, and wanted to die. After more than 10 minutes, in order to avoid any misunderstanding, Ji Yuan briefly recounted the process of his meeting with Mu Ge. Of course, it is an improved version. So, she has been trapped in the Grey Forest? Mu Shixin's eyes were full of pity. This elf was too pitiful. Su Xin also pursed her lips, her pretty face full of heartache. How else can I put it? Girls do have strong empathy. However, what Ji Yuan didn't expect was that there was another person who was also moved. Brother, you are willing to let her absorb your vitality. You are such a reliable and good man. Zhong Xian, the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also had tears in his eyes after hearing this. This is a bit exaggerated. Ji Yuan waved his hands, finally clarifying the huge misunderstanding. After taking a breath, he asked, So, didn't we say we would meet at Weia Square? Why are all of you here? To prepare a surprise party for you, of course. As Mu Shixin spoke, the royal ring in her hand flashed, and then a huge cream cake appeared on the table. On the surface of the cake, the words, Come on, you are the best, were written crookedly with colorful jam. The cake was made by Xin, and the words were drawn by me, so don't complain that it's ugly. Mu Shixin put her hands on her waist and smiled brightly. And more! At the same time, Zhao Shan took out a coin from his royal ring, placed it on the table, and said, We 3 saved up our points for a few days and went to the Holy Dragon Tower to buy this for you. What's the name of this thing? Zhao Shan couldn't remember for a moment, and looked at Su Su and Zhong Xian. Challenge! You still have the nerve to be second after being so dumb? You bastard! If it weren't for old G, I would have to punish you today. Zhao Shan waved his fist, and in Su Su's rolling eyes he looked at Ji Yuan. It's okay, old G, it's not shameful for us to lose to a 5th grade person. We believe that you will definitely win back. When the time comes, just use this challenge order. Damn Kushwanji! His words made the other 4 people nod at the same time. The result of today's duel was widely publicized by Kushwanji and his lackeys. They even came up with the slogan, There are gaps among champions in major competitions. After all, he is a senior student who has been enrolled for 3 years, and as a student of the Imperial Academy, Kushwanji still has some appeal. After the duel, everyone who was taking a break heard the relevant events and the remarks mocking Ji Yuan. In Zhao Shan's opinion, Ji Yuan had come all the way from Linyan City. Although there were some setbacks during the city competition, he had never lost. Even on the final stage, he miraculously defeated Zhang Bao. So, in order to take care of his emotions after this failure, a few people formed a group and discussed the matter for a day. After thinking a lot, I found that Ji Yuan didn't seem to need anything special. In the end, Su Xin and Mu Shixin suggested making a cake, while Zhao Shan and the other 2 thought of buying challenge orders. Zhao Shan would make sure Ji Yuan stayed in the dormitory all day, and then wait for the moment he opened the door to give him a big surprise. So that's how it is. Ji Yuan could see the most sincere concern in the eyes of the 5 people. For no reason, he felt a pang of sadness in his nose, and a surge of warmth in his heart. Thanks. Ji Yuan tried hard to suppress his emotions, his voice becoming slightly hoarse. Zhao Shan put his hand on his shoulder and smiled. Several people smiled at the same time. But have you eaten yet? This warm scene was broken by the sound of Su Su swallowing his saliva. Noticing everyone's gaze, he quickly explained. You don't know, the cakes my sister makes are delicious. Besides, it's almost 8 o'clock now. I'm so hungry. In a blink of an eye, the 6 people each held a piece of cake, eating and chatting, and the scene was harmonious. So, Miss Su actually carries a complete set of equipment with her? After taking a bite of cake and putting it into his mouth, Zhao Shan looked at Su Xinyan opposite him in surprise. My sister's equipment is very valuable. She bought it from Keji Yuan. Su Su was very proud, as if he had made the cake. Then why didn't you demonstrate it live in the Beast King's secret realm? Zhao Shan teased. In that situation, did you have time to eat cake? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This guy really says whatever he thinks. He still remembered the scene in the Beast King's secret realm when Zhao Shan was frightened by a giant spider and cried for his parents. That's right. You were so scared that you peed your pants. Even if I did it, you wouldn't be able to eat it. Su Xinyan followed up Ji Yuan's words and spoke in a tender voice. This silent girl always becomes active when she is confronting Zhao Shan. Cut! Zhao Shan turned his head away, looking as if he didn't want to pay attention to you. Wetting your pants? There is such a thing? Sister, tell me about it. Su Su would not miss any opportunity to laugh at Zhao Shan, and his eyes lit up immediately. Get lost! Su Xin, if you dare to say that, we will break up. Zhao Shan suddenly became anxious. Don't be afraid of him, Xin, tell me quickly. I want to hear it too. Mu Shuxin also joined in the laughter. Zhong Xian sat in the corner, watching quietly with a simple smile on his face. At this time, Ji Yuan suddenly said, I have something to tell you. He spoke, and the scene froze. Just now, I was promoted to the 5th rank. I am now a 5th rank Beastmaster. Chapter 102? I'll give you 3 seconds. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Yuan. After a while, Zhao Shan swallowed the cake in his mouth. Really? Ji Yuan smiled, faintly revealing a hint of soul power. Boom! In an instant, the 5 people present all felt a terrifying pressure like that of a prehistoric beast. The trace of soul power he revealed was like a big hand that suddenly grabbed the throats of the 5 people, causing them to hold their breathing at the same time. In just a moment, the soul power was taken back. Are you still human? How can someone go from the entry level of beast taming to the 5th level in just 3 months? Mu Shuxin's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but speak out what was really in her mind. Zhao Shan and Su Xin deeply agreed with this statement. Su Su and Zhong Xian, who didn't fully understand Ji Yuan's background, almost dropped their jaws in shock after hearing this. The 2 of them stared at Ji Yuan as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes almost popping out. Haha! My brothers are awesome! Zhao Shan even hugged Ji Yuan directly, tears of excitement coming out. Su Xinyan sat beside him, gazing at his handsome face, her eyes sparkling. Old Ji! Is it because you lost to that damn Kushwanji that you were suddenly possessed by the god of taming beasts, opening up your Ren and Du meridians and advancing to the 5th rank? Zhao Shan was so happy. 5th rank. This was the same rank as his uncle Lu. It's not as mysterious as you say. Ji Yuan smiled. Is it because of losing to Kushwanji? He thought it was because of the upgrade of the Emperor's Atlas. After all, the Emperor's Atlas had just been upgraded, and the opportunity to advance to the 5th rank had arrived. At this time, Su Su came to his senses and grabbed the challenge order. What are you going to do? His movements were so large that everyone was confused. Of course it's a challenge to Kushwanji, Su Su said excitedly. Didn't this bastard bully old Ji Lupin? Now let's see who is afraid of who. Are you crazy? Zhao Shan snatched the challenge order and shouted angrily. Why, will you fight Kushwanji when the time comes? Old Ji just advanced and is not even stable yet, what are you fighting for? Su Su was stunned by his scolding. Inside the room, Mu Shuxin and Zhong Xian looked at him with confusion in their eyes. His sister Su Xinyan's brows were filled with anger. If there weren't so many people around, she would probably have directly reprimanded him harshly. Yes, I'm sorry. Su shrank his head and whispered. It's all because of the arrogant remarks Kushwanji made in the academy after he won. It's so frustrating. Damn it, he obviously won the duel because of his rank advantage, but he still said smugly, there is still a gap between the champions of the competition. I really can't help it. Zhao Shan sneered. What's going on here? Have you forgotten everything that happened during the city competition? Wasn't it much worse back then than it is now? However, Kushwanji's lackey is indeed extremely abominable. When the duel just ended, they were still sitting in the classroom, and they had already heard a series of remarks such as, there is a gap between champions in a competition. The black and gold light column is nothing more than that. And so on. If they really had to say what they hated, they only hated that they were also of the 6th rank, and could not fight back for Ji Yuan. Don't worry, I will get back the money. Now, let's not talk about these things. It's a surprise party, let's have some fun. Ji Yuan smiled and raised the cake in his hand, changing the subject. Seeing this, everyone put their unhappiness behind them, and the house returned to a joyful atmosphere. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early morning. Ji Yuan, class starts at 9:30 today, don't forget. Early in the morning, Lei Shi took the initiative to call him. With the end of yesterday's duel, there is no place for Ji Yuan among Jin Bai's more than 100 emperors. Now that he has become a first-year student, he should report to the transition class. But the academy has had a secret rule since ancient times. Students of the black gold light column can enjoy the same treatment even if they are not born into the royal family. The reason why it is a secret rule is that the 6 people who triggered the black and gold light columns before Ji Yuan all entered the school with the strength of the 5th rank. Even if challenged, there is no way you can fail. Therefore, this rule was never implemented and was gradually forgotten. Lei Shi called him today as a reminder. Now. Teaching building, Imperial student floor. Ji Yuan arrived 10 minutes early. He walked into the classroom, making the noisy atmosphere suddenly still. Huh! Didn't he lose to Senior Ke? Why is he here? Could it be that I walked into the wrong classroom? Ha! A glance across the entire venue. While Kushwanji is away, his 3 lackeys are very active. Taming had her blue hair draped over her shoulders and was looking out the window, seemingly not wanting to pay attention to the noise in the classroom. Ji Yuan discovered that his desk and chair had been moved away from their original positions and had been taken over by a new guy to sit together with Kushwanji's 3 lackeys. I see. Kushwanji really has a good plan. Let the first-year student challenge you, and then deliberately make him lose. Then he took the opportunity to challenge Ji Yuan, who was a 6th rank official, and restore his status as an emperor. In this way, he not only brought his new lackey into the class, but also killed the thorn in his side, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, the 4 lackeys were mocking loudly, repeating the words. There are still gaps among champions of major competitions. The rest of the students all looked at Ji Yuan with interest, wondering whether he would suppress his anger and leave in frustration, or would he attack out of anger? But in their opinion, leaving in frustration was his only option. After all, he was only a 6th grade rank. Just as everyone was staring at him, Ji Yuan finally moved. His face was calm as he slowly walked towards the 4 lackeys. Yo-ho! What, you're not convinced? Do you want to fight again? The 4 lackeys were amused by his behavior. A mere 6th rank, what kind of trouble could he cause? Move my desk and chair back to their original positions within 3 seconds. Ji Yuan stopped in front of the 4 people, neither happy nor angry, and spoke calmly. When these words were spoken, everyone was a little surprised. Is Ji Yuan crazy? There are 4 5th-grade enemies on the opposite side. How can he, a 6th-grade enemy, have the courage to speak like that? At the same time, Taming, who had been looking out the window, also retracted her gaze and looked at him. The 4 lackeys looked at each other in bewilderment, and then burst into exaggerated laughter at the same time. 1. No need to count, just tell us what you want to do, ha ha ha. You didn't go crazy after losing to Senior Ke, did you? 2. Humph! You are so shameless! Let alone the 4 of us, the fluctuations emitted by my sea of soul power can crush you to death. The newly promoted lackey, eager to show off, immediately laughed cruelly and released his soul power fluctuations without reservation. 3. Boom! When Ji Yuan finished speaking, a wave of soul power that made all the emperors present change their expressions drastically exploded. This kind of pressure! The bald man Zhang Wen and Tang Yi both had their pupils shrink. Chapter 103, Maintenance of the Beast Taming Space. The newly promoted lackey's smug smile instantly turned into horror. The moment his soul power came into contact with Ji Yuan, it seemed as if it was dragged into a strange space by some force. Before my eyes was the boundless starry sky of the universe formed by the gathering of countless dark soul powers. This is... His voice was hoarse, and a feeling of loneliness and depression surged into his heart like a tide. In this vast universe, he felt endless and terrifying soul power surging. Didn't you say that you could crush me to death with just the fluctuation of soul power? Sudden. A handsome face emerged from the universe and occupied his entire field of vision. A mere ocean thinks it can compete with the galaxy? Roll! Moment. The new lackey suddenly opened his eyes, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, staring at the handsome young man in front of him, trembling constantly. Ji Yuan continued to release his soul pressure, which was one of the characteristics after he was promoted to the 5th rank. The remaining 3 lackeys also looked terrified. They had never felt this level of pressure, even from their senior, Ke. What on earth is going on with Ji Yuan? He was still a 6th rank yesterday. How come he became a 5th rank today? Put my desk and chair back where they belong, he said again calmly. At this moment, the 4 lackeys who only bullied the weak and feared the strong immediately hurriedly put his table and chair back to their original positions, without even the slightest deviation. Then, the 4 of them were no longer as arrogant as before. They stood there timidly, looking at Ji Yuan. The pressure from his soul power was so terrifying that they couldn't muster any resistance at all. It felt like they were facing Instructor Lei. Ji Yuan walked forward 1 step at a time, walked past the 4 people, pulled out a stool and sat down. You have advanced to the 5th rank? The classroom was silent, with only Tang Yi's cold voice ringing out. Happen. Ji Yuan turned around and smiled lightly. But he just downplayed it, while others in their hearts took a deep breath. You know, since ancient times, the 5th grade students who triggered the black gold light column were basically invincible at the same level. Will Ji Yuan be an exception? Thinking back to the terrifying soul power he had just emitted, for some reason, some people began to think that Ji Yuan would be stronger than those people. After all, in addition to the title of 5th rank Beast Master, he also possesses special qualifications and a Beast Master with mythical bloodline. 4 words, the culmination of all. Once people of this level enter the 5th rank, they will be invincible and unstoppable, just like their seniors in the past. Good. After getting his answer, Tang Yi nodded and said nothing more. Just then, a handsome man with silver hair and brown eyes walked into the classroom. The 4 lackeys rushed to greet him as if they had seen a savior. Seeing the 4 people looking extremely aggrieved, Kushwanji was stunned for a moment, but then he frowned. Just as he was about to speak, the lackey who had the best relationship with him grabbed him and shook his head. He has been promoted to the 5th rank. The lackey's whisper reached Kushwanji's ears, causing his pupils to shrink involuntarily. After a moment, he remained calm and led the 4 people back to their seats. The new lackey moved a new table and chairs, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes when he looked at Ji Yuan. He will never forget the scene he saw when his soul power collided with Ji Yuan. The boundless universe and the galaxy will be engraved in his memory forever. Ji Yuan never looked at Kushwanji from beginning to end, and asked Tang Yi some questions. Senior Yi, what are the ways to spend the coupons in the academy? He still has 9,500 points in his hand, which should be considered a huge sum of money, right? Tickets are the only currency in Shitian City. Try to save them and don't spend them on unnecessary things. Tang Yi replied. Shitian City is the prosperous urban area that I saw when I first rode the Frost Peak Griffin. Unnecessary things. Can you give me some consumption advice, senior? You have just been promoted to the 5th rank. You should use your points to buy space stones and beast control skill cores. Space stone? Tang Yi's words stunned him. What was this? Damn it, I am like an illiterate. How come I have never heard of any of these? No, I can't just think about becoming stronger all day long. I still need to learn more information. Of course, a better way to get information is to ask professionals rather than reading books. For example, Tanhee. He hasn't contacted Tanhee for a long time. There is also the dean of Xingtian College. He also did not forget the agreement to be promoted to the 5th grade when he entered school. There is also an upgrade function for the Emperor's Atlas, but he hasn't had time to check it out yet. After doing the math, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have left a lot of things unfinished. Classmates. At this time, Leisure finally appeared. He stepped into the classroom, first glanced at the entire room, and then his eyes suddenly fixed on Ji Yuan. 5th grade. A gleam of light flashed in Leisure's eyes, and he immediately started today's class. Perhaps because Ji Yuan had also been promoted to the 5th rank, in this class, he explained the maintenance of the beast taming space. After one class, Ji Yuan had a comprehensive understanding of the beast taming space. It is not just a place to store beasts, it can also be turned into a training place for beasts. The so-called beast taming space maintenance is to use the space stone mentioned by Tanhee. Space stone is a product of technology. It is divided into 3 categories: treatment, skills, and training. As the name suggests, the healing space stone will significantly improve the healing efficiency of the beast taming space after installation, and may even have unexpected effects. Skill-type space stones can help the beast master better understand the core of the skills and speed up the process of learning skills. As for the cultivation of space stones, the aspects involved are more complicated. According to Leisure, it is more inclined towards scientific researchers. It is of no use to them and they don't need to understand it. Simply put, the energy of the space stone will be depleted every once in a while and needs to be replenished, which is maintenance. The price of this thing varies, and you get what you pay for. The higher the price, the stronger the corresponding effect, and vice versa. As the class was coming to an end, everyone except Ji Yuan was absent-minded. After all, this was a class specifically for Ji Yuan, and they had already learned this basic knowledge. Seeing this, Leisure knocked on the blackboard, ready to end today's class. We will go out for actual combat training tomorrow. Please be prepared when you get down. Gather at the entrance of the academy at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Ji Yuan, Tanhee, the 2 of you stay for a while. Everyone else, get out of class is over. After saying this, the others got up and left. Before leaving, Kushwanji glanced at Ji Yuan with a hint of provocation. But then, he saw a challenge order suddenly appear in Ji Yuan's hand. After a moment, buzz! The first-class student on the silver list, Ji Yuan, challenges the Emperor student on the gold list, Kushwanji. Chapter 104? 5th Rank Showdown. In the classroom, the students who had not yet left stopped and looked at Ji Yuan in surprise, while some who had already left came back with a mentality of watching spectators and were very interested. Snort! Kushwanji sneered continuously. He took out the challenge order and chose to accept the challenge in front of everyone. At the same time, the duel information is sent to the 2 challenge orders in real time. Afternoon, 2 o'clock, 4th duel field. Everyone thought to themselves, it's going to be a good show. Kushwanji did not stop. After giving Ji Yuan a fierce look, he left with his 4 lackeys. After most of the students had left, and only Ji Yuan and Tanhee were left, Leisure walked down from the podium. Avenge is a must? Teacher Lei looked at him with a smile. Ji Yuan also smiled and did not answer. I was originally planning to let you and he go out for a while, but since your duel is in the afternoon, you don't have to go. Leisure said to Tanhee. The outbound team needs support. You are going to go on a long journey. It will probably take a week. The cold goddess nodded. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Today, all the students in dormitory 811 skipped classes and came to the 4th duel arena early and occupied the front row. Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan also asked for leave from their respective mentors to come and cheer for Ji Yuan. There were also quite a few people watching this duel. Didn't these 2 just fight yesterday? Why are they here again today? Besides, isn't Ji Yuan a 6th rank master? How dare he challenge me? Is he stupid? I can't say for sure. No one will rush to embarrass themselves. Ji Yuan must have something to rely on. The onlookers had different opinions. Most of them just wanted to watch the fun and would not really support anyone. Of course, Ji Yuan and Kushwanji's relatives and friends are different. Especially Kushwanji, whose appearance is outstanding and whose cold and infatuated personality has attracted many admirers in his 3 years at school. After the battle yesterday, the words humiliating Ji Yuan were able to spread so quickly, also because of the help of these admirers. At this moment, a group of female classmates, holding bouquets in their hands, were like a complete cheerleading team, cheering for Kushwanji in the crowd. This scene made Zhao Shan and Su Su jealous, and they shouted for Ji Yuan, while Zhong Xian used his strong body to wave the flag given to him by Zhao Shan. At the same time, Mu Xuxin tied her hair into a burgundy ponytail, rolled up her sleeves, and jumped around to cheer for Ji Yuan. She was extremely beautiful, and at this moment she was not shy at all and was full of energy, which attracted a lot of people's attention. The duel hadn't even started yet, but the crowd was already arguing loudly. This level of duel is rarely seen on a normal day. On the ring, Kushwanji listened to the cheers from the audience and sneered. Today, I will let you know that even if you are promoted to the 5th rank, you are not qualified to shout in front of me. You think too much. Ji Yuan shook his head. I still have a lot of things to deal with. By comparison, dealing with you is just a matter of convenience. He spoke the most contemptuous words in the calmest tone. Kushwanji showed no emotion, but a fierce light flashed in his eyes. When the referee saw that both players were ready, he briefly repeated the rules and announced the start of the fight. Boom! In an instant, a black panther surrounded by thunder appeared beside Kushwanji. Next, there was a tall giant ape with flames flowing. As soon as these two beasts appeared, they flew out. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange beast lurking in the shadow of the flaming giant ape. Don't hold back when you strike. Although he was sarcastic, Kushwanji knew very well that Ji Yuan was not an idiot. Yesterday's battle, when he was still at the 6th level, caught him off guard. So today, facing Ji Yuan, who has been promoted to the 5th rank, he will definitely not be careless. One move and it's over. The other side. Starlight surged in Ji Yuan's eyes, and Ning and Shampa appeared instantly. Activate Resonance Light and Shadow Assault. Roar! Ouch! The Qilin Auspicious Beast and the Thunder Wolf Lord howled, and then the two beasts rushed out at the same time. Under everyone's gaze, the blue and white Qilin beast suddenly split into two. At the same time, the figure of the sturdy Thunder Wolf began to become extremely blurred. In the blink of an eye, it also transformed into several identical figures. Swish! Boom! With the fusion of netherworld flames and lightning and thunder, a strange fog that was impenetrable was formed, covering the entire arena. What kind of move is this? Kushwanji's pupils contracted. In his sight, Ming and Shampa split into two, then into three, endlessly. Moreover, the split individuals are so real that it is impossible to tell the true from the false. He had been a beastmaster for so many years, but he had never seen such a strange and unpredictable move. Which beast's skill was this? However, he is not an ordinary beastmaster after all. He immediately came up with a plan in his mind and directly recalled the three beasts that were leading the charge. Black Wind! Dear Cloud! Aurora! Kushwanji whispered, and three beasts appeared beside him. The first one was a male lion with black and gold hair. The second one was a brown elk with gorgeous long horns. The third one is a light attributed white snake as thick as an arm. Ming and Shampa are getting closer and closer, and the illusions created by the two beasts are real and fake, making it difficult to distinguish. Black Wind, use Wind Evil Roar! Lu Yun, release the penetrating holy light! Aurora, cast Sky Spin! Kushwanji shouted loudly. The three beast masters executed immediately. First, the black and gold lion tensed its body, and as its soul power surged, it let out a deafening and fierce roar towards the front. Visible gale force spread out as it roared, tearing apart all the phantoms it touched. Look at the brown elk again. It lowered its head and pointed its gorgeous long horns to the right. Swish! A beam of light containing terrifying fluctuations shot out, and any phantom hit by the beam disappeared instantly. Finally, the white snake named Aurora climbed on Kushwanji's arm, spitting out its tongue, and with some kind of guidance, a dazzling whirlwind began to roll up on the field. The triple attack of the three beasts was so powerful that Kushwanji was confident that Ji Yuan would not be able to break it in a short time. He looked at the phantom that was constantly being torn apart and destroyed, and the corners of his mouth gradually curved up. He was playing tricks on people, and he would destroy as many phantoms as there were. Call out! Suddenly, Kushwanji suddenly felt his heart tighten. He was horrified and shouted, "Black Wind, launch a bloodthirsty attack from behind!" At the same time, he took a step forward and turned around to look. Right behind him, a giant black wolf appeared out of nowhere and pounced towards him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, his black wind jumped out and smashed the giant wolf to pieces. Another phantom. Seeing this scene, Kushwanji's pupils shook violently. At the same time, a terrifying wave that caused his soul to tremble suddenly emerged from the right side. Oops. In his field of vision, a handsome young man with calm eyes gently placed his right palm on his chest. Then, he only heard Ji Yuan's cold voice. Soul shock. Bang! Chapter 105 Crazy Cheerleaders. Inside the fourth duel arena. Because of the resonance, and the sudden attack of light and shadow, the people on the stage couldn't see what was happening inside. All one could feel was powerful elemental fluctuations surging. But when an extremely terrifying soul shock occurred, the fog that blocked the vision finally dissipated gradually. On the stage, Ji Yuan stood tall. Beside him, the auspicious Qilin beast and the Thunder Wolf Lord stood on his left and right, exuding infinite momentum. Hiss! And when their eyes turned to the other person, everyone was dumbfounded. Kushwanji was seen kneeling on the ground, his hands hanging limply, his head tilted back, his mouth slightly open, his eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness in this indescribable posture. I won! The first one to react was Zhao Shan. He turned around suddenly, grabbed Su Su and yelled, Old G won! Su Su also raised his hands and shouted, and the two of them went crazy with joy. Brother! Zhong Xian was so excited that he couldn't express it in words and could only wave the flag in his hand wildly. Wow! Haha, Ji Yuan is awesome, Ji Yuan is the best! Mu Shuxin even turned on the mocking mode and made faces at Kushwanji's cheerleaders. Only Su Xinyan stood quietly behind the cheers of Zhao Shan and the others, her starry eyes focused on Ji Yuan's back. He is getting better and better. Can I still keep up with him? The other sighed. Kushwanji's four lackeys looked at each other in bewilderment. They had not expected this to be the outcome. Ji Yuan is a first-year student. He defeated Kushwanji, just like yesterday. He will replace Kushwanji's status as an emperor student. The more crucial point is that Kushwanji is not a student of the Black Gold Light Column. After losing his status as an emperor student, he has to leave the top floor and go to the transition class. Without Kushwanji, wouldn't the four of them be bullied to death by Ji Yuan? What to do? The four of them were dumbfounded and had no idea what to do for a moment. Kushwanji's cheerleaders stared at him in dismay as he knelt on the stage. Suddenly, they felt that this handsome silver-haired guy was not so handsome after all. Looking at this handsome young man with two dazzling beasts, he immediately became pleasing to the eye. Ji Yuan! A little while later. Among the cheerleaders, one person raised his hand hesitantly. But unexpectedly, when one person raised his hand, everyone responded. In an instant, the cheerleaders changed their tone, holding up their bouquets and shouting, Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! This scene stunned Zhao Shan and the others. What the hell? Old Ji defeated the opposing cheerleaders? Zhao Shan and Su Su were dumbfounded. Mu Shuxin looked displeased and cursed in her heart, very dirty words. Zhong Xian continued to wave the flag, but because he was too excited, the flagpole finally couldn't bear the weight and broke. The upper part of the flag, connected to the wooden pole, drew an arc in the air and accurately fell into the crowd, hitting Kushwanji's serval face. The four were startled by the sudden attack and were filled with anger. But just as he was about to start cursing, he saw the words on the banner, Ji Yuan is invincible. For a moment, several people lost their temper. As the duel ended, the students who had been watching the excitement dispersed. Ji-yuan jumped down from the stage, and felt a little warm in his heart when he saw Zhao Shan and the other 5 were all there. Senior Ji-yuan! Sudden! Before I could say anything, a loud scream suddenly sounded from behind. He turned around in surprise, only to see a group of heavily made-up female classmates casting fiery glances at him. Who are these people? Ji-yuan shuddered. Snort! Ji-yuan just finished the game and needs to rest. What do you want to do? Unexpectedly, Mu Xuxin took a step forward and directly stopped the group of cheerleaders. Mu Xuxin let down her ponytail and lightly touched her burgundy hair with her hand, revealing her undisguised contempt. Her figure and appearance were already extremely outstanding, and the aura of the first wife she exuded at this moment made the cheerleaders stop in their tracks. After a moment, the pretty cheerleader standing at the front asked tentatively, Are you his girlfriend? Ah? The momentum that Mu Xuxin had just created collapsed instantly, and she said awkwardly, No, it's not. Then why do you stop us? The cheerleaders immediately rolled their eyes and walked past her to Ji-yuan. Senior Ji-yuan, you are so handsome. Yes, Senior, can I add you as my friend? How about having dinner together, Senior? For a moment, it was like many sparrows chirping in my ears, making it very annoying. You guys don't. Sudden. Su Xinyan didn't know where she got the courage from, but she used her petite body to stand in front of Ji-yuan and separate him from these fanatical female classmates. Are you his girlfriend? Ah? No. Then why do you stop us? After saying that, the silent girl was about to be pulled away by them. That's enough. At this time, Ji-yuan couldn't help it anymore, frowned and said coldly, Go find other people to play your house games, don't bother me. After saying that, he pulled Su Xinyan behind him and waved to Mu Xuxin behind him. Then, he took the 5 people away. The cheerleaders who were yelled at by him looked at each other. Then, So handsome. So cool. We like this one. Walking on the way back to the dormitory, Ji-yuan covered his forehead, feeling extremely helpless. On the side, Zhao Shan and Su Su were laughing so hard that they were out of breath. From time to time, they would imitate and say in a mixed voice, Senior Ji-yuan, follow me, puff! Ha ha! Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan both had gloomy faces and looked very depressed. I'm really impressed. Old Ji has only been in school for a week? And he's already become a senior? Zhao Shan couldn't stop smiling. Su Su wiped away his tears and said, You are stupid. Here, it is not about the time you entered school, but your ability. Only the strong ones deserve to be called seniors. What do you think, Senior Ji-yuan? Puff! Ha! Su Su, you really learned that one. Zhao Shan and Su Su laughed endlessly. Ji-yuan's mouth twitched slightly and he shouted angrily, Old 4! Yes, big brother! The serious Zhong Xian immediately grabbed the necks of the 2 men on the left and right with his strong arms, like catching chickens, so that they could no longer laugh. Cough! Wrong! When they separated, Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan seemed to be in low spirits. Ji-yuan, who was emotionally dull, didn't think much about it. Returning to the dormitory and walking into his room, Ji-yuan immersed his mind in the black gold imperial ring. He needed to look for the point card. Since it was still early, he planned to visit the skill core hall later. But while searching, he suddenly found a white envelope in the corner. This is... Where did the envelope come from? With a wave of his hand, the envelope appeared in his palm. In the lower right corner, there are 3 beautiful small characters written. Jiangqi grew. I remember. At that time, Qingqin handed him this letter in the Blue Sky Welfare Home in Linyan City. At that time, I was busy with Ming's advancement and forgot to open it and read it. Thinking of this, Ji-yuan gently opened the envelope. The first line of words he saw made his body stiffen. Chapter 106? Letter from 6 years ago. Yuan, I'm leaving. Today is the 3rd day since you left the welfare home, and I miss you very much. Lin Yinjia said she didn't want to go to school. She thought that instead of wasting 3 years in high school, it would be better to learn beast taming knowledge in advance. As long as she can enter Chengfeng Beast Taming Academy in the future, she will be able to rise to prominence, become a beast taming star, and make a lot of money. I don't agree with her idea. More than being famous, making money, or anything else, I want to stay with you forever. I miss you so much. You've only been away for 3 days, but to me it feels like a year. I still remember that from childhood to adulthood, we always sat together and fantasized about how nice it would be to have a warm home. Today, a couple who often come to the orphanage decided to adopt me. I was very happy, but also felt a little scared. Because they are taking me to a city far, far away, so far that I may never see you again. I miss you so much. Or rather, I like you. I know you're such a fool, you'll never realize it unless I tell you. I really like you. Yuan, I am about to leave, leaving this city where you are and where our memories are. I can no longer eat the candy you bought me. The envelope stopped abruptly. It was as if there were endless words that had not been said. The writing is blurry near the end. Ji Yuan gently stroked it with his fingers, and a scene seemed to appear in front of him, showing a young girl crying and writing. Jiangqi grew. Close your eyes. He let out a shuddering breath. In my mind, there emerged an image of a little girl with her tender face covered in mud. Once upon a time, this girl, like Lin Yinjia, occupied a significant position in his heart. But just because she couldn't make a contract to tame the beast, she was ridiculed by countless people and then forgotten about. You are such a jerk, Ji Yuan. I can only ask him to help find Qingru after I finish the dean's business. The dean of the super college must have a way. Having made up his mind, Ji Yuan carefully folded the envelope and put it away. Take a deep breath and suppress the complicated emotions in your heart. The Emperor's Illustrated Book. Now, it's time to look at the upgrade function of the Emperor's Atlas. Ding! The Emperor's Atlas has been upgraded, unlocking a new feature, Comprehensive Search. It allows the host to search for the remains of the Imperial creatures in the Atlas, and check the number of skeletons of the creatures still existing in the world. Check out the number of skeletons of monarch creatures? In other words, how many remains of the star-peaked griffin could he now check in the world? This function is a bit useless. Even if he found the remains, how could he find them without their location? Never mind. His eyes swept across the Emperor's Atlas. So far, he had unlocked the icons of 23 Emperor-level creatures. It occupies 2 pages of the illustration book in total. Apart from the 18 who recovered from Mugu, the rest are Ming, Shanpa, Xingfen Griffin, Yuhan Demon Goblin, Nine-Tailed Demon Fox, and the most mysterious Lord of the Void. Search. A comprehensive search is underway. Ding! Search complete, Void Lord, number of remains to be absorbed, none. Ah? If I remember correctly, the completeness of this creature is only 1%? There are no other remains in the world? This is the real extinct creature. With a raised brow, he looked at the nine-tailed fox again. This is considered a classic type of beast. If possible, he would like to copy one. Now that he has been promoted to the 5th rank, the number of contracted beasts he can tame is finally no longer restricted. All he has to do is expand his beast taming space. A comprehensive search is underway for the nine-tailed demon fox. Ding! Search complete, nine-tailed fox, number of remains to be absorbed, 6. It is expected that after full absorption, the completeness will reach 70%. Seeing the result, Ji Yuan nodded slightly. Now, the completeness of the remains of the nine-tailed demon fox is 10%. It would be perfect if there was a chance to collect the remaining 6 bones in the future. Thinking of this, I felt a little regretful. Without the location, there would be no way to find him even if I knew where he was. Just luck. Finally, his gaze turned to the star-peaked griffin. Putting aside the phantom frost goblin gifted by the dean, the star-peaked griffin is an emperor-level creature with a relatively high degree of completeness that he has obtained. The remains of the star-peaked griffin are 55% complete. Now, let's see how many of its remains are waiting for us to find. A comprehensive search is underway for the star-peaked griffin. Ding! Search complete, star-peaked griffin, number of remains to be absorbed, none. None! Ji Yuan was stunned. The star-peaked griffin has always been a beast he wanted to contract. However, due to the completeness of the remains, he was reluctant to copy it. His psychological expectation has always been 70%, but now… Well… He put away the Emperor's Atlas and thought about this matter carefully. Well, I want to come out. Suddenly, Muji's lazy voice sounded in my mind. With a wave of his hand, a playful and cute elf appeared out of thin air and sat on the edge of the bed. Her white and tender feet swayed slightly, and she tilted her head to look at Ji Yuan and said, "What's wrong with the master? You look distressed?" "Nothing." Ji Yuan shook his head, but when his eyes moved to her, an information panel popped up. Creature, life spirit. Race, self. Bloodline, adolescence. Attribute, wood. Features, son of all things, able to listen to the voice of nature and communicate with beast creatures. Talent, blow and rebirth. When suffering fatal damage, it will turn into life essence and autonomously find a place full of vitality to grow again. Skill 1, healing, unknown. Skill 2, healing, unknown. Skill 3, extract vitality, revive, unknown. Skill 4, unknown. Skill 5, unknown. At first, her attribute panel was normal. But the more I looked down, it seemed like the system was in chaos. Everything was garbled. What's the matter? Thinking back to all the unknowns when I first made the contract with her, the panel this time is obviously better. Is it because of the upgrade of the Emperor's Atlas? So, only when the Emperor's Atlas is upgraded can he fully understand Mu Ji's information? Master, why are you looking at me like that? Mu Ji's face was full of confusion. Hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately looked away. After a moment's silence, he said, "Well, let's change the name from now on. Master or Master?" Muga pouted, frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, Master." That doesn't sound so weird anymore. After all, Muga is not like Ming and Champa. Her thinking and living habits are definitely closer to humans. If she is left in the beast taming space forever, she will definitely not be able to stay there. So Ji Yuan planned to completely free her, and unless there were some special circumstances, he would let her stay with him all the time. That's why she was asked to change her name. Bringing such a beautiful elf to the academy, being called Master by her all the time, people who don't know me would think I have some quirks. Chapter 107, Finding the Skill Core. In the days that followed, Ji Yuan began to immerse himself in college life. He contacted the dean, who was extremely surprised to learn that he had been promoted to the 5th rank. After a few more compliments, the dean told him that he was not in the college and that the agreed matter could be discussed upon his return. In that case, Ji Yuan was happy to take a short break. Apart from attending classes on time, the rest of the time was either spent hanging out with Zhao Shan and the other two, or being called out by Mu Xuxing to tour the college for various reasons. Of course, this isn't the case every day. Because of Kuxuanji's defeat, he left the top floor and entered the transition class. His lackeys were terrified every day in class, fearing that Ji Yuan would bully them. After all, there are gaps between the 5th grade masters, especially those as abnormally strong as Ji Yuan. However, these 4 lackeys were used to bullying the weak, and one day, Ji Yuan happened to catch them bullying some second-year students. A dog will always eat shit. Then, there was no place for them in the classroom. Ji Yuan asked them to squat during class. Facing this pillar of black and gold light, the champion of the competition, a 5th-grade beastman holding 2 mythical beasts. The 4 dared to be angry but not to speak. The days passed one by one. Soon, a month had passed since he defeated Kuxuanji. After 1 month of enrollment, I have gradually become familiar with college life. This day, after finishing get out of class early, Ji Yuan left the teaching building and went straight to the reading room. The reading room is not a library. It is a place where countless skill cores are stored. It is also one of the most crowded places in the entire college. The reading room is divided into 4 areas according to student ratings. Level 3 area, accessible to all students. The second level area can only be entered by students above level 2. The first level area is naturally for first level students and above. The Imperial area is exclusive to those born under the Imperial family. However, there is another area behind the Imperial area. Inside, there are super rare skill cores that are stored as rewards. Even the Imperial area cannot compare to them. Except for some mentors, only high-level people can enter this area. Ji Yuan, with his authorization card granted by the Dean, can also come and go freely. Over the past month, he has spent more time looking for the core of his skills. Out of caution, he did not go straight to the last area. Instead, start searching from the first level area. The keywords for the search are fire, thunder, electricity, and wood. Although Muga is a beast tamer, due to her uniqueness, she is not restricted by the skills slots like ordinary beast tamers. As long as she is willing, she can learn as many skills as she wants, there is no limit. Unfortunately, after watching the area from the first level to the Emperor area for a month, Ji Yuan still couldn't find a skill core that suited his taste. Today, he decided to visit the last area. After passing through layers of guards, he finally came to a huge black door. At the entrance, there stands a tall stone statue. At the bottom of this statue, there is a card swiping area. Take out the permission card and press it gently. Crack! The huge black gate immediately shrank slowly to the right. When the gap was open enough for him to enter, he stopped. Ji Yuan walked in through the gap. The space behind the door was very spacious, giving people the feeling of a library. Several rows of wooden shelves filled the entire space, and on the shelves, a skill core was placed at intervals. These skill cores sparkle with golden light, and each one is of the highest level. As the giant door closed, under the warm light, Ji Yuan summoned Muga out. Another day of searching for skill cores. Muga yawned, stretched his body a little, and then stepped forward. Don't forget to find Ming's fire core first. After giving the instructions, Ji Yuan also began to examine it. Yes, sir. In this way, the two of them, one on each side, spent an hour reading 4 or 5 rows of bookshelves. The flaming souls surged wildly. The description is a bit poor. After putting down another skill core, Ji Yuan rubbed his tired brows and yawned. Master, come and see this! At this time, the elf's voice sounded, and Ji Yuan hurried over. I saw that Muga was holding a diamond-shaped skill core in his hand. This piece is different from the other golden ones, it has a dark red luster. What attributes? He took it with narrowed eyes. Fire. After getting the answer, he released his soul power and probed into it to see what was going on. Heaven burns, earth destroys. Fire beast taming skill. Prerequisite 1, Fire attribute beast tamer bloodline level requirement, legendary. Necessary condition 2, the beast tamer must be of grade 5 or above. Introduction. Created by the ancient beast master Fin Yen, it uses fire to create a space and pull the enemy into it to greet the end of the world. Just by looking at the basic information, one can feel a strong and hot breath enveloping him. The core of this skill is by no means as simple as the introduction suggests. The sky is burning and the earth is destroyed. What a crazy name. When he saw the founder mentioned in the introduction, his heart skipped a beat. In the ancient times, the Beast King was known as the strongest beast master. But in fact, at that time, there were still several people who were capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with him, among them was Fin Yen. It is worthy of being a super academy, and it actually retains this level of skill core. This is Ming's last skill slot! Ji Yuan was filled with excitement, and searched for treasures for a month. Finally, he found what he wanted in this last area. It is impossible to take the skill core out. You can only make a copy of the core by paying with points. But when he looked at the price of this earth-burning piece of land, he was almost scared to death. 500,000! Ji Yuan rubbed his eyes. Is this a joke? The only way to obtain points is to do part-time work in the academy, except for taking on external missions like last time. However, the salary for a part-time job is only around 1,000 points at most. How long will it take him to save up 500,000? Even if we calculate the salary as 10,000 per mission, he will have to go out 50 times. The most expensive skill core in the Imperial District costs 60,000. It's so annoying. I finally found what I wanted, but I couldn't afford it. How is it? Is it good? On the side, Muga looked at him with blinking eyes. Very good. Very good. Ji Yuan nodded silently and put the skill core back to its original place. Then, under Mu Ji's puzzled gaze, he walked towards the exit. You're not taking it away? I can't afford it, so I can only think about whether there are other ways. I walked to the huge black door and was about to swipe my card when my cell phone suddenly rang. When he saw the sender of the message, he almost thought he had seen it wrong. Tangy, are you used to the college life? Is there anything you are not used to? What's going on? Did she send it to the wrong person? For a moment, Ji Yuan didn't know how to respond. At the same time, the phone vibrated again. It was Zhao Shan calling. Old Ji, Su Xin failed in his challenge to advance to the next round today. 10,000 meters above the sky. A griffin exuding a chill was soaring in the sky. On the back of the griffin, figures stood facing the wind. Jiang Qin Bru. At this time, Tang Yi, who always showed off her coolness, blushed slightly. She looked at the message on her phone that could no longer be withdrawn and gritted her teeth and said, Is this what you mean by checking the time? At the front, the tall woman with flying silver hair gently lifted the hair beside her ear, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yuan, finally I can see you again. Chapter 108, The One I Love. Su Xin failed in his challenge to advance? Yeah, she looks pretty sad. We're in the playground, can you come and give her some comfort? Okay, I'll be right there. The college's playground is on the southeast side. The playground is very large, with a standard green football field and a running track. On the west side, there is a large area of green shade. The three people from dormitory 811 were sitting under the shade of trees, waiting. What's going on? Ji Yuan came riding on the Flash Soul and jumped in front of the three people. Yes. Zhao Shan raised his chin towards the audience on the other side. Mu Shuxin has been with her for a while, but she still keeps her head down and ignores us. Alas, you don't know. Su Su sighed. My sister looks weak, but she is actually very strong at heart. We all passed the promotion challenge this time, but she didn't. This must have been a big blow to her. The Academy holds a promotion challenge every 3 months. The purpose is to allow students from level 3 to level 5 to advance uniformly. Su Su, Zhong Xian, and Mu Shuxin all won the promotion challenge. They are now second-year students. And Su Xinyan, because he failed to defeat his opponent, still remained as a third-level student. In the audience stand, Su Xinyan hugged her legs and buried her head. Mu Shuxin was sitting next to her. She had already said all the words of comfort, and she didn't know what to say anymore. At this moment, she saw a handsome young man walking towards her from the opposite side and whispered, Ji Yuan is here. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Su Xian's little hand tremble out of the corner of her eye. Well? Mu Shuxin rested her chin on her hand and asked, What do you think of Ji Yuan? This sudden question made Su Xinyan's body stiffen. She turned her head slightly, revealing her red eyes as if she didn't understand why she asked that. I like him. Seeing the other party looking at him, Mu Shuxin smiled very carefully and said, However, after this period of time, I have discovered that this guy is completely a piece of wood. All I can think about all day is taming beasts, taming beasts, taming beasts. I have hinted to him many times in the past few days, but he always acts like a fool. The most annoying thing is that you can still feel that he is not pretending to be stupid. Mu Shuxin smiled bitterly. I was planning to confess my feelings that day, but was interrupted by his and Kushwanji's challenge. Now I find that I can no longer find the courage I had that day. The silent girl listened quietly. After a while, she said in a very weak voice, Me too. Is it? Mu Shuxin smiled. Strictly speaking, we are rivals in love. But actually, I'm very happy to meet you. How about we shake hands, play fair, and take turns confessing our feelings? As she spoke, she stretched out her hand. Su Xinyan slowly sat up, looked at her smile, and after a moment, stretched out his little hand and shook hers. That's settled then, but no matter what the final result is, we are still good friends. This was the first time the two girls talked about this topic. Su Xin was infected by Mu Shuxin's vitality and nodded vigorously. Yes. Are you okay? At this time, Ji-yuan finally walked up to the two women. Seeing them holding hands, I was a little confused. Mu Xuxin blinked her right eye at Su Xinyan, then let go of her hand, walked around Ji-yuan and left. This look made the silent girl chuckle. It seems like you don't need my guidance anymore. Ji-yuan sat on the left side of Su Xinyan and said jokingly. Did Zhao Shan and the others ask you to come over? Su Xin asked, curling up her petite body. Everyone knows that he has been busy looking for the core of his skills during this period. Yes. Ji-yuan scratched his head. It's a challenge to advance. If it doesn't work once, try again. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be at a loss for words and didn't know what to say. Puff. Unexpectedly, Su Xinyan lowered his head and chuckled. She smiled happily, as if a knot in her heart was suddenly untied. I'm fine. She raised her head, her delicate face still as beautiful as ever. Her starry eyes flickered as she looked at Ji-yuan quietly. Deep in her heart, the surging emotions had already created a stormy wave. She noticed that her heartbeat was speeding up involuntarily, as if a deer was running around in her heart. Ji-yuan. What's wrong? Su Xian's pretty face instantly turned red, and finally she said, Let's go. After all, her personality is not as open and forthright as Mu Xuxin's. The moment she opened her mouth, she thought about so much. She is scared. I am afraid that my momentary abruptness will destroy this relationship. Looking back at the plots of many TV dramas and novels I have watched, the results of confessions are not necessarily all comedies. Once the tragedy ends, she and Ji-yuan will drift apart, and even their current friendship will not be able to be maintained. Compared with this result, she might prefer to choose silence and continue to care for and accompany Ji-yuan as a friend. As long as I can stay by his side forever, I will be satisfied. He really is a blockhead who can't understand anything. But am I the kind of person who dares to love and hate, and is generous and lively? So let it be. She believed that one day, Ji-yuan would definitely notice the clues that she had already fallen in love with him. By then, she would give everything without reservation. When she followed Ji-yuan silently and met up with Zhao Shan and the others, she noticed Mu Xuxin's inquiring gaze. Su Xin smiled and shook his head. Let's go. To celebrate your successful promotion and to comfort Su Xin, I'll treat you all to dinner in the cafeteria on the 4th floor. Ji-yuan waved his hand, and Zhao Shan and Su Su's eyes lit up immediately. Really? Are you talking about the cafeteria on the 4th floor where the average person pays 500 coupons? When have I ever lied to you? Brother! Godfather! The two big foodies immediately wrapped themselves around Ji-yuan like octopuses, causing him to yell. Old four! You're still laughing over there. Come over here and help me pull them apart. A group of people walked towards the cafeteria in a noisy manner. But just as they passed by Wuya Square, Jiho! The huge frost-peaked griffin swooped down from the sky and landed steadily in the square, attracting the attention of countless passing students. The top 10 dispatch teams on the gold list are back. Oh my God! They've been on this mission for 2 months. Ji-yuan and his companions who were fighting also stopped because of this. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously directed towards the imposing figures on the griffin's back. Top 10 on the gold list? Ji-yuan first saw Tang with blue hair. So she was going to pick these people up. After a quick glance, his eyes fixed on the tall figure in the front. The first thing that attracted him about this woman was her long silver hair. Looking at his face again, even with his calm temperament, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Silver-haired beauty? The woman that Su once mentioned that fascinated Kushwanji? Just as he was looking at the other person, the silver-haired beauty also saw him in the crowd. The next moment, the square was in an uproar. Chapter 109 Silver Hair. Under the gaze of countless eyes. On the back of the frost-peaked griffin, the most eye-catching figure with silver hair like a galaxy moved. She moved her long legs lightly, and when her feet touched the air, everyone exclaimed in surprise. I saw ripples in the air beneath her feet, as if forming invisible steps for her to step on. The silver-haired woman walked step by step, walking on the air, towards the crowd, towards a handsome young man. Everyone in dormitory 811 stared at the figure's actions in amazement. Even Zhong Xian, who usually kept his composure, murmured, "So beautiful." Zhao Shan and Su Su nodded in agreement. Really? This silver-haired beauty has picturesque eyebrows, skin as white as snow, eyes as clear as autumn water, a high nose bridge and peach-pink thin lips that come together to form an almost perfect face. Coupled with her extremely dazzling silver hair, this woman is like a fairy escaping from a painting, outshining all the other beauties and dazzlingly gorgeous. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, she slowly walked up to Ji Yuan and his group. Those clear eyes only looked at one person from beginning to end. When she walked in front of him, this silver-haired woman looked him over first. "Old Ji, do you know her?" Zhao Shan asked hesitantly. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. Does he know him? The woman's appearance did seem a little familiar, but he just couldn't remember where it was. Just as he was about to ask, a faint fragrance suddenly wafted towards him. What the hell? At this moment, everyone in Weia Square was stunned. Especially the three people from dormitory 811 who were closest to them, as well as Mu Shuxin and Su Xinyan beside them, were all stunned where they were. You! Ji Yuan, who was suddenly hugged, was at a loss as to what to do to break free. But immediately a stream of hot air suddenly spurted into my ears, and a trembling, choked whisper sounded. "A Yuan!" For a moment, Ji Yuan was stunned. Then, he took a sudden step back. The other party tactfully let go of her hand, and a very happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Before my eyes, this flawless face gradually overlapped with the childish smile deep in my memory. Ji Yuan opened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Jiang Qingru?" Hearing him calling her name, Jiang Qingru smiled, and mist actually rose in her clear eyes. "A Yuan! It's me, finally, I finally meet him!" This time, Jiang Qingru spoke very loudly. Her voice, like the chirping of an oriole, spread throughout the square, shocking everyone once again. "It's really you!" Ji Yuan's heart was also filled with excitement, and scenes from the past emerged in his mind. He could no longer control himself, and went forward to hug the other person. Jiang Qingru also hugged him tightly, with tenderness in her eyes. "Fuck, what's going on, old Ji?" Zhao Shan stood there in a daze, not for any other reason, but because Jiang Qingru was not an ordinary person. Several years ago, he happened to hear his mother say that his uncle's missing daughter was found in an orphanage in Linyan City. His aunt was a vicious woman. She wanted to use the baby girl to threaten his uncle, but he didn't know what she did exactly. All we know is that later on, the plan failed and the vicious woman took the baby girl away and never returned again. It was not found until many years later. When she was brought back to the Jiang family, Zhao Shan went to see her. But now, his own cousin is hugging his brother. Then what am I? Brother-in-law? Or uncle or cousin? At this moment, Zhao Shan was confused. Mu Shuxin and Su Xinyan were equally messy. Also equally messy were the countless male students in the college who admired this silver-haired woman. Their goddess actually hugged a freshman in public. If looks could cause substantial harm, then Ji Yuan would probably have become a sieve. On the back of the cold-peaked griffin, Tang Yi opened her eyes slightly, not daring to believe that Jiang Qingru could be so bold. The hug between the two lasted for about 2 minutes. After they separated, both of them noticed the strange atmosphere around them. "I am not seeing things," Su Su muttered to himself. Jiang Qingru, who ranked first on the gold list, actually has that kind of relationship with Ji Yuan. By this calculation, as Ji Yuan's third son, wouldn't he be able to walk around the academy with the help of his sister-in-law's reputation? Compared to Zhao Shan and Su Su's ideas, Zhong Xian's are much simpler. He was just thinking, his elder brother is so awesome and his elder sister-in-law is so beautiful. 10 minutes later. It is rumored that the cafeteria on the 4th floor costs 500 points per person. The decoration here is indeed very high-end, and even the dishes are the kind that only care about appearance rather than filling. But it is indeed a high-end canteen and even has private rooms. Right now, at this moment. Inside the box. The 4 people of 811, plus Mu Shuxin, Su Xinyan, and Jiang Qingru who fell from the sky. 7 people sat around a round table. Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru sat together, chatting all the time. After so many years, there was no sense of strangeness at all. Ji Yuan told all his experiences over the past few years. Jiang Qingru also told him his own experience truthfully. Finally, when talking about her identity, Ji Yuan looked incredulous. You mean Zhao Shan, he is your cousin? Jiang Qingru pursed her pink lips, nodded, and looked at Zhao Shan who was sitting next to them. Right, cousin? Zhao Shan had a strange expression on his face. You are right, cousin. Wow. They even have this dish. This 4th floor cafeteria is amazing. On the side, Su Su was holding a menu, looking like he had never seen the world before. You can't blame him. After all, the food in the college cafeteria is a bit greasy after eating too much, and freshmen like them cannot leave the college. Now that I've finally seen some unique cuisine, I can't remain calm anymore. However, the prices of these dishes are also somewhat different. Third brother, these dishes are so expensive, will we bankrupt our eldest brother? Zhong Xian is a straightforward person and says whatever he thinks. Empty? Hearing this, Ji Yuan took the menu and took a look. Damn! A serving of fried rice costs 2,000 coupons. What about the agreed 500 per person? Let me do it! At this time, Jiang Qingru took it and smiled. When she was 18 years old, she was sent to Xingtian Academy. Now, she is the undisputed #1 on the gold list and the best among the emperor's students. In terms of the amount of points, I'm afraid only the tutor can compare with her, and not even that. Finally, it's a meeting gift. She ordered dishes worth 4 digits as if they were single digits. Such a bold gesture impressed the young master of the Su family. The atmosphere in the box was a bit weird. It was divided into 3 parts. Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru meet again after a long separation. Mu Shuxin and Su Xingyan were silent. And the 8-11 trio who were concentrating on eating. It looks so harmonious. Chapter 110, The Night Falls Silently. After dinner. As night fell, the moonlight shone on the college, as if covered with a layer of desolate veil. Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian left together. Before Mu Shuxin and Su Xingyan left, both of them had a faint smile on their faces. After turning around and leaving, the 2 women's eyes were filled with a hint of bitterness. The huge Wuya Square is deserted with students after nightfall. The handsome young man and the silver-haired woman walked hand in hand in the square. The moonlight just happened to fall on the woman's side face, illuminating her star-like beautiful face. After walking for some distance, she suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Ji Yuan was puzzled. Immediately, a pair of perfect white hands cupped his cheeks. This action made Ji Yuan stunned. When she was a child in the orphanage, Jiang Qingru always liked to hold her face like this, blinking her clear eyes with a smile on her lips. Sorry. Under the moonlight, mist gathered in Jiang Qingru's eyes. I wasn't able to be with you during your most difficult 2 years. I wanted to look for you, but my uncle stopped me. He told me to wait until you finished the city competition and entered Xingtian College. Jiang Qingru's uncle is Zhao Shan's father, Zhao Tianhou. After returning to the Jiang family, her father Jiang Tingzhou agreed to any request she made in order to make up to her. But when she wanted to bring Ji Yuan from Linyan City to the Jiang family, she was rejected by Jiang Tingzhou for the first time. Daughter, believe me, he will never accept your kindness. If you're really worried, how about Dad send someone to Linyan City to take care of him for you? In the end, the person Jiang Tingzhou was looking for was Zhao Tianhou's classmate and close friend, Tan He. At that time, Tan He had someone else in mind for the city competition. At that time, Jiang Tingzhou and Zhao Tianhou guaranteed that as long as Tan He allowed Ji Yuan to become the city representative, they would find a way to ensure that Ji Yuan entered the top 10 in the competition. At first, Tan He didn't take it seriously. But when Ji Yuan awakened his special qualifications at the awakening ceremony, everything changed. The emergence of special qualifications made Tan He decide to give everything for Ji Yuan. During the 2 years when he was unable to contract the beast, Jiang Tingzhou, Zhao Tianhou, and Tan He thought of many ways. However, no one expected that Ji Yuan would be able to soar to the sky on his own in the end. and Jiang Qingru has never left Jiyuan. She was always paying attention to Jiyuan's news. The city competition was in progress when Jiyuan was caught in a storm of public opinion. It was she who used her social media account, Yeluosheng, to reverse his reputation, unite netizens who supported him, and build a line of defense to protect Jiyuan. The gifts that Tan He gave him, the Red Flame Execution and the Ice Beast Taming Egg, were both made by Jiang Qingru. She had been waiting for the moment when they would meet again. During the period in the welfare home, Ji Yuan's meticulous care for her had already planted the seeds of emotion. As they continued to grow and separate, the seed of emotion had grown into a towering tree in Jiang Qingru's heart. Now, she held the young man's handsome face in her hands, tears glistening in her eyes. Ji Yuan stared at her blankly, feeling the strong emotions in her eyes. His heart ripples and his heart beat fast. He thought, at this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to like someone. Tenderness rose in their hearts, and a man and a woman hugged each other tightly under the moonlight. At the same time, Mu Xuxin and Su Xingyan returned to the dormitory. Without any communication, they went into their rooms. Locked the door, opened the curtains, and let the moonlight into the house. Mu Xuxin sat on the edge of the bed, holding a black bow hairpin in her hand, lost in thought. Su Xingyan leaned against the window, staring at the night sky, speechless. The next day, an explosive news came from the college. College goddess Jiang Qingru announced her relationship in a high-profile manner, and her target is freshman Ji Yuan. This news directly caused Kuxuanji in the transition class to collapse. Ji Yuan! When my beast control bloodline advances, I will trample you under my feet and humiliate you severely! Kuxuanji roared in his heart. At this time, Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru were walking on the playground with their fingers intertwined. Jiang Qingru is number 1 on the gold list, crushing all the emperor students. At the same time, she is also Lei Shi's ace student. Therefore, Lei Shi was very tactful and gave Ji Yuan a privilege that allowed him to skip classes. Can you let me see your beast? On the playground, Jiang Qingru said with a smile. Certainly. Ji Yuan's mind moved, and Ming and Shampa appeared. So beautiful. Jiang Qingru's eyes flashed with surprise, and she stroked Ming and Shampa's bodies with her slender jade fingers. After observing for a moment, she took out 2 palm-sized pills from her royal ring and fed them to the 2 beasts. This was obviously the first time they had eaten this kind of thing. After swallowing it, both beasts showed a look of comfort. This is a kind of food that can keep the beast in a happy and joyful mood. Looking at the appearance of the 2 beasts, Jiang Qingru smiled slightly. In her eyes, Ji Yuan's beasts were as if they were her own, and she loved them as much as she loved their owners. Come on, let's go to the reading room. After interacting briefly with Ming and Shampa, she turned around. Reading room? Ji Yuan was a little confused. It's fire type, right? Jiang Qingru pointed towards the sea. Right. I remember there's a skills core in the reading room that would be perfect for it. Let's go check it out. As Jiang Qingru finished speaking, a ball of dark green flame suddenly appeared beside her. Wow! The flame exploded in an instant, and turned into a horse burning with dark green fireflies. Afterwards, she was seen sitting elegantly on the horse's back, with an intoxicating smile on her face. This is the Annihilation Green Colt, I call it Shaoqing. Let's see who can get to the reading room first. Hearing this, Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head, then jumped onto Ming's back. Okay. Call out. Moment. Ming's figure disappeared. Jiang Qingru looked at the blue figure that was leaving quickly and stroked the horse under her. Shaoqing, let's give way to them. About 10 seconds after Ming ran out, ripples of space appeared in front of Annihilation Green Horse, and then, its and Jiang Qingru's figures disappeared instantly. In front of the reading room, Jiang Qingru, with fluttering silver hair, stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the young man who jumped off the Qilin beast's back, narrowed her eyes, and said with a smile, You lose. Sharp. Ji Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Qingru stepped forward and took his arm, and the 2 of them walked into the reading room in an extremely intimate posture. Ji Yuan was pulled by her all the way deeper and came to a huge black door. She took out an access card from her royal ring that was completely different from Ji Yuan's and opened the door to the last area. Finally, Jiang Qingru brought him to the place where Ji Yuan and Mu Ge stayed yesterday. And under his astonished gaze, Jiang Qingru picked up a skill core with a dark red glow and handed it to him. Here, this is it. She handed over the core. This skill is very powerful. Your Qilin beast must be very suitable. Ji Yuan took it in a daze. This skill core was the heaven-burning and earth-destroying skill that cost 500,000. Oh, and your lightning beast, it also has a very suitable skill core. Let me find it. Chapter 111? Contracted Star-Peaked Griffin. But... Ji Yuan looked at her back hesitantly and said, the price of this skill core is... Don't worry, I'm here. Before he could finish, Jiang Qingru turned around and winked playfully. Seeing this, he stopped being shy, as he was really interested in this skill core. After a while, Jiang Qingru came over again, holding a core with flowing silver light. This is it, take a look. Ji Yuan took it, and after a moment of silence, he probed his soul power into it. Thunder Prison, Thunder Beast Taming Skills. Prerequisite 1, Thunder Attribute Beast Tamer Bloodline Level Requirement, Legendary. Necessary Condition 2, the Beast Tamer must be of grade 5 or above. Introduction, extend the Thunder element, create a space filled with thunder to imprison the enemy, and release the second attack. Note, you need to learn the first step before you can unlock the second learning method. Another skill that uses elemental power to create a unique space. He looked at the selling price of this lightning skill core 300,000. How is it, are you satisfied? Jiang Qingru's voice sounded beside my ear. Satisfaction is satisfaction, that is the price. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Jiang Qingru smiled, took the 2 skill cores in her hands, and with a flash of light, she handed the 2 replicas to Ji Yuan. This? Ji Yuan was shocked. It's okay. I have a lot of coupons. I can't use them all. After entering Shutian College, Jiang Qingru has been working hard to earn and accumulate points, all for this day. The points she now has are enough to buy all the luxury resources for Ji Yuan. Of course, she wouldn't say these words out loud. After leaving the reading room, the 2 walked around for a while before separating. Jiang Qingru had something to discuss with Tang Yi, while Ji Yuan needed to go back to teach Ming and Shampa some new skills. Back in the dormitory, Su Su and Zhong Xian had no classes today, only Zhao Shan was in class. Hey, are you back from your date with your sister-in-law? Su Su looked at Ji Yuan with ill intention. He had been conquered by the meal last night. Now, he recognized Jiang Qingru from the bottom of his heart. Zhong Xian smiled naively as always. The 2 were playing games on their cell phones. Ji Yuan watched for a moment and then went into his room. With a thought, he summoned out 3 beasts. The life-giving elf yawned and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. She seemed to be in a dormant state all the time and was rarely awake. Ming and Shampa sat on the floor, opening their mouths wide and shaking their heads at Ji Yuan. With a flick of his hand, he directly attached 2 skill cores to the foreheads of the 2 beasts and said, New skills, expand them. Ming didn't show any reaction, but Shampa lay on the ground with a low growl coming from his throat. At this time, Mu Ge slowly sat up, pointed at Shampa and said, It just scolded you. What? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. It said it hated the skill core and hated learning new skills. Mu Ge seemed to have said this just to complain, and after he finished speaking, he fell down again and fell into a deep sleep. Shampa felt betrayed by her, and immediately growled at her with bared teeth. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. He could understand why Shampa was so reluctant to develop new skills. After all, this guy's negative talent might be useful in increasing the time it takes to learn new skills. Just like Resonance Light and Shadow Assault, Ming had mastered it in just 3 days, while Flash Soul took a full 20 days. It is understandable that this sense of frustration makes it reluctant to learn new skills. It's okay, take your time. After patting its big head, Ji Yuan returned to the bed. Mu Ge was sleeping soundly, while the 2 beasts were immersed in their skill cores. He should find something to do. After a month of ideological struggle, he now decided to copy the star-peaked griffin, whose remains were only 55% intact. Since there are no remains of it in the world, so be it. There is no way to fix the incomplete bloodline, we can only wait and see if there is any way to remedy it in the future. As for the remains of the phantom flame demon goblin, whose integrity was 100%, Ji Yuan had no plans. First, he wasn't actually too keen on ape taming. Second, he was thinking that maybe he could give this phantom flame demon to Zhao Shan in the future. After all, this kid has a soft spot for ape beasts. He summoned the Emperor's Atlas, and turned his gaze towards the griffin with the starry sky as its background. Star-peaked griffin, the remains are 55% complete. After copying the hatchling, the bloodline level is legendary. Is it confirmed to be copied? Legend. Sure. Ding. Larva replication in progress, please wait. Suddenly, a colorful figure began to emerge in the only empty space in the room. Copying completed. Put away the Emperor's Atlas. In this room, a griffin with a body less than 2 meters long and wings folded close to the body stood between Ming and Shanpa, staring at Ji Yuan motionlessly. The soul power surged, and the mark of the contract condensed and emerged. Under his command, it floated into the forehead of the griffin. Buzz! An invisible wave that shook the soul spread out from the griffin. At the same time, the sky above the boys' dormitory suddenly changed color. As dark clouds gathered, the sky gradually darkened. This sudden change shocked all the students in the courtyard. Such a strong fluctuation of soul power, is someone making a contract to taming a beast? Who is it? What level of beast did he contract to cause such a horrifying weather phenomenon? I heard that several seniors who were in the top 10 of the gold list recently gained a lot after returning. Could it be them? Don't tell me, it's really possible. Bang! Just as everyone was discussing, a muffled sound suddenly came from the sky, like a huge drum being struck in the clouds. The next second, the clouds suddenly dispersed. A mysterious, gorgeous, and boundless universe is revealed. At this moment, the sky over the boys' college seemed to be connected to the mysterious starry sky, and an indescribable sense of ethereality swept across the entire world. What the hell? What kind of beast is causing this strange phenomenon? It's actually the universe and the galaxy. It's Senior Chen Hao. It must be Senior Chen Hao. I heard that Senior Chen Hao, who ranked 5th on the gold list, got an extremely rare star beast taming egg after returning from his mission. I also know about this. My cousin and Senior Chen Hao are roommates. It's true. Oh my god, with this level of vision, the bloodline of this star beast must have reached a legendary level, right? It's just such a coincidence. It's also the 8th floor. At the moment when Ji Yuan made a contract with the star-peaked griffin, in dormitory 801, a young man wearing glasses also made a contract with the creature in front of him. Generally speaking, if you don't use specific equipment to check, the bloodline level of the beast can only be known after the contract is completed. So, just as the young man with glasses made the contract, a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky. Not to mention passers-by, even he thought that the strange phenomenon was caused by the little mole in front of him. Chapter 112 Naming Master Muge. Above the boys' courtyard. The vast and boundless starry sky continues to change, and slowly, the stars begin to converge and condense. As countless people looked up, in this strange phenomenon of the starry sky, thousands of planets attached themselves together, and eventually transformed into a towering star peak, standing tall in the vast universe. At the same time, in dormitory 801, the bespectacled man Chen Hao had a frozen expression. High-level bloodline? This is not right. If the strange weather phenomenon is not caused by his beasts, then who is it? But before he could trace the source of the soul power fluctuations, the strange phenomenon gradually dissipated. It also indicates that the other party's beast taming contract has ended. Who is it? What kind of beast is this that can cause such a strong starry sky phenomenon? In the world today, star beasts have almost become extinct. Among the few remaining star beasts, the strongest one is the star-splitting divine tiger. Is this the lucky brother in the boys' dormitory who actually managed to get a star-splitting divine tiger? This question lingers in everyone's mind. Dormitory 811. Big brother, What kind of beast did you contract that caused such a commotion? Su Su was not the kind of person who could hold back his anger, and at the moment he was standing in front of Ji Yuan's door, shouting into the crack. Third brother, please don't bother the eldest brother. Zhong Xian was scratching his head behind him. He felt that this third brother was somewhat rude. In the room, Ji Yuan's eyes were sharp. In front of him was a griffin whose size was almost the same as Shampa and Ming. The surface of its skin is covered with a layer of strange light scales, and there is a hint of mystery between the flowing colorful light. A pair of well-feathered wings fit gently against the body, with feathers that fade from dark purple to light blue. Its sturdy limbs have sharp eagle claws, and its tail is like a lion's woolen tail, shaking slowly. At this moment, the griffin's eyes were sharp and fierce as it stared at Ji Yuan. There was a hint of obedience in its sad yellow pupils. Open the properties panel. Creature, Star Peak Griffin, juvenile. Race, Griffin. Bloodline, incomplete legendary. Attributes, starry sky, wind. Features, racial instinct. Griffin tribe can freely control the size of the body, the limit is determined by blood. Windless zone, immune to all wind attribute damage. Talent, effective isolation, when flying, releases an aura that isolates the wind, useless, cannot learn or develop new skills. Skill 1, fierce wind, flap the wings to form 2 rapidly rotating hurricanes that tear apart the enemy. Skill 2, starry sky rush, concentrate the power of the starry sky and spit out a breath that can extinguish the origin of life. The path to advancement, to grow to adolescence, you need to devour a free star seed. After reading it at a glance, Ji Yuan's heart moved slightly. Although it also has a useless negative talent, its 2 skills alone are enough to offset the impact of the negative talent. Reach out your hand. Ji Yuan tried to touch its neck, and a hint of warmth echoed in his palm. It's time to name it again. After pondering for a moment, he first woke up Mugu, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Mugu rubbed his eyes and suddenly found a gorgeous griffin standing in front of him. Star Peak Griffin! Hey! Ji Yuan smiled and said, I want to give it a name, do you have any ideas? Name? Mugu tilted his head and thought for a while. How about calling him Xingfeng, or Griffin? Is she speaking human language? Why can't I understand it? For a moment, Ji Yuan remembered something Mugu had said very seriously once. She felt that Ming should not be called this name, it should be called Green Qilin. Also, Shampa should be called Black Wolf. This kind of naming is like Black Hole. I really don't know how he gave himself such a unique name as Mugu. Call! Sure enough, when she mentioned Star Peak or Griffin, hot air blew out of the Star Peak Griffin's nose, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. What? You called me a fool? Muji's pretty face turned angry, and a green light suddenly appeared on her palm. What are you doing? Don't do it here! Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly spoke out to stop him. In the beast-taming space, Ji Yuan did not deliberately separate Ming, Shampa and Muge, but let them live together. The 2 beasts were completely subdued by this little elf. She really knows how to take action. Snort! After being stopped, Muge pouted, waved her fist at the Xingfeng Griffin and said, I'll deal with you when we get back to the beast-taming space. Chuck! The Star Peak Griffin lowered its eagle head and let out a warning growl. Seeing this, Ji Yuan hurriedly comforted it, and during this time he had an inspiration and thought of a name. Starbud. Before he could speak, Mugu beside him suddenly said, How about Starbird? Or is it the Star Great Lion Eagle? The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he heard Mugu continue to say, If you feel it's not good, just call it Foam Mo. I think you're going crazy. After secretly complaining in his heart, he looked at the Star Peak Griffin and announced his decision. Star Owl. From now on, you'll be called Star Owl, how about that? The fierce griffin, with its body burned by the stars and as unruly as an owl, is named Star Owl, which is just right. The naming genius elf muttered these 2 words silently in the back, with a pout. She thinks it's not as good as Star Bird. Star Owl. The griffin spread its wings slightly and raised its 2 front paws, as if to express its excitement. It said it was happy. Mugu translated unconvincedly from behind. Ji Yuan naturally noticed the emotion in the elf's tone and shook his head with a smile. Xing Xiao, there are 2 companions in the beast taming space. Go and meet them. With a wave of his hand, the figure of the star-peaked griffin disappeared. You, stop bullying Ming and Shampa every day, okay? Ji Yuan turned his head and looked at Mu Ge. Yes, master. After responding nonchalantly, she suddenly asked, Master, can you go out for a while tomorrow? Out, what's wrong? I have been asleep for too long, and my strength has almost completely drained away. I can only rely on my children to replenish my strength. Her answer made Ji Yuan a little strange. Don't you have to absorb the emperor creature for it to be effective? Where can you find it? I can smell it. Mu Ge pretended to sniff. I can smell the remains of the children. We don't have to go too far. It's just to the north. North? Ji Yuan frowned. To the north of the academy was a forest mountain range with rolling hills and green shade all over the ground. It was indeed possible that the remains of an emperor were buried there. However, the college rules and regulations prohibit students from entering the mountains without permission. If they violate this rule, they will be expelled from the school. Recovering by sleeping alone is too slow after all. Right now, I have only recovered less than 1/3 of my strength. Mu Ge spoke truthfully. Wait a little longer. There seems to be some secret in that mountain range. Wait until the dean comes back, Ji Yuan said after hesitating for a moment. But before he could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Tangy, the teacher is back, he wants to see you. What a coincidence. Chapter 113? Can I? 7 o'clock in the evening. Ji Yuan came to the exclusive square building for the college's senior executives. Without any obstruction, he went straight to the dean's office and knocked on the creamy white wooden door. Come in. Pushing the door open, a familiar layout comes into view. The dean was dressed in a suit and tie, leaning against the tea table, holding a celadon teacup in his hand. Compared to the casual attire he wore when I first met him, tonight, he was dressed in formal attire and exuded an aura of majesty without even being angry. On the other side, Tang Yi and Jiang Qigru sat quietly. 5th rank? As Ji Yuan sat down, the dean took a sip of tea and asked casually. Yes. He nodded, and Jiang Qigru stood up to pour tea for him. During the pouring, she quietly winked at him, revealing a hint of playfulness and cuteness. After getting the answer, the dean put down his teacup, looked at Ji Yuan and said teasingly, You are really not an ordinary boy. You have been enrolled for a month, and you have already won the goddess of all the boys in the school. At this moment, the dean did not seem serious at all. Jiang Qigru looked normal, while Ji Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Master Dean, let's talk business. Hey, young people are just thin-skinned. They can't stand this. The dean laughed loudly, then returned to his serious tone. The time it took for you to be promoted to the 5th rank was indeed a little beyond my expectations. At first, in his mind, he expected Ji Yuan to be promoted to the 5th rank after 1 or even 2 years of enrollment. Who would have thought that in just 1 week, he had already reached the 5th level? I haven't done my preparations yet. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after we get there. The dean stood up and walked out. Tang Yi followed closely behind. At this time, Jiang Qingruo's smooth and delicate palm held his, and after interlocking their fingers, she said softly, We are going to the Lost Land. Lost Land? The rumored ancient battlefield, the place where countless skeletons are buried? When the 2 men came downstairs hand in hand, there stood a giant bird with a strange shape next to the dean. This giant bird looks like a parrot, but has 4 dark red wings. At the same time, Tang Yi also summoned her frost-peaked griffin. Apparently, this lost land is farther away than imagined. The frost-peaked griffin is much faster. Let's go with thee. Jiang Qigru turned her head and asked. Okay. Ji Yuan nodded. He had not yet told Jiang Qigru about his contract with the star-peaked griffin, and there was no need for him to show anything to the 3 people present. In this way, the dean controlled the 4-winged parrot in front, and Ji Yuan and the other 2 rode on the cold-peaked griffin behind. In the deep night sky, the 4 of them gradually moved away from the academy and headed north, deep into the mountains where students were prohibited from entering. Just when the college building gradually blurred and only its outline remained, the four-winged parrot suddenly turned around and rushed down. The frost-peaked griffin followed its flight path and dived toward the mountains below. The two beasts changed to flying at low altitude, and after about 10 minutes, the two beasts dived down again. At this moment, Ji Yuan suddenly saw clearly that at the end of this long mountain range was a cliff like an abyss. At the bottom of the cliff is a dark brown area. This land is as boundless as the sky, with no end in sight. There is only endless dark brown ground connecting to the horizon. During the long flight, Ji Yuan saw countless corpses and remains lying quietly on the dark brown ground. Lives were lost and the land was devastated. The moment he approached, the prompt sound of the Emperor's atlas discovering the remains of an emperor creature echoed wildly in his mind. Almost all of the skeletons scattered on the ground are from emperor-level creatures. With such a terrifying number, he couldn't imagine what the scene was like in the ancient war. No wonder all the emperor-level creatures will eventually become extinct. Ji Yuan secretly calculated in his heart that he might not be able to absorb all the remains on the ground even in his lifetime, let alone a few years. Because the number of skeletons is so large that it is shocking. As the color of the earth began to turn a dark red, the number of bones began to decrease. A hint of dryness began to rise in the air. If you look closely, you will see that the dark red color of the earth is boiling magma. Ahead, countless cracks containing magma spread across the ground. At the very center of these cracks, there is an isolated island surrounded by magma. That is... Ji Yuan was stunned. On the isolated island, there lies a sacred white skeleton. This skeleton is extraordinary. Not only is there a luster on its surface, but it also exudes an astonishing aura. At the same time, the Dean's four-winged parrot gradually stopped in midair. This could be... Taming controlled the frost-peaked griffin and stopped beside the Dean. Her cold eyes showed shock for the first time. Yes, this is the Academy's guardian beast, the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur. The Dean sighed deeply. What? After getting the affirmation, Taming and Jiang Qingru both exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Ji Yuan frowned. Wasn't it rumored that the Holy Sky Wrathful Winged Dragon lived in the Holy Dragon Tower? How come it's just a pile of bones now? The guardian beasts of the three major colleges have actually died long ago. The Dean murmured through the air distorted by the magma. We are just using special means to create illusions to make people mistakenly believe that the guardian beast still exists. Why do this? Ji Yuan frowned and thought, then he understood. The remnants of the cursed soul. In ancient times, the Cursed Soul Kingdom launched a world-destroying war in order to annex the world. Not only did he annex half of the territory of the Kejiyuan, but he also defeated the Beast Masters of the Daxia Kingdom. In the ancient times, all the imperial creatures died in this war and were buried in this lost land. Although the original ending ended with the destruction of the Cursed Soul Kingdom, the remnants who inherited their cultivation methods are still hiding in various parts of the world. And an emperor-level creature that can serve as a guardian beast must be extremely powerful. If they are alive, the remnants of the cursed souls will eventually feel worried, which will have a deterrent effect. But if these remnants discover that the guardian beasts of the three academies were dead... Ji Yuan let out a long sigh. Thinking back to the bones scattered all over the ground along the way, I can't imagine how tragic the world-destroying battle was. He now finally understood why the Dean had repeatedly confirmed whether he could revive the Emperor creature. At this moment, the Dean turned around and looked at Ji Yuan. The Holy Sky Wrath-Winged Dragon in the Academy is now just a residual shadow. It should be able to last for another 2 years. After 2 years, its aura will become weaker and people will be able to detect it. As he spoke, the Dean suddenly sent a stream of soul power towards the skeleton. Buzz! Moment. At the moment when the soul power was about to approach the isolated island, a violent aura barrier appeared out of nowhere. This is the remaining soul energy after the death of the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur. Any Beastmaster below the 5th rank who approaches will surely die. Only when you gather a sea of soul power in your body can you get close. The Dean looked at Ji Yuan, which explained why he had to be promoted to the 5th rank. Ji Yuan, tell me now, can you revive the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur? He pointed to the intact remains on the isolated island. There was a glimmer of hope in the eyes when he looked at Ji Yuan. Chapter 114? Young Dragon. I need to confirm it up close. Ji Yuan answered truthfully, because so far, he had not seen the remains marked in the Emperor's atlas. Good. The dean waved his hand, and a hole was immediately cut in the soul energy condensed by the holy sky angry pterosaur on the isolated island. He controlled the four-winged parrot to move forward, and the cold-peaked griffin followed in. Wow! The moment they stepped into the isolated island, a brutal spiritual pressure suddenly came upon them. Jiang Qingru and Tang Yi instantly felt the sea of their soul power surging wildly, and they barely managed to resist this pressure. However, Ji Yuan's soul power galaxy only caused a slight ripple, which was enough to block all the pressure. However, judging from this brute force, it is indeed as the dean said, if one enters with a 6th grade power, he will probably be crushed to death in an instant. At the same time, the moment he stepped into this soul power pressure, the voice of the Emperor's atlas came from his mind. Ding! Complete skeleton of an imperial creature detected marked. Really? As he guessed, this so-called soul pressure would block the detection of the Emperor's atlas. Ji Yuan came to the huge skeleton, and the message suddenly popped up. Creature, Holy Sky Wrath-Winged Dragon. Race, 8-Winged Dragon. Bloodline Imperial. Attributes, Light, Electricity, Thunder, Wind. Features lost. Other data lost. 8-Winged Flying Dragon. 4 attributes. This was the first time he saw the remains of a dragon, and also the first time he encountered a beast with more than 2 attributes. Dean, I'm starting. Ji Yuan said to the dean beside him, touching the bones lightly with his fingertips, closing his eyes, pretending to call upon some kind of power. 10 minutes later, Ji Yuan whispered in his heart. Absorb. Suddenly, a strange ripple emerged from his fingertips, and under the gaze of the 3 people, the huge skeleton disappeared almost instantly. It looked as if it was sucked into Ji Yuan's body. Seeing this scene, the dean felt a little heartbroken. The remains have been absorbed. The integrity of the remains of the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur has been detected to be 100%. Do you want to immediately replicate the perfect hatchling? Ji Yuan stopped and looked at the dean. Resurrected here, or? You can really do this? As the dean of the super college, a look of surprise appeared on his face at this moment. When something that you have been looking forward to for a long time actually happens, people will always be stunned at this moment. If I dare to tease the dean with this kind of thing, won't you skin me alive? Ji Yuan said jokingly. Seeing him so calm, the dean took a deep breath and said, Go back to the academy. With a wave of his hand, the 4 of them returned to the academy along the same route. After returning, the dean drove Jiang Qingru and Tang Yi away. It seemed that even his 2 most beloved students didn't know where they were going next. Ji Yuan followed him back to the Sifeng building and the dean's office. After the dean fumbled around his desk for a while. Woo! Sudden! On the wall, under the 4 big characters. Misfortune will eventually turn into fortune. Hung high up, a space track with flowing blue light appeared. Compared to the giant space track that Ji Yuan rode through from Mohan City, it is about the size of a door. Come with me. The dean walked straight in. Ji Yuan followed behind. Strictly speaking, this was not the first time he had experienced space teleportation. But after his consciousness was ravaged by the invisible big hand, when the scene in front of him gradually became clear, he still couldn't avoid feeling nauseous. My stomach was churning and I felt dizzy. This symptom lasted for about 3 minutes before gradually disappearing. Covering his forehead, he looked around. At this moment, he was in a huge space with soft light and comfortable temperature. The ground under my feet was covered with a shallow layer of clear water. It seems that there is no other way to leave this huge space except through the portal. Keiku! At this time, in the middle, there rises a circular platform made of white stone columns. The dean pointed to the round table and said, Here is it. Ji Yuan walked over and said in his mind, Copy, Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur Juvenile. Ding! I'm about to copy the perfect juvenile Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur for you. Swish! As soon as the words fell, a holy light appeared. The dean stood aside, with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with anticipation. As the prompt sound indicating the completion of the copying sounded, under the gaze of Ji Yuan and the dean, the holy light dissipated and turned into an extremely weak creature. This is... Ji Yuan was stunned. Could it be a mistake? At this moment, on the round platform was a palm-sized, lizard-like creature. It doesn't look like a dragon, nor does it have the so-called 8 wings. Is this really the Holy Sky Angry Pterosaur? He looked at the dean, only to see that his eyes were wide open, and he stretched out his trembling hand and touched the creature very cautiously. Then, the dean looked at him suddenly, his pupils trembling and his eyes sharp. Damn it, don't look at me like that, is that right? Give me some advice. Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, unsure what the super dean was thinking at the moment. After a moment, the dean opened his mouth slightly. Okay. Unexpectedly, he said 3 good words with great excitement. Ji Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You are simply the treasure of our Shitian Academy, Ji Yuan! The dean suddenly smiled and grabbed his shoulders excitedly. The dean patted his shoulder, put his arm around him and walked towards the portal. Ji Yuan turned around and wanted to take another look at the young Holy Sky Angry Pterosaur, but was pulled back by the dean. I know what you are thinking. You are right. That little thing is indeed the juvenile state of the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur. I built this space specifically for it. Don't worry, I will let it leave when it reaches adolescence. The two walked through the portal and returned to the office. The dean's excitement and enthusiasm seemed to linger in the space. In the office, he returned to his normal self, carefully looked at Ji Yuan from head to toe, and said, From now on, if you have any difficulties or requests in the academy or even in the whole country, just tell me. Thank you, Dean. Ji Yuan nodded. I do have something that I want to ask the dean for. Just say it. The dean waved his hand. I want to go into the forest on the north side of the academy. Okay, it's a small matter. I also need to bring a few friends along. No problem. They have classes and need. Approved. Dean, there is one more thing. I have my eyes on a few skill cores, but my points. Here are 800,000 points. If you're not satisfied, we'll tell you later. Okay, thank you, Dean. You should go to bed early. Finally, Ji Yuan left the office with the unique point card in his hand. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, my cell phone vibrated. At a glance, it was the dean who had just added me as a friend, sending me a message. 3 days later, leave the academy with me and I will take you to 2 places. Okay, Dean. Putting away his phone, Ji Yuan had some guesses in his mind about these 2 places. Chapter 115? Provocation. Early the next morning. Yuan! The north side of the college borders the edge of the mountains. Jiang Qigru, whose silver hair was like a galaxy, was waiting early. When she saw Ji Yuan, she skipped to his side with joy. Good morning, cousin. After holding Ji Yuan's arm, Jiang Qigru turned her head to look at Zhao Shan beside her and smiled. Cousin. Zhao Shan laughed awkwardly. Today, everyone except him was not free. He didn't want to be a light bulb, but Ji Yuan said he had a gift for him, so he had no choice but to follow him. Where are your other friends? Jiang Qingru asked. They have something to take care of, let's go. As Ji Yuan spoke, he summoned Mugu out. As the elf in a light green gauze dress appeared, Jiang Qingru's clear eyes flashed with surprise. Is this the elf you were talking about? So beautiful. Mugu, who had just woken up from his sleep, was yawning. After hearing the praise, he looked at the other person, and his elf eyes also sparkled in amazement. You're so beautiful, too. All right, Mugu, lead the way. Ji Yuan waved his hand, interrupting the 2 women's flattery. Okay, sir. Mugu responded, then raised his head slightly, sniffed the air, and led the way forward. Seeing this, Ji Yuan and the other 2 followed behind, and the group went deeper into the mountain range. Old Ji, what surprise are you going to give me? Can you please stop keeping me in suspense? After walking for a distance, Zhao Shan could no longer suppress his speculations. You can't help it? Ji Yuan glanced at him. Haven't you been keeping me in suspense for more than a month since I started school? This guy never told him the result of Snow Ice Ape's advancement from beginning to end. Every time he asked, she just smiled mysteriously, as if she was hiding something. Hey! After he said that, Zhao Shan smiled embarrassedly. Okay, I was planning to give you a surprise when I challenge you. Anyway, you have now advanced to the 5th rank, and there is no way I can beat you. As he spoke, an ice crystal beast controlling seal appeared in his palm. Swish! The light flickered, and a biting chill suddenly spread, making Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru both feel a little chilly. Then, under the gaze of the two men, a sturdy gorilla over 3 meters tall with icy hair appeared behind Zhao Shan. The chill permeated the gorilla's body, and its pure icy hair seemed to have formed a layer of strange armor, making the gorilla look even stronger. However, what is eye-catching is the color of the gorilla's eyebrows and the hair on its head. The hair in these two places is dark red, which creates a strong sense of incongruity with the ice crystals all over the body. Ji Yuan looked at the gorilla and couldn't help but recall what it looked like in the past. In comparison, it is now more robust, and the blood fluctuations in its body are more intense. As for the appearance, there is actually not much change. Bing Bing now has a dominant bloodline, so powerful! Zhao Shan patted its big arms and laughed. What bothers me most is your strange habit. Jiang Qingru pursed her lips and explained with a faint smile. Uncle Tiaho and Aunt Wanchio have given him many legendary beast eggs, but he only likes apes, monkeys, and gorillas, 3 categories. The starting points of the bloodlines of these 3 types of beasts are very low. If you want a high bloodline level, you can only cultivate it from scratch. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan in surprise. Wouldn't it be very hard for you to do this? This is a kind of persistence and romance. Do you understand? Zhao Shan curled his lips. Master, it's coming! At this time, Muge, who was leading the way in front, suddenly turned his head. Hearing this, the 3 of them regained their seriousness. After pushing aside a bush, the skeleton of a reptile was found lying quietly not far away. Strangely, the Emperor's atlas in Ji Yuan's mind remained motionless. And around these bones, there are many creatures surrounding them. These creatures were lying in a neat row, breathing evenly, and seemed to be sleeping soundly. Bing Bing, go and drive these creatures away! After getting Ji Yuan's consent, Zhao Shan immediately commanded Bing Bing to jump out of the bushes. With its size, the noise it made almost scared the creatures to death, not to mention driving them away. When the scene was clear, they stepped forward. When I got closer, I found that the skeleton was surrounded by a thin layer of dark green gas. This layer of gas seemed to emit some kind of soothing power, making any creatures nearby want to rest involuntarily. Absorb. Squatting down, Ji Yuan immediately summoned the Emperor's Atlas. Absorption completed, generating data panel. Creature, breathing beast. Race, life-bearing beast man. Bloodline, imperial. Attribute, wood. Features, breath of life, expels a gentle breath that replenishes spiritual power, which will not dissipate even after death. Other data lost. Remains integrity, 70%. Life-giving beasts, life-giving elves. Is there some connection between the two? So, this so-called breath of life can also block the detection of the Emperor's Atlas? Standing up, Ji Yuan looked at Muge. Anything else? She frowned and sniffed the air. Yes, but it's very far away. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Shan's cell phone suddenly rang. Su, what is this guy going to do? Zhao Shan answered the call doubtfully, but Ji Yuan saw his face turn gloomy in an instant. What's wrong? Something happened. Zhao Shan looked at him. Su said that Chen Hao, who ranked 5th on the gold list, and Kushwanji teamed up to bully the students of Linyan City. Even the 4th one and him were beaten. What? Ji Yuan frowned and looked at Jiang Qingru. What's going on? Does the academy condone this kind of behavior? This is too normal. Jiang Qingru shook her head and sighed. The teaching philosophy of the Super Academy is special. It is better than letting students be like a greenhouse flower. The Academy's top management hopes that every student who graduates from the Super Academy can become a strong and aggressive lone wolf. This concept is implemented most thoroughly in Absolute Spirit Academy. And the benefits of doing so are obvious. In every annual exchange competition between the three major colleges, the students of Absolute Spirit College have more combat skills and experience than those of the other two colleges. Jiang Qingru looked at Ji Yuan and said, I haven't had time to tell you these things because I have too many things to deal with these 2 days. When you joined the academy, you should have seen a city, right? Strictly speaking, that city is also Xingtian College. Every year, any student who feels they have stayed long enough can apply to go to Xingtian City. The prosperity of Xingtian City is no different from the top 10 cities in the country. The only difference is that the currency is points. At the same time, there is a force in Xingtian City, the Beast Taming Guild. Except for Tang Yi and I, the other 8 people in the top 10 of the gold list all have their own guilds. Including Chen Hao. I see. Listening to Jiang Qingrou's answer, Ji Yuan slowly clenched his fists. Since the academy has acquiesced, then I know what to do. Where are they now? He looked at Zhao Shan, who replied, We are square. I heard that Chen Hao and Kushwanji gathered all the students from Linyun City there. Then let's go. Star Owl. Ji Yuan immediately shouted coldly. Jiho. The space rippled, and a gorgeous and mysterious griffin appeared out of thin air. Chapter 116? Let's go together. You rubbish, are all level 4 and 5 students. You are such a bunch of trash. Xingtian College, we are square. It is now time for the get out of class to be over. The square is crowded with people, and countless pairs of eyes are staring at the group of low-level students who dare not speak out with ridicule and disgust. They all came from Linyun City, and were 4th and 5th grade students. Everyone in the whole school knows that these guys got in with the help of the competition champion Ji Yuan. In daily campus life, most students have great malice towards these students from Linyun City. Right now, at this moment, in front of 50 Linyun City students stood a huge fox with 4 tails and orange fur. On the back of the fox stood a man wearing glasses. The silver-haired Kushwanji stood side by side with him, sneering at the burly man who was sitting on the ground and gasping in front of him. Old Four, how are you? Su Su, who was thin, supported Zhong Xian, with a look of great aggrieved look in his eyes. You bully, wait till Ji Yuan comes over and I'll have him beat you to death. Looking at Zhong Xian's pale face, Su Su finally couldn't help but curse at a first-year student who had just hit Zhong Xian. On the back of the 4-tailed fox, the bespectacled Chen Hao sneered when he saw that he dared to speak. You still dare to shout? Keep fighting! After receiving the order, the first-grade lackey stepped forward again without even summoning the beast. I'm Su. Bang! Before Su Su even finished reporting his home address, the other party slapped him in the face. A burning pain came over him, and he was stunned. What's wrong with the Su family? Man, in the academy, fists are the most important, and everything else is bullshit, you know that. Where are your reinforcements? 5 minutes have passed. Could Ji Yuan be scared? Ha! The first-year student who beat him laughed wildly. I'm going to kill you! Su Su's eyes were red. He had never been beaten by anyone in his life. He was so angry that he immediately flashed the beast-taming seal, but just when he lost his mind, Zhong Xian quickly grabbed him. Third brother! Don't be impulsive! Hey, summon them! You are only a 6th-grade beast. If you dare to summon the beast, I will destroy them all. The 5th-grade first-level student laughed loudly, and even Chen Hao's lackeys laughed along with him. Jiho! Just at this moment, an eagle's cry was heard from high in the sky. Immediately, everyone in Weia Square raised their heads and saw a black shadow swooping down. Call out! The black shadow fell straight in front of Chen Hao's 4-tailed fox. Bang! A shocking roar was heard, accompanied by a gust of wind that swept through the entire venue, and many people raised their hands to cover their eyes. When the strong wind dissipated, everyone looked forward. In front of Chen Hao's orange 4-tailed fox stood a huge, colorful griffin with wings spread high. This is... Chen Hao looked at the huge griffin in front of him and his pupils contracted. Star-Peak Griffin. No, that's not right. The Star-Peak Griffin recorded in the books is golden all over and as dazzling as the sun, but this is not the Star-Peak Griffin. At this time, on the griffin's back, a strand of silver hair fluttered in the wind. Seeing this, Chen Hao's heart trembled. Senior Qingru? He spoke quickly. But when the griffin folded its wings, he saw the goddess he had admired for a long time was intimately holding the arm of a handsome young man. Ji Yuan! There was a murderous look in Chen Hao's eyes. I thought you, a coward, wouldn't dare to come out, Ji Yuan. Kushwanji, with silver hair, had hatred in his eyes. His black wind had completed his advancement last night, and had completely become a legendary creature. This is his biggest reliance now. Don't you need me to help? On the back of the griffin, Jiang Qingru tucked her hair by her ears and looked at Ji Yuan. Rest assured. Ji Yuan shook his head, and then jumped directly off the griffin's back. Zhao Shan and Jiang Qingru followed closely behind. Fourth brother! Third brother! Zhao Shan immediately ran towards Su Su and Zhong Xian. When he saw the red slap mark on Su Su's face, his eyes immediately spewed flames. Who hit me? Zhao Shan turned around and glared at Chen Hao and his group. I hit you, what do you want? The first-grade student walked forward with his chin up. He was just a sixth-grade student, what could he do? At most, only Ji Yuan can see it. However, they have no less than 6 fifth-grade people on their side, especially Chen Hao, who is 5th on the gold list. How dare Ji Yuan act rashly? How? At this moment, a cold voice filled with anger suddenly sounded. I'll tell you what will happen! Boom! Moment. A powerful soul power surged up, and the first-grade student was immediately shocked. Before he could react, Ji Yuan grabbed his hair and pulled it hard. Bang! This arrogant first-year student was directly pulled to the ground. Snort! Seeing this, the sea of soul power of Chen Hao and Kushwanji surged wildly, and the soul power pressure poured directly towards Ji Yuan, as if trying to crush him. Oh! Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan sneered. Wow! Suddenly, a soul power wave that was even more terrifying and brutal than the power of the two of them combined erupted from Ji Yuan's body. The soul power galaxy flowed slowly, and endless and domineering soul power flowed out from every pore of his body, directly dispersing the soul power pressure of the two people. This! Chen Hao's pupils trembled. Did Ji Yuan really just advance to the 5th rank? This time, it's about iron plate. Just from the clash of soul power, Chen Hao had a general understanding of Ji Yuan's strength. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Now that things have been stirred up, it is impossible to calm down easily. Ji Yuan had a blank expression on his face, and the first-grade student closest to him was almost suffocated by the terrifying soul power that was like the galaxy in the universe. Su Su, come up! Ji Yuan said coldly. Su Su, with a faint slap mark on his left cheek, walked forward. Beat! Hearing this, Su Su's eyes instantly turned red. Then, he roared, and swung his right arm towards the first-grade dog-legged boy's face. Bang! The slap not only left a red slap mark, but also made the other person's mouth bleed. I'm wrong, brother. The first-grade student whimpered. Ji Yuan continued to release the vast spiritual power in his body, not giving him any chance. He turned his head and looked at Zhong Xian. Old Four, hit him back the way he hit you. Zhong Xian, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, also stepped forward with red eyes. Okay, big brother. After saying that, he kicked out hard. Ugh! Ji Yuan let go, and the first-year student was kicked 2 meters away. The crowd around him moved away one after another. No one sympathized with his plight, and some even felt that the beating was not harsh enough. In the back, 50 people from Linyun City stared at Ji Yuan's back, their eyes full of respect. Now it's your turn. Ji Yuan clapped his hands, and then, under the gaze of countless people, he pointed at Chen Hao and Kushwanji and said, You two come together. Chapter 117, Heaven Burns and Earth Destroyed. You two come together! What kind of arrogant words are these? Chen Hao was in the top 5 on the gold list, and before Kushwanji deliberately sniped Ji Yuan, his ranking on the gold list was also 14th. Ji Yuan has only been in school for a month, and he actually has the audacity to ask them to go to school together? Ignoring the noise in the square, Ji Yuan jumped onto the back of Star Owl, then spread his wings and flew into the sky. Snort! Chen Hao's eyes flashed coldly, and he rode the four-tailed fox towards the duel area. Seeing this, Kushwanji also rushed out on his black lion. The 10th Duel Arena. This is one of the largest dueling arenas in the academy. Half the size of a downtown tournament match. Now, Ji Yuan stood on the stage, and behind him, Ming, Xing Xiao, and Shanpa stood in order. Opposite him, Chen Hao pushed up his glasses and sneered, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss when you leave the academy and enter Xingtian City in the future." As he spoke, he was always looking at the three beasts behind Ji Yuan, and strong waves of blood surged in his face. Where on earth did this person come from? That Qilin beast and Black Wolf should be mythical bloodlines. But what kind of species is this strange griffin? Is it a dark peak griffin? A 5th grade beastmaster blessed by a mythical beastmaster, plus the terrifying soul power fluctuations that Ji Yuan had previously erupted in Wuya Square. Chen Hao gradually lost confidence. He is not a fool. He has 8 beasts under his command, and only one of them has a legendary bloodline. Moreover, it was just restrained by Ji Yuan's fire-type Qilin beast. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Kushwanji beside him. Fortunately, Ji Yuan is so arrogant that he dares to threaten to fight 2 at once, which is exactly what I want. No matter how evil Ji Yuan is, he can't be a match for the 2 of them. Chen Hao thought so. But little did he know that Kushwanji had the same thoughts in his heart. As long as we join forces with Chen Hao, even if Ji Yuan uses that weird trick again, we can break it. At the same time, the students on the stage who heard the news and rushed over to watch all found it incredible. If Ji Yuan really wins this match, I'm afraid no one in the academy will be his opponent in the future. Student Ji Yuan, are you sure you want to start the duel? The referee looked at him and confirmed. Ji Yuan nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, the referee looked at Chen Hao and Kushwanji again. Are you sure you want to start the duel? Stop talking nonsense! Chen Hao and Kushwanji obviously felt that it was a bit embarrassing to fight 2 against 1, and shouted at the same time. Immediately, the referee said nothing more and directly announced the start of the duel. Ji Yuan! Kushwanji could no longer hold back, and a sturdy lion with black hair flowing like the wind appeared, followed by a moose and a giant ape with flaming flames. Chen Hao even summoned a 4-tailed fox and 2 strange creatures that had never been seen before. Almost at the same time, the blue and white Qilin beast took a step forward. Use heaven-burning earth destruction! Vast soul power overflowed. Ming stepped onto the ring and took a walk violently. Swish! Moment. The blue netherworld flames suddenly spread, and in just the blink of an eye, they enveloped the 2 people and their 6 beasts at the same time. The hot temperature made Chen Hao and Kushwanji's faces change drastically. A skill to create elemental space. At this moment, they seemed to be in a vast plain, with countless blue volcanoes standing on all sides. Next second. Bang! As the air gradually boiled, the sky and the earth shook, and those blue volcanoes spewed out flaming boulders one after another, covering the sky and blocking the sun, pouring down towards the 6 beasts of the 2 people. Chen Hao and Kushwanji were both so frightened by this doomsday-like scene that their scalps went numb. At this moment, Chen Hao seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly looked towards Ji Yuan in the distance. You! This is the heaven-burning and earth-destruction created by the ancient beast-master Fin Yen. How is this possible? Even for the most talented fire-type beast-master, it would take at least 3 months to fully master heaven-burning earth-destruction. You've only been in school for a month, how can you release it? Chen Hao was so defeated because he had saved up 500,000 yuan half a year ago and purchased Tian Fendimia. However, after 5 months, his fire beast taming was still in the ignorant stage of this skill. Shock is shock. The 2 of them immediately controlled their respective beasts to launch the strongest defense. When the volcanic boulders fell from the sky, the deafening and terrifying sound made their hearts beat wildly. Far away, Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not expect that Tian Fendimi's performance would be so powerful. However, this move does consume a lot of soul power. In just a moment, 1/3 of his soul power was lost. Moreover, this skill is very special. Even if Ming has talent, there is no need to worry. He can master any fire-type beast taming skill at a glance. But Ming now only has half the control over heaven burning and earth extermination. If he has complete control over everything, it is hard to imagine how powerful he will be. These 500,000 points are worth it. Under the huge rocks, Kushwanji roared angrily. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so terrifying? Humph! Chen Hao snorted coldly. During the ancient war, when Finyan released this move, tens of thousands of cursed souls died. Can what he is performing now be even 1/10,000th of Finyan's? Hold on, as long as this move is over, he will definitely lose. The defense deployed by the 6 beasts together was extremely stubborn. No matter how many flaming rocks rolled down from the sky, they could not be shaken in the slightest. There is another way. Kushwanji stared at Ji Yuan in the distance and said, You and I will each summon another beast, and attack him now. Unexpectedly, his words made Chen Hao smile. Kushwanji, do you know why you are only worthy of being ranked 14th? What did you say? Veins appeared on Kushwanji's forehead. Now our spiritual power is concentrated on the 3 beasts. Once the 4th beast is summoned, the spiritual power will be tilted. What consequences will this cause? Chen Hao sneered. You are still too young. Being passive now does not mean you will always be passive. I know Tian Fendimia very well. No matter what kind of genius he is, as long as he is of the 5th rank, his sea of soul power will definitely not be able to perform other actions while releasing this move. Kushwanji growled unconvincedly. Ji Yuan is different. You have never fought with him, you don't know him at all. Just at this moment, both Chen Hao and Kushwanji's pupils shrank. In the sight of both of them, Ji Yuan moved. Ouch! I saw the giant black wolf roaring towards the sky. Amid the rolling stones, dark clouds suddenly gathered. At the same time, the mysterious griffin spread its wings and flew into the sky. A ball of star power was forming in its mouth. Chen Hao is right. If it was an ordinary 5th-grade weapon, it would be difficult to extract soul power to launch other attacks when releasing heaven burning and earth destruction. But Ji Yuan is not an ordinary 5th-grade person. There is no sea of soul power in his body. Rather, it is the soul power galaxy. Chapter 118, 5th on the gold list. Ji Yuan. Thunder Trial! Starry Sky Rush! At the moment when Ji Yuan's soul power was activated, Shampa and Xingxiu both took up their positions and released their deadly killing moves. The 5th rank is worthy of being the 5th rank. Although Tian Fendimia had drained away nearly 1/3 of his soul power, he was still able to rely on the vast soul power galaxy and his special soul power recovery speed. Ji Yuan can do things that ordinary 5th-grade masters can hardly do. When the thunder poured down on the defense condensed by the 6 beasts, the star breath from the mouth of the star owl, which was enough to extinguish the fire of life, was finally ready. Wow! In an instant, a beam of light that seemed to contain stars burst out from the beak of the star owl, filled with infinite star power, and hit the defenses of the 6 beasts. Crack! In an instant, the triple violent attack from the rolling stones, endless thunder, and the raging starry sky directly caused the 6 beasts' defense of Chen Hao and Kushwanji to collapse. Damn it! Where on earth did this bastard come from? Are you sure he has only been promoted to the 5th rank for a month? Chen Hao felt a chilling breath from Xing Zhao's mouth. He couldn't believe that he was facing a newly promoted 5th-grade beast master. Kushwanji's eyes were full of bitterness, and now he was not sure. Could it be that those who can trigger the black gold light column are really such evildoers? He couldn't help but think back to the day when he dueled with Ji Yuan. He didn't even have time to fight back before he was knocked unconscious by him. At that time, he could still find an excuse and say that it was because Ji Yuan's methods were too cunning and creating illusions was not upright. But now, the opponent not only attacked head-on, but even used overwhelming force to fight him and Chen Hao alone. Everyone has his own pride in his heart, but when he finds that he cannot defeat the other party no matter what, this pride turns into bitterness. Damn it! Let's fight! Kushwanji, You and I will summon another beast together, and when the defense is broken, we will attack with all our strength. Chen Hao felt the fierce pressure from high above, gritted his teeth and roared. Good! Kushwanji's eyes narrowed. The moment the defense above their heads completely collapsed. Jihong! Aurora! Chen Hao and Kushwanji immediately roared, and huge waves rose in the sea of soul power. Together, the two of them have a total of 8 beasts to control, with 4 beasts per person. This is already the limit of what a 5th grade beast master can control. If the 4 beasts release their skills at the same time, even the sea of soul power will be drained. But they can't care about that anymore. The last bit of dignity they had as emperors in their hearts made them not allow themselves to be defeated by a freshman when they joined forces. At the same time, the elemental space created by the burning of heaven and the destruction of earth gradually disappeared, and they once again appeared in the sight of the public. What's going on? The battle isn't over yet. Fuck! Who on earth is this Ji Yuan? How could he withstand the combined efforts of Senior Chen and Senior Ke? As expected of a freshman who can touch the black gold light column, he has already shown such fighting power after only 1 month of enrollment. So strong! Wait. If Ji Yuan really wins this duel, won't he replace Senior Chen and become the 5th on the gold list? The amazement of the students watching made Chen Hao extremely angry, and he immediately yelled. Bullshit! How could Senior Chen lose to Ji Yuan? How dare you, a bunch of lackeys, speak? Chen Hao and Kushwanji have been working together for 5 minutes, and Ji Yuan is still safe and sound. Do you need to say more? Zhao Shan and Su Su pointed at the noses of those 5th-rank lackeys and cursed back. You 2 6th-rank guys dare to shout, if you have the guts, come with me to another duel arena and fight. The lackey sneered, with viciousness in his eyes. Want to fight? I'll fight with you. Unexpectedly. In the crowd, Jiang Qigru tucked her hair behind her ears and looked at him indifferently. Hiss. This silver-haired beauty is the real number 1 on the gold list. Except for a few people in the entire academy, who dares to speak loudly to her. Jiang Qigru stepped forward and made all of Chen Hao's lackeys shut up. Wow! Sister-in-law, they bullied me! Only then did Su Su realize that Jiang Qigru was still with them, and he immediately pointed at the slap mark on his cheek that had already faded and started crying miserably. The word, sister-in-law, made Jiang Qingrou's pretty face flash with shyness, and then she looked at those lackeys with an increasingly cold gaze. Chen Hao's lackeys all shuddered, shrank into the crowd, and gradually moved away from her. The 3 people on stage were unaware of the conflict in the audience. During this period, Chen Hao and Kushwanji's 8 beasts had launched rounds of attacks. But what the 2 did not expect was that Ji Yuan's beast master actually took on all the skills of the 8 beast masters without any burden. Mythical bloodline. Chen Hao and Kushwanji gnashed their teeth. As the rank of beast master increased, when fighting against opponents of the same level, it would be a competition of beast master bloodlines. The stronger bloodline of the beast tamer not only possesses unique characteristics and talents, but also can expand stronger skills. Now, each of them holds a legendary beast in their hands. Facing Ji Yuan's 2 mythical beasts and 1 legendary beast, they are simply hit by a dimensionality reduction attack. What's more, Ji Yuan's special soul power qualification has the attribute of being invincible at the same level. With multiple superpositions, even if it is 2 against 1, it is indeed difficult to take advantage of him. In particular, the bloodline of Ming and Shanpa is only mythical on the surface. Let's end it. On the ring, Ji Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. His handsome face and resolute and upright posture made the students watching in the audience all flash a touch of admiration. One man fought against 2 5th-grade warriors of the same level, and he did not lose the upper hand and remained calm the whole time. Isn't this calmness and magnanimity what they desire in their hearts? One more time! Chen Hao gritted his teeth. All-out attack! Kushwanji also roared. Following the emotions of the 2 beast masters, the 8 beast masters on the scene also began to concentrate their strongest attacks again. But at this moment, Muge! Ji Yuan said softly. A pale green light flashed, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, a living elf with fair skin and perfect looks slowly appeared. Muga clasped his hands together in front of his chest, lowered his eyelids slightly, and whispered with his thin lips. Green vine binding. Swish! In an instant, countless thick and vibrant vines suddenly grew out of the arena, directly binding all 8 beasts of Chenhao and Kushwanji. Thick vines tightly bound the 8 beasts' limbs and necks, pinning them to the ground, unable to move. For a moment, roars and struggles were heard on the ring, but no matter what they did, the green vines remained motionless. Firestorm! Thunder trial! Biting gale! When Ji Yuan's calm voice sounded, Ming, Shampa, and Xingxiao all released their skills. The soul power galaxy was surging wildly, and he looked coldly at Chenhao and Kushwanji, who looked ashen in the distance. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Thunder rumbled high in the sky. On the ground, green flames were mixed with terrifying gales. At this moment, the 8 beasts of theirs became fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by Ji Yuan. Or you will have to watch your beast being killed and lose. Or I should bow my head and admit defeat to this freshman who has only been enrolled for 1 month. Chenhao, who was shaking all over with his fists clenched, suddenly let go. I lost. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience. Ranked 5th on the gold list, Chenhao, who had been enrolled for 4 years, really lost. Thinking back then, his entrance test also triggered a column of red-gold light. Immediately, the vines that bound his 4 beasts slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Kushwanji almost bit his teeth off. But what can he do? That's all. I give up. So far. 1 month into school, Ji Yuan experienced a fall from an imperial student to a first-grade student. Then he defeated Kushwanji for the first time and returned to the top. And now, 1 against 2. From now on, the 5th place on the Xintian Academy's gold list will be completely replaced. Chapter 119, Lantian Academy, Frozen Mausoleum. Within the 5th rank, he is invincible among the same level. After Ji Yuan defeated Chenhao and Kushwanji alone, his reputation was completely ignited in the Xintian Academy. In the eyes of everyone, he was doing exactly the same thing as his predecessors in the black and gold light column. Looking at the students who triggered the black-gold light column in the past, each one of them grew up to become a famous beast master in the Great Xia Kingdom. They believe that Ji Yuan will be no exception in the future. So far. In the academy, no one dared to mess with the 50 junior students from Linyan City and all the people in dormitory 811. The students of Linyan City also truly recognized this big brother from the bottom of their hearts. In this academy where strength matters and the strong are respected, Ji Yuan has become the true senior Ji after this battle. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Somehow, during these 3 days, when he wanted to invite everyone to get together, Mu Shuxin and Su Xingyan both made excuses that they were busy. I always feel that the 2 women are a little strange recently. You're leaving the academy? At this moment, dormitory 811. Zhao Shan and the other 2 looked at Ji Yuan in surprise. It's not the kind of leaving you understand. Ji Yuan shook his head. The dean wants to take me to deal with some things. According to my estimation, it might take 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Su Su breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. But if you are not here, what should we do if that damn Kushwanji comes to bully us again? It can be seen that he is traumatized by what happened last time. What are you afraid of? Zhao Shan snorted. My cousin is still in the academy, number 1 on the gold list, who dares to cause trouble for us? Su Su sneered immediately. Fuck you, I thought you were going to say you were here, but after all this time, you still have to rely on your sister-in-law. 2 bombs exploded again. Zhong Xian escaped during class. Ji Yuan was having a headache because of the quarrel between the 2 people. Just then, the dean sent him a message, so he immediately left. More than 10 minutes later. In the clouds, Star Owl spreads its wings and soars. Ji Yuan and the dean rode on its back. After a distance, Ji Yuan asked doubtfully, Why do you have to use it? Just now when he was in the academy, the dean strongly requested to ride the star-peaked griffin, which made him a little confused. Because of it, the persuasiveness will be higher. The dean smiled. Hearing this, he suddenly realized. So, the dean wants me to help the other two academies revive their guardian beasts? When seeing the skeleton of the Holy Sky Angry Pterosaur, the dean once said that the guardian beasts of the three major academies had already died. After hearing what he said, Ji Yuan, who was already smart, immediately understood the purpose of this trip. I won't force you to help them. When the time comes, those two guys will definitely offer some benefits. You can choose according to your own discretion. The dean smiled casually. In response, Ji Yuan remained silent and did not answer, but he started to make plans in his mind. After Star Owl had been flying for nearly an hour, a city comparable in size to Xintian came into view. This city is very special in that the exterior walls of its tall buildings are almost all painted the same way. The light blue and snow-white buildings, when viewed from above, form exactly two words: Miss Sky. This peculiar architectural arrangement made Ji Yuan raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw it for the first time. And Lantian Super College is right above the city. The dean seemed to have given instructions in advance, and did not order Ji Yuan to land. Instead, he asked him to continue controlling the Star Owl along the west side of the academy. After passing through a lush green forest, Ji Yuan, who was standing on the back of Star Owl, suddenly narrowed his eyes. This is... The north side of Xintian College is a vast expanse of devastated scorched earth. The west side of Lantian College was covered in ice for thousands of miles. What you see is endless ice and snow. As soon as Star Owl flew in, a biting cold wind blew over. This is also one of the ancient battlefields, the frozen mausoleum. The dean's tone was full of sighs. In the ancient century, the world-destroying war set off by the Cursed Soul Nation affected the entire world. To prevent the remnants of the Cursed Soul from making a comeback and take them by surprise. Among the 6 ancient battlefields, 4 are guarded by the Great Xia Nation. Among them, our academy is guarding the endless scorched earth. The Miss Sky Academy is guarding this frozen mausoleum that you see. As for the remaining 2 battlefields, one is guarded by Absolute Spirit Academy and the other is guarded by the Beast Taming Alliance headquarters. At this point, Ji Yuan had a certain understanding of the overall picture of this world. As they continued to fly, in the snow-covered sky, Ji Yuan suddenly saw a castle standing on the ice. The castle is so vast that it is almost as big as 2 football fields. At the same time, he also saw a chilling griffin floating in the sky above the castle, slowly flapping its wings. Sitting on the back of this cold-peaked griffin was a woman with a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure. Ji Yuan was not a stranger to this woman. She was Lu Qingxi, the dean of Lantian College, who had personally invited him when he enrolled. When she saw Star Owl, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Then, without waiting for Ji Yuan and the others to get close, he directly drove the cold-peaked griffin under him towards the interior of the castle. Ji Yuan signaled Xing Xiao to follow. This ice crystal castle was much larger than they had imagined. Finally, they stopped in a spacious courtyard. Hello again, little Ji Yuan. As soon as she landed, the charming Lu Qingxi cast a seductive glance at Ji Yuan and chuckled softly. He laughed dryly twice and didn't dare to say anything. Then, Lu Qingxi looked at the dean beside her and rolled her eyes. Li Xuefu, you are 20 minutes later than the scheduled time. I can't help it. The young Saint Destroyer is still in the nursing stage. I have to make proper arrangements before I can leave without any worries. Dean Li Xuefu smiled. Holy Destroyer should be the Holy Sky Angry Pterosaur. Ji Yuan listened quietly at the side. Real? Li Xuefu's words made Lu Qingxi's expression completely restrained. She frowned slightly and looked at him. Whether it's true or not, you should have seen it. The dean smiled and said no more. Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes flickered, and her thoughts were unclear. Woo! Sudden! A strong sound of breaking wind was heard. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed on the open space. The noise made the 3 people present look in the direction of the sound at the same time, and they saw a middle-aged man wearing black clothes and with an angular face. The middle-aged man had a slightly furrowed brow, an indifferent look in his eyes, and a serious expression. Yan Long, the president of Dueling College. Li Xuefu whispered in Ji Yuan's ear. Old Yan, you are also 20 minutes late. Lu Qingxi's tone was slightly dissatisfied. Sorry, something delayed me. Yanlong nodded expressionlessly, and then his eyes focused on Ji Yuan. Suddenly, a burning feeling surged into his heart. Ji Yuan looked calm and looked at him neither arrogantly nor humbly. After a while, Yanlong looked away and looked at Li Xuefu. Let's get straight to the point. Ji Yuan. The dean patted him on the shoulder. Immediately, Ji Yuan summoned Ming, Shanpa, and the star owl that had just been taken away. When 3 emperor-level creatures of different shapes and colors appeared, Yanlong and Lu Qingxi's eyes flashed imperceptibly. Chapter 120, Teachable. Skeleton Beast. Thunder Emperor Beast. Starpeak Griffin. Yanlong walked back and forth in front of the 3 beasts, and after watching them for about 5 minutes, he slowly stopped. After hearing him directly say the names of Ming and Shanpa, Ji Yuan's heart froze slightly. They are indeed imperial creatures that existed in ancient times. At the side, Lu Qingxi blinked her beautiful eyes with a hint of disbelief in them. Allow me to ask, Ji Yuan, how did you do it? Lu Qingxi stared at him, with a fiery look in her eyes. Yanlong's eyes were also sharp. Being stared at by the two made his scalp numb. After taking a deep breath, Ji Yuan said, To be honest, Deans, when I was young, I accidentally entered a cave and luckily obtained a strange dark red pill. I just remember that after taking the pill, it immediately turned into a stream of warm currents flowing into my heart. After that, I didn't take it seriously until the day I became an adult and awakened my soul power. Then a voice appeared in my mind. He said that in my lifetime, I could absorb the remains of 7 emperor creatures and replicate their young. But the prerequisite is that the remains must be complete. Ji Yuan's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat fast. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, as if he was telling the truth. He had expected this day to come, and had made up a story that would not go wrong. At the same time, in order to avoid being used as a tool in the future, he also specifically said that only 7 remains could be accepted. Dark red pill? Be more specific. Yanlong stared at him. It was a palm-sized, oval-shaped pill with a rough surface. I only remember that the light in the cave was dim at the time, and it looked dark red. He pretended to be trying hard to remember. Yanlong listened to his answer, unmoved, and continued to ask. You said that there was a voice in your head after you became an adult? Was it a man or a woman? Female, and she also said, What is the name of the pill I took? What, soul pill? I can't remember. Ji Yuan frowned, thought about it carefully, and then answered. Unexpectedly, after hearing his words, Yanlong murmured to himself. Soul-absorbing pills. Got through with it. Ji Yuan clearly heard the 3 words Yanlong murmured and laughed in his heart. For this story, he specially consulted ancient books. In the ancient times, there was a female beastmaster named Li Ying. She was the only person in Xia who had mastered the secret magic of the Cursed Soul Kingdom. In the final battle, all of Li Ying's emperor-level beasts were killed. So, she began to study the secret method of cursing souls and found a way to revive the beast. Among them, the only thing recorded was something called the Soul Ji pill. However, this thing only records its name, and there is no refining method at all. Concerning the final fate of this female beastmaster, there are only a few words in all the ancient books. No one knows where she went, or where she was buried. Therefore, Ji Yuan deliberately placed his story on the missing female beastmaster to increase its credibility. This was also the first time that Dean Li Xuefu heard this story. At this moment, the 3 deans of the super academies were all stunned by the story he made up. The 3 of them fell into deep thought at the same time. Do you remember where the cave you visited when you were young is? Yanlong was the first to come back to his senses, with a gleam in his eyes. Withered Valley. As for the exact location, over the past decade or so, vegetation has grown and the mountain has collapsed, so I can't find it anymore. Ji Yuan shook his head. However, I can confirm with the 3 deans that in that cave, besides the pills, there was only a rotten beast skeleton and a broken arm. The 3 of them were silent. After a long time, Lu Qingxi said, So you only have 3 chances now? The chance she was talking about was the number of times she could absorb the remains and revive. Yes. Ji Yuan nodded. People are all selfish. Imperial creatures are beasts that transcend legends and myths. Ask the beast masters in the world, who doesn't want to own one or even multiple emperor-level beasts? And now, out of Ji Yuan's 7 chances, he had used 3 for himself and 1 for Xingtian Academy. Would he be willing to waste this precious opportunity for the 2 of them again? Yan Long and Lu Qingxi were thinking in their hearts. With their current strength, the 5th rank is naturally not worth mentioning in their eyes. Direct coercion by force? Let's not talk about whether Li Xuefu will protect Ji Yuan. With Yan Long and Lu Qingxi's identities and personalities, they would not do such a thing. In this case, there is only one way. Ji Yuan! Lu Qingxi spoke first. I beg you to use up a chance of resurrection for me and Lantian Academy. If you have any request or condition, just ask. Yan Long followed closely behind and said in a serious voice. Ji Yuan, I also hope that you can use up a chance of resurrection for Dueling Academy. As long as you can agree to anything, as long as it's within the scope of what I can do, just ask. The 2 deans stared at him with sharp eyes. After a while, Ji Yuan bowed slightly. Thank you, both deans, for thinking so highly of me. But I decided to follow Dean Li here today, not to ask for anything from you two. As a beast master of the great Xian nation, I was heartbroken and frightened when I learned that all the guardian beasts of the Super Academy had perished. To be honest with you, the 3 deans, I have had several head-on battles with the remnants of the cursed soul. Their evil power is truly frightening. So, in my opinion, reviving the guardian beast of the Super Academy is something I must do as a beast master of Daxia. Even if Dean Li Xuefu didn't bring me here today, I would still take the initiative to request to revive the guardian beasts for the 2 deans. Even if this will use up all my resurrections, I'll do it anyway. Ji Yuan was full of emotions and his tone was sincere and serious. There is no flattery or fawning. There is only a sense of pride and honor in adding strength to Daxia. His words stunned the 3 deans again. In their opinion, Ji Yuan could definitely raise the price. After all, the opportunity he had to revive the emperor creature was extremely precious. In fact, its value cannot be measured by anything. But now, not only did this little guy not intend to raise the price, he even said such touching words. What kind of enlightenment is this? The 3 deans of the Super Academies looked at Ji Yuan with a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. After Ji Yuan finished speaking, he lowered his head slightly, looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, and remained silent. Only he himself understood why he said that. Indeed, at this time, he believed that as long as his requests were not too excessive, Yan Long and Lu Qingxi would definitely agree to them. But this is not what he wants. Ji Yuan was so smart. The reason why he said that he was willing to help the 2 of them unconditionally was just for 2 words. Human feelings. Let me ask you, is there anything in the world that could be more valuable than the favors of 2 super college presidents? Obviously not. Chapter 121 Prophecy and Promise. Call. After a while, Li Xuefu exhaled deeply, raised his brows, and looked at this student from his college, feeling relieved. Especially when he saw the stunned expressions of Lu Qingxi and Yan Long, he was even more delighted. As he laughed, the 2 deans came back to their senses. Lu Qingxi glared at him, regretting that she had not tried her best to allow Ji Yuan to join Lantian. Immediately, Lu Qingxi's gaze moved and stopped at that handsome face. How about this? It hasn't been long since you were promoted to the 5th rank. I'll give you 3 space stones as a thank you gift. As she spoke, she opened her warm palms. 3 diamond-shaped crystals immediately appeared between his palms. Anything that can be taken out at this moment is definitely not cheap. These 3 space stones are the best that have never been put on the market in the Kejiyuan. Although it sounds a bit strange, their functions are more complete and more perfect than any other space stone on the market. The most expensive space stone on the market today. One can be exchanged for a legendary beast egg. And the value of these 3 coins, roughly estimated, is enough to increase 10-fold. Looking at the space stone in Lu Qingxi's hand, Li Xuefu and Yan Long were both a little surprised. Is this the space stone given to you by the Chief Research and Development Officer of Kejiyuan? Li Xuefu chuckled. I heard that even if it's the scientific era, it would take 50 years to make 9 of these. Then the Chief RD officer gave you a token of love, are you really willing to give it away? Hearing this, Ji Yuan immediately shook his head. Dean Lu, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Lu Qingxi glanced at Li Xuefu and said softly, These 3 space stones were given to me by a close friend. To me, they mean more than the items themselves. Just like now. I'm giving you these 3 space stones today not to repay you for what you're going to do next. Whether you can revive your guardian beast or not, I, Lu Qingxi, and even the entire Lantian Academy, will be your strong backing from now on. These 3 space stones, whose energy will never run out, are the best proof. Her words were gentle and soft. But when Ji Yuan heard it, he was shocked. I raised my head slightly and was met with the other person's sincere and serious eyes. He knew that he had no choice but to accept it now. Dean Xia Lu. Ji Yuan carefully took the 3 space stones. In an instant, his beast-controlling space began to vibrate, as if in longing. From now on, call me Aunt. Lu Qingxi smiled with satisfaction. Yes, Aunt Lu. Ji Yuan immediately changed his words, making Lu Qingxi smile. Li Xuefu on the side suddenly felt something was wrong. This woman was trying to poach his colleagues? Cough. Immediately. Li Xuefu cleared his throat, looked at Ji Yuan and said, Well, not bad. The things your Aunt Lu gave you are very good, but when we return to the academy, Uncle Li will give you something better. His look made Ji Yuan laugh and he nodded in agreement. Yen Long remained silent throughout the entire time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lu Qingxi and Li Xuefu knew his character very well. At that moment, no one said anything more. Lu Qingxi led the way, leading them through twists and turns in the ice castle, and finally into a staircase leading to the underground. The hard stairs made of ice crystals were slightly chilly, but fortunately, the 4 people present were all beast masters of rank 5 or above, and their soul power was enough to resist the invading cold air. Walking down the stairs, there was a faint light on the frozen walls. After about 10 minutes of walking, a huge space buried under the ice fortress came into view. This is a completely frozen circular space, like a huge arena. In the center, a thin layer of pale blue light curtain is flowing. In that curtain of light, lay a majestic ice crystal skeleton. Thanks for your hard work. Lu Qingxi stopped and turned to look at Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan nodded and walked forward. Under the gaze of the 3 deans, he passed through the light blue light curtain and approached the ice crystal skeleton. Old Yen, you haven't thought about it yet? Lu Qingxi observed Ji Yuan's every move, but the topic was directed to the silent Yen Long. No, I'm trying to figure out how to give him the most compensation and help. Yen Long shook his head, his eyes focused on the pale blue light screen. The reason I didn't say anything just now was because I was thinking about the prophecy left by my ancestors, he said suddenly. Li Xuefu and Lu Qingxi were stunned. You mean the Beast King? The first president of Absolute Spirit Academy was the Beast King, who was known as the most powerful beast master in the world in ancient times. It was no secret in the Beast Taming Alliance that the Beast King's surname was Yen. As the ancestor of the Yen family, he left nothing to his descendants except for his reputation. Strictly speaking, only one letter was left. The letter mentioned the future comeback of the remnants of the cursed soul. Rather than a prophecy, it is more like the vision of the future by this strongest beast master before his death. Before the ancestor died, he asked Kuji Yuan to mobilize the whole country to build the Beast King's secret realm for him. He wrote in the letter, "One day in the future, the world will fall into a vortex of destruction. At that time, a man will walk out of the rift, and he will lead the extinction beast-taming army to calm everything." Yen Long's eyes were solemn. The ancestor also wrote later that in order to establish a bond with this person, he would leave behind a complete remains of the Thunder Emperor Beast in a certain change in the secret realm. My descendants, if a Thunder Emperor Beast suddenly appears in the world one day in the future, no matter what the temperament of its beast master is, my lineage will protect it. This is the last part of our ancestor's prophecy. Yen Long let out a breath and looked at Ji Yuan with a gleam of light in his eyes. So you mean Ji Yuan? Lu Qingxi's beautiful eyes flickered and her red lips slightly opened, as if she found it incredible. Li Xuefu also said solemnly, "Since it is Senior Beast King's message, we should obey it." Alas! Yen Long frowned and shook his head. I was extremely shocked when I first saw this Thunder Emperor beast during the city competition. If Ji Yuan is really the person our ancestors mentioned, it also indirectly proves one thing. The power of the remnants of the cursed soul may have grown beyond our imagination. Perhaps in the near future, the world-destroying crisis will come back again. Besides that, there is one more thing. The letter left by our ancestors mentioned the final outcome of the man who saved the world. Yanlong looked at the two men and said word by word. In the final battle, he will die. Moreover, he can only temporarily quell the crisis of world destruction. After his death, the world will still be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qingxi and Li Xuefu's faces suddenly darkened. We may have to speed up our exploration of the rifts in the other world. After a moment's silence, Li Xuefu looked at the back of the young man in front of him and murmured. So, Yanlong said, I want to go to the burial place of my ancestor and get the skeleton for him. The skeleton? Lu Qingxi and Li Xuefu narrowed their eyes at the same time. You mean, the Beast King's most powerful beast, the Haoyu dragon? Yes. Yanlong nodded. Chapter 122 Return. Ding! Complete remains of an emperor creature detected near the host, marked. Inside the light blue screen, Ji Yuan stared at the icy skeleton and seemed to hear a series of strange growls in a trance. Absorb. The remains have been absorbed, and the data panel is being generated. Creature, Ice Soul Glazed Phoenix. Race, Phoenix. Bloodline, Imperial Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Ice, Electricity, Wind, Thunder. Features lost. The rest of the data, completely lost. Unfortunately, without the contract, he would not be able to see the detailed panel. I'm really curious about what the skills of these guardian beasts will be like. The integrity of the remains of the Ice Soul Glazed Phoenix has been detected to be 100%. Do you want to immediately replicate the perfect larva? Lu Qingxi had already told him when he came down that he could be resurrected on the spot after absorbing the bones. Therefore, he simply said in his mind, Copy. A familiar light appeared. Ji Yuan squatted down, and in front of him, a curled-up creature that looked like a little bird slowly appeared. This little bird is covered with a light blue layer of ice, and looks like an exquisite glass figurine. He discovered that the Holy Sky Wrath Pterosaur and the Ice Soul Glazed Phoenix were exactly the same. Compare Ming, Shampa and Xingxiao, who are also in their childhood. These two guardian beast-level imperial creatures are extremely fragile in their infancy, and seem to have no fighting power. Is this some strange feature? The moment the little bird appeared, Lu Qingxi could no longer suppress her emotions and was the first to approach here. Hiss! When she saw the little bird with her own eyes, her chest couldn't help but rise and fall violently to calm the shock in her heart. Afterwards, Lu Qingxi left Xiao Kei in the circular space. Returning to the top, she looked at Ji Yuan very seriously and said, My promise will always be valid. The door of Lantian College will always be open to you. Thank you, Aunt Lu. He nodded in response. Ji Yuan. At this time, Yanlong suddenly spoke. In 7 days, I will bring the remains of the guardian beast to Xitian College. I will trouble you then. I will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation. No one could understand how important it was to them to revive their guardian beast. Even if they had to ask the 3 deans to kneel down in exchange for a chance to be resurrected, they would do it without hesitation. Because this is not only for the Academy, but also for Daxia and for every person in the world who needs protection. President Yen, you are too polite. It is my honor to contribute a little to the strength of Daxia. How can I say it is troublesome? Ji Yuan looked stern. Although he was thinking of owing someone a favor, everything he said came from the heart. Even if Lu Qingxi and Yanlong didn't give him anything, he would still do it. Because only he himself knows that the power of resurrection is unlimited. However, this was a different matter in the eyes of Yanlong and the other two. In their opinion, Ji Yuan had actually wasted an extremely precious opportunity. Good! Yanlong seemed to appreciate his words very much, and the corners of his usually serious mouth twitched at this moment, as if he was trying to force out a smile. But perhaps because smiling is unfamiliar to him, the expression on his face now looked strange and ugly. From now on, you can call me Uncle Yen. I promise you that the Yen family will protect you forever until the Yen family bloodline is extinct. Yen Long's tone was filled with great seriousness and determination, which shocked Ji Yuan's heart. Did he underestimate the role of the guardian beast? He always felt that these two big men were a little too polite. Thank you, Uncle Yen. After Ji Yuan thanked him, Li Shuefu looked at him with a smile and said, Now that the matter is over, you can go back to the academy first. I have something to discuss with your Aunt Lu and Uncle Yen. Good. Immediately, he summoned the star owl and left in the snowy wind. What a good seedling! Lu Qingxi stared at Ji Yuan's disappearing figure with her beautiful eyes and whispered softly. I have always been worried that the man mentioned by the ancestor would be a despicable person. Now this Ji Yuan completely meets my standards. Yen Long also looked in the direction he left and said, Even if he is not the person our ancestors predicted, I will support him and make him that person. Ha! Li Shuefu laughed. The soul-sucking pill should only allow him to gain the ability to revive imperial creatures. Don't overlook the fact that he has special grade soul power, and he has only been a beast master for 4 months before he reached the 5th rank. This level of comprehension is already a miracle. Moreover, I have observed his 2 battles after he was promoted to the 5th rank. It seems that Ji Yuan, this kid, has no upper limit. No limit? Yen Long and Lu Qingxi both looked at him and said in unison, You are so lucky! Li Shuefu laughed proudly. Ha ha! So, old Yen, at the exchange competition in 2 months, just give up the title of the strongest academy. Unless he can advance to the 4th rank in 2 months, it won't be that easy to win. Yen Long's expression did not change, but one could still hear a hint of happiness in his tone. I have a feeling this little guy will create more surprises. Lu Qingxi lifted her long hair, and her beautiful face radiated a soft glow. Night. Ji Yuan rode on the star owl and soared in the night sky facing the crescent moon. Thinking back to the early morning when he came, he couldn't help but sigh that time passed so quickly and a day was over in the blink of an eye. When he and Star Owl were returning towards the academy. Right now, at this moment. At night, the Xintian Academy is brightly lit. On the deserted playground, a figure with silver hair as beautiful as a galaxy stood in the audience stands. She seemed to be waiting for someone. Time passes by every second. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the playground. A tall woman with long burgundy hair that shone beautifully in the moonlight. A petite woman with a delicate oval face was silent. 2 very different but both extremely beautiful women finally stopped in the audience. Both of them stared at the silver-haired woman at the same time. I'm sorry for asking you guys out so late at night. The silver-haired woman turned around, a faint smile on her beautiful face. The silent girl lowered her starry eyes slightly and said nothing. So, what do you want to say? The woman with long burgundy hair tilted her head back and looked straight at the other person. Mu Shushin. The silver-haired woman said softly. You misunderstood. I have no hostility. A Yuan won't know about our meeting tonight. I just have one thing I want to ask you. The silver-haired woman brushed her hair across her forehead, looked at the 2 women in front of her with clear eyes, and said softly. I beg you to take good care of him. The 2 women were stunned. It may be selfish and rude to say this, but I'm leaving soon. The silver-haired woman's eyes flashed with reluctance. In 7 days I will go to an unknown world to carry out an overseas mission. This is a mission from the Alliance. Even the Academy cannot interfere. This mission is full of dangers, and I'm not sure how long it will take me to return. Although a Yuan usually likes quietness, in fact, he really longs for excitement and joy in his heart. I hope you can keep this a secret for me, please. Chapter 123 Eternal Night. That night, no one knew what the 3 women said. However, after Ji Yuan came back, Mu Shushin and Su Xingyan no longer avoided him like before. They also became good friends with Jiang Qigru. The days in college returned to normal. Ji Yuan fought 1 against 2 in the ring and defeated countless cold arrows hidden in the dark. In the academy, no one dared to cause trouble to Ji Yuan and his friends anymore. 7 days after returning, Jiang Qigru is very active and invites everyone in dormitory 811 plus Mu Shushin and Su Xingyan to dinner almost every day. On several occasions, she even invited the ice goddess Tangyi to the dinner table. During these 7 days, Ji Yuan felt the long-lost excitement and joy. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the night of the 7th day. In the evening, around 8 o'clock. Inside dormitory 811. They are so slow, I almost fell asleep waiting. Susu lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and sighing in boredom. The same thing about Lao Si. Isn't he going to help? I sent him a message but he didn't even reply. Zhao Shan rested his chin on his hand and kept flipping through his phone. He gestured to Ji Yuan in a teasing manner. And you don't even know when your birthday is. How lame! I'm an orphan. I just set my own birthday when I was little. I've never paid attention to it since I was a child. Ji Yuan spread his hands. Ah? Susu sat up, a little surprised. So, you've never celebrated your birthday? Not really. Ji Yuan frowned and recalled. When I was in the welfare home, Qigru and the director prepared for me many times. But after I entered high school and left the orphanage, I stopped celebrating my birthday. That's more like it. Susu nodded. My sister and I have the same birthday. When we were little, we would often blow out each other's candles. I really miss it. Knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It's finally here. Zhao Shan stood up quickly. After opening the door, he complained loudly. I say, you guys are too. Unexpectedly, in front of the door, there stood a beautiful woman with a cold face and long ice blue hair. Shui Senior. Zhao Shan swallowed his words. Ahahaha. Behind Tangyi, Mu Shuxin with long wine-red hair jumped out and pointed at his nose and laughed. Zhao Xiaomei, the way you looked just now can be made into an emoticon package. Mu Shuxin. You and I cannot coexist. Zhao Shan gritted his teeth and moved aside. Immediately, Mu Shuxin pushed the icy beauty Tangyi into the house. Following closely behind were the silent girl Su Xinyan and Zhong Xian, who was called to help. Jiang Qingru was the last one to walk. Tonight she tied her waist-length silver hair up into a high ponytail, revealing her swan-like white neck. Dormitory 811 immediately became lively. The laughter and chatter lasted for a long time and gradually died down after an hour. Next, let's welcome tonight's protagonist. Mu Shuxin spoke loudly, and then looked at Jiang Qingru. Jiang Qingru smiled sweetly, the royal ring flashed between her fingers, and suddenly, a huge 3-layer cake appeared on the table. Oh my God, it's so big! Susu was stunned. The cake was almost half as tall as him. At the top of this 3-layer cake stands a small human sculpture. If you look closely, he looks 70% like Ji Yuan. The little figure is wearing a golden crown and standing in the middle of the words, Happy Birthday. Sister-in-law is so thoughtful. Susu was jealous as he watched from the side. He secretly thought in his heart that he must have something like this for his birthday in the future. I was only responsible for the decoration of the top layer. The rest of the cake was done thanks to Xin and Shuxin. Jiang Qingru smiled and shook her head, with no intention of taking credit for it. She looked at Ji Yuan. Where's Mu Ge? Call her out too. Oh, I almost forgot about her. The elf got along very well with Jiang Qingru during these 7 days. With the appearance of Mu Ge, the atmosphere became lively again. Because Mu Ge had never eaten cake before, she gobbled up the remaining cake alone amid everyone's laughter and joy. Half an hour later. I'm so full. The life-giving elf stroked her round belly, leaned back on the sofa with great satisfaction, her face filled with happiness. Her appearance made everyone laugh. As the epitome of indifference, Tangyi seemed extremely bad at dealing with this kind of atmosphere. I was forced to socialize the whole time. It's rare that so many people are here, let's take a picture. Zhao Shan, the photography maniac, came online and everyone took their positions according to his requirements. After finding a good angle, he set his phone to timer. Zhao Shan's positioning arrangement is very reasonable. As the core of tonight's party, Ji Yuan and Jiang Qingru held hands and stood in the C position. Because of her special nature, Mu Ge was arranged to squat in front of the C position. Tangyi was beside Jiang Qingru, with Mu Xuxin and Su Xingyan following closely behind. Of the remaining 3 people in dormitory 811, Zhao Shan stayed close to Ji Yuan, while Su Su and Zhong Xian also followed beside him. In the photo, 8 people and 1 elf all contributed their happiest smiles. Even the ice goddess Tangyi's mouth corners slowly rose up in an imperceptible arc. This is a photo full of beauty and warmth. 1. The last group photo. 10 o'clock sharp. The party was coming to an end and Tangyi left first. Jiang Qingru pulled Ji Yuan out of the dormitory, and the 2 of them walked hand in hand in the huge college. "What's wrong? I feel like you have something on your mind tonight?" Feeling her leaning on him, Ji Yuan felt a little warm in his heart and smiled. "I'm leaving the academy tomorrow to go on an outbound mission." Jiang Qingru clung to him tightly, remembering this warmth firmly. The 2 of them just happened to walk to a park in the college. After finding a place to sit down, Ji Yuan asked, "What kind of mission? Can I come along?" Hearing this, Jiang Qingru smiled lightly, scratched his nose with her slender fingers, and said, "I'm sorry, classmate Ji, this is a special mission of the Alliance, you are not qualified to participate." Whispering sound. Ji Yuan curled his lips. "How long will your trip take?" "I don't know the exact time." Jiang Qingru paused, her clear eyes flashing. "But I think it will take about 2 months at least." "So long?" He frowned. "To eliminate the remaining cursed souls?" "No." Jiang Qingru shook her head. "Don't worry, this is a search mission. It won't be dangerous. It just takes time. Besides," she smiled a perfect smile, "don't forget, I'm a 4th rank. Even if I encounter danger, I will definitely be able to escape." Ji Yuan looked at her for a moment and said, "Why don't I apply to go with you, after all?" Before she finished speaking, Jiang Qingru interrupted and said, "Really, don't worry about me. The college exchange competition will be held in 2 months. If you leave, won't the academy lose a bit of strength for no reason?" "But—" He wanted to say something else. Sudden. With her silver hair fluttering, Jiang Qingru's beautiful face enlarged in the sight. Then, a soft touch with a burning warmth blocked his words. Under the moonlight. The childhood sweethearts who have known each other since childhood and reunited after 6 years of separation hugged and kissed each other passionately in the gentle night breeze. Chapter 124 3 Space Stones. The next day, Jiang Qingru left. As she said, this mission is very special. In the academy, she was the only one selected by the Alliance. Before leaving, she left a letter. After Ji Yuan saw her off, he returned to the dormitory, feeling empty in his heart, as if something was missing. I opened the letter, which was written before parting. The content is very long, and there is not much greeting. The whole article is about answering Ji Yuan's questions about how to advance to the 4th level and the use of the Space Stone. Despite this, he could still feel Jiang Qingru's deep love between the lines. Let's put the matter of the 4th rank aside for now. After putting away the letter, he took out the 3 space stones given to him by Lu Qingxi from the royal ring. The primary goal now is to properly place the 3 space stones. According to Jiang Qingru, if you want to place the space stone in the beast taming space, you need to integrate it. This integration naturally refers to the integration of the space stone and the beast controlling space. Looking at the 3 smooth diamond-shaped crystals in his hand, he pondered for a moment, and ripples suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, the air in front of him seemed to be torn open, revealing a chaotic and unpredictable space. Inside, the strong and sturdy shampoo was actually spinning in place. It was doing what all canine creatures do, biting its tail. Looking at the other side, Ming and Xingxia were lying on the ground, facing each other. Ming opened his mouth and spit out a ball of netherworld flames. Then Star Owl also opened his mouth and spit out a ball of starry sky power. When the 2 forces merged, brilliant sparks burst out for a moment. Seeing this scene, the 2 beasts actually raised their heads at the same time, their bodies trembling slightly, as if they were laughing. When he saw this, Ji Yuan was a little dumbfounded. But when he looked to the side again, he saw that Mu Ge had used his ability to create a throne woven with green vines. She slumped on the throne, her mouth slightly open as she slept soundly, even drooling. Wow, so this is how they spend their days in the beast-taming space. The three beasts and one elf were unaware of the opening of the beast taming space. Until Ji Yuan coughed dryly. Shampa, who was spinning in place, suddenly stopped. Then, it immediately straightened its body and restored its dignity as the Thunder Emperor beast. At the same time, Ming and Xingqiu climbed up, and the two beasts roared happily at him. Only the elf was still sleeping soundly. He shook his head helplessly and slowly stepped into the beast taming space. The three beasts quickly surrounded him and circled around him. Especially Shampa, whose eyes were full of flattery and embarrassment. I don't know if Ji Yuan saw what he just did. Qigru said that the higher the level of the space stone, the easier it is to blend. He sent the three beasts aside and then took out the first space stone. This one represents vitality. That is the healing space stone. The moment it was taken out, the gray diamond-shaped crystal trembled violently. Immediately afterwards, under Ji Yuan's guidance, a trace of spatial force seeped into it. The life space stone immediately underwent changes visible to the naked eye, and a hint of green began to emerge. Shwa! Moment! This extremely emerald green vitality space stone flew out of his hand and into the air. Then, under the gaze of the three beasts and Ji Yuan, the space stone began to grow. Almost in the blink of an eye, it grew into a towering tree. Vibrant vitality began to permeate this chaotic space. From then on, Ji Yuan's beast-taming space would be able to repair the beast's injuries at an unimaginable speed. Even the fatigue of the soul and the loss of spirit can be repaired. This is a function that the space stones on the market cannot achieve. The three space stones presented by Lu Qingxi will never be put on the market. They are very special and are gifts given by Ji Yuan as a state gift to important partners. Good, such a rich vitality. At this time, the sleeping elf finally woke up. When she saw the towering tree, her eyes widened. What level of space stone is this? It can even slowly replenish my fading power. Oh? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. Although the replenishment is very slow, it is much faster than replenishing through sleeping. Listening to Mu Ji's words, he began to look forward to the effects of the other two. Immediately, he took out the second one. Bang! Suddenly, this space stone, which represents enlightenment, exploded and turned into powder and scattered as soon as it was exposed to the beast controlling space. At first, Ji Yuan was shocked. What the hell was going on? But soon, he saw that there seemed to be more wisps of fluffy falling objects in the beast controlling space. He opened his palms, and the falling objects penetrated his body directly. But when it fell on the three beasts, it immediately caused ripples and actually merged into their bodies. The ability of the space stone is to shorten the time it takes for the beast master to learn new skills. At this moment, Shampa seemed to shudder, and then he actually lay on the ground, closing his eyes and meditating. Is it really that amazing? He actually got enlightenment right away? Ji Yuan exclaimed, and then quickly took out the last one. A space stone that represents nurturing. This word is a bit vague, and it is easy to misinterpret it. When he held it in his palm, this last space stone actually turned into a pool of liquid and slowly merged into his body. At the same time, countless pieces of information suddenly appeared in Ji Yuan's mind. It was as if his brain had crashed, his eyes were dull, and he stood there in a daze, motionless. Mu Ge closed his eyes and felt the vitality, and then he realized that something was wrong with him. After being surprised for a moment, he quickly reached out and shook him. Master, what's wrong with you? Ji Yuan's eyes regained clarity, and then a hint of shock arose. Under Mu Ji's puzzled gaze, he raised one hand, pointed it at the chaotic space at the top, and murmured, "The sky is clear." Crash! Suddenly, the moment he finished speaking, the chaotic beast control space suddenly became clear. The scorching sun shines on my skin, and it is exactly the same as reality. Then he pointed to the ground and said, "The endless plains." Swish! Immediately, the entire chaotic space transformed into an endless green plain with a gentle breeze. How did you do this? Mu Ge looked at him in disbelief. Ji Yuan looked at his hands and chuckled. So that's how it is. This so-called cultivation space stone can make the beast-taming space change according to one's own ideas. Whether it is spring, summer, autumn or winter, even if you want to build a towering building from scratch, it is not difficult in this beast control space. No wonder it took 50 years to make 9. These 3 space stones are indeed, as Lu Qingxi said, their value is probably more than 10 times higher than those on the market. Immediately, according to Mu Ji's request, he built a pink cottage on the ground, which contained her favorite soft big bed. At the same time, he also built small houses for the 3 animals in their own styles. From today on, his beast taming space is filled with infinite possibilities. Just as he was indulging in the feeling of being a creator, the phone suddenly rang. At first glance, it was the Dean Li Xuefu calling. Uncle Li? Your Uncle Yan is here. Come to my office. Okay, I'll be there soon. Chapter 125, How You Shalom. Before we begin, I have something to give you. In the Dean's office, Yan Long, dressed in black, took out a royal ring. Inside there is a skeleton. Ji Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Thank you, Uncle Yan. If he said those words again, it would be too pretentious, so he just accepted it. He was not in a hurry to look. After putting away the imperial ring, he looked at Li Xuefu. Let's go. The guardian beast of Absolute Spirit Academy is a little special and needs to be nourished by the forest on the north side. Li Xuefu and Yan Long walked out side by side, followed by Ji Yuan. The 3 of them had just gone downstairs and were about to leave when a golden light was suddenly projected into the sky above the academy. Buzz! The top student on the gold list, Luo Nan, challenges the top student on the gold list, Ji Yuan, to a duel. The reminder sounded throughout the courtyard, and Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. Luo Nan? He had some impression of the name. The second on the gold list, another 4th grade student besides Jiang Qigru. Before he could react, Li Xuefu frowned and waved his hand violently. Withdraw! No challenges or duel invitations are allowed in the academy today. The mighty ripples of soul power swept across, directly shattering the projection in the sky. Then, his slightly scolding voice echoed throughout the courtyard, shaking everyone's soul. In particular, somewhere in the academy, a man holding a challenge order looked confused. What is going on? This is the dean's voice. He never interferes in a duel. What happened today? Bad mood? On the other side, Li Xuefu summoned a 4-winged parrot, which carried the 3 of them deep into the northern mountains. During this time, Yan Long said calmly, Your management style is very backward. Li Xuefu curled his lips. Here we go again. Everyone has to be like you, dueling. Students form their own groups, build their own guilds, and rely on robbing for resources? This way, you can better understand the cruelty of the world. Yan Long didn't care. If you want to get resources and attention, only fists can explain everything. Ji Yuan listened quietly to the 2 people talking to each other. 10 minutes later, they landed at the foot of a hillside. The green forest here is relatively lush, and there is also a cave where people can live. Yan Long took out a skeleton directly from the cave entrance. Ji Yuan was completely unprepared for the shape of this skeleton. At first glance, this is human remains. But when he scanned the hand bones, he found that the skeleton had 4 arms. Some kind of ape? Compared to Xingtian's 8-winged flying dragon and Lantian's phoenix, I always feel that Zhuiling's guardian beast seems a bit ordinary. Absorb. However, he knew that things should not be judged on the surface. The remains have been absorbed, and the data panel is being generated. Creature, brain of all souls. Race, Eldar. Bloodline unknown. Attributes, fire, ice, wood, earth, wind, lightning, thunder, dark. Features lost. The rest of the data, completely lost. The brain of all souls. What species is this? Moreover, it actually possesses all elemental attributes. Ji Yuan summoned the Emperor's Atlas and looked at the unlocked column of the brain of all spirits. In the Emperor's Atlas, its portrait is filled with brilliant colors, and no shape can be seen at all. The integrity of the remains of the brain of all spirits has been detected to be 100%. Do you want to copy the perfect larva immediately? Copy! As the light came on, this was the first time he became curious about the appearance of the guardian beast. He wanted to see what this so-called brain of all spirits looked like. Copy completed. But when the light faded, he was stunned. Before my eyes was a group of emerald green life forms floating in the air. They looked more like pure energy than a guardian beast. Resurrected. Yen Long's dazed murmurs sounded. He approached slowly, staring at the life form. After a while, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if trying to calm himself down. Ji Yuan. Yen Long's eyes moved and he said, "The royal ring I gave you contains the skeleton of a creature known as the first emperor of the ancient century. When you make a contract with it, you will experience the horrible pain of having your heart and bones ripped out. If you survive, you will be in the contract. If you fail, you will die. You can think about it carefully. If you feel unsure, I can find a compensation for you now." His words made Li Xuefu frown, but he didn't say much. Ji Yuan's expression was slightly solemn. He didn't expect that this gift would carry such risks. The atmosphere was silent. In his mind, the two key sentences, "the first emperor creature of the ancient century," and "heart and bones removed, failure means death," kept echoing. After a while, "Uncle Yen, I am willing to give it a try." Ji Yuan lowered his eyes and his face was calm. "Cut out the heart and bones." When Ming and Shanpa advanced to adolescence, he had already tasted the feeling of being on the verge of death. Whether it is the burning of the netherworld flames or the roar of thunder, he made it through it all. Now that the universe and the stars have gathered in my body, why should I retreat? Good! Yen Long seemed to be hoping that he would say that, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "I look forward to your performance in the college exchange competition in 2 months. Ji Yuan, it won't be too late to try again after you advance to the 4th rank." On the side, Li Xuefu frowned and spoke earnestly. "Humph! My ancestor made a contract with the Haoyu dragon when he was still at the 7th rank. Xuefu, you are too conservative." Yen Long was somewhat dissatisfied with President Li's suggestion. "You also know that it was your ancestor and not someone else. Even if Ji Yuan is extremely talented, he should still be cautious." Somehow, the two deans suddenly started arguing. Seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly spoke up and ran away. Riding on Star Owl's back, on the way back to the academy, he kept thinking in his mind. According to Uncle Yen, this remains is the beast that his ancestor once controlled? How powerful is Uncle Yan's ancestor to be able to become the master of the first imperial creature? However, to be on the safe side, I'd better listen to the dean and be promoted to the 4th rank first. Ji Yuan turned back, and when he returned to the dormitory, Zhao Shan was the only one there. Because he was worried about the remains, he rushed into the room after saying hello. He decided to absorb the remains of the first imperial creature first. He took out Yen Long's imperial ring and immersed his mind in it. Suddenly, huge remains appeared in front of them. Dragon. This body, like a towering and winding mountain, lies quietly in the royal ring space. According to preliminary estimates, it is probably more than 20 meters. I never thought that in this life I would actually see a real dragon. He suppressed the emotions surging in his heart, approached the skeleton, and whispered, "Absorb." Wow! The remains have been absorbed, and the data panel is being generated. Creature, Haoyu Shilong. Race, Blue Dragon. Bloodline, Imperial Grade, Perfect. Attributes, Wind, Fire, Thunder, Ice. Features lost. Other data lost. 4 attributes. At the very least, it is at the Guardian Beast level. Chapter 126, External Mission. Restrain your excitement. Ji Yuan exited the Emperor's Atlas. Next, we will prepare for the exchange competition in 2 months. He needs to try to advance to the 4th level first, and then find the advanced materials for Star Owl to advance it to the youth stage. Finally, it is the contract with Haoyu Dragon. The advanced material of Star Owl is called Free Star Seed. This material is also a certain type of mineral. He had asked Zhao Shan for this matter 7 days ago. After all, he is a young master in the mining market, so he should have news soon. I almost forgot! Thinking of Zhao Shan at this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had something to give him. As it happened that there were only 2 of them in the dormitory, Ji Yuan immediately shouted, "Shan!" Soon, Zhao Shan pushed the door open and looked at him strangely. What's wrong? You are still at the 6th level now, right? Nonsense, do you think everyone is as evil as you? As I recall, besides Tuan Tuan and Bing Bing, you don't seem to have a third beast. Yeah. Zhao Shan shrugged. Ape-like beasts are really rare. Ji Yuan smiled and said, I'll give you one. Ah? Zhao Shan was stunned. Ah, what? Just tell me whether you want it or not. Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. Really? What level? Was it a reward from the dean? Zhao Shan approached quickly, full of anticipation. If it were Ji Yuan, he would definitely not give me useless things. It just so happened that recently, he was indeed very distressed, hesitating whether or not to give up this obsession. As for the level, keep it secret for now. Ji Yuan smiled, and the picture book of emperors appeared in his mind. His gaze stayed on a certain spot. The remains of the phantom demon goblin are 100% complete. Do you want to copy the perfect larva? That's right. Ji Yuan wanted to give this ape beast to Zhao Shan. Originally, he wanted to give it when they were in the northern mountains that day. But they were interrupted because Chen Hao and Kushwanji suddenly started trouble. Copy. Immediately. The light unique to the replica larvae lit up in the room. In the blink of an eye, a sturdy, blue-haired, half-human tall little ape appeared in their sight. When the little monkey appeared, he stared at them without moving. This? Zhao Shan widened his eyes, looked at Ji Yuan, then at the little ape, and for a moment, he was speechless. He moved closer and carefully observed the little ape. No matter the strong vibrations emanating from its body or its appearance, they were all completely in line with his aesthetic taste. After a moment, he said, You really want to give it to me? Nonsense! It's strange. I noticed that you have become so shy now. Ha! Zhao Shan was scolded by him and scratched his head with a smile. In that case, I won't be polite. He rubbed his hands, looking a little vulgar, which made Ji Yuan smile silently. This guy, it's like he's doing something. The strange thing is that when Zhao Shan signed the contract with the cold demon, no strange phenomena occurred in the heaven and earth. However, Ji Yuan quickly remembered that the dean had exploded with soul power and shattered the projection in the sky. Perhaps it's because the pressure of his soul power has not dissipated. According to his estimation, a beast master of Li Xuefu's level is probably at least of the 2nd grade. When Zhao Shan was signing the contract, Ji Yuan's phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was the long-lost mentor Lei. Ji Yuan? Teacher Lei, what's wrong? I just received an overseas assignment. Are you interested? Oh? Another remnant of the cursed soul? No, this is a simple outing mission. If you have any ideas, I will assign this mission to you and Where is the mission location? The city ranked 93rd, Damong City. Okay, I can go. Okay, you contact E. She is the team leader for this mission. After hanging up the phone, Ji Yuan contacted Tangy again. The cold and beautiful senior student told him that they should set off on time at 4 p.m. There is still half an hour left. Ji Yuan thought for a moment and asked, Senior, can I bring one more person? Can. After getting consent, he immediately called Zhongxian. If I remember correctly, Damangshi is Zhongxian's city. A few days ago, he accidentally heard Zhongxian say that he missed home. Since there is a chance this time, let him go with us. Moreover, it would be more convenient to carry out the task if there were locals present. After bidding farewell to Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan met Zhongxian, who had just returned on his way to the college gate. In the afternoon, at 4 o'clock. After reuniting with Tang Yi, Ji Yuan chose to ride on the Han-Feng Griffin together for the convenience of talking. High in the sky, Zhongxian sat at the back, his eyes filled with excitement of going home. Senior, why would the mission be sent to Damong City? Up front, Ji Yuan asked Tang Yi about the details of the mission. He already knew it after spending these few days together. Tang Yi's only close friend in college is Jiang Qigru. This icy beauty only smiles when she is with Jiang Qigru. Perhaps because of this relationship, she is no longer as indifferent to Ji Yuan as before. Damong City is an urban area under the jurisdiction of Xintian College. If there is anything that cannot be handled in the urban area, It will be reported to the college immediately. Once the college has assessed the level of the matter, it will send the appropriate personnel to handle it. Tang Yi sat in the front and explained. Except for the top 10 cities in the country, all other cities are under the jurisdiction of the 3 major colleges. So that's how it is. Ji Yuan nodded. So what trouble did Damong City encounter this time? According to the information that Instructor Lei gave me, there is an unusual fluctuation coming from a certain mountain range in Damong City. We just need to find out what it is. It's Jiqiashan. At this time, Zhong Xian in the back said in a muffled voice. 3 days ago, I received a message from the mayor. He said that there seemed to be a crack at the bottom of Jiuqiu Mountain. A crack? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. The bottom of the mountain cracked. What a strange thing. Well, the mayor said that some strange creatures escaped from the rift and are wreaking havoc on the creatures of Mount Jiuqiu. Zhong Xian told everything he knew. I see. In front, Tang Yi murmured. She seemed to have thought of something. A strange creature came out of the crack. Could it be a creature that lives underground? Ji Yuan raised a question. No need to guess. When we get to the destination, I will tell you what it is. At this time, Tang Yi turned her head and said, After entering Jiuqiu Mountain, do not act on your own. Follow my instructions. Remember, we are only here to confirm the cause of the abnormal fluctuations. As for the rest, as long as we report back to the academy, there will be special personnel to handle it. Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian nodded obediently. She was the team leader of this trip and she had the final say. When they arrived at Damangshi, it was already evening. The mayor of Damong City is a white-haired old man. The mayor was extremely enthusiastic towards Tang Yi and Ji Yuan. It was just that because it was late, the investigation had to wait until the next day. However, Ji Yuan also learned it from him. The so-called crack actually extends a dark purple energy field outwards. Chapter 127, Alien Rift. Mr. Ji Yuan, I have heard of you for a long time. That evening, around 9 o'clock. At the enthusiastic invitation of Mayor Damong and a group of senior officials, Ji Yuan was forced to attend a specially prepared dinner. Tang Yi didn't like this kind of occasion and refused, saying she was not feeling well. And Zhong Xian is a local, so Ji Yuan became the focus of the dinner. Even if we put aside his current status as an emperor student of Xingtian College, his performance in the city competition alone was enough to make these people treat him in a friendly manner. Even flattering. I listened to these people who were 10 or even 20 years older than me, holding up their wine glasses and kindly addressing me as, Sir. Ji Yuan could only put on a kind smile and chat idly. After a few rounds, Ji Yuan finally understood why these guys were so enthusiastic. After he won the city competition on behalf of Linyun City, the Beast Taming Alliance began to implement the plan to merge the city districts. According to the information we have received so far, after the urban areas are merged, they will be divided by states. Thanks to Ji Yuan's championship, Tenhe seemed to have gotten the title of governor. From the few words these people said, it seems that Linyun City will become the central area of a new continent, merging no less than 8 cities including Damong City. He didn't understand exactly how to do it. Zhong Xian stood beside Ji Yuan with his muscular back to block the wine for him. The welcome banquet lasted nearly 3 hours. When the show was over, Ji Yuan supported Zhong Xian, who was unsteady on his feet, back to the hotel. The next day, early morning. The sun has just risen, and the chill between heaven and earth has not yet been completely dispelled. The sleepy Ji Yuan and Zhong Xian were picked up by Tang Yi and headed towards Jiuqiu Mountain under the arrangement of Mayor Damong. Most urban areas have a ban on animals, and even they must abide by it. The journey takes about half an hour. What made Ji Yuan admire Zhong Xian was that he was drunk and unconscious last night, but he was fine now. Brothers and sisters, the rest of the journey can only be done on foot. After entering the mountains, the vehicle slowly stopped at the foot of a slope. The person leading the way was a girl named Tian Xian. She is fair and clean-skinned, and very young, probably just over 18 years old. Is there still a bee-span here? Tang Yi looked at her coldly. No, no more. Wow! Immediately, a frost-peaked griffin as majestic as an iceberg appeared. Tian Xian, who lived in Damong City, had obviously never seen a beast master of this level and was stunned. Let's separate. Tang Yi pulled Tian Xin onto the back of the Hanfeng Griffin and said to Ji Yuan. Good. Ji Yuan nodded, and Star Owl immediately appeared out of thin air. Compared to the frost cover of the Frost Peak Griffin, the Star Peak Griffin looks mysterious, as if covered with a veil of starry sky. The two gorgeous beasts, with different shapes and colors but belonging to the same family, made Tian Xion's eyes flash with amazement. In her opinion, the Star Peak Griffin summoned by Ji Yuan at this moment was better looking than the chilling griffin under her. Could it be that these are the beast tamers distributed in batches after joining the Super Academy? At this moment, a yearning for Xingtian College was planted in the little girl's heart. As the two griffins spread their wings and took off into the sky, the entire landscape of Jiuqiu Mountain came into view. Compared to the continuous mountains in the withered valley, the green forest area of Jiuqiu Mountain is not very large, but there are many gullies. It's right there! Tian Xian pointed to one of the gullies and said. Tang Yi immediately commanded the Hanfeng Griffin to go there. The two griffins slowly descended into the ravine, surrounded by nearly vertical slopes. Ji Yuan looked down, and could vaguely see a slight flash of purple light. As they gradually descended, when they were about dozens of meters away from the bottom, Ji Yuan finally saw clearly what it was. It is indeed a rift in another world. Tang Yi's mumbling sounded. At the bottom of the ravine, just as the intelligence said, there was a crack in the ground. The endless purple gas was like strange tentacles dancing wildly. Inside this rift, there is chaos. Frost breath. At this time, the Frost Peak Griffin under Tang Yi opened its mouth and spewed freezing icy breath towards the crack. The mountains and trees along the way were all covered with a layer of ice crystals, but this crack alone was not affected at all. Hiss! Hiss! Sudden! There were strange noises coming from the dense woods around. In an instant, Ji Yuan seemed to be pulled back to the secret realm of the Beast King, but as soon as he turned his sight, he saw a strange creature with a dark purple glow all over its body rushing out from the dense forest. Swish! The netherworld flames rose instantly and formed a barrier in front of him. The breath that the Frost Peak Griffin released into the rift seemed to stimulate these strange creatures lurking in the dark. In an instant, the surrounding dense forest lit up with dense dark purple spots. Such a terrifying number made Ji Yuan stunned. Ji Yuan, don't hold back, this forest has been corroded, burn it all with fire! Tang Yi's pretty face sank slightly, and the size of the cold peak griffin instantly grew larger, while it summoned other beasts at the same time. Good! Hearing this, Ji Yuan no longer held back. The size of Star Owl also grew. Ming and Shampa stood on the back of Star Owl and launched attacks towards the dense forest around them. Firestorm! The raging netherworld flames spread out, directly covering the green forest within 100 meters. The scorching temperature burned madly, and in the dense forest, shrill cries echoed through the mountains. Thunder trial! The flames burned and the thunder poured down. After reaching the 5th rank, Ji Yuan really enjoyed the feeling of being able to use his ultimate moves at will. Tian Xian, who had never traveled far, was stunned by the scene. She had never thought that the elemental attack released by the Beast Master would have such an effect. 10 minutes later. There are no trees anywhere near this gully. After experiencing the burning, thundering, and freezing, the gully was barren within 100 meters. However, when the trees disappeared, Ji Yuan saw that the ground nearby was covered with dark purple cracks. This is the erosion of the alien world rift. This place must be sealed off. Any living creature that steps onto the land of erosion will be assimilated. Tang Yi explained in a cold voice. The creatures we just destroyed were all eroded. Cough! Before she could finish her words, Zhong Xian, who was standing next to Ji Yuan, suddenly covered his throat, his thick eyebrows wrinkled into a ball, and he suddenly knelt down on Xingxiao's back. Old Four! What's wrong, Old Four? Ji Yuan was stunned, then he quickly squatted down. But at this moment, Zhong Xian stopped all movements. Old Four? Bang! Very fierce. Zhong Xian grabbed Ji Yuan's shoulders with his broad hands, his face showing anxiety and grief. Go down! Enter the alien world rift, quickly! He grabbed very hard, roared, and shook Ji Yuan's body desperately. Get down! Ji Yuan! Go down to the alien world rift! Go down quickly! Suddenly, Zhong Xian roared. His eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. At the moment he fell, Tang Yi was standing behind him, with strong fluctuations of soul power in her hands. We have to leave here quickly, he has been bewitched by the rift! Chapter 128, The Path to the Fourth Rank. After leaving Jiuqiu Mountain, Tang Yi immediately reported the situation to Lei Shi, and applied to the dean to have professionals from the Beast Taming Alliance set up a closed area. Because Zhong Xian rarely goes home, at Ji Yuan's request, Tang Yi agreed to stay in Damong City for a day before returning to the college. During this period, Ji Yuan also had the idea of going to Linyun City since he was already here. But when he got through to Tan He, the other party rejected him with the reasons of being very busy and having no time to talk to him. With nowhere to go, Ji Yuan had to stay in the hotel. But he had a lot of questions in his mind. After thinking it over, he finally knocked on Tang Yi's door. What's up? It's about 7 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Yi had just finished dinner and was also a bit bored. I have a few questions that I would like to ask you, Senior. Could you please come to the coffee shop on the first floor and sit down for a while? Ji Yuan smiled politely to avoid the embarrassment of a single man and a single woman being in the same room. After a moment, the hotel's first-floor cafe. You want to ask about the rift in the other world? Tang Yi took a sip of coffee, her brows slightly furrowed, as if she felt it was a bit bitter. Ji Yuan nodded. Whenever he thought back to the crack he saw that day and the scene where Zhong Xian was bewitched, he felt uneasy. This emotion came out of nowhere, so he wanted to know more about this alien rift. He looked it up online, but couldn't find even a single word of explanation. You can understand it this way. Tang Yi's eyes flickered. The rift in the alien world leads to another world. In that world, there are immeasurable resources and land. The space teleportation device of the science era, as well as many essential materials of similar technologies, need to be obtained from other worlds. Even. Having said this, Tang Yi paused, as if thinking about whether she should say the next words. After a while, she continued. It is said that the power to control beasts was also taken from another world by our ancestors in ancient times. Is there such a saying? Ji Yuan was obviously not expecting that there were such deep connections involved. However, he did understand. In other words, to this day, the science era is still conducting endless exploration and development of the alien world. It's not just the Kejiyuan. Tang Yi shook her head. We also have a fixed team that is always exploring the other world. Because some special materials for advancing beast taming are not available in this world, we can only go to other worlds to find them. Understood. Ji Yuan suddenly realized, but wouldn't one be bewitched and eroded if one got close to the rift in the alien world? How did those people get in? He raised the question, and Tang Yi's answer was, the Beast Taming Alliance has special purification methods that can purify the evil forces in the alien rifts. Generally speaking, after being purified, the rift will close up on its own and return to its original state. And if the rift doesn't close, the Beast Taming Alliance will soon build a base around the rift and implement permanent control. At this point, he had a comprehensive understanding of this so-called rift in the other world. After thinking about it for a while, Ji Yuan asked again. So, senior sister, do you have any opinions on advancing to the 4th rank? Although Tang Yi was also at the 5th rank, there was no way she didn't know the details of the promotion. Advancing to the 4th rank is risky, Tang Yi said. This kind of risk is not the Beastmaster, but the beast may die because of it. Recalling the letter Jiang Qigru left behind, she said the same thing. In the letter, Jiang Qigru gave a detailed explanation of what needed to be done to advance to the 4th rank, as well as the improvement of the 4th rank compared to the 5th rank, etc. According to the content of the letter, from the 5th to the 9th rank, a Beastmaster's fighting style is always inseparable from beast taming. But when you step into the 4th level, this rule will change. A 5th rank Beastmaster, with his soul power gathered into a vast ocean, can control multiple beasts to fight at the same time. Moreover, the number of beasts you can contract to tamed is no longer restricted. The 4th grade is one level higher than the 5th grade. Not only can he control multiple beasts to fight at the same time, but he can also use the method of soul communication to allow a 4th grade Beastmaster to temporarily gain the power of beasts. Let me give you a simple example. Once Ji Yuan enters the 4th rank, he will be able to control Ming's netherworld flame with his bare hands. Of course, the degree of this manipulation will not be too outrageous. At most, it would just attach itself to the surface of the body and be used for close combat. By analogy, he can control the lightning power of Shampa, the starry sky power of Xingxiao, and so on. This ability is the characteristic of a 4th grade Beastmaster. So, how can one advance to the 4th rank? When opening up the beast taming space, the beast tamer has already mastered a small amount of spatial power. In order to advance to the 4th rank, one must harness the power of space to open a connecting channel between the Sea of Soul Power and the beast taming space. Once the channel is opened, the Sea of Soul Power will be attracted and a soul bridge will rise. At this time, it comes to the most critical step to advance to the 4th level. Soul communication. Before the 4th level, a simple contract mark only allows the soul power of the person and the beast to merge. With the opening of the link channel, the Beastmaster can establish a true soul link with the beast. This kind of connection is called soul connection. The process of soul communication is the process in which the Sea of Soul Power of the Beastmaster comes into contact with the soul of the beast. At this point, the higher the level of the beast's bloodline, the more stable it is. On the contrary, if the bloodline level is too low, the Beastmaster's soul will not be able to bear it, and will eventually shatter and perish. Therefore, the first page of every book on beast control in the world has this paragraph. The level of the beast tamer's bloodline determines the upper limit of the beast tamer's grade. Once the soul connection is completed, a sea attic will appear on the soul bridge condensed in the Sea of Soul Power. A sea pavilion that stores the souls of beasts. At this point, the Beastmaster has the power to control the elemental properties of the beasts, which also means that he has entered the 4th level. At the same time, another characteristic of the 4th rank is that as long as the Beastmaster is not dead, the beast will never be destroyed. Even if the physical body dies, it can be resurrected with the soul essence in the Beastmaster's body. Jiang Qingru left a letter, perhaps due to time constraints, and she did not have time to write down other details. It just explains in detail the promotion steps to the 4th rank, and that's it. At this moment, Ji Yuan heard Tang Yi say that there were risks in advancing to the 4th grade Beastmaster. He thought about it and asked, "In your opinion, what is the minimum level of beast control required to be considered safe?" Tang Yi shook her head. "There is no standard for this kind of thing. It all depends on how rich the soul power sea of the person who advances is. But it needs to be at least legendary level. Overlord level is not very stable." His answer made Ji Yuan fall into deep thought. The bloodline level of the Frostpeak Griffin is at the legendary or even mythical level, so there is absolutely no problem. But Tang Yi has not yet been promoted to the 4th level. What is the reason? He asked this question, but the answer he got stunned him. "As early as a year ago, I tried to advance to the 4th rank. At that time, one of my legendary beasts was overwhelmed and crushed to death by the pressure of soul power." Chapter 129? Zhao Shan advances. "After that, after the teacher's investigation, I found out that my soul power sea is richer and more volatile than others," Tang Yi said indifferently. The dead legendary beast taught her a lesson for her recklessness at the cost of its life. It is not difficult to advance to the 4th rank and open the passage to the Sea of Soul Power, and the beast controls space. The only difficulty is communicating with the soul. If you fail, the beast will die, and all the hard work you put in will be wasted." From then on, she would never try to advance to the 4th level again without being absolutely sure. Ji Yuan was silent. He could imagine the pain of watching the beast that had grown up with him die before his eyes, but being unable to do anything. It seems that in order to advance to the 4th level, one does need to be well prepared. At least, you have to wait until Star Owl advances to youth before you can try it. Although Ming and Shampa's bloodline is extraordinary, he does not have the Sea of Soul Power in his body. No one knows what will happen when Soul Power Galaxy and the Emperor creature communicate with each other. After the two chatted for a while, they got up and went upstairs. On the way up in the elevator, Tang Yi suddenly asked coldly, "Do you like Qingru?" Ji Yuan was stunned. She likes you very much. Tang Yi leaned against the elevator and said, Since she started school, she has a habit of writing a paragraph in a notebook every day. I asked her about it, and every time, she smiled and said that she was practicing in advance because she was afraid that she wouldn't know what to say when she saw you again. So, over the years, day after day, she never stopped practicing conversation, and sometimes she would even ask me to join her in the conversation. She would never forget the absolute indifference and nonchalance of Jiang Qingru when she first entered school. She would also never forget Ji Yuan's cheers when he won the battle, and his silent murderous intent when he was dying, when she accompanied her to watch the live broadcast during the city competition. In her eyes, Jiang Qingru's emotions fluctuated only because of the handsome young man in front of her. Bite! The elevator door opened and we arrived at our floor. I like her. Ji Yuan's firm and determined voice rang out. As the two of them walked to the door of the room, they were about to push it open and enter. Advance to the 4th rank as soon as possible. Tang Yi said something meaningful and then closed the door. All night, no words. The next day, around 5 in the morning, the sky was slightly bright and still a little hazy. Ji Yuan was suddenly awakened by a phone call. He saw that it was Zhao Shan calling. Mountain? Old Ji. Are you guys coming back? Still in Damon City, what happened? Ji Yuan yawned sleepily. Didn't you ask me to help you keep an eye out for those free star seeds some time ago? They've arrived and are now in Honling City. Why don't you go over there? He sat up from the bed and said, I'll go now, okay? Of course. Uncle Lu just talked to me on the phone. Please contact him when you arrive in Honling City. 10 minutes later. Ji Yuan rode the Star Owl at full speed and flew towards Honling City. Compared with Linyan City, Damangshi is closer to Honling City. When he arrived, the sun had just risen, dyeing the sky red. Ji Yuan met Lu Hen again. The rugged man was extremely pleased to learn that he had advanced to the 5th rank. Due to time constraints, Ji Yuan did not stay long. After picking up the goods, he hurried back to Damangshi. As soon as they landed, Tang Yi and Zhong Xian were ready to return. Seeing this, Ji Yuan put away the Star Owl, rode on the Frost Peak Griffin, and the three of them left under the watchful eyes of the senior officials of Damang City. Brother, I heard from Tian Xian that on that day at Jiuqiu Mountain Zhong Xian sat in the back and scratched his head, feeling a little guilty. It's okay. You really don't remember what happened? Ji Yuan waved his hand and asked curiously. I don't remember. I just felt that I was in a trance. When I came to my senses, I had already left Jiuqiu Mountain. Zhong Xian said sullenly. Soon, after chatting for a few more words, silence returned at an altitude of 10,000 meters. After returning to the academy, Lei Shi came to greet him. For this mission, Ji Yuan and the other two can each receive 5,000 points. With the relationship with Li Xuefu, the points were no longer attractive to him. But on weekdays, Zhong Xian and his friends were very stubborn and unwilling to spend his points. Therefore, Ji Yuan forced him to go to the Holy Dragon Tower and collect his share. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhao Shan, who had not been seen for 3 days, gave him a big hug as soon as he entered the door. Old Ji! I have also advanced to the 5th rank. The moment he made the contract with the Phantom Demon, Zhao Shan's soul power began to gather. After 3 days, it finally converges into a vast ocean. We'll set up 2 tables for you tonight. Ji Yuan was very happy, and the 2 grown men jumped for excitement in the dormitory. TSK! It's only the 5th rank. I'm going to be promoted soon. At this time, Su Su leaned against the door frame of the room, and there was a sour taste in his words. However, he was still happy for Zhao Shan from the bottom of his heart. After Zhong Xian returned after collecting the points, Dormitory 811 started the flattery ceremony to welcome the second 5th grade person. Ji Yuan and the other 2 took turns to attack Zhao Shan, making his mouth almost stretch to his ears. At the subsequent evening party, Mu Shuxin and Su Xin also praised him at the dinner table, making Zhao Shan feel extremely proud the entire day. After the party, in the middle of the night, Zhao Shan suddenly broke into Ji Yuan's room. What are the things I asked Uncle Lu to bring? Zhao Shan saw Ji Yuan had been waiting for him, and asked immediately. Ji Yuan nodded and threw out an imperial ring. Hey. Zhao Shan took it, probed his soul power into it to count it, opened his eyes and said, You really don't want it? A few days ago, he asked Lu Hen to get 3 beast-taming eggs and a bunch of mineral materials. The quality of one of the beast-taming eggs was extremely close to the legendary one. He originally planned to give this beast-taming egg to Ji Yuan. Don't worry about my beast control. Ji Yuan smiled and refused. Well then. Zhao Shan curled his lips. I think the 4th one is really pitiful. So far, he doesn't even have a dominant beast. According to his plan, since Ji Yuan didn't want it, he would give the legendary beast-taming egg and another overlord-level beast-taming egg to Zhongxian. Then, after the remaining one hatches, if I really don't like it, I will give it to Su Su. Although Su Su already has enough beasts to tame, he feels happy just thinking about throwing the problem of how to deal with it to him. Right, that's what being the second child looks like. Ji Yuan teased. Zhao Shan smiled happily at first, but then he seemed to have misunderstood what he meant, and his face changed. Old Ji! You said I look like the second child? You are so vulgar! After saying that, he gave Ji Yuan a thumbs up. Being despised for no reason, Ji Yuan was stunned at first, then he became furious and cursed. Get lost! You have some weird ideas in your head. You can even think of this wrongly? Finally, Zhao Shan returned to his room with a smile. The door closed, and his smile faded. Thanks, old Ji. He would never forget that when the contract with the Phantom Flame Demon Monkey was completed, it was the characteristics of this beast that allowed him to enter the 5th rank. Chapter 130, Star Owl Advancement. The days go by. After swallowing the free star seeds, Star Owl fell into an advanced sleep. Ji Yuan no longer wandered around, and went back and forth between the dormitory and the classroom every day. A month passed quickly. Star Owl's advancement took longer than expected, and he has been dormant ever since, with no response. Except for attending classes every day, Ji Yuan would lock himself in his room with his eyes closed, concentrating, fully sensing the power of space in preparation for his promotion to the 4th rank. This day. He had just finished class when Tang Yi called him and went to the dean's office together. The first thing Li Xuefu asked him when he saw him was, Do you have any good friends in the academy that you can trust? You mean? Ji Yuan was a little confused. The college exchange competition is held twice a year, and teams participate. For the first exchange competition of the year, the top 10 Imperial students on the gold list will each form a team. The team must consist of 6 people and must have at least 2 5th-grade Beast Masters. So, let me ask you first if you have any candidates. If not, he can help you check. After Li Xuefu's explanation, Ji Yuan suddenly understood. However, an idea suddenly occurred to him, and he said, Since this is an exchange competition, is the ranking important? It's just an exchange competition. There's no need to feel so psychologically burdened. Li Xuefu waved his hand. The original intention of holding this kind of thing is to allow students from the 3 major colleges to communicate with each other and broaden their horizons. Entertainment comes first. Isn't that just perfect? Ji Yuan quickly smiled and said, Uncle Li, I have a few close friends who just need to broaden their horizons. No more, no less, just 5 people. Oh? The dean became interested and asked, How many Emperor students are there? Tell us about them. On the side, Tang Yi frowned. Could this guy be thinking? Hey, they are, first-year student Zhao Shan, second-year student Su Su, second-year student Zhong Xian, second-year student Mu Xuxin, and third-year student. Wait a minute! Li Xuefu's eyelids twitched slightly. How come even the 3rd-grade students are involved? Are you kidding me? The dean, who was always busy with his work, had never paid attention to Ji Yuan's friends. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Ji Yuan smiled. Didn't the dean say that it's about broadening your horizons and having fun first? Hearing this, the dean's mouth twitched. Although the original intention of the college exchange competition was indeed like this, who wouldn't want to shine in such an occasion? Obviously, Ji Yuan is now telling himself with his actions that he doesn't want that, he just wants to have fun and broaden his horizons. Among the people you mentioned, Who is a fifth-rank person? However, Ji Yuan was a treasure in Li Xuefu's eyes, and as long as his request was not too excessive, he would do as he pleased. Zhao Shan. Zhao Tianho's son. Okay, whatever you want. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuefu waved his hand and agreed. However, having said that, the team still needs to have at least some basic combat qualities. Don't worry, Dean. Ji Yuan was very happy to see that he agreed. After that, there was nothing else to do, so Ji Yuan prepared to leave and share the news with everyone. Etc. Just as he was about to leave, Li Xuefu called him out. He just said, I have agreed to all your requests. Now you know what to say in front of your Aunt Lu and Uncle Yen, right? I love Xingtian College. Xingtian College is my home. Ji Yuan immediately turned around, gave a thumbs up very seriously, and then slipped away. Go to hell, you bastard! I want you to directly refuse their attempts to poach your employees next time. Li Xuefu laughed and cursed in the direction he left. Tang Yi stood aside, feeling a little puzzled. When did Ji Yuan have such a good relationship with the teacher? And the Aunt Lu and Uncle Yen that the teacher just mentioned, could it be that they are referring to the deans of the other two colleges, Lu Qingxi and Yan Long? After returning, Ji Yuan told everyone about his participation in the college exchange competition. Dormitory 811. Haha! Isn't that perfect? I want to show off my skills in the college exchange competition. Zhao Shan clenched his fists and laughed. This is an exchange competition with the top 10 emperors on the gold list as captains. Are you a newly promoted 5th grade student good enough? Su Su folded his hands and sneered. I think you should stop being the second one, call me the second fool, it's more appropriate. Cut. Unexpectedly, his ridicule this time only made Zhao Shan smile. Little 6th rank has been speaking with a sour tone recently. Maybe he is jealous. What did you say? Su Su got angry at the slightest provocation. Ever since Zhao Shan was promoted to the 5th rank, he had been showing off in front of him from time to time, and Su Su had been unhappy about it for a long time. Why, little 6th rank, do you want to practice with your second brother? Very fierce. Su Su jumped up and threw himself on Zhao Shan, baring his teeth and roaring. I will strangle you to death. After I strangle you to death, I will be the second in command. Suddenly, Zhao Shan screamed like a butchered pig. It's going to turn upside down. My third brother is trying to seize power and usurp the throne. It's going to turn upside down. Ji Yuan covered his forehead and sighed helplessly. Old 4. Yes, big brother. Zhong Xian, who was sitting next to him, stood up immediately. You. Don't, old 4, don't. The dormitory returned to silence. Ji Yuan had a blank expression on his face and said seriously, I have already applied to the dean. Starting tomorrow, you 5 won't have to attend classes. For the remaining month, you must go to the Holy Dragon Tower every day and undergo devilish training in the simulation training room. Did you hear that? Okay, big brother. Zhong Xian nodded seriously. In his arms, Zhao Shan and Su Su blushed and tried their best to squeeze out 3 words. Listen, I heard it. In the following days, except Ji Yuan, the other 5 people stayed in the simulation training room. The Holy Dragon Tower has a rest area and restaurant, which is quite convenient. Mu Xuxin and Su Xinyan both have strong personalities, and their seriousness in training surprised Zhao Shan and Su Su. As for Zhong Xian, this strong man said nothing every day. He went into the simulation training room and practiced hard. He went in the morning and came out at night. This kind of hard training made Ji Yuan nod secretly, and also told him to pay attention to rest. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. That day, while walking on the road to the Holy Dragon Tower, Ji Yuan suddenly felt a violent fluctuation coming from the beast taming space. Master, the star bird's advancement seems to have reached a critical step. Mu Ji's voice echoed in his mind, and Ji Yuan took a deep breath. After 1.5 months, it's finally healed. Immediately, he rushed back to the dormitory. As he walked into the room, the beast taming space instantly appeared and he hurried in. The sun is shining brightly in the space. Under the shade of a towering tree, a bright cocoon of light flickered faintly. It's not in good condition. Seeing Ji Yuan coming, Mu Ge looked a little solemn. He did not answer, but frowned slightly and reached his hand directly into the light cocoon created by Star Owl. Swish! Moment. The scene in front of him changed, and he was already in the vast galaxy. In the distance, Star Owl was wailing in pain. Ji Yuan raised his head and his pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 131, 4th Grade. All I see is this vast starry sky. An indescribable colorful beam of light shot out from the center of the universe. It poured completely onto Star Owl's body. At the same time, Ji Yuan's appearance caused the colorful beam of light to split. This second beam of light rushed over without any explanation. In an instant, Ji Yuan felt a horrible burning sensation spreading throughout his body. Immediately afterwards, powerful impacts hit every corner of the body. It was like being roasted and beaten with an iron rod at the same time. Master! Roar! Ouch! Suddenly, the figures of Mu Ge, Ming and Shanpa appeared in the starry sky. The colorful light beams split into 5 again and poured down on them. With the power shared, Ji Yuan suddenly felt much more relaxed. Base! At this time, a huge shield woven with dense vines was placed in front of him, completely blocking the colorful beams of light. Ji Yuan was stunned, and turned around, only to see Mu Ge stretched out his finger, gently tapped his forehead, and said, "Even if you are the master, you can't be so impulsive. We will share this kind of thing with you. Next time, don't rush in alone, okay?" The beautiful elf's tone was accusatory. "Feel sorry." Ji Yuan smiled and thought, "I'm used to it." At the beginning, when there were only Ming and Shanpa, no one could help him in this regard. With their sharing, the wailing of Star Owl gradually subsided. The onslaught of light beams seemed to be coming to an end, as the color gradually dimmed, and after another 2 minutes, it completely dissipated. At this point, Ji Yuan also took Mu Ge and the 2 beasts out and returned to the beast taming space. The light cocoon around Star Owl slowly dissipated, and when a pair of golden wings spread out, a gleam of light flashed in Ji Yuan's eyes. After entering adolescence, the only change in the Star Owl is that the scales covering its body change from the mysterious starry sky color to pure gold. Under the sunlight, it reflects extremely dazzling light. And when it appears in the night, it will be like a scorching sun, shining with golden light and extremely dazzling. Its size is much larger than Ming and Shampa's, which are about 2 meters long. Now Star Owl is the largest one among Ji Yuan's contracted beasts. It walked slowly towards Ji Yuan. When it came close, Star Owl slowly lowered its huge eagle head and let out a slight roar. "It's asking if the master was injured just now." Mu Ge stood aside with a smile. Ji Yuan also smiled and kept looking at the big head in front of him. Concern could be seen in its sharp eagle eyes. "I'm fine." He reached out and stroked the cold scales of Star Owl. After getting the answer, Xinxiu suddenly pounced on Ming and Shanpa, who were beside him, and knocked them down at the same time. The 3 beasts immediately started fighting. Ji Yuan and Mu Ge watched quietly from the side. After a while, Mu Ge asked, "Are you ready?" Mu Ge knew what he was planning during this period. Looking at the 3 guys making a fuss, Ji Yuan said, "Let's do it now. Promotion 4th rank." After exiting the beast taming space, I sent a message to Zhao Shan first. He had to make sure he wasn't disturbed by anyone during the promotion. After getting ready, he sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. As the mind sank into the body, a vast galaxy of soul power appeared before the eyes. Bring it on! After a month and a half of preparation, it took only about 30 seconds for a vortex to appear in the soul power galaxy. The vortex slowly rotated, and eventually expanded into a mouth, connecting to the beast taming space. "See," Ji Yuan said softly. Ming's figure appeared in the whirlpool. The next moment, roar! Ming's translucent soul body flowed into the soul power galaxy along the vortex channel. The endless soul power seemed to have found an outlet in an instant, and it rushed towards Ming's soul body madly. Almost instantly, Ming's soul doubled in size. If this momentum continued, its soul would be crushed. But Ji Yuan's 1.5 month of preparation was not just this. He immediately tried his best to slow down the speed at which the soul power flowed into Ming's soul. At the same time, he shouted, "Ming! Relax and try to merge with my soul power!" After receiving the order, Ming immediately relaxed and began to accept the soul power from Ji Yuan. The situation gradually stabilized. With the help of Ming and Ji Yuan, a patch of faint green light began to spread in the gray soul power galaxy. Normally speaking, at this stage, ordinary beast masters have already raised a soul bridge in the sea of soul power and started to build a sea pavilion on the soul bridge. However, this does not apply to Ji Yuan's soul power galaxy. Just like the confluence of soul power when he was promoted to the 5th level, Ji Yuan is destined to take a different path from others. In the vast starry sky, the soul bridge will not rise and the attic on the sea cannot be built. Thinking for a month and a half. Finally, Ji Yuan got the answer. When a normal 4th grade beast master is promoted, he will only absorb 2/3 of the beast's soul and store it in the sea pavilion. As for Ji Yuan, because of his unlimited soul power, he only had one choice. That is to store all the souls of the beasts in the star palace built by him and the beasts. Yes. The place where a normal 4th grade beast master stores 2/3 of the beast's soul is called the Sea Pavilion. Ji Yuan named the place where all souls were stored as Star Palace. The starry sky palace standing tall in the vast universe. By doing so, you will gain stronger and purer beast taming elemental power than the 4th grade power of the same rank. As Ming's soul body and his soul power continued to merge, slowly, the green spots of light in the galaxy began to expand. Time flies. The moment a strange feeling emerged from the depths of Ji Yuan's soul. Bang! In the gloomy soul power galaxy, there suddenly appeared a palace floating in the starry sky. This palace lit up the first ray of light in the dark universe. At this point, Ji Yuan and Ming completed their soul connection. At the same time, it also indicates that he has entered the 4th rank. 5 months ago, he was still in Linyan City and couldn't even release his soul power. 5 months later, he has completely entered the ranks of strong men. A 4th rank beast master was good enough to serve as the dean of the Beast Taming Academy in the lower ranked urban area. He can even become the deputy mayor and support the city. After all, not all mayors are like Tanhe. Next, Ji Yuan used the same method to communicate with the 2 beasts, Shanpa and Xingxiao. With previous experience, this time it was much faster. Following the Blue Star Palace belonging to Ming, the Silver and Blue Star Palace of Flashing Soul and the colorful Flashing Star Palace of Star Owl were also constructed one after another. Ji Yuan gazed at the vast galaxy. The star palaces of the 3 beasts looked as dazzling as 3 shining planets from a distance. One day, he will make this gray soul power galaxy build thousands of star palaces and embellish countless stars. By then, his dream of building an imperial beast taming army should have come true, right? Chapter 132? Luo Nan Challenge. At the same time, when the star palace belonging to the 3 beasts was constructed, Ji Yuan could feel that the quality of the soul power in his body seemed to have become purer after the soul connection. Moreover, after reaching the 4th rank, soul power resonance will no longer be required. This is because after the soul is connected, all elemental attacks released by the beast will automatically be accompanied by soul resonance. Now, if he fights with Kushwanji and others again, he should be able to crush them. The gap between the Beastmaster's grades becomes wider as you advance in level. There is almost no possibility of a cross-level challenge, because every grade upgrade after the 5th grade is a qualitative leap. After observing for a while, he withdrew from the soul power galaxy and returned to the beast taming space. At this moment, after the soul connection, the emotions between him and the 3 beasts became stronger. As for Muge, he also asked him during the preparation period. But Muge said that it was not the right time to communicate with her soul. Moreover, even if they were soul communicating, the help she provided to Ji Yuan was minimal, so small that it could even be ignored. In this regard, he respected the other party very much. After all, they are elves. Unlike Ming and the others, they are more obedient. Elves always have other thoughts. Looking at the 3 beasts fighting not far away, Ji Yuan fixed his gaze on Star Owl, and its attribute panel immediately popped up. Creature, Star Peak Griffin, Adolescent. Race, Griffin. Bloodline, Incomplete Mythical. Attributes, Starry Sky, Wind. Features, Racial Instinct. Griffin tribe can freely control the size of the body, the limit is determined by blood. Windless Zone, immune to all wind attribute damage. Talent, Effective Isolation. When flying, releases an aura that isolates the wind, useless, cannot learn or develop new skills. Skill 1, Fierce Wind. Flap the wings to form 2 rapidly rotating hurricanes that tear apart the enemy. Skill 2, Starry Sky Rush. Concentrate the power of the starry sky and spit out a breath that can extinguish the origin of life. New talent, Nighthawk. After night falls, the starry sky is full of power, and the flight speed and star elemental skill damage are stronger. New Skill 3, Fall of Stars. Drag enemies within a 10-meter range into the illusion space, then release the power of the starry sky, guiding the stars in the universe to fall in a large area. The path to advancement, Star Peak Griffin, Adult, needs to devour Heart of the Pole Star. The path to advancement, Star God, Ultimate Form, needs to devour Sky Spirit, Star Peak Seed, Mutated Magic Flower. Not surprisingly, after entering adolescence, Star Owl also unlocked new talents and skills. Moreover, these new talents and newly added skills, judging from the descriptions, are extremely powerful. Ji-yuan couldn't help but sigh that Xing Zhao's skill set was extremely violent. Muge. After carefully examining Star Owl's panel for a while, he looked at the elf who was dozing off beside him. Ha! Muge came back to his senses, still sleepy. How much of your memory have you recovered? He was speechless about this guy. He was simply a sleep god and could fall asleep anytime and anywhere. Not very clear. I'm very vague about most things. I may not be able to recover, she replied with a yawn. Seeing this, Ji-yuan thought for a moment and said, Do you remember a kind of imperial creature called Hao Yuxianlong? Hao Yuxianlong? I don't remember. Okay, no need to ask. After giving a few instructions, Ji-yuan exited the beast taming space. After pondering for a moment, he decided to strike while the iron was hot. With the momentum of advancing to the 4th level, he copied and contracted the Hao Yu dragon. He took out the imperial ring given by Yen Long and was about to reach into it. Buzz! The top student on the gold list, Luo Nan, challenges the top student on the gold list, Ji-yuan, to a duel. Sudden. The mechanical sound spread throughout the academy. At the same time, the challenge order in the black gold royal ring also vibrated. It's this Luo Nan again. What on earth does this guy want to do? Ji-yuan frowned, took out the challenge order and accepted the challenge directly. It just so happens that this is the first battle after advancing to the 4th rank, and it would be a good thing to find someone of the same level to fight. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. After Ji-yuan accepted the challenge, the two were scheduled to fight at 6 p.m., also in the 10th duel arena. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the duel. I'm really impressed. Why do you always encounter this kind of thing? Right now, at this moment. On the way to the 10th duel arena, Su couldn't help but complain. When I was at the 6th level, I was challenged by Kushwanji, who was at the 5th level. Now you are at the 5th rank, and a 4th rank appears to challenge you. Why do I always feel that by the time you reach the 4th level, a 3rd level will appear? After saying this, Su looked as if he was gloating. Zhao Shan analyzed for him. Luo Nan is the most powerful person among my cousin's admirers. He once said that no one except him deserved to be ranked 2nd on the gold list, because that was the position closest to his cousin. Old Ji, he is a 4th rank, are you sure? In Zhao Shan's opinion, Ji-yuan had to accept this battle. However, because the challenge came suddenly, Ji-yuan had not had time to tell them that he had been promoted to the 4th rank. Now that the duel is approaching, there is no need to say anything. There's Kushwanji and Chen Hao. Now Luo Nan has popped up. Do they think they can get attention by fighting each other? How naive! Mu Xuxin said with a frown. That's not necessarily true. If it were me, I'd be more looking forward to seeing girls fighting over me. Zhao Shan laughed, but was met with contempt from Mu Xuxin, Su Ziyin and Su. When they arrived at the 10th duel arena, they found that the place was already packed with people. It seems that this duel between the second and fifth on the gold list is very interesting. At the same time, Ji Yuan saw Tangy with blue hair in the crowd. With the arrival of Ji Yuan and his group, the onlookers made way for him. In the crowd, the cheerleaders, holding bouquets and wearing heavy makeup, made a comeback. Before, because of the presence of the official wife, Jiang Qigru, the cheerleaders were silent and dared not make any noise. But now, everyone knows that Jiang Qigru is out on a mission. Without the threat of the queen, the cheerleaders must naturally become more active. Walk through the crowd. After jumping onto the stage, Ji Yuan saw his opponent, Luo Nan. This is a man with handsome appearance. The short black hair frames his face, making him look like a spring breeze. Do you want to start the duel immediately? The referee came on stage and looked at the two men and asked. Start. Ji Yuan and Luo Nan said in unison. After getting the affirmative, the referee read out the rules and then handed the stage to the two. I'm sorry, I hate using power to bully people. I challenged you this time because I was forced to do so by those guys in the city. Luo Nan chuckled, his tone gentle, without the slightest airs. Use your power to pressure others? Ji Yuan smiled and said, That's not necessarily the case. To show respect, I will end this fight as quickly as possible. Ronan nodded to him, and then 3 elemental beasts appeared. Immediately afterwards, a thick and solid layer of earth element began to emerge on Luo Nan's body's surface. It was just as he said, right from the start. He not only summoned 3 beasts, but also directly displayed the iconic power of the 4th level. However, what everyone present didn't expect was that. Let's fight. Ji Yuan chuckled. As the 3 beasts appeared, 2 balls of green flames suddenly appeared from his fists. What is this? Chapter 133, A Strange Person. You have advanced to the 4th rank? On the ring, Luo Nan, who was about to rush out, was suddenly stunned. I'm a lucky person. Ji Yuan smiled. Call out. Immediately. His figure shot out like a cannonball. There is lightning under your feet. The fist is burning with flames. As Ji Yuan ran out, Ming and Champa followed immediately. Star Owl spread its golden wings and leaped into the air. What a great Ji Yuan! Looking at the aggressive opponent, Luo Nan's handsome face showed excitement, and the 2 sides immediately started fighting. On the ground, 2 4th-grade beast masters constantly used the elemental power from the beasts they controlled to engage in close combat. Ming was fighting with an electric silver leopard. The collision of fire and electricity caused loud noises from time to time. Champa wrestled with a strange beast with a tiger's head and an ox's body. Lightning and golden light leaped, and waves of explosions were heard. And in midair, a flamingo with its body burning with flames collided with the star owl's breath of fire and the starry sky. 1 minute into the match, the arena was already filled with powerful soul power fluctuations and brilliant elemental attacks. Almost everyone in the audience was silent. They looked at the handsome young man who was fighting with the second on the gold list. Some of them even rubbed their eyes frantically, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Luo Nan was a top student in the academy who had been at the top of the list for 2 or 4 years. Ji Yuan had been in school for more than 2 months, and he was already fighting with Luo Nan? Moreover, it didn't even look like a back-and-forth fight. Luo Nan's beast seemed unable to withstand Ji Yuan's beast attacks. Is this Ji Yuan still a human? Zhao Shan and his party were stunned. Especially Su Su, staring at Ji Yuan on the stage, swallowed his saliva. Old 4. Am I seeing right? He has advanced to the 4th rank. You're right, Big Brother is really too strong. Zhong Xian's eyes were filled with admiration, and his elder brother was simply his idol. Zhao Shan, who was stunned for a moment, breathed a sigh of relief and shook his head with a smile. This guy always likes to hide, making us worry for nothing. Behind the 3 of them, Mu Shuxin and Su Xinyan looked at each other, and inexplicable emotions flashed in the eyes of both women. Then, the 2 women fixed their gazes on that handsome figure in unison. In their eyes, this handsome young man seemed to possess some strange magic. No matter who is compared to him, they will all look the same and dull. With this kind of difference, how can they bury this feeling? Among the crowd, Tangy, with her icy blue hair, was also a little stunned. After a moment, she murmured in her heart, Jiang Qingru, your vision is really good. She didn't expect that after just over a month, Ji Yuan actually reached the 4th level. Senior Ji is so handsome. Senior Ji, we love you. The cheerleaders went even crazier. On stage, the terrifyingly hot fist brushed past Luo Nan's face. Before he could even fight back, Ji Yuan's lightning-fast kick had already hit him right in the abdomen. Bang! Luo Nan retreated repeatedly, his blood surging in his body. He gasped rapidly and just swallowed the blood that was rushing up his throat. So strong. Luo Nan narrowed his eyes. His eyes were extremely solemn. After a brief battle with Ji Yuan's 3 beasts, his beasts were defeated one after another, as if they were suppressed by their bloodline. But if that's the case, then it's fine. However, the concentration of the opponent's soul power is extremely astonishing. Especially the elemental fluctuations, which overwhelmed him, causing him to not gain any advantage at all during the fight. When did he advance to the 4th rank? Ronan breathed deeply. According to his speculation, perhaps when Ji Yuan defeated Kuxuanji and Chen Hao alone, he was already at the 4th rank. However, Ji Yuan did not show it at that time. What a great way to hide one's strength and show one's incompetence, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Nan nodded towards Ji Yuan. You win this duel. Senior Qingru really has excellent taste. You and her are a perfect match, talented and beautiful. You are a match made in heaven. Luo Nan suddenly raised his hands and shouted loudly. I give up. From now on, I will be defeated by Ji Yuan. I approve of the relationship between you and senior sister Qingru, and I swear to protect it for you. Anyone who wants to disturb him and senior sister Qingru again in the future must defeat me first. After saying this, he put away the beast, saluted to Ji Yuan, jumped off the stage, pushed through the crowd, and ran away. This moment, everyone in the audience looked confused. This Luo Nan is really strange. The challenge was inexplicable, the fight was inexplicable, and even the sudden surrender and the words he said were extremely inexplicable. Standing on the stage, Ji Yuan looked at the figure running wildly with his head down, and was also confused. This guy's actions were like he had buried a C4 that was about to explode on the ring, and was about to evacuate. What he said about being defeated and wanting to protect this relationship were all inexplicable words, all meant to confuse the whole audience so that everyone would be blown to death. Of course, the above is just my imagination based on Luo Nan's strange behavior. In the end, Ji Yuan had a clear adjective in his mind: funny. This confrontation came to an abrupt end. Ji Yuan also jumped from 5th on the gold list to 2nd. After entering the academy, every time Ji Yuan's ranking on the gold list improved, he was passive. After this battle, Ji Yuan's reputation in the academy became even greater. There are even many labels such as, "This is the one who triggered the black gold light column. This is the city competition champion," and many more. Night. College cafeteria. When can I leave the academy? I'm almost sick of hearing these things over and over again. Su, lying on the table, looked listless. Young 6th grader, do you need a withdrawal application? Zhao Shan sat down with his plate and said with a smile. Get lost. I'm not in the mood to mess with you right now. Su stood up and looked at Ji Yuan with his chin on his head. I really miss my sister-in-law. She's been gone for almost 2 months. Isn't she coming back yet? Thinking back to the time when Jiang Qingru was here, we went to the cafeteria on the 4th floor for dinner every day. The pleasure of swiping the coupons at will was so comfortable. A simple meal in the cafeteria on the 4th floor costs us 40,000 to 50,000 points. Wouldn't it be better if you used these points on simulation training and skill cores? How could Ji Yuan not know what he was thinking, and immediately spread his hands. TSK. Today I finally see clearly that all of you are cultivation maniacs. Su curled his lips. Isn't life just about taming beasts and becoming stronger? Tasting delicious food is the ultimate meaning of life. Hey, great gourmet, who was the one drooling over the flash spirit flow at the city competition? Zhao Shan laughed and said, Could it be that at that time you were thinking about whether Shampa's meat was delicious? Get lost! Susu's face flushed. Everyone grows up. I'm just past the age of being obsessed with wolf-type beasts. Tisk, it's been less than 4 months since the city competition ended, and you've grown 20 years older? Zhao Xiaomei, don't push your luck. What did you call me? 2 bombs exploded in the cafeteria. Chapter 134, The Edge of Death. Dinner ended with a quarrel between Zhao Shan and Su Su. This time, the two seemed to be quite angry after the quarrel. On the way back to the dormitory, one of them walked to the side with his head turned away, not looking at each other. Ji Yuan found their appearance funny. The fourth brother, Zhongxian, was a little at a loss, thinking that the two were really angry. Just like that, they walked all the way back to the dormitory, and Zhao Shan and Su Su went straight back to their rooms. Su Su even closed the door much more heavily on purpose. Rest, it's okay. Seeing Zhongxian standing stupidly in the living room, Ji Yuan waved his hand. Then he also entered the room. Sitting on the bed, looking at his palms, he began to recall today's confrontation with Luo Nan. After being promoted to the 4th level, the strength of soul power and the increase in beast control are extremely obvious. According to his estimation, if they were to return to the Withered Valley, those remnants of the cursed souls would be burned to ashes with just one firestorm from Ming. At least, today's Luo Nan didn't let him use his full strength. Now, it's time to start looking for Ming and the others' advanced materials. There are 3 more. And Hao Yu Shenlong. Looking up, Ji Yuan summoned the Emperor's Atlas. The completeness of the remains of Hao Yu Dragon is 100%. Do you want to copy the perfect larva immediately? Come on, it's time to move on. Copy! A light flashed, and in Ji Yuan's palm lay a silver creature. Although it is called a dragon, it looks more like a snake. At this moment, he was slightly tilting his little head and blinking his pair of dark and bright eyes. Contract! As the mark of the contract was sent out, Ji Yuan's heart couldn't help but tense up. The palm-sized little snake raised its head, quietly waiting for the arrival of the contract mark. When the mark came into contact with the snake, nothing happened. What's going on? Seeing this, Ji Yuan was stunned. Bang! Suddenly, at the moment when he couldn't help but relax, a strange and ethereal noise exploded in his mind. The scene before my eyes changed, turning into a strange space shrouded in fog. There was no time to take any action. The fog suddenly rolled in. Fierce. In the mist, a pair of pure green diamond-shaped pupils lit up. This pair of pupils was so huge that the moment they appeared, they completely occupied Ji Yuan's sight. If you want to sign a contract, you must endure the destruction, shattering, and splitting. A decrepit, chaotic, and gender-indistinguishable voice was heard. Stuck in the fog, Ji Yuan's eyes froze. What is 1 disappearance, 1 shattering, 1 splitting? He asked in a deep voice. Flesh melts, bones shatter, souls ripped apart. The strange voice sounded again. If you don't want to, take back the seal of the contract, and you will lose your qualifications from now on. So domineering. Ji Yuan smiled, then clenched his fists. I do. As the words fell, there seemed to be a breeze blowing by. He saw thick fog rolling in all around him. The flesh is melting away. Suddenly, a piercing pain appeared in my chest. Almost at the moment when the severe pain appeared, Ji Yuan's brain crashed. He couldn't describe what this feeling was like. It was as if all the blood in his body and every inch of his skin had their own consciousness. They are boiling, active, wanting to peel off, wanting to be free. Chilala dash! The next moment, Ji Yuan's skin broke at the same time, and countless blood gushed out, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. There were no words to describe the pain that was sweeping through his heart, liver, and even brain. Well, The fog was thick and the young man's violent and trembling screams echoed throughout the entire space. The blue diamond-shaped pupils disappeared, leaving only the vast fog and a bloody figure. At this moment, it felt like his skin was being cut by countless delicate scalpels. Then used tiny needles to pierce his flesh and blood, draining all the blood from his body. This indescribable pain almost engulfed Ji Yuan's consciousness. His dark and deep eyes were bloodshot, and they were almost white due to the violent trembling. But even though he was screaming, he tried his best to stay calm. In his mind, heart, and soul, 3 words were echoing wildly. Hold on! This so-called melting of flesh and blood is almost as painful as the burning of netherworld flames. If Ming hadn't been burning with energy when he advanced, would I be able to hold on now? He doesn't know. He didn't know how much time had passed now. He just gritted his teeth madly, trying hard to stay awake and not pass out. Time flies. Every second was unbearable for Ji Yuan. Finally, at some point, the voice sounded again. Bone crushed. Crack! In an instant, crisp sounds came from Ji Yuan's body. All the muscles and bones in the body seemed to be suddenly grasped by a pair of invisible big hands at this moment, and then in the next moment, great force was exerted to crush every muscle and bone into pieces. As the crisp sounds continued, Ji Yuan's body turned into a pool of flesh at an incredible speed, like a deflated ball. Throughout the whole process, Ji Yuan tried his best to maintain his sanity. However, the pain they are experiencing now has completely surpassed the pain they felt when Ming and Shanpa were advanced. If he can still hold on until now. Soul ripped. Sudden. Accompanied by a voice. The invisible hand reappeared, piercing into his soul fiercely and tearing it apart. This moment. Flesh and blood melted, bones and tendons were shattered, and the soul was torn apart. The triple pain was inflicted on the body at the same time. Ji Yuan, who had been holding on for so long, could no longer hold on, and his consciousness sank into endless darkness. Master! At the moment when his consciousness was about to fade away, he seemed to hear a voice. Is it going to end? In a daze, Ji Yuan found himself in the forest. There was a dim light in front of him, as if there was a light source. With doubts, he pushed aside the bushes that blocked his view and walked forward. But when he walked through the bushes, he found that the world had turned bloody. Here is a boundless sea of blood. In the scarlet sky hangs a moon that looks like an eye. The moon flickered from time to time, and the moment he appeared, it stared at him. You're finally here. Gurgle. Ripples appeared in the sea of blood, and a figure covered in a blood-red fir tree emerged from beneath the surface of the sea. He turned around slowly, a faint smile on his face, and extended his hand to Ji Yuan. Join us. Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! Ji Yuan! As he moved, the sea of blood began to boil, as if countless people's whispers were ringing in his ears at the same time. Ji Yuan was overwhelmed and fell to his knees, covering his ears. Ji Yuan! The whisper turned into a scream, but suddenly disappeared the next moment. The world is still, and there is no sound in my ears. Ji Yuan was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. At this time, a hand slapped his right shoulder. At the same time, an anxious and trembling voice came into my ears. Master! Chapter 135, A Near Miss. Raise your head. What meets the eye is a sea of white. As the line of sight slowly focused, colors began to appear in the whiteness of the snow. These colors continued to converge and eventually formed 4 faces. Ming, Shanpa, Muge, Xingxia. Master? Mu Ji's pretty face, which looked like a delicate porcelain doll, was filled with tension. At this moment, the appearance of the 3 beasts and 1 elf seemed rather blurry, and one could even sense a hint of weakness hidden in their bodies. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yuan found that his voice was extremely hoarse and his lips were extremely chapped. For the first time, he felt an insatiable thirst. Subconsciously, he licked his lips. Muge immediately understood what he meant. With a wave of her slender fingers, a small green seedling grew out of the flat ground. The seedling grew branches and leaves, and sweet spring water flowed from it, which just fell into Ji Yuan's mouth. After a moment, with the help of Muge and the 3 beasts, he stood up tremblingly. Inside the body, and even deep in the soul, the unforgettable terrible pain still lingers. I raised my head and looked around, only to find that he had been lying in the beast controlling space without me noticing when. He vaguely remembered that when he contracted the Hao Yu dragon, it was in the room. Oh right, Hao Yu dragon. Just as I was about to go find it, I saw Mugu stretching out his hand. In her palm, a small silver-white snake was standing with its upper body upright, staring at her. From its dark and bright eyes, one can see a hint of emotion and obedience. What's going on, Ji Yuan was stunned. You are so reckless! Mugu placed the little snake on top of Ming's head, then, with his hands on his hips, looked at him with great dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the fact that I can freely enter and exit the beast taming space, you would be dead, do you understand? Moreover, Mugu raised his chin towards the three beasts present. Once you die, we will all disappear with you. As she said that, she stepped forward again, stretched out a finger, and tapped Ji Yuan's forehead fiercely. Please, next time something like this happens, can you wake me up first? I fell into a deep sleep. Unless there was a very loud noise, it would be difficult to wake up. If I'm here, I can save you even if you're skinned and cramped. This time it was really too dangerous, just a little bit short. Mugu stared, very angry. She will never forget the scene she saw when she came out of the beast-controlling space. Ji Yuan felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and he lay on the bed like a puddle of mud. Moreover, he was covered in blood and looked extremely terrifying. It almost scared her to death. Fortunately, with the help of his miraculous healing skills and the dual nourishment of the Vitality Space Stone in the beast-taming space, he was finally saved. Feel sorry. When he learned that he had almost led to their annihilation, he felt ashamed. This time, he had indeed underestimated the test. You don't have to apologize. Just remember that next time if you need to do something life-threatening, if I'm asleep, wake me up before you do it. Got it? Muji's tone also softened. Yes, sir. Ji Yuan nodded obediently. Mugu now is more like the master. His words made the elf burst out laughing. Afterwards, Ji Yuan looked at the three beasts standing aside, blinked with concern, and hugged them respectively. Finally, he shifted his gaze to the small silver snake on Ming's head. The properties panel pops up. Creature, Hao Yu Shilong, juvenile. Race, blue dragon. Bloodline, imperial grade, perfect. Attributes, wind, fire, thunder, ice. Features, none. Talent, none. No skills. The road to advancement, Hao Yu Shilong, youth, needs to devour the essence of the 5 elements. Alright. Now, I can only keep it as a mascot. Maybe things will get better after entering adolescence. I feel a slight pain in my head. Ji Yuan rubbed his brows and asked, How long has it been since I was unconscious? 12 days. What? Ji Yuan was shocked. How is it possible? What do you think your injuries are? Mugu said unhappily. Just rebuilding the bones of my entire body consumed most of the strength I recovered. Then your power is not. Ji Yuan was stunned. Recently I discovered that the power restored through sleep and the Vitality Space Stone will not increase again once consumed. Mugu sighed. It seems that we have no choice but to continue searching for the children's remains. After the college exchange competition, I will ask Uncle Li for a leave of absence to help you fully recover your strength. Ji Yuan looked at her. I'm not in a hurry. Go and do your thing first. Leave this little fellow in the beast-taming space. I'll take care of him. Mugu smiled, then grabbed the Hao Yu dragon on Ming's head and played with it in his palm. Seeing this, Ji Yuan did not stay any longer and left immediately. When I returned to the room, the layout had not changed and the door was closed. It seemed that Zhao Shan and the others thought that I was out on a mission. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw Zhao Shan, Su Su, and Zhong Xian slumped on the sofa, motionless. The 3 people were sweating profusely, as if they had just finished strenuous exercise. Old Ji? When did you come back? The sound of the door opening attracted the 3 people to look. Zhao Shan was still gasping for breath. On the side, Su Su was a little out of breath. You should asked him when he left. Especially when Ji Yuan saw that Zhong Xian was out of breath, he couldn't help it anymore. What did you do? Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Shan and Su Su gave them thumbs up, while Zhong Xian lowered his head. That's a good question, Lao Si, please explain it. Su Su nudged the burly Zhong Xian with his elbow. Zhong Xian showed an awkward look on his face, and said under Ji Yuan's puzzled gaze. During today's simulation training, I set the room difficulty wrong. How difficult could it be to make you so tired? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. Hey! Zhao Shan smiled. It's not that hard. It's just 200 Overlord level, 80 Legend level, and 30 Myth level wild creatures. When Ji Yuan heard this number, his eyelids trembled slightly. He knew the simulation training room. After the difficulty was set, it was impossible to exit the room unless all the simulated creatures were killed. Moreover, the higher the difficulty, the less time you will have to breathe. After knowing the whole story, I can understand why these three guys are like this. This is great, it's a good opportunity to test your limits. Seeing the three people looking a little embarrassed, Ji Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Shan waved his hand and said, By the way, old Ji, you've been away for 12 days. There's something you probably don't know yet. Su Xin also advanced to the 5th rank 2 days ago. Oh? Ji Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is a good thing. And, Zhao Shan continued, there are still 3 days until the college exchange competition. We asked around and it seems like there are prizes for every exchange competition. Zhao Shan frowned and thought for a while before saying, What's the name of the second place prize? It seems to be something called the Essence of the 5 Elements. Chapter 136, Dominate the College Exchange Competition. 5 Elements Essence. Ji Yuan was stunned. Did you hear it right? It is indeed the essence of the 5 elements. Su Su also interrupted at this time. What's wrong with you? Is this thing special? It's really something special. Ji Yuan fell silent. The material for upgrading the Hao Yu Dragon happened to be the essence of the 5 elements. And the second prize in this exchange competition happens to be this thing. Recall that Yan Long once said that he was looking forward to his performance. Plus, the Hao Yu Dragon was once the beast that his ancestors used to control. Interesting. I had originally intended this exchange competition to broaden our horizons, and ranking was not important. But now, there is a reason why I must have a second one. I really don't know if Yan Long did it on purpose. You need the essence of the 5 elements? Zhao Shan stood up. A material for upgrading a beast. Ji Yuan did not hide it. After hearing what he said, Su Su and Zhong Xian looked at each other and stood up. Is there any need to think about that? Zhao Shan smiled and stretched out his hand. At the same time, the other two also stepped forward and the 3 guys put their hands together. Seeing Ji Yuan standing there in a daze, Zhao Shan sighed and said, Why are you standing there like an idiot? Come here! After pulling his hand over, Zhao Shan showed a serious expression for the first time. Although you are a very evil guy, don't underestimate your brothers. In this exchange competition, if you say we'll take second place, we'll take second place. If you say we'll take first place, we'll take first place. The 3 of them looked at him with such a sharp gaze that Ji Yuan's lips curled up. Good. At this moment, there are still 2 days before the exchange competition. Holy Dragon Tower, Simulation Training Room. Summon the beast first and take a look. Ji Yuan looked at the 3 people from 811 and the 2 women in front of him. Immediately, Zhao Shan's brown-haired gibbon Tuanchuan and the advanced gorilla Bingbing, whose body was covered with a layer of ice crystal armor, appeared together. As if to leave a suspense intentionally, when Ji Yuan looked at him with an inquiring gaze, he smiled and summoned the emperor-level ape creature, the cold demon monkey. Compared with Bingbing and Tuanchuan, this cold demon monkey looks more ferocious. At the same time, its hair is black and blue, with a long tail dragging behind it, its body slightly bent, exuding a cold and restless aura. That's it, Yu. Although Zhao Shan's naming skills were a bit poor, this phantom frost demon monkey did look extraordinary. Then, looking at Su Su, he spread his hands and said, I don't have anything to show for you. 3 wolf-type beasts, ice, wood, and lightning. You are so confident, everyone is working hard to become stronger. Are you the only one doing nothing? Ji Yuan couldn't help but say a few words to him. You are here, aren't you? Su Su said with a smile, and just as he finished speaking, he felt several deadly gazes coming at him. Immediately, his face changed, and he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Captain. I will make sure you don't let me down at the critical moment." When it was Zhong Xian's turn, he summoned a brown magical giant. This giant statue is of the same origin as the wood-grain golem that Mu Shuxin and Zhang Bao used in the finals. He has the blood of a dominant force flowing in his body. I think it must have been hatched from the beast-taming egg that Zhao Shan gave him. "This is the earth pattern golem my second brother gave me, Rolling Stone." Zhong Xian smiled naively. He named this big guy Rolling Stone, which had something to do with its fighting style. Golem? Not bad. Ji Yuan was deeply impressed by this golem. Whether it was its tenacious defense or its amazing destructive power, the golem was one of the best in its class. "You don't need to look at mine." At this time, Mu Shuxin also spread her hands like Su Su. "You have seen watermelon." Then she summoned the little winged snake that had appeared in the withered valley to show up. "Unless I advance to the 5th rank, I don't plan to contract a beast master again." Finally, we came to Su Xinyan. After being promoted to the 5th rank, the silent girl's small oval face looked more confident. Burning flame bird. Her red lips slightly opened, and a little bird as red as the scorching sun appeared on her shoulder. This little bird looks like the fire-eating bird. I guess its bloodline has been advanced. The burning flame bird now has a dominant bloodline and possesses 2 skills. Then, a white light appeared beside her again. What appeared was a white-haired leopard beast with a holy glow all over its body. Seeing it, Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan were both shocked. "Sunlight thundercloud leopard." "No." Su Xin shook his head. "This is the eternal light holy beast. However, if it can grow to adulthood, its bloodline level should be comparable to that of the sunlight thundercloud leopard. The gift Grandpa gave her is from the same family as the sunlight thundercloud leopard of our family," Su Su added for her. At this point, Su Xin looked at Ji Yuan and said, "I don't have the habit of naming my beasts." "Oh." Ji Yuan suddenly realized, no wonder she always called the creatures by their names. As the exchange competition approached, after inspecting the beasts of the team members, Ji Yuan felt a little more confident. Although they don't look very good, Ji Yuan will not forget the identities of the other 4 people except Zhong Xian. They are all young masters and young ladies from beast-taming families. Who would believe them if they said they didn't have any special abilities? 5 minutes later, the other 4 people except Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan started their daily training. Zhao Shan has become extremely arrogant since he was promoted to the 5th rank. He brazenly says that he no longer needs to make any preparations. Mountain. Ji Yuan and Zhao Shan left the simulation training room and found a seat in the rest area. "Why can't we see people from other families in Xitian College?" He was really curious about this matter. Although the surnames of the 5 great beast-taming families appear in the gold and silver lists, not everyone with the surname Zhang is a member of the Zhang family. It can be said that, apart from Zhao Shan and his companions, he had never seen the young masters and young ladies from the other 5 great families. It's normal. Unless there are special reasons, people from the 5 major families will be sent to the Absolute Spirit Academy first. Zhao Shan took a sip of the water in front of him, and continued. "I heard that the competition there is the most intense. Everyone who comes out of Absolute Spirit Academy is very good at fighting. Besides, aren't most of the graduates said to be living in Xitian City? Maybe the people from the 5 major families have established their influence in the city." "That's right." He rolled his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, "Kushwanji. In fact, he can be considered a young master of an aristocratic family. The 5 great beast-taming families are famous for their background and other reasons, and below them, there are many outstanding beast-taming families." "You mean, Kushwanji's background is also considered to be a top-notch beast-taming family?" Ji Yuan was a little surprised. "Right." Seeing him nod, Ji Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "I didn't expect that you actually know a lot about these things. In my impression, Zhao Shan should be the kind of silly young master who is oblivious to everything outside and is carefree. Don't I know you?" Hearing this, Zhao Shan rolled his eyes. "You just keep getting stronger day by day. You always need someone to keep an eye on these things for you, right?" His words made Ji Yuan stunned. Immediately he raised his glass and said, "Good brother!" After Zhao Shan touched him, They both laughed and said, "In 2 days, let's dominate the college exchange competition." Chapter 137, Rules. College exchange competition that day. The huge Wuya Square was crowded with people. At the front, there were 10 people standing tall, wearing blue and white college uniforms, with silver-white cloaks fluttering slowly behind them. Because Jiang Qigru, who ranked first on the gold list, is on an overseas assignment, the 2nd to 11th places on the gold list will participate in this exchange competition. Right now, at this moment. Behind Jiyuan, Zhao Shan and the other 4 were lined up neatly. There are 10 teams in this group, each team has 6 people including the captain, a total of 60 people. At the front of the line stood a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Jiyuan always felt that he looked familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered that this guy was the bald man who was guarding the entrance of the boys' dormitory to register when he first came to the college. He is indeed the Dean of Studies. His surname is Luo and his given name is Wengang. What a fierce name. Before leaving, he, as the Dean of Studies, warned the students with a stern face to be careful about their words and actions when they go out. Every move represents the academy, blah blah blah. It was the usual process, and after saying the usual words, Luo Wengang summoned his own flying beast and took off first. Following closely behind was Tang Yi's team. Her frost-peaked griffin is extremely eye-catching. Seeing this, Jiyuan did not pause, and the star owl appeared immediately. It expanded its body to a size that could accommodate Jiyuan and the other 6 people, and then, under the envious gazes of everyone, it flew away on the wind. Some captains did not have flying beasts, so they either had to rely on other colleagues for support, or they had to take a car at the entrance of the academy and be transported to the designated location via space tracks. However, this situation is rare after all. Of the 10 teams, only 3 chose to take the bus. The rest all took off into the air, following the flight path of Director Luo Wengang. "Brother, where is the college exchange competition?" High in the sky, Zhong Xian asked curiously. "It's at the center where the 3 major colleges meet. The 3 colleges have joined forces to build a venue specifically for hosting exchange competitions." Jiyuan told everything he knew. Hee. Zhao Shan laughed and said, "I also heard that the exchange competition is very exciting and fierce. It must be very interesting." "Oh?" Hearing him say this, Jiyuan immediately became interested. "How is it exciting?" I don't know the details." Zhao Shan paused. "Cut!" Everyone booed immediately. As the flight continued, about 2 hours later, a huge basin appeared in front of everyone. Looking down from the sky, the ecological environment of this basin is complex, with mountains, rivers, etc. At the same time, densely packed flying beasts and people in uniform began to appear in the sky. Everyone realized that this should be the venue for the exchange competition. Luowen, the leader of Xingtian College, had just begun to descend to the ground. In the sky, countless flying beasts descended in one direction at the same time. As the sun shone, countless shadows covered the ground like dark clouds. This scene was extremely shocking. Final. They landed on a plain. At the same time, Jiyuan discovered that there was a giant space track door at this location. Soon after they landed, a vehicle drove out. These are the students who don't have flying beasts and choose to take the bus. So far, 10 minutes later, 3 groups of people gathered on the plain. There are many female students in Lantian College, and the colors of their college uniforms are similar to those of Xingtian. But in comparison, the color of Lantian College's uniforms is darker, and the texture of the design is also different. As for the uniforms of Dueling Academy, they are black with gold. It is serious and depressing. The person leading Lantian in Dueling's team should also be the Dean of Studies or something like that. After showing up, the 3 team leaders gathered together to chat. The students were also whispering. "Old Ji, look!" At this time, Zhao Shan whispered in his ear. Following his gaze, Ji Yuan saw a familiar face in the direction of Dueling Academy. He was an extremely handsome man. However, he was also staring at Ji Yuan, his eyes full of hatred. Shaolingjie. Feeling the strong murderous intent in the other person's eyes, Ji Yuan chuckled. This guy could indeed be considered the first person with whom he had a complete enemy. Looking past him, Ji Yuan saw a bald man who was also looking at him. Zhang Bao. Also an old acquaintance. Zhang Bao was still calm. He smiled at him and nodded. Ji Yuan also nodded in response. At this moment, he noticed several sharp gazes shot towards him from the crowd. At a glance, I saw two unfamiliar faces with good looks beside Shaolin Jue. Buzz! Sudden. Ripples appeared in the sky. Swish! The next moment, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere in the center where everyone was gathered. On the far left is a middle-aged man dressed casually with a kind smile on his face. It was the president of Xintian College, Li Xuefu. In the middle is the beautiful and charming dean, Lu Qingxi, who is wearing a blue gauze dress. On the far right is Yan Long, dressed in black and serious. As the 3 deans appeared, everyone in the audience shouted respectfully, "Dean!" Li Xuefu and Lu Qingxi smiled and nodded, while Yan Long fixed his eyes in the direction of Xintian College, as if looking for something. After a moment, he finally saw a handsome young man who was also looking at him. He seemed to sense something and looked at Ji Yuan deeply, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Old Yan, let's get started." On the side, Lu Qingxi said. Yan Long immediately withdrew his gaze, and then his royal ring glowed. Then, on this plane, several huge metal boxes filled with black objects suddenly appeared. Ji Yuan looked and found that the thing in the metal box was a bracelet. It was similar to the bracelet Zhao Shan had given him when he first went down to the mine in Honling City. "Captain, step out," Yan Long said in a cold voice. "Wow!" Immediately, 30 team leaders from the 3 academies stepped forward. "Get your team's bracelets and wear them." Following the instructions, the 30 teams came forward to receive their gifts in an orderly manner. When Ji Yuan came up, Shaolin Jue approached him deliberately with a gloomy face and said in a cold voice, "Ji Yuan, I have been promoted to the 5th rank. Wait, your beast will definitely die." Shaolin Jue didn't stay too long and left immediately after he finished speaking. Ji Yuan pretended not to hear it, with a smile on his face. After returning to the queue and distributing the bracelets, Ji Yuan put it on his left wrist. After a while, seeing that everyone had finished wearing it, Yan Long continued. "Next, I will announce the rules. For those who are participating in the exchange competition for the first time, please listen carefully. The venue for the exchange competition is in the giant basin behind us. The ecology in the basin is extremely rich, with a variety of creatures living there, and bloodlines range from intermediate to legendary. Teams, every time you kill a creature, you will gain points corresponding to its bloodline level. Every 2 days, the point ranking will be refreshed, and the last 2 teams will be eliminated. In addition to hunting creatures, points can also be obtained through treasure maps, caves, and crypts buried in the basin. Of course, you can also directly plunder the points of other teams." Yan Long raised his hand and pointed to his wrist. "The points are stored in the bracelet. Just touch the bracelet to call out the ranking panel. In the basin, the weak can only be eaten by the strong, so everyone, fight hard. In this battle, there is only one rule: you cannot kill the beast master." This rule emphasizes 4 words fists speak. Chapter 138. The battle begins. The exchange competition venue is actually a super large simulation training room. In the crowd, Tang Yi came to Ji Yuan's side without knowing when. He explained to him in a low voice. The creatures, crypts, caves, etc. are all randomly generated. After entering, each team and each person will initially receive 100 points. The entrance to the basin is a teleportation device. Each team's landing point is random. Ji Yuan listened quietly. After a while, he asked the most crucial question. "In there, is it mainly the academy or the team?" There were 30 teams of 6 people, totaling 180 people. Yan Long made it very clear when he announced the rules just now that the rankings will be based on teams rather than colleges. However, Ji Yuan still had to ask first, to prevent it from turning into another school war when he went in. "Whatever you want." Tang Yi gave a vague answer, but Ji Yuan understood it. The rules have been announced, and the crowd begins to make their way to the basin entrance. There's a lot of space inside. If you need help, Have your Qilin beast point toward the sky and make as much noise as possible. I'll come and help you. Tang Yi said coldly. You too. If there's any trouble, let the Frostpeak Griffin make some noise, and I'll come to your aid as soon as possible. Ji Yuan nodded in response. Now, he was no longer the 6th-rank student he was when he entered school. Good. The communication between the two ended here. As the crowd moved forward slowly, several platforms surrounded by technological brilliance appeared in front of everyone. Press squad, step onto the platform. After the previous group of people teleports away, the next group will follow. Soon, it was Ji Yuan's team's turn. Ahead of them was Tang Yi and her group. As the light danced, at the moment of teleportation, Tang Yi looked at Ji Yuan and nodded. This is a teleportation device. Once the teleportation is completed, we will immediately summon the beasts for defense. After leading Zhao Shan and the others onto the platform, Ji Yuan said in a deep voice. Several people looked solemn and nodded in agreement. Along with that familiar feeling of teleportation came over me. The 6 people only felt a flash before their eyes. When they recovered, they had arrived at a white sand beach. There was no time to check the situation around him. Ji Yuan, who was the first to recover, felt a creepy soul power fluctuation overflowing from all directions. Next second. Swish, swish, swish. All kinds of elemental forces were roaring towards the 6 members of their team. Firestorm! Ji Yuan's face changed slightly, and Ming appeared in an instant. The blue netherworld flames spread like a hurricane, forming a huge protective shield that surrounded all 6 people. Ugh! Zhong Xian, Su Su and Mu Xuxin, who were experiencing teleportation for the first time, all turned pale, and Su Su even started to dry heave. Hurry up and adjust! There is an ambush near us. Ji Yuan frowned. With the help of his spiritual connection with Ming, he could feel that powerful forces were hitting outside the netherworld flame. Damn it, you don't have to do this! We just got here. Su Su wiped his mouth and looked grim. No one responded to him. Ji Yuan glanced at everyone and saw that they had almost recovered. He felt something in his heart. Wow! Moment! The protective shield formed by the netherworld flame suddenly spread out, directly forming 2 tall walls of fire. Walk! The bombing outside was still going on, and Ji Yuan immediately led everyone forward. The netherworld flames provided them with a shelter on this white sand beach, connecting to a dense forest. In addition to the sound of the burning flames of the underworld, huge explosions can be heard from time to time. It's so fucking exciting! Zhao Shan looked excited as he ran. This kind of chaotic battle was obviously what he expected. Why don't you just summon your griffin to take us up into the sky? Su Su was thin and frail. Although Mu Xuxin had recovered from the pain, he still felt dizzy and nauseous. He really couldn't run. Are you stupid? With so many people in the sky, wouldn't you be a sitting duck? Mu Xuxin said with disdain. Be careful ahead! Sudden! Several elemental waves of different colors splashed out from the dense woods. Light barrier! Su Zin gave a delicate cry, and a holy light flashed. The holy beast Hingguang immediately appeared and condensed the translucent barrier in front of the 6 people, taking on the sudden attack. Snort! Ji Yuan frowned, his eyes filled with coldness. Soul Flash! Star Owl! Release the explosion! Use Fierce Wind! A wolf and a griffin immediately appeared, and a ball of light mixed with blue and silver shot towards the woods ahead. At the same time, strong winds containing infinite power swept out. Damn it, do you think we are easy to bully? You, go in and kill them! Zhao Shan was also furious, and the cold demon goblin leaped directly into the woods that were more than 10 meters away. Fuck him! Su Su's blood was also boiling with excitement, and his complexion looked much better. He summoned his wooden wolf and transformed it into a beam of green light and rushed in. Shihua, you go too! Mu Xuxin summoned his 2-winged flying snakes and rushed in. The dull days have lasted for a long time. At this moment, as if infected by their liveliness, several people were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Even Zhong Xian, who was usually steady, seemed eager to give it a try. Seeing this, Ji Yuan shook his head to stop him. When we get close to the woods, summon the earth pattern golem, just in case. The earth golem itself is extremely resistant to attack, and its large size makes it a good alternative cover. Okay, big brother. Zhong Xian listened to him the most and immediately suppressed his excited heart. In the woods ahead, Zhao Shan and his companions' beast masters seemed to be already engaged in combat. When the earth pattern golem covered them and helped them step safely into the forest, Ji Yuan was the first to see a curved horned yak and a mantis-like creature fighting with the phantom demon. At the same time, Su Su's wooden wolf and Mu Shushin's two-winged flying snakes were also fighting with the other three beasts. However, due to their lack of numbers, they were beaten back step by step. Hey! Just at this moment, 6 figures jumped down from the branches on both sides. They were wearing the uniforms of Dueling Academy. Without saying a word, they showed up one by one and pounced towards Ji Yuan's team. Are you looking for death? There was a strong chill in Ji Yuan's eyes. Beside him, Ming took a sudden step forward, and raging flames spread from the soles of his feet. It surrounded all living things within a radius of dozens of meters. The sky burns, the earth is destroyed. Accompanied by Ji Yuan's cold words. An endless amount of heat rises. The beast masters that were fighting stopped their movements, and raised their heads in horror. They felt a terrifying aura awakening. At the same time, as the encirclement was fully formed, everyone seemed to have arrived in a wild place. The clouds in the sky are as red as flames. Looking around, there are terrifying volcanoes with molten lava spreading everywhere. Whether it was the 6-member team from Dueling Academy or the 5 people from Ji Yuan's side, they were all stunned by this scene. What kind of skill is this? The members of the Dueling Academy were all shocked. In their opinion, as long as they didn't encounter teams from the same academy, Xingtian and Lantian, there shouldn't be many difficult teams. Who is this handsome young man in front of me? They suddenly remembered a young man who possessed the blue Qilin beast at the city competition a few months ago. You are Ji Yuan! Bang! By the time I reacted, it was too late. Because the volcano has already erupted. Chapter 139. Enemies meet on a narrow road. No one knows what exactly happened at the edge of this dense forest. Just when the green flames covering an area of dozens of meters dissipated, the team from Dueling Academy that was lying in ambush here was completely wiped out. Their faces were as black as coal, and the beasts they controlled looked as if they had been roasted. They collapsed to the ground one by one, and the forest was filled with a burnt smell. Ji Yuan was not polite at all. He pulled up the arms of the unconscious members of the Absolute Spirit Squad and completely plundered their initial points. Let's go. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and looked at Zhao Shan and the other 4 with great indifference, completely ignoring their stunned looks. No, big brother. Su Su swallowed his saliva. What was that move you just made? He would never forget the doomsday-like scene before, where the 6 5th-grade warriors from Dueling Academy were all defeated by a single skill of Ji Yuan's Qilin beast. Want to learn? Wait until you reach the 5th rank. Ji Yuan smiled. No! Su Su stepped forward, hesitating for a long time before saying, Ming has such an amazing move, shouldn't he easily win the championship? His words made Zhao Shan and the other 3 agree with each other to some extent. It's not that easy. Ji Yuan smiled and shook his head. Do you think you can use this skill whenever you want? After Ming completely mastered Heaven Burning and Earth Extermination, the impact and destructive power of this skill were unparalleled. But at the same time, Ji Yuan also discovered a drawback. The sky will burn and the earth will be destroyed. After being released, Ming must wait for 3 hours before he can continue to use it. The usual way of saying it is that there is a CD. Oh my god, we are now ranked 20th! At this time, Mu Shushin in the back raised his right hand, somewhat surprised. They had just come in and absorbed the points of an entire team, but they couldn't even make it into the top 10. It seems that the points gained from hunting creatures are more than expected. Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan. What should we do? Don't be so anxious, we still have 2 days. What we need to do now is to find a position that is relatively easy to defend. Ji Yuan also pulled up the rankings, and in the lower right corner of the list, there was a countdown for elimination. After all, we also need to rest at night. That's all. Ji Yuan's team slowly explored into the dense forest. Along the way, we encountered a lot of wild animals. After killing a few, I got some information. For each creature below the Overlord level killed, 100 points will be awarded. After exploring for an hour, they finally encountered the first Overlord level creature. There was no need for Ji Yuan to take action, as Mu Shuxin, Su Su and Zhong Xian worked together to take him away. Overlord level creatures provide 1,000 points, which is equivalent to killing 10 mid-level and high-level creatures. Now, Ji Yuan's team rested with their backs against a huge rock. Zhao Shan looked at the ranking list with some surprise, pointed at the first place and said, "This guy named Kuyueshing is quite powerful. He was first when we first came in, and his team only had 2,000 points at that time. Now, we have reached 30,000. After hearing what he said, everyone quickly called up the panel. Ji Yuan sat on top of the boulder, observing his surroundings all the time, and heard Su Su yelling from below. "Oh my god! We are now ranked 28th! There are 30 teams, and after 2 days, the last 2 ranked teams will be eliminated. Now, they are only 200 points away from the second to last place, which is equivalent to 2 mid to high level creatures. I feel like this competition is a little unfair. Students who have participated before must know where the overlords and legendary creatures are." Su Su leaned against the stone and let out a breath. "No," Ji Yuan said from above. "This is actually a giant simulation training room. The terrain, creature distribution, etc. of each session are all random. It's impossible for the same situation as last time to occur." As soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. The space fluctuates, Ming, Shanpa, and Xingxiao appear one after another. At the same time, Zhao Shan and his companions below also noticed something unusual, and quickly stood up and summoned their own beasts. "Call out!" Moment. 6 men and women in dark blue and white uniforms rushed out from the woods. The team from Lantian College. The leader was a young man with a hooked nose. His appearance made Su Su and Su Xian's eyes darken at the same time. "Huh!" The hook-nosed young man was also stunned when he saw the Su siblings. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Interesting. I didn't expect that the people we were tracking all the way were actually you two siblings." The young man with the hooked nose is also a member of the Su family, and like Su Xinian and Su Xinian, he is a direct descendant. "Suan!" When he saw him, Su Su's eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Since childhood, because their parents died early, although their grandfather was the head of the family, he still could not give the siblings enough protection. At that time, among the direct descendants, Su Su and Su Xinian were the targets of bullying by these guys. Not only was he mocked for not having parents and being an orphan, he was also beaten and kicked at will. This left a lot of psychological trauma on the young Su Su. It wasn't until they were 13 or 14 years old that these guys began to restrain themselves. "Orphan Xiuxiu, Orphan Xiaoyin, stop talking nonsense and bring it here." Hook-nosed Su unfolded his hands, his face full of contempt and ridicule. As the captain, he glanced at Zhao Shan, Mu Shuxin, and Zhong Xian who were beside the siblings, and found that none of them could fight. "What did you call them?" At this time, Zhao Shanxian could no longer remain calm and stared at him with a fierce look. "This is our Su family's internal affair. All outsiders, please get out of the way." Suan didn't even look at him. The contempt and nobility of a young master from a wealthy family were fully reflected in him. "Faint!" Zhao Shan roared, and the cold demon instantly jumped up, the blood and energy in his body surged, and smashed directly towards Su An's team. Bang! As a black shadow flashed by, it collided with the cold demon goblin. A loud muffled sound was heard, and then a muscular ape-like beast was seen falling from the sky. As if because of its obstruction, Yu Yu also fell heavily beside Zhao Shan. Wow! What was unexpected was that the muscular ape on Su An's side actually spit out large mouthfuls of blood after standing firm. He looked as if he had internal injuries. "You!" In Su An's team, a woman's face immediately changed, and she looked at Yu beside Zhao Shan with surprise and suspicion. How is this possible? This muscular ape of hers is a dominant one. How could he be injured like this in just one fight? I was wondering why you two siblings chose Xingtian Academy. After all this time, you found out that you have a sponsor. Suan smiled, but her eyes were cold. His eyes swept across Su Xian's fair and tender face, and then looked at Zhao Shan, who had stepped forward at this moment, and smiled playfully. Su, in order to protect you, your useless sister must have slept with this guy many times, right? As soon as these words were spoken, several members of Su An's team immediately laughed shrilly in unison. Fuck you! Su's eyes instantly turned blood red. Su Zi's pretty face was expressionless, as if she had long been accustomed to these people's verbal provocations. Mu Shushin couldn't help but rant. You big-nosed ugly man, why are you spewing shit? Aren't the words you say disgusting? Suan looked over and glanced at Zhao Shan frivolously for a moment before challenging him. You're so lucky, young man. 2 at a time? Vulgar beast! Zhao Shan was furious, and Bing Bing and Tuanshan appeared at the same time. Zhong Xian summoned the Earth Pattern Golem, and Su An's team also summoned their own beasts. All members of Su An's team were of the 5th rank, and each of them had 3 beasts. In terms of numbers, they directly crushed Zhao Shan and his group. Today, you must pay the price! Just at this moment, a cold whisper of storm descended from the sky. Team Suan looked up suddenly, and saw a huge golden creature flapping its wings and swooping down. Chapter 140, Beating. Ji Yuan was angry. He absolutely would not allow anyone to belittle and humiliate his best friend like this. The star owl landed with a fierce gust of wind, smashing into the middle of the 2 groups of people like a star. Pay the price? In your Xingtian Academy, apart from Jiang Qingru and Luo Nan, no one dares to say such things. Su An's team members all sneered. The figure falling from the sky was too fast, and they couldn't see clearly what it was. However, in all the college exchange competitions over the years, there are only a few Xingtian students who are able to launch dimensionality reduction attacks. Obviously, the people in front of him were not that kind of monsters. You will know now. The dust in the sky was dispersed by a pair of golden wings, revealing a golden griffin. Standing on the back of the griffin was a handsome young man. At this moment, a storm was brewing between his brows and his eyes were shrouded in cold light. When the blue flames rose up all around, Ji Yuan looked down at the whole place and said in a cold voice, Shock! Buzz! In an instant, the terrifying blood aura spread wildly from Ming's body. As Ji Yuan was promoted to the 4th rank, his awe was not only due to his own imperial pressure, but also due to Ji Yuan's vast soul power like the galaxy in the universe. The violent ripples instantly washed over all the beasts present. This time, even Zhao Shan and his men behind him were not spared. Because this time the shock is extremely special. Su An's team of 18 beasts, under the shock of the Emperor's pressure and special soul power, all tucked their tails between their legs, crawled on the ground, and whimpered in fear. You! The powerful aura washed over their faces, and the terrifying spiritual power fluctuations contained in it also made them terrified. Not only the Beastmasters, but even they all felt the intimidation from the cross-grade soul power. This young man is a 4th grade one. How is it possible? Apart from Jiang Qingru and Luo Nan, Xingtian Academy hasn't had a new 4th grade promotion in 2 years. Where did this guy come from? Suan, who was extremely arrogant before, suddenly changed his expression. But he was not an ordinary person after all. He immediately mobilized the sea of soul power in his body and shattered the remaining soul power in his body. But before he could make any move, his heart suddenly started beating wildly. He looked up and saw that the young man on the griffin's back had appeared in front of him at some point. Everyone in Su An's team was shocked by Ji Yuan's aura. You! Su An's scalp tingled and he was just about to say something harsh. Call out! A hand burning with green flames suddenly grabbed his hair and pulled it hard. At the moment Suan screamed in pain, it dragged him directly to Su Xin and his sister. Ji Yuan's face was as gloomy as water. He lifted him up with his right hand, and with his left palm, the flames of the netherworld were boiling, and he immediately swung it down towards Su-en's face. Bang! The crisp sound spread throughout the woods. Su-en was so slapped that he felt dizzy, stars appeared in his eyes, and even some of his teeth were knocked out. Apologize. Ji-yuan's calm voice sounded. Right. Bang! The sound is too quiet. A few more teeth flew out, and his mouth was already covered in blood. Su-zin was so frightened by this scene that he took 2 steps back. Su-su gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Immediately afterwards, Ji-yuan slapped him a few more times before letting go of the hand that was grabbing his hair. Unable to stabilize himself, Su-en fell to his knees, tears, snot and blood stains on his face, flowing onto the ground. There are only a few teeth left in his mouth. At this time, the other members of Su-en's team in the rear finally came to their senses and quickly recalled the frightened beastman. Then, they summoned other beastmen and prepared to attack. Beat! Ji-yuan waved his hand coldly. Zhao Shan was already furious. The 3 beasts, Bingbing, Tuanchuan and Henin, rushed out. Mu Shuxin looked at Ji-yuan deeply at this moment, and then ordered Shiguai to join the battle. Once Zhong Xian enters combat mode, the simple and honest look on his face disappears, and his face with thick eyebrows and big eyes reveals anger. The earth pattern golem steps into the battle circle with heavy steps. At the same time, Ming, Shampa and Xingxiao also joined in. With the support of 3 emperor-level creatures, Zhao Shan and his 2 companions could naturally fight to a draw with the rest of the people. The situation here is broadcast in real time on a screen. At this moment, there are 2 men and 1 woman watching in front of the screen. They are the deans of the 3 major colleges. Little guy, you are so cruel! Li Xuefu looked at Su-en, whose mouth was full of blood, and smiled. On the side, Yanlong snorted coldly. Not cruel enough! If it were me, I would break Su-en's legs, tie him up with a rope, and keep him by my side as a warning sign. His words made Li Xuefu curl his lips and he did not answer. Lu Qingxi also rolled her eyes. Old Yen, this is not the same era as before. What you are doing is not recommended. You always have such naive ideas. Yanlong frowned. If we are not more ruthless than them when dealing with the remnants of the cursed soul, we will definitely suffer a great loss. He stared at the young man on the screen and said, From what I've seen so far, Ji-yuan is quite decisive in his actions during the battle, and he also knows how to suppress his opponent's psychology. It's just not cruel enough. If he were in the Absolute Spirit Academy, I would definitely be able to train him to become the best beast master. Tisk! Lu Qingxi laughed sweetly. When the new students first enter the school, the vice president of your dueling academy looked down on them. As she spoke, she glanced at the 2 of them and said, At that time, I was the only one who went to recruit him personally, but I still learned to understand the young man's mind and asked you to use a little trick to win him over. Haha, your words are ambiguous. I just showed Xingtian's sincerity. Li Xuefu said with a smile. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that there was this guy named Tan He acting as a middleman, otherwise, Ji-yuan might really be snatched away by Lu Qingxi. Yanlong also sighed at this time. Zhang He is prejudiced against Ji-yuan because of his son's failure. This is something I didn't expect. The people from these noble families are too arrogant. Their pedantic ways of doing things are disgusting. There was extreme dissatisfaction in Yanlong's eyes. As the descendant of the strongest beastmaster, their Yan family had never used this title to exchange for any convenience from generation to generation. Including his position as the dean of the strongest dueling academy, he obtained it through his own strength. If we were to say who in the great Xia kingdom despises the reputation of a beast-taming family the most, it would definitely be Yanlong. However, this kid is indeed a little too outstanding. Li Xuefu stared at the screen. I became a beastmaster in about 6 months, and I jumped from the 9th rank to the 4th rank. This kind of talent is more than just outstanding. Lu Qingxi also sighed. But this kind of excellence is not a good thing. Yanlong poured cold water on him appropriately. The promotion of a beastmaster requires a lot of accumulation and steady progress. Ji-yuan's steps are too fast and too big. He will definitely be blocked when he advances to the 3rd rank. Really? Li Xuefu smiled. On the contrary, I think he will become the youngest third-rank master in the world today. Don't forget, this kid has no upper limit. It's hard to say whether it's the sea of soul power or something else that's gathered in his body. Chapter 141, Treasure-Catching Beast. Wow! Dense forest. Because of Ji-yuan, the biggest variable, Su-an's team was in control. Now. Su-an fell to the ground, sobbing from the burning pain on his cheeks. He has been bullying others all his life. When has he ever been beaten like this? Their team has a total of 3,000 points. After the capture, Ji-yuan's team's ranking soared to the top 20. When Ji-yuan's team left, only 6 sad people with bruised faces and noses were left. Woo-woo! Brother, you are really my good brother! Walking through the woods, Su kept clinging to Ji-yuan and crying loudly, with tears and snot running down his face. After living such a long life, someone finally stood up for him. Suzy's tense face also revealed a faint smile because of his funny look. She looked at Ji-yuan's profile from behind and silently said in her heart, "You saved me again, thank you." At this time, Mu Shushin, who was in charge of following the rankings, said in surprise, "Our total points now total 6,800 points, which puts us right at 20th place. Also, the first place has been changed. Before, Kuyueshing's team topped the list with 30,000 points, but now, their points have been reset to 0. The first place is occupied by someone named Xiaoying. Her team has a total of 78,000 points." What? How long has it been? Zhao Shan was stunned. Ji-yuan also pulled out the ranking list as he walked. After observing for a while, he speculated. This Xiaoying should have captured all the top 5. He vaguely remembered the top 5 on the list before he met Swan's team. But now, the points of the top 5 teams have all been reset to 0, and they have fallen to the bottom, just like Su-an's team. But seeing your sister is not bad either. Mu Shushin continued. Right now, her team is in 5th place, with a total of 46,000 points. Us. She raised her head and was about to ask Ji-yuan about his next plan, but she saw his eyes slightly fixed and he stopped. What's wrong? Zhao Shan and Su, who were closest to him, also noticed something unusual. Treasure map. In Ji-yuan's sight, there was a flickering golden light in the crevices of 2 rocks covered with green vines not far away. The terrain of this area is very special. There are no tall and dense forests, only waist-high green tree trunks. In the central area, there is a puddle of clear water. The 2 rocks covered with ivy stood in the puddle. You stay here on guard. Ji-yuan asked everyone to stop at the edge of the area, and he walked slowly towards the 2 rocks. When he stepped into the puddle, the icy cold water that reached his heels made the hairs on his body stand up inexplicably. At the same time, he felt that the ground beneath his feet was slowly becoming softer. Frowning, he looked down. I saw ripples on the clear water. I don't know if it was because of his stepping or... Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Zhao Shan and the other 5 were horrified to see that the edge of this area turned into a big mouth the next moment, one on the left and one on the right, swallowing Ji-yuan, who was in the center, whole. Then, dust and earth-shaking tremors were raised in the sky. A big hole appeared on the ground just now. In front of the 5 people, there stood a strange creature with an extremely large head and a body as thin as a branch. The creature's eyes were on both sides of its head, as black as ink. After blinking, it actually ran towards the depths of the forest. Fuck! Old G is still in his stomach, fuck! Among the 5 stunned people, Zhao Shan was the first to react. He immediately and anxiously called out to Yuhan Maxiao and Bing to rush forward and try to stop the monster. At the same time, everyone else also came back to their senses. Mu Shushin and Su Xingyan's pretty faces turned pale with fright. For a moment, the ground shook continuously. A strange creature with an extremely huge head and an extremely small lower body, with seriously disproportionate proportions, was running wildly in the woods. Behind it, 3 men and 2 women were chasing after it with anxious looks on their faces. Damn it! Give my good brother back to me! Stop right there, you bastard! Su was out of breath after running only 2 steps and fell behind, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs. But this monster is really good at running. No matter how hard they try to catch up, they are always far behind. Old G, you have to hold on. Otherwise, this way of dying is too freaking depressing. Zhao Shan stared at the monster's back and ran wildly with gritted teeth. Oh my god! It's a treasure-catching beast! Just as they were chasing the monster over a slope, a group of people suddenly appeared. When Zhao Shan and the other 5 people saw this, their hearts were in their throats. If someone stopped him at this time, Ji Yuan would really be dead. Fortunately, when they looked closely, they found that the uniforms of this group of people were exactly the same as theirs, and they were all students of Xintian. However, I have never seen these people before, and they seem to be other emperors. Dear seniors! Ji Yuan was swallowed by that monster, please help us! Su Su quickly waved his arms and shouted. When the group heard this, they looked at each other, and then burst into laughter with gleeful delight. Did I hear correctly? Ji Yuan was actually swallowed by the treasure-catching beast? Ha 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 ha! For a moment, several people laughed so hard that they fell down. This scene made Zhao Shan and the others grit their teeth, but because they were concerned about Ji Yuan, they could only keep on chasing him. Ha 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 ha! Unexpectedly, this group of people not only did not leave, but followed them. Dear fellow students, please rest assured that no creature in the arena will pose a threat to our lives. It's just that I was swallowed by the treasure-catching beast. This is really too, ha 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 ha. The seniors from Xintian College laughed so hard that tears came out of their eyes. This made Zhao Shan and his friends feel suspicious. Ahem! Let me tell you, this treasure-catching beast, after swallowing a person, will take that person out in about 10 minutes. How do you get out? Su Su asked. Pull it out, how else can it come out? Ha 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 ha. Amid the laughter, Zhao Shan and his companions almost stumbled while running. Immediately, as if thinking of the outcome that Ji Yuan was about to face, Zhao Shan felt that he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He quickly coughed a few times, looked at the group of people following closely behind him, and said, Since there is no danger to life, why are you still following? We must see the famous second on the gold list being pulled out by the treasure-catching beast. Unexpectedly, they all followed behind with laughter. Hearing this, Zhao Shan almost laughed out loud, but he quickly restrained himself. He turned around and stared at the treasure-catching beast running in front of him, feeling a little confused. This guy's lower body is like a branch, how can I? Fuck, old G, don't blame me for thinking the wrong thing. I can only blame this treasure-catching beast for being a little perverted. Swallowing people is not for eating, but just for pooping out this. Bang! Sudden! An extremely dull loud noise was heard. Then, the treasure-catching beast running in front actually stopped. After walking slowly for a while, its huge head fell to the ground with a loud bang. His mouth was slightly open, and wisps of green smoke floated out of it. Chapter 142 Treasure Map. Wow! Accompanied by a loud noise. The treasure-catching beast lying on the ground opened its huge mouth. Cough! I couldn't tell whether it was a retching sound or a violent coughing sound. At the same time, a figure staggered out of the open mouth of the treasure-catching beast in a panic. Under the gaze of Zhao Shan and others, Ji Yuan was seen covered with thick green liquid. His handsome face looked extremely ugly, with his brows furrowed. Old Ji. Zhao Shan spoke tentatively. Ji Yuan waved his hands. His stomach was churning because of the disgusting liquid covering his skin. The strong pungent smell kept attacking his respiratory tract, making him extremely uncomfortable. Bing bing. Seeing him like this, Zhao Shan held back his laughter and shouted. Ice-attributed beasts have water elements, and Bing Bing just happened to have a skill that could spit out water jets. After a while. After Bing Bing washed her whole body and Ming dried her whole body, Ji Yuan recovered as before. Only after the disgusting liquid and unpleasant smell on his body completely dissipated did he raise his head and look forward. He saw that the 4 people including Zhao Shan looked at him with strange eyes, and the other 4 people except Zhong Xian were all trying to hold back their smiles to varying degrees. Zhao Shan couldn't hold back any longer after being glanced at by him. He could only look at the extremely serious Zhong Xian beside him and said in a feigned annoyance, Old 4! What are you laughing at? Ah? I'm not laughing! Zhong Xian was stunned by his words. Soon, the other three couldn't hold back any longer, and Su Su and Mu Shuxin burst into laughter. Su Xinyan also covered her mouth, her starry eyes narrowed into a slit. The situation got out of control, and except for Zhong Xian, the other four couldn't stop laughing. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. You few conscienceless people, I should have let you go to get the treasure map together at that time. It's not old Ji, it's really not our fault, it's... Zhao Shan smiled and pointed behind him, trying to put the blame on the group of seniors who had laughed the loudest earlier. But when he turned around, he saw that there was no one behind him, not a single person in sight. Fuck! These guys are running away too fast! But think about it, with Ji Yuan's current reputation in Shitian College, how could these guys possibly offend him at this time? After the four of them laughed for a while, Ji Yuan waved his hand. In his palm, he held a glowing object, which was the flashing object used when fishing with the treasure-catching beast. Is this really a treasure map? Zhao Shan and his companions hurriedly moved closer to take a look. It turned out that what Ji Yuan was holding in his hand was indeed a golden blueprint. Don't let anyone know what happened today, especially after Qingru comes back, she must not know. Seeing that several people were eager to try, Ji Yuan spoke seriously first. Got it. Several people quickly agreed, but they thought to themselves, when the time comes we can tell it secretly, and you won't know. Then, Ji Yuan pulled out the drawing. There is indeed an abstract map drawn on it. However, although the painting is average, it is still recognizable. Hey, you didn't get eaten for nothing. If there is something good at the location pointed by this map, we will make a fortune, Zhao Shan said with a smile. However, Ji Yuan just killed the treasure-catching beast, which increased our points by 3,000 points, which is equivalent to 3 overlord-level creatures. Mu Shuxin is always paying attention to the changes in data. Where are we in the ranking now? Su Su leaned over curiously. 19, up 1 place. However, Xiaoying's points have increased again, and now she has 80,000 points. Is it so exaggerated? In just a short while, the price has increased by 12,000? Zhao Shan was a little surprised. Let's go without further ado. Let's follow the route on the treasure map and see if there is anything we can find. Ji Yuan spoke, and then the teams rushed forward along the treasure route. Along the way, they hunted down all the creatures they encountered. At the same time, we happened to meet teams from the other 2 academies. However, the 2 groups did not seem to have a strong desire to fight. They did not take the initiative to provoke, but simply avoided it. That's all. Ji Yuan's team passed through woodlands, steep slopes, and plains, seemingly spanning half of the venue, and finally entered another lush forest. Damn it, it's really a waste of time. It doesn't look that far away on the treasure map, but we've been walking for almost a whole day. Now. The team stopped by a pond to rest. After experiencing the treasure-catching beast incident, Ji Yuan became much more cautious. Only after confirming it was safe did I dare to settle down. The venue for this exchange competition was indeed surprisingly large. They had been walking and stopping for almost the entire day, from the scorching sun to now when the night had fallen. Ji Yuan leaned against a tree, looking up to confirm the location while looking at the treasure map. Don't complain. The marked end is just ahead, and it looks like a crypt. 5 minutes later. The team set off again. This time it was exactly as Ji Yuan said. After walking nearly 200 meters, huge oval rocks appeared in front of them. According to the treasure map, the entrance to the crypt is in the center of the boulder. After they passed through the crevice in the rocks, a huge, dark cave entrance came into view. It's so dark! Su Su exclaimed. The moonlight could only illuminate the edges, while the area below was as dark as an abyss. Ji Yuan summoned the star owl, and everyone jumped on its back. Let's go! Star owl flapped its wings and slowly sank. In fact, this cave is not as deep as imagined. However, after only a few seconds, a faint flickering fire was seen below. When I looked up again, I found that the sky was pitch black, as if there was some kind of shielding aura that made it impossible to see below. As Xingxiao landed safely, a passage paved with blue bricks and with torches embedded in the walls appeared before everyone. What the hell? Zhao Shan swallowed and said, Old Ji Miss Su, do you feel as if you have returned to the secret realm of the Beast King? It is indeed somewhat similar. Ji Yuan and Su Xin nodded at the same time. Be careful, the treasure map goes all the way to the entrance. We have to walk the rest of the way on our own. Ji Yuan summoned Ming, Shanpa and Xinxia at the same time. 1 man and 3 beasts walked in front. Stepping onto the blue bricks on the ground, Ji Yuan's eyes froze slightly. Because there was a slight tremor coming from the ground. This feeling is not groundless. Not only him, but even Zhao Shan and the other 4 felt it. There's something strange. They were extremely alert and moved forward cautiously. The passage was very long, without any obstructions along the way, and it was brightly lit, and there didn't seem to be any ambushes. At the same time, as we went deeper, the tremors from the ground became more and more obvious. As they continued to go deeper, a violent roar suddenly came from the front. That was the angry roar of some creature. At the same time, noisy voices were heard. At this moment, Ji Yuan and the other 6 looked at each other, and then they immediately quickened their pace. Really? At the very front of this passage is a cliff. And beneath this cliff, there are violent fluctuations of soul power spreading. Ji Yuan and 6 others stopped at the edge of the cliff and looked down. However, 7 or 8 stories underground, a giant creature with a red body was fighting with several people in black and gold uniforms. Chapter 143 Ancient Creatures. This is a huge underground space. The area seems to extend endlessly in all directions. And at the bottom of the cliff, a huge creature with a ferocious head, a strong body, thick hind legs but small front legs was letting out a shocking roar. In front of this creature was a team wearing black and gold uniforms. They were the students of Absolute Spirit Academy. They were fighting this creature with their respective beasts. Oh my goodness, what kind of creature is this? Why do I feel like I've never seen it before? Su opened his eyes and looked back and forth at the huge creature. Ji Yuan was a little confused. This huge creature is a fucking dinosaur. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus Rex is one of the top predators. There are actually such creatures in this world? But if you think about it carefully, the creature he possesses now is also very powerful. This is a bloodhound beast, a powerful wild species from ancient times. Its bloodline is at least legendary. Su Xin looked down and spoke softly. In the family, she has no social interaction and her greatest pleasure is to look through the illustrations of various creatures from ancient times to the present. Among them, what attracted her curiosity the most was the tribe of blood-drowning beasts. According to the records in the illustration book, there are flying creatures in this group, and she has always wanted to contract one. On the side, Ji Yuan complained in his heart, what a weird name, it's not as nice as Tyrannosaurus Rex. Captain, what do we do now? Seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, Zhao Shan poked him with his elbow. Hey! Ji Yuan smiled and glanced at the 6 people from Dueling Academy below. They all had red faces and were breathing heavily. Even the beast masters had faint injuries on their bodies. This means they must have been fighting with this Tyrannosaurus Rex for a while. It's just right, I can reap the benefits while I am still a fisherman. After we go down, we will divide the battlefield first. Ji Yuan looked at everyone. Old 4, come with me to stop the people from the academy. The 4 of you, use whatever means you can to pull the tyrant, blood-drowning beast aside and try to kill it. After seeing them nod, Star Owl immediately spread his wings. 6 people jumped onto his back and dived down immediately. A strong gust of wind came from overhead, startling the team from Dueling Academy who were concentrating on fighting. Someone is coming! A man yelled. But when the others looked up, they saw a huge black shadow falling from the sky. Bang! It crashed down in front of them, raising a cloud of dust. Firestorm! Thunder trial! Starry sky rush! As loud shouts rang out, 3 beasts with strong blood suddenly emerged from the dust. At the same time, a huge earth pattern golem leaped out, and a muffled shout was heard. Rolling stone full! The earth pattern golem raised his arms high and slammed the ground hard. Crash! There were dense thunderclouds in the sky, accompanied by mud and rocks that appeared out of nowhere, directly covering the 6 people from Dueling Academy. Above the ground, the green netherworld flames spread like a sea of fire, endless and unstoppable. Not to mention that there was also a breath of air shot out containing the power of the starry sky. This intensive and powerful attack was completed in just an instant. The 6-member team from Dueling Academy was stunned. The moment they reacted, they quickly recalled the beasts, and used their skills to defend themselves. In the back, Zhao Shan and his 4 companions also tried their best to pull the Tyrannosaurus Rex far away, and the brilliant beast-controlling elements burst out, and the fight was extremely fierce. Fuck, where did this guy come from? He actually wants to take advantage of others! The captain of the Absolute Spirit Academy team cursed. They look like people from Xinjiang. I saw their uniforms. Fuck! These guys' beast control power is too strong. I can't stand it anymore. Who is it? Did we run into Jiang Qingru or Luo Nan? Don't worry about who it is. Our beast control power has been almost exhausted by this blood-drowned beast. We can't hold on at all. Finally, after holding on for another 5 minutes. With thunder roaring in the sky and rolling mud and rocks, they were already at their wits' end and could no longer hold on, and were completely swallowed up by the netherworld flames. The terrible pain that burned their souls made them scream, and they, along with their beast masters, fell into coma. Seeing this, Ji Yuan stopped immediately. His principle is that he will not kill a beast master unless the other party shows murderous intent first. After all, every beast is a carefully cultivated companion. After dealing with this side, he immediately called Zhong Xian to rush towards Zhao Shan and the others. This Tyrannosaurus Rex seems to be very strong. Even if a new team is formed, it still stands strong. Shit! Something's wrong, this guy is not an ordinary legend. Su Su barely controlled his wolf-type beast to provide assistance. Third brother, you don't need to stay here. Go and watch the people from Dueling Academy. Scream when they wake up. Ji Yuan arrived and pulled him out of the battle circle. Okay. Su Su, who was already struggling, agreed immediately. After taking his place, Ji Yuan watched the giant beast from a close distance. The bloody mouth was filled with fangs, and a mixture of blood and saliva flowed from the corners of the mouth. The ferocious head and sturdy body were covered with scars, and it seemed that the people from Dueling Academy would succeed soon. It's a pity that all the creatures here come from simulation data, otherwise he really wants to tame this big guy and turn him into a beast. Quick victory! There was a flash in Ji Yuan's eyes, and the 3 beasts rushed out immediately. With the support of the 3 Emperor-level beasts, things suddenly became a lot easier. After a few minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was in disarray and on the verge of collapse. Just at this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex suddenly roared towards the sky, and the terrible cry resounded throughout the entire underground space, making everyone cover their ears. At the same time, a ball of blood-red light suddenly emerged from its bloody mouth. Careful! A creepy and terrifying aura emerged. Ji Yuan's pupils shrank, and he quickly asked everyone to be careful and avoid it. The next moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex exhaled and a laser-like beam of light swept from right to left from its mouth. Ji Yuan and his companions narrowly escaped. But when it was Zhong Xian's turn, his earth-pattern golem was too large and was hit on the right leg by the beam of light. In an instant, the earth-pattern golem's right leg exploded completely. This seemed to be the Tyrannosaurus Rex's fatal blow. As the light beam disappeared, its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Are you okay? Ji Yuan and the others stepped forward. Zhong Xian shook his head and put away the earth-pattern golem. It's okay, as long as the soul core is not damaged, the rolling stone can repair it. Seeing this, they turned their attention to the dying Tyrannosaurus Rex. Zhao Shan and his companions looked at Ji Yuan, who smiled and said, Why are you looking at me? Go ahead and give it a quick kill. See how many points you can get by hunting down a legendary creature. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shan immediately controlled Yu to step forward and end the Tyrannosaurus Rex's last breath. Mu Shuxin called out the ranking list to observe. Moment. Oh my god, a legendary creature actually gave 10,000 points. It is equivalent to hunting down 10 Overlord-level beasts. Our ranking has now soared to 13th. Mu Shuxin retracted her gaze, and at the same time, when she looked to the lower right corner, she was stunned. Huh! Why, how come time passed so quickly? The elimination countdown is already at the last 10 seconds. Chapter 144 Stronghold War. What's going on? I remember I glanced at the time when I came in, and there were still more than 20 hours left. At this moment, everyone gathered together and read out the ranking list. Zhao Shan looked at the countdown in the lower right corner and couldn't believe it. There is only one explanation. Ji Yuan frowned slightly. The passage of time in this treasure land is different from that in the outside world. At this time, the countdown returns to 0. Everyone's bracelets began to vibrate. The first round is over. The two teams at the bottom of the rankings are Dueling Academy, Hiwei's team. Xingtian Academy, Wan Heng's team. An ethereal mechanical sound came through the bracelet. At the same time, Ji Yuan saw the group of people who were still unconscious not far away. Their bracelets were flashing, and after a moment, they disappeared here. After being eliminated, did they just teleport away? Everyone was thoughtful. The second round is about to begin, and the elimination rules are as follows. 10 minutes later, 20 defensive points will appear randomly on the field. The second round lasted 3 hours. After the 3-hour countdown ends, the team that fails to occupy the base will be eliminated directly. After the rules were read out, everyone had different expressions. Oh my god, this rule is so exciting! Zhao Shan looked excited. 2 teams were eliminated previously, and now there are exactly 28 teams left. After the second round, 8 teams will be eliminated directly. Mu Shixin said. Shit! We need to get out of here! Su Su suddenly shouted while looking at the ranking list. While Zhao Shan and Mu Shixin were talking, the 10-minute countdown for the stronghold to appear had ended. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately summoned Star Owl, and everyone rushed out of the dungeon. Outside, the dazzling sunlight made it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. As soon as they flew over the dense forest, they found that many teams were searching everywhere on flying beasts. Obviously, the primary goal of this second round is no longer to fight, but to find a stronghold and establish a defense line. The Star Owl flapped its wings, and the 6 of them kept their eyes fixed on the ground below. Only then did they see clearly what the so-called stronghold looked like. It was a plot of land of about 70 to 80 square meters, surrounded by a dilapidated wall. There was a gray-white light flickering in the middle of the land, and once a team occupied it, a virtual flag of the Academy's light would rise up and float in the air. Old G, over there! Just after they had been searching aimlessly for nearly half an hour, Zhao Shan suddenly pointed to the edge of a forest. There is an unoccupied stronghold. Seeing this, Ji Yuan immediately ordered Xing Xiao to rush forward. But at the moment of landing, another team rushed out of the forest, and seemed to have taken a fancy to this place as well. The Star Owl crashed headfirst into the center of the stronghold, and the moment it landed, it flapped its wings to blow away the dust. Ji Yuan stood on the back of Star Owl and looked at the team. Yes, it's Senior G. Then let's look for other bases. The team that rushed out of the forest happened to be students from Xingtian College. They still have self-awareness. As they left, the bracelets of Ji Yuan and the other 6 people began to vibrate immediately. At the same time, a leaderboard popped up, and the team's points were increasing at a rate of 1 point per second. At this rate, we should be able to get at least 8,000 points by the end of the second round. Mu Shixin's voice rang out. Ji Yuan pulled up the list, observed it carefully for a while, and said, All 20 strongholds have been occupied. Get ready to defend. Now, there are exactly 20 teams on the list whose points are growing synchronously. In other words, the remaining 8 forces will definitely seize any stronghold they see at all costs. Their base was right at the junction of the edge of the forest and a stretch of snow-white sandy beach. This location is extremely conspicuous. He was not afraid that someone would come to attack, but he was afraid that he would face not 1 team, but 2, or even more. As the points continued to grow, 10 minutes later, the scene he was most worried about happened. In the woods, the shadows of the trees are swaying. As the sounds of breaking through the air were heard, a small team rushed out from the east and the north. What made Ji Yuan and his friends feel depressed was that both teams were wearing black and gold uniforms. Both teams are from Dueling Academy. Among them, Ji Yuan, the team leader in the north, looked familiar. When he thought about it carefully, he immediately remembered that this man with a pale and ruddy complexion was the one who stood next to Xiaoling Jue during the preparation stage and looked at him with hostility. Mu Qingfeng? At this time, Mu Xuxin also saw the fair-skinned man. This person, like her, is a direct descendant of the Mu family. Cousin? Mu Qingfeng was also stunned when he saw her, but he quickly reacted. Ji Yuan, this time, I will let you go for my cousin's sake. After saying that, Mu Qingfeng turned around and led his team members to look for other strongholds. You know him well? Ji Yuan was a little surprised. The atmosphere among the younger generations of the Mu family is quite good. Mu Xuxin nodded. After getting the answer, Ji Yuan turned his gaze to the other team. Are you Ji Yuan? The captain of this team is a beautiful woman. I heard you're strong. Come fight me. The loser will take the team away from this stronghold. How about that? There was a belligerent fire in the woman's eyes. Seeing this, Ji Yuan didn't waste any words, and Ming and Shampa rushed out from the left and right. Draw a dragon! Qin Wu! The woman looked calm, and suddenly, a green-scaled python with horns less than 2 meters long appeared. The other beast is named Qin Wu, a 6-tailed fox with a pale red color. Ji Yuan! These are my 2 strongest beasts. I accept the defeat sincerely. Immediately, the 6-tailed fox swung its tail, and several balls of light that seemed to be condensed from gas and rotated at high speed shot towards Ming. When in midair, these groups of gas suddenly split and changed shape, like a rain of arrows, drawing sharp arcs. Wow! Accompanied by the roaring netherworld flames, it took all the attacks from the 6-tailed fox. Then, Ming's body shook, and in the blink of an eye, he split into 3 unrecognizable clones. Resonance, Shadow Assault is a combination of 3 small skills. This almost flawless clone stunned the 6-tailed fox, and then Ming controlled the netherworld flame to transform into a human-shaped arm. The 3 clones kept the same movements as it, and suddenly, the 4 Qilin beasts, with 8 arms, swung towards the 6-tailed fox like a storm. Qin Wu, release the spirit fox energy! Seeing this, the woman shouted quickly. Shock! But at this moment, a powerful blood fluctuation suddenly spread in Ming's body, directly suppressing him and making him unable to move. On the other side, thunder rumbled in the sky, and Shampa always kept a distance of about 3 meters from the green-scaled python. The bombardment of thunder and the continuous explosion of light balls from its mouth made the green-scaled python, which needed to fight in close combat, helpless for a moment. It is clear at a glance who is strong and who is weak. The next moment. Red Flame Execution! Ji Yuan whispered. Crash! Green chains immediately emerged, entangled not only the 6-tailed fox, but also the green-scaled python not far away. Ming and Shampa slowly took a few steps back. Come! 2 blades condensed from flames appeared. When the blade falls, they will die. Ji Yuan shifted his gaze and looked at the woman. The 6-tailed fox and the green-scaled python struggled continuously, roaring with fear. She had seen this scene in the live broadcast of the city competition. She stared at Ji Yuan very seriously, and after a moment she said, I admit defeat, please let my beast go. The team left. Zhao Shan and his friends were not surprised by this result. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. There are only 40 minutes left before the end of the second round. Just when everyone thought nothing would happen, something unexpected happened. 3 teams suddenly rushed out from the woods. After these 3 teams appeared, without any pause or words, they directly attacked Ji Yuan and his base. Chapter 145 Thunder and Starry Sky. Enemy attack! Zhao Shan's scream echoed throughout the forest. As the elimination time approaches, those who have not yet found a base have almost resorted to any means necessary. There were 3 teams, 18 people, all of them were 5th grade. The number of beast masters alone was so great that Ji Yuan and his men had no way of dealing with them. A sky full of skills pouring down. Ming frantically urged the netherworld flame, but the shield formed could only block one wave of attacks. Fuck! They're crazy! These people are crazy! There's no way they can divide the three teams evenly even if they blast us out. Su Su held his head and screamed. Zhong Xian's earth pattern golem could resist, and Mu Shuxin's watermelon could assist in the output, but his own three wolves were useless, and could not get involved in the 5th grade battle at all. Rolling Stone full! Another wave of attacks came. Zhong Xian roared first, and the earth pattern golem immediately hammered the ground. The earth element started to operate, and huge mud and rocks fell from the sky. Devil's cry and howl! Ice wall! Zhao Shan followed closely behind. As his soul power surged, a cold light suddenly appeared around Yu and Bing Bing. Yu let out a sharp wail towards the sky, and visible sound waves rushed out, directly shattering one side's attack. Then, Bing Bing condensed a thick ice wall right in front of the stronghold. Su Zin also quickly mobilized his soul power, allowing the Hengguang holy beast to release a barrier of light. Shigua, use the Gale Aura! Mu Shuxin waved her hand, and the little snake with wings flew up immediately, creating a circle of violent wind. The defense was deployed, and the overwhelming offensive fell again. Ji Yuan's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes switched back and forth between the three teams. Almost, just a little bit more. He is waiting. Wait for the three teams to approach within 10 meters. Once they get close, he can then have Star Owl unleash Starfall. Now, Ming, Shampa, and Xingxiao are all releasing their respective long-range attack skills to block the oncoming attacks. The three teams attacked and advanced at the same time. Although their common target was Ji Yuan and his group at the stronghold, they were still wary of each other. As they continued to get closer, they all stepped into the 10-meter range. Ji Yuan's eyes flashed, and he shouted in his heart. Xing Xiao, release the others. Ouch! Just at this moment, Shanpa actually let out a low roar. Ji Yuan looked at it suddenly, only to see lightning flashing in its pupils. I see. Good! Ji Yuan took a fierce step out of the stronghold. Then, under the overwhelming elemental skills, he whispered. Use Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders! Oh! A moment! The flashing soul rushed out. The hair on its body turned from pure black to dark blue at this moment. Thunder rolled and thunder roamed, and in an instant. Shoo! Boom! The violent and overbearing power of thunder spread wildly from its body. The sky, the ground, and even the air were all covered by thunder at this moment. It was as if the Flash Soul used the power of thunder to release a barrier, covering the entire area of 30 meters including the base. Exploding thunder emerged from every corner in all directions. This horrifying scene shocked all the people in the three teams. Immediately, they began to call back their beasts and gather for defense. Attack! When Ji Yuan waved his hand and went down. In an instant, offense and defense changed. Zhao Shan and his companions looked at his back, roared a battle cry, and immediately commanded their beasts to attack the three defensive teams. It turns out that you have already learned the Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders? Ji Yuan smiled and patted Shampa's big head, and the latter let out a low growl from his throat. This Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders was originally chosen by Jiang Qigru for Shampa. Its price is only 200,000 points less than that of Heaven Fendemia. However, this earth-shattering effect is not bad at all. Moreover, he seemed to remember that this skill had a second stage of attack, but it seemed that he had to wait until he had fully mastered it before he could use it. It was already difficult for Shampa to learn skills, so Ji Yuan didn't have any hope. Soul Flash, reduce the range of the Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders to 10 meters. Looking at the three teams that were gradually retreating to the edge, Ji Yuan gave orders softly. Suddenly, lightning flashed in Shampa's eyes, and the space created by the power of thunder began to tighten. Damn it! What kind of skill is this? The expressiveness is so amazing! Hey! You guys, this should be an elemental barrier skill. As long as we bombard the edge with all our strength, we will definitely be able to break it. Really? Then what are you waiting for? Try it now! The captains of the three teams shouted to each other. They also realized that the edge was shrinking and they couldn't just sit there and wait for death. It's a beautiful thing to imagine. Not far away, Ji Yuan sneered. as the prisoner of 10,000 thunders shrank to 10 meters. Buzz! The power of the vast starry sky began to surge around the star owl. Release the fall of stars. In an instant, Ji Yuan's soul power surged like a galaxy, and the huge star palace belonging to the star owl shone with a vast luster. The next moment, the colorful strange light covered all the thunder prisoners released by Shampa. A dazed look. The three teams that had not yet had the chance to join forces to bombard the edge of the thunder prisoner were all stunned. The rumbling thunder in my ears had dissipated, leaving only dead silence. Before my eyes, the endless thunder disappeared and turned into a vast and mysterious starry sky. And all of them, at this moment, were like tiny beings floating in the starry sky, with a deep feeling of powerlessness and confusion welling up in their hearts. Not only them, but even the 5 people led by Zhao Shan behind them also had such emotions. But soon, under Ji Yuan's deliberate efforts, they woke up immediately. Boom! Suddenly, a hollow and melodious sound came from the vast and mysterious starry sky. Everyone raised their heads at this time. But what we can see are supergiant planets falling rapidly. Just one of them had captured their attention and astounded their senses. Not to mention, there are countless more behind. When the rapidly falling planets crushed them, their mental strength could no longer withstand the pressure of this illusion. Accompanied by the power of the vast starry sky. Puff! All the 5th rank warriors from the 3 teams vomited blood, and the beast masters were crushed to the point of losing consciousness and falling to the ground. At this moment, the starry sky shattered and the illusion dissipated. Ji Yuan staggered slightly. This was the first time he used Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders and Falling Stars at the same time. These 2 skills themselves consume a lot of soul power. Even his soul power galaxy cannot be released for a long time. However, he hasn't reached his limit yet. As a 4th grade being, he was able to crush a 5th grade being by relying on the power of an emperor-level creature. It can even be said that it is effortless. Of course, this only applies to beast masters of the 5th rank and below. If it is a duel with a 4th grade person, there are more factors to consider. At the very least, the falling of stars alone is not enough to defeat a 4th grade person. At this moment, the 3 teams were completely defeated, their spirit and consciousness were severely damaged, and they no longer had the strength to fight. Ji Yuan turned around, only to see that Zhao Shan and the others were looking at him as if he were a monster. He smiled faintly and was about to answer. Base! Suddenly, in the distant sky, a beam of light suddenly rose up for no apparent reason. This beam of light is deep blue, and contains a hint of extremely cold ice properties. Ji Yuan looked over immediately, and after a moment, his eyes narrowed. Tangyi? Chapter 146 Tangyi's Request for Help. Ji Yuan looked at Zhao Shan and the other 4. This is Tangyi asking me for help. I have to go. Shall I go with you? Zhao Shan grabbed him. No, you have to stay here and guard the base. He shook his head. Besides, I'm not sure I can get Tangyi to ask for help. Even if more people go, it will be useless. After saying that, without waiting for anyone to react, he jumped directly onto the back of Star Owl, flapped his golden wings, and flew into the direction where the beam of light was rising. These people are simply despicable. They clearly already have a base, but they still want to attack us. At this moment, we are in a stronghold on the slope. The cold and beautiful woman with long ice blue hair was controlling a frost-peaked griffin and a sturdy werewolf, and was fighting with several men in black and gold robes. Inside the stronghold, 2 members of Tangyi's team were lying on the ground with blood oozing from the corners of their mouths, seemingly seriously injured. Among the remaining 3 people who could still fight, 2 were classmates, the short-haired girl Li Chong and the bald man Zhangwen. Not far from their stronghold, you can see 3 other strongholds not far away. At this moment, there were a total of 6 people besieging them, 2 people from each of the 3 strongholds, coming to harass them. Moreover, these 6 people are all students of Dueling Academy. Bang! After another fierce collision, the frost-peaked griffin and the werewolf retreated, gasping heavily. Tangyi stared at the 3 men in front of her with smiles on their faces with cold eyes. Her white right palm was hidden behind her back, trembling slightly. The battle had lasted for nearly an hour, and it was too exhausting for her to face 3 people alone. Originally, the pride in her heart would not allow her to ask for help, but if she was defeated by these people, it would not only bring shame to Xingtian Academy. It will also cause them to lose the strongholds they have worked so hard to defend, thus being eliminated. I heard that there are 2 beautiful beast tamers in Xingtian Academy. They have silver hair and blue hair respectively. They are goddess-level figures in the eyes of countless people. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. It's just that your personality is too cold. I don't like it. I wonder what another silver-haired beauty would be like. In front of her, the 3 men fighting against her laughed and teased. If Ji Yuan were present, he would definitely be able to recognize 2 of these 3 people. They are Mu Qingfeng, whom he had met once before, and Xiaoling Jue, who is irreconcilable with Ji Yuan. Looking at the 3 people chatting casually and without any pressure, Tang Yi's pretty face became even colder. Ji Yuan, why haven't you come yet? Can't you spare some time or… Just as she sighed in her heart. Call out! 2 violent hurricanes suddenly roared in from the sky, pressing straight toward Xiaoling Jue and the other 2. Who? The 3 of them raised their heads at the same time and controlled the beasts to disperse the 2 hurricanes. Bang! As a black shadow fell beside Tang Yi, Xiaoling Jue's eyes gradually changed from confusion to surprise, and then to endless anger and hatred. Ji Yuan! Xiaoling Jue's eyes turned bloodshot instantly. When he saw him, he would think of the emperor who was killed in the city competition. He had sworn to make Ji Yuan pay with blood. Therefore, after joining Dueling Academy and being promoted to the 5th level, he was always looking forward to meeting Ji Yuan again. He must execute the Qilin beast in front of Ji Yuan, making Ji Yuan watch him with his own eyes. You're here. When Tang Yi saw the young man, she breathed a sigh of relief and said coldly, If it is not a last resort, Let's fight. Ji Yuan interrupted calmly. His eyes were also firmly fixed on Xiaoling Jue. Ming emerged and stood beside him. When Xiaoling Jue saw it, the hatred in his eyes became even stronger. Emperor! The next moment, he growled. Then, a wisp of flame floated out from the space, and the moment it exploded, it turned into a flaming lion. This is the flame-devouring black lion that Xiaoling Jue had executed during the city competition. Unexpectedly, he actually raised another one, and even the name was exactly the same. Ji Yuan! This time, I will let the emperor gut your Qilin beast. Xiaoling Jue seemed to have lost his mind, and without waiting for Mu Qingfeng and the other person to prepare, he rushed out directly. Seeing his appearance, Mu Qingfeng and another team leader from Dueling Academy frowned, looked at each other, and followed him forward. Oh! Looking at the flame-devouring black lion and Xiaoling Jue rushing towards him, Ji Yuan smiled. The sky burns, the earth perishes. The raging green flames overflowed, dragging Xiaoling Jue and the other 2, as well as Zhang Wen and his group who were still fighting near the stronghold, into that wild world. Heaven burns and earth destroyed. Your Beastmaster has actually learned it. On the side, Tang Yi showed a look of shock for the first time after hearing what he said. This skill core, which costs 500,000 points, has never been perfectly mastered by any fire-type beast tamer in the academy. She once accidentally heard her teacher Li Xuefu say that in order to perfectly master this skill, one must be a beast tamer of the mythical level, or above. Although, she knew that Ji Yuan had the ability to resurrect imperial creatures. However, this was a disaster, and Ji Yuan had only been in the academy for about 3 months, and he was already. Compared to her shock, Xiaoling Jue and the others who were completely dragged into the world of sky burning and earth destruction had their pupils shrinking even more. Looking at the endless volcanoes in all directions, everyone's heart was shocked. What kind of skill is this? In an instant, Xiaoling Jue and the others thought of the most advanced skill cores in Dueling Academy. The expressiveness of those core skills is just like what you see now. However, in the Absolute Spirit Academy, a skill core of this level must be of the 4th rank to be used. Thinking of this, Xiaoling Jue immediately looked at Ji Yuan. When he saw his indifferent expression, somehow, he suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. Asshole! But as soon as this thought arose, he suddenly wiped it out. He is Xiaoling Jue, the son of a beast-taming family. How could he regret offending an orphan from a small place? Ji Yuan, let your Qilin beast die! Xiaoling Jue roared, but he immediately turned around and whispered to Mu Qingfeng and the other person. Let's join forces. This Ji Yuan is not a pushover! Ling Ju. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingfeng and the other person shook their heads and refused. This is an elemental barrier skill activated by a mythical blood beast. We must defend ourselves with all our strength, otherwise. This level of skill consumes a lot of soul power. Once you have survived this move, it won't be too late to attack again. What the two said made Xiaoling Jue's fists tremble. But he still chose to listen to the advice. Don't worry, as long as he is not a 4th grade. Mu Qingfeng stared at Ji Yuan. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly discovered that Ji Yuan's fists and saws suddenly flashed with 2 elemental powers. Chapter 147? Misunderstanding. Elemental possession! Mu Qingfeng cried out in surprise. Hearing this, Xiaoling Jue's heart began to beat wildly and he looked in the direction he was looking. But Ji Yuan's fists were burning with green flames and silver light was wrapped around the soles of his feet. Fourth rank! The last person exclaimed directly. Bang! Accompanied by the eruption of volcanoes, it was like the end of the world. Then, under the suspicious gazes of Xiaoling Jue and the other two, Ji Yuan's figure disappeared. Swoosh! When he appeared again, he was already very close to the 3 people. They reacted and were about to summon their beast to fight back, but they heard a cry from afar. Frost breath! Wow! An ice crystal griffin spread its wings and soared, spewing out frosty breath from its mouth that was enough to freeze everything. Jiho! Starry Sky Rush! In the sky, in addition to the frost-peaked griffin, another golden griffin appeared, spewing out starry sky breath. There are also huge rocks from volcanic eruptions. Under these multiple attacks, Xiaoling Jue and the other two were suddenly in a state of panic. For a moment, they didn't know which side to defend. Didn't you say that you wanted my Qilin beast to die? Don't forget, there is also a 4th grade master with elemental power attached to his face. Boom! The fist tip with blue flames rising up directly smashed towards Xiaoling's face. Emperor! At this critical moment, the flame-devouring black lion roared and pounced. Snort! Ji Yuan's eyes flashed. Lightning dance! Sh! The giant black wolf containing thunder and lightning rammed directly into the flame-devouring black lion and flew backwards with it. Without any obstruction, Xiaoling Jue could only watch in horror as the flaming fist got closer and closer to him. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Xiaoling Jue's handsome face was distorted in an instant, his head tilted back, and 2 lines of blood spurted out of his nostrils. Didn't you say that my beast master would surely die after you advanced to the 5th rank? With electric light lingering under his feet, Ji Yuan approached him again as if teleporting and threw another punch. Bang! The hot fist left a fist mark on Xiaoling Jue's handsome cheek. Then, Ji Yuan turned around and swept his leg across. Bang! Xiaoling Jue only felt an electric current flowing through his body, accompanied by tremendous force, and his whole body flew to the side like a kite with a broken string, rolling on the ground again and again. The 5th rank young master of the Xiao family lost consciousness for a short time. Then, Ji Yuan turned his gaze and looked at Mu Qingfeng, who had a gloomy and ugly expression. Seeing him looking at him, Mu Qingfeng's eyes twitched. Now, his beasts were trying their best to resist Tian Fendimie's terrifying attack, plus Tang Yi was watching them covetously from a distance. He could no longer spare another beast to fight against Ji Yuan. This is the greatest benefit of being a 4th grade beast master. Even if the beast tamers are fighting, the beast tamers themselves can also be considered to be of impressive combat power. Misunderstanding! This is all a misunderstanding! Mu Qingfeng didn't finish his words. Swoosh! The next moment, Ji Yuan flashed over and smashed his fiery fist into his face. The horrible wind and temperature made his face change drastically, and he shouted, Mu Shixin and I are cousins, you! Bang! Before he could finish, a lead-filled fist hit him in the face. Ji Yuan did not pursue him. Looking at Mu Qingfeng, who was bending over and covering his face, his whole body trembling with pain, he said calmly. Now, for Mu Shushin's sake, I will let you go. Just like Mu Qingfeng's condescending tone at that time. Then, Ji Yuan turned around again and looked at the only man still standing. This guy was also one of the few people who looked unfriendly when receiving the bracelets. Oh shit! The man's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Xiaolingjue lying on the ground, and at Mu Qingfeng who was bending over and covering his face. Unexpectedly, Ji Yuan is actually a 4th-grade cultivator. If he had known this earlier, he would not have gotten involved in this matter. He immediately stopped his actions, waved his hands at the aggressive Ji Yuan, and said, "Brother, don't do it, it's all a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding." "There are no misunderstandings here." Ji Yuan's figure flashed, and he ran out again. "Ji Yuan! Don't go too far!" Seeing this, the man's face changed drastically and he shouted, "We also have 3 4th-grade masters in Dueling Academy. You'd better not take any advantage of us." Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, the flying kick was already approaching. Bang! The guy was kicked 3 meters away. At the same time, the scene of the sky burning and the earth destroying gradually faded. 2 of the 3 people that Tang Yi fought alone are now lying on the ground, and one is covering his face, motionless. On the other side, the other 3 people that Zhang Wen and Li Chong fought against were also defeated by them with the help of Heaven Fendimia. Shanpa threw the bloody flame-devouring black lion out of his mouth and slammed it heavily in front of Xiaolingjue. Ji Yuan stepped forward, looked at Xiaolingjue, whose face was covered in blood, and said word by word, "You lost again, Master Xiao. Should I take the life of this flame-devouring black lion?" Cough! Xiaolingjue's throat moved, as if he wanted to get up. Bang! At this time, Ji Yuan stepped on his chest and said, "This is the last time. From now on, if you dare to show even the slightest strange emotion to me again, I will kill it again." After saying that, Ji Yuan did not stop and turned around and walked towards the base of Tang Yi's team. There were some blood stains on his blue and white uniform, which made him look more solemn and murderous. "Thanks." When he came closer, Tang Yi nodded. "You're welcome. Next time you run into trouble, keep calling for help." Ji Yuan smiled, waved his hand and took Ming and Shanpa back to the beast-controlling space, then mounted on the back of Star Owl, waved to Zhangwen, Li Chong and others, and flew away. Oh, comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. I still remember the first time he stepped into the classroom. The bald man Zhangwen looked at his departing back and sighed. As expected of the person who triggered the black gold beam, what a monster. The short-haired girl Li Chong also sighed. Tang Yi stared at the sky with cold eyes, and a moment of thought and relief flashed across her face. Hee, this kid from the Xiao family is really miserable. Outside the exchange competition venue, the 3 deans are keeping a close eye on everything that happens. In front of the 3 people, there were 3 screens floating. The protagonist of the first piece is Ji Yuan. The second one is a woman wearing a black and gold uniform, with a charming figure and a stunning face. This person is Xiaoying, who ranks first. The third piece shows a woman with a slightly frowned brow and an inexplicable sadness on her face. She, wearing a dark blue and white uniform, is the senior sister of Lantian Academy. These 3 people can be said to be the strongest students in their respective colleges in this exchange competition. Not only are they of the same rank, but even the results of the numerous battles, big and small, they have experienced are exactly the same. Never lost. If all 3 of them can make it to the 4th round, it will be exciting. Chapter 148, Chasing. Oh, I never thought that in less than a year, old Ji has become so strong. Inside the stronghold, Zhao Shan and his 5 companions took a short rest and looked at the 3 teams that were still unconscious not far away, feeling deeply moved. Thinking back to when they first met, Ji Yuan was only an 8th-grade cultivator. At that time, it took him a lot of effort to clear a spider's nest. Yeah, I feel like I can't keep up with him anymore. Mu Shushin looked at the sky, and the smile on her lips was unclear whether it was bitter or sweet. Brother will definitely become the strongest beast master in the world. Zhong Xian spoke in a muffled voice, extremely serious. In his eyes, Ji Yuan was almost omnipotent. Haha, then won't we be able to rely on his name to walk all over Xia? Su laughed, his eyes full of anticipation, which seemed to be related to his childhood. He hoped very much that there would be a big boss to protect him forever. Among the 5 people, only the silent girl had her eyes lowered, and her emotions were unknown. There are still 3 minutes left before the end of the second round. Why hasn't he come back yet? Zhao Shan leaned against the wall and pulled up the bracelet rankings. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a whistling sound in the sky. Everyone looked up quickly and lowered their guard when they saw the person coming. Oh my god, is it that tragic? Why is he covered in blood? After Ji Yuan landed, Su shouted in an extremely exaggerated manner. Haha, I met an old friend and couldn't help myself. He smiled. Old friend? Zhao Shan raised his eyebrows. Did you meet the young master of the Shao family? Seeing Ji Yuan nod in affirmation, Zhao Shan smiled evilly. Did you beat him till his teeth were all over the floor? That's a must. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. This damned Xiaolingjue, both of them felt that he was very arrogant when they first met him. Adding to the things that happened deep in the mine and the city competition, Zhao Shan was even more eager for Ji Yuan to give him a good beating. Xiaolingjue is a man who will take revenge if he has any. At this time, the silent girl looked at Ji Yuan and said, You have to be careful, his sister is also in this game. Huh? Who is it? What's her name? Check out her team ranking. Obviously, even Su didn't know about this. Wait, Miss Su, you don't mean to say that Xiaoying who ranks first is? Zhao Shan was stunned. WTF. As the silent girl nodded, everyone was shocked at the same time. Even Ji Yuan was stunned for a moment. Currently, the only person on the list who can be confirmed to be a 4th grade person is Xiaoying. Buzz! Just at this moment, the bracelet vibrated again. Moreover, the 3 team members who were still unconscious outside the base immediately disappeared. The second round is over. The teams that have not occupied the stronghold are Dueling Academy, Lu Feng's team, Shitian Academy, Duanshan, Lantian Academy. As the bracelet announced their elimination, the teams that did not occupy any bases in the venue turned into blue dots of light and were teleported away. In this round, 8 teams were eliminated. Among them, there are 2 teams from Dueling Academy, and 3 teams each from Lantian and Shitian. Now, the number of eliminations in the first round. The remaining teams of Dueling Academy, 7. The remaining teams of Lantian Academy, 7. The remaining teams of Shitian Academy, 6. In comparison, Shitian has 1 less team. I don't know what this third rule is. Soon, the elimination announcement was completed. Buzz! The third round hunting elimination round is about to begin. The rules are as follows. 1. Turn on the bracelet transfer function, and anyone will be able to transfer points to each other. 2. Turn on the wristband positioning function. Any team can spend 1,000 points in this round to lock the location of other teams. 3. Turn on the bracelet interference function, use 3,000 points, clear the locking effect of your own team, and cannot be selected within 2 minutes. Note 1. In the third round, anyone who is attacked once will have 1,000 points deducted. If the points in the bracelet are 0, the person will be eliminated directly. Note 2. The third round will last 24 hours. This round will begin after the countdown ends 10, 9, 8. The rules have been read out. Ji Yuan frowned. This round. How many points do we have now? He looked at Mu Shuxin. Ah yes, there are 43,000 points. Mu Shuxin quickly called up the panel and said, 43,000. Ji Yuan's brain was working, and then he looked at everyone. Now, distribute the points evenly. Everyone will get 7,000 points. He raised his hand, and the bracelet suddenly lit up with a deep blue light, which flowed into the bracelets of Zhao Shan and the others. 6 people, 7,000 points, just right. The remaining 1,000 points will be kept as a reserve. If calculated in this way, each person can withstand exactly 7 attacks, which leaves a certain degree of tolerance. His fair distribution surprised Zhao Shan and others at this moment. Before I could speak. Swish! The 6 people's bracelets vibrated at the same time. Round 3 start. Buzz! Warning, you have been targeted by Xiao Ying's team. Warning, you have been targeted by Yan Shasha's team. Warning, you have been targeted by Mu Qingfeng's team. Warning, you have been targeted by Xiao Lingjue's team. Warn. Almost at the moment the announcement was made, the wristbands of the 6 members of Ji Yuan's team began to vibrate wildly. As red warning pop-ups appeared on the bracelets, their hearts sank. Su Su looked at Zhao Shan, who was stunned beside him, and said weakly, "Is it still exciting?" Zhao Shan swallowed hard, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was unable to speak for a long time. According to preliminary estimates, there are 12 other teams that have locked onto their location. What a concept! Except for the 6 teams from Xintian Academy, almost all of them are coming towards them. Wow! At this time, Ji Yuan's bracelet burst into blue light, spreading in all directions. Consume 3,000 points to clear the locked effect, which lasts for 2 minutes. The bracelet's announcement sounded. Don't just stand there, go! Ji Yuan shouted, and everyone ran towards the depths of the forest. There were more of them in a short time, and groups of people suddenly appeared where they had just been. These people did not communicate with each other, but continued to rush out in all directions. What the hell? What did we do? How did we become public enemies? Su Su shouted while running wildly. No one answered. Zhongxian, who was following Ji Yuan, raised his hand, and blue light flowed out of the bracelet and poured into Ji Yuan's bracelet. He replenished the 3,000 points that Ji Yuan had just consumed. Old for you. Brother! Don't say anything more! Zhongxian shook his head. Swish, swish, swish! Suddenly, just as Ji Yuan's team was passing through a green forest, several brilliant balls of light appeared from the southwest and exploded at the feet of the 6 people with incredible precision. The speed of the light ball was too fast and too sudden. There was no time to react and everyone was blown away. At the same time, 3,000 points were deducted from the 6 people's points. Chapter 149, just for one person. Old 4. This explosion lasted for 3 rounds in total. After deducting the corresponding points, Zhongxian only had 1,000 points left. Ji Yuan stood up and directly allocated 2,000 of his points to Zhongxian. Dust rose up, and Zhao Shan and his companions staggered to their feet. Firestorm! Ming flashed out, and the netherworld flame in his body burst out, directly covering the surrounding area of 100 meters. At the same time, 2 minutes had passed and their bracelets popped up a warning again. At this moment, 12 teams have launched a hunt for them. Taking advantage of the remaining power of the firestorm, Ji Yuan and the other 6 rushed out again. Now, except Ji Yuan, the other 5 people each have 4,000 points. Whoever uses the clear lock again will reduce their own fault tolerance to the minimum. What should we do now? If we keep running like this, we'll be caught up sooner or later. Zhao Shan gasped. Before we go back, we will destroy the tyrant. Blood-drowned beast in the underground cave. The flow of time there is different from the outside world. We only need to defend with all our strength to get through this 3rd round. Ji Yuan waved his hand, and Star Owl appeared immediately. Now that they have been exposed, there is no need to worry about anything anymore. Immediately, 6 people flew into the sky on the Star Owl. The Star Owl flapped its golden wings and flew towards the location of the dungeon. During this time, flying beasts began to rush out from the green sea in the back one after another. Damn it, these bastards are really determined to kill us first. Su Su looked back at the no less than 10 flying beasts with a grim expression. Hulu! At the same time, several fast elemental light balls and various long-range skills whizzed past them, making the 6 people feel increasingly heavy-hearted. If Star Owl hadn't been agile enough, it would have been shot down. Ji Yuan remained silent, with a look of deep thought in his eyes. He really didn't expect the rules of the 3rd game, and the situation he was facing now. No matter how strong he is, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, not to mention that there are 4th-grade beings in the team that is hunting them. After such a chase, they finally saw the familiar forest. But just as they were about to land, everyone, including Ji Yuan, was stunned. What the hell? Where's the hole? Su exclaimed. Below, the oval boulder still existed, but the cave in the middle of the boulder had turned into a shallow puddle of water. Could it be that this crypt will only open in the first round? Mu Shushin said through gritted teeth. Ji Yuan felt heavy in his heart, and Star Owl flapped his wings and flew out again. The Star Owl was extremely fast, but just as it passed through a green forest. Call out! Below, dense elemental waves splashed, aiming at the wings of Star Owl, trying to shoot it down. At the same time, several flying beasts appeared in the sky, forming a triangle and swooping down towards Ji Yuan's team. At this moment, these hunting teams have trapped them firmly. Ji Yuan's team has nowhere to escape. Defense! There is no way to avoid it, just take all these attacks. Ji Yuan summoned Ming, and the flames of the underworld exploded and spread. Zhao Shan and the others also quickly used their strongest defense to control the beasts. For a moment, in midair, the explosion, brilliant, and deafening collision of skill elements resounded through the sky. Under this heavy bombardment, Ji Yuan reluctantly let Star Owl use the remaining force of the explosion to rush to the uninhabited ground on the north side. Bang! The huge body of the Star Owl fell to the ground like a meteorite, carrying wisps of elemental ripples. Ji Yuan and the other 6 rolled to the side. Although their defense played a certain role, they were still injured. So far. Except for Ji Yuan, who still had 2,000 points, Zhao Shan and the other 4 only had 1,000 points left. If they are attacked twice more, they will be eliminated directly. After landing, Ji Yuan and the others didn't dare to stay. Star Owl was injured in the explosion just now and must immediately enter the beast taming space to recuperate. Therefore, he summoned Ming and Shampa, and Su Xinyan and Mu Shushin were carried by Shampa. Su and Zhong Xian were held in Yu's arms, while Zhao Shan and Ji Yuan sat on Ming's back. The 6 people started to flee again. In the woods, figures appeared one after another, and in this huge and dense forest, the drama of chase and escape was staged again. Mingling in the crowd, Xiaolingjue, who had recovered as before, rode on the flame-devouring black lion and stared at Ji Yuan's back fiercely, with veins bulging on his forehead. When crossing a stream, Ji Yuan's team suddenly stopped. In front of them stood an extremely strong white lion, its entire body shining with holy light. Next to this lion, there is a petite and beautiful woman wearing a black and gold dress. Vast soul power fluctuations emanated from her petite body. Without much thought, one could tell who this person was. Dueling Academy, Xiaoling. Her face is 30% similar to Xiaoling. Ji Yuan. Her tone was calm and without any emotion. When my good-for-nothing brother comes, you just need to let him slap you twice to vent his anger, and I won't do anything. Arrogance, contempt, and a touch of elegance that cannot be replicated are all fully embodied in her. Stop talking nonsense, let's fight! Zhao Shan roared. Xiaoling raised her eyes slightly, and after a moment she retracted her gaze neatly. You are not qualified to waste my soul power! An infuriating feeling of contempt came over him, causing Zhao Shan's face to turn red. At the same time, the large force in the rear had caught up. Now they have nowhere to retreat. Xiaoling looked at Ji Yuan and said calmly, You should be a smart person. You can't afford to offend the Xiao family. Moreover, as far as I know, there are also people from the Mu family and the Zhang family who are planning to cause trouble for you. Ji Yuan remained silent, his face as dark as water, showing neither joy nor anger. However, her words did explain why Ji Yuan's team became the target of public criticism. In the rear, 12 teams, with nearly 100 people, surrounded Ji Yuan and his men. Xiaoling is alone, do you want to? Zhao Shan whispered. Ji Yuan shook his head. He could feel a strong blood fluctuation from Xiaoying's lion. This is at least a mythical beast. Ji Yuan knew very well the power that a 4th-grade beast master and a beast of this level could unleash. Ji Yuan! At this time, among the crowd, Xiaolingjue gnashed his teeth and walked out riding the flame-devouring black lion. Can you still be so arrogant now? His handsome face was now filled with hatred. Ji Yuan ignored him and just looked at Zhao Shan and the other 5 and smiled. Sorry, I'm afraid our exchange competition has come to an end. He was powerless to resolve the current situation. Apply for assistance from Taming? She is not of the 4th or 3rd rank. The other side has almost gathered the strength of 2 academies. Even if Taming's team comes, they cannot change the situation. It will also cause them to be eliminated. It's okay, there is another way. Zhao Shan suddenly laughed. Ji Yuan was startled, and then he saw his bracelet flashing. At the same time, Zhong Xian, Su Su, Su Xin, and Mu Shuxing. The bracelets of the 5 people glowed at the same time. They transferred all of their remaining 1,000 points to Ji Yuan. You! Old Ji, as long as you survive this round, I believe you can definitely deal with that woman from the Shao family. Also, don't you still need the 5 elements essence? If you don't win the championship, I won't know where to find it for you after you get out. Our 5,000 points plus the 2,000 in your hand can allow you to block 7 attacks. Wait a minute, we will do our best to cover your breakout. Zhao Shan spoke quickly and firmly, not giving Ji Yuan any chance to refuse. Then, Tuan Tuan! Bing Bing! You! Rolling stone full! Holy light shines everywhere! Strangle the wind! Lightning flash! Zhao Shan, Zhong Xian, Su Xin, Mu Shuxing, and Su Su, the 5 of them summoned their beasts without reservation and released their strongest skills one after another, just to allow Ji Yuan to break through. Chapter 150 Elimination. Old Ji, let's go! Zhao Shan's shout echoed throughout the forest. Ji Yuan's eyes were red and his fists were clenched tightly. Finally, he gritted his teeth, and Star Owl appeared. He immediately turned over and prepared to leave. But just as he flew out, several attacks came flying towards him as if they were waiting for him. Brother! Without waiting for Ji Yuan to resolve the attack, Zhong Xian roared and controlled the earth pattern golem without hesitation, using his body to block all the attacks. At this point, the earth pattern golem is already covered with cracks and is in danger of collapsing at any time. Walk! Attack after attack, Zhong Xian's eyes were fierce, and he whispered to the earth pattern golem. I'm sorry, Rolling Stone. I must get my brother out of here. The earth pattern golem seemed to understand his heart, and jumped up. At the last moment before Ji Yuan escaped, all the attacks flying towards him were blocked. Bang! These attacks have already exceeded the limit that the earth pattern golem can withstand in a short period of time. The moment it shattered, Zhong Xian's thick brows were furrowed, and his big eyes were full of reluctance. This was a gift from his second brother, and he cherished and loved it very much. However, all of this is not as important as the fact that my eldest brother can leave now. If the beast is gone, you can find another one, but if Big Brother is eliminated now, he will have no chance of winning the championship and will lose the essence of the 5 elements. When participating in the city competition, Zhong Xian, who also came from the lower class city, had already regarded Ji Yuan, who created miracles, as his idol. Therefore, in his eyes, whatever his elder brother does has a higher priority than his own. The earth pattern golem shattered, and there was no need to summon his remaining 2 high-level bloodline beasts in this situation. As an attack hit him, a blue light lit up. Zhong Xian from Shitian Academy is eliminated. The bracelet plays in real time. Ji Yuan, who had already escaped from the encirclement, had a sullen expression and dark and deep pupils. At this moment, he did not show any emotion. However, a faint and violent soul power wave kept jumping around his body. Mu Shuxing from Shitian Academy, eliminated. Su Su from Shitian Academy, eliminated. The other direction. Tangy and her group, who were running fast, suddenly stopped. The cold goddess frowned and looked at the bracelet. Buzz! Zhao Shan from Shitian Academy, eliminated. Su Xin from Shitian Academy is eliminated. What's going on? If I remember correctly, these people should be from Ji Yuan's team. The bald man Zhang Wen walked forward with a serious look on his face. Tang Yi didn't say anything, but stared at the bracelet. But after about 5 minutes, when there was no more movement, she let out a long sigh. I've heard that he has many potential enemies. This time, many people from Jueling and Lantian are going after him. Qin grew, no wonder you asked me to help him with all my strength in the exchange competition. What should we do now? Should we go find him? The short-haired girl Li Chong asked worriedly. Ji Yuan had saved them before. If they didn't help him now, how could he escape these guys by himself? Tang Yi said nothing, lightly touched the bracelet to pop up the panel, and then clicked on the name of Ji Yuan's team. I have locked on to you, Team Ji Yuan. As the points were deducted, a faint white aura suddenly appeared in the air. Coincidentally, this breath was pointing directly towards the sky above them. Looking up through the branches, I saw a huge griffin flying by. Walk! The frost-wind griffin appeared, and Tang Yi's team immediately rushed out of the forest. Ji Yuan! Tang Yi shouted as she looked at the rapidly flying figure ahead. Hearing her voice, Star Owl slowed down suddenly. The frost-peaked griffin flapped its wings and caught up with it, reaching the same level as it. Tang Yi didn't waste any words. After seeing him, the light on her bracelet surged, and strands of blue light were injected into Ji Yuan's bracelet. They now hold 70,000 points, and Tang Yi directly gives him 50,000. You! Ji Yuan frowned. Before he could say anything, a powerful elemental wave came from behind again. The main force caught up again. Let's go! The frost-peaked griffin suddenly turned around. Tang Yi's long ice-blue hair swayed in the wind high in the sky. It seemed that she was planning to buy time for Ji Yuan. At the same time, the remaining 5 members of the team respected the captain's decision. After all, if it weren't for Ji Yuan, they would have been kicked out by Dueling Academy in the second round of Stronghold Battle. Now, this third round is no longer about the team, but about the academy. Seniors! We are here to help! Just at this moment, flying beasts appeared again from the forest below. 3 more teams from Xingtian Academy rushed over. At this moment, facing the overwhelming flying beasts, they were not afraid at all. As mentioned before, this is no longer a battle between individual teams, but a clash between schools. From the direction of Dueling College and Lantian College, attacks were whistling in the sky. On the Xingtian Academy side, Tang Yi and the others immediately fought back, but in terms of numbers alone, they were still far behind. Thunder trial! Just then, a low growl sounded. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and violent thunder was rolling in the clouds, mixed with mighty soul power. Ji Yuan did not leave. His posture was upright and resolute, standing on the back of Star Owl with a stern expression. On the side, Shampa pushed the power of thunder to the extreme. Boom! As thunder flashed, countless elemental skills collided with each other, and the exploding breath waves directly uprooted the tree trunks and green forests on the ground. At the same time, all the flying beasts in the sky were affected and forced to land on the ground. However, with the violent fluctuations, some people realized that their points were constantly being deducted. Obviously, this level of wave shock is also considered an attack. This scene made many people's faces change drastically, and they began to retreat and stay away temporarily. Ji Yuan and his group also evacuated one after another, directly opening up a range of nearly several hundred meters. Now, Ji Yuan and Tang Yi are considered 2 teams, plus the 3 teams that came to support. There are only Luo Nan left of the remaining 6 teams of Xingtian Academy. What is this idiot Luo Nan doing? Why doesn't he come over here yet? Tang Yi had a frosty look on her face. No, Senior Yi. Senior Luo Nan and his team are fighting with Yan Shash's team. Several junior students who knew about the situation hurriedly shook their heads to explain. Hearing this, the coldness on Tang Yi's face faded a little. Yan Shasha is a 4th-rank student at Lantian Academy. You can refer to Jiang Qingru for her status in Lantian. Tang Yi explained to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan looked normal, but his brows were knitted together, and he looked uninterested. Seeing him like this, Tang Yi sighed. The same scene as today happened in the exchange competition 2 years ago. That time, the team that was attacked by Dueling and Lantian at the same time was Jiang Qingru. Her words made Ji Yuan focus his attention. Xiaoying, Yan Sha, they are from the same group as Jiang Qingru. Back then, Jiang Qingru was in the same situation as you. All the team members were eliminated, but she managed to hold on until the end of the 3rd round. After that, she fought alone against Xiaoying and Yan Sha, and finally won the championship of the exchange competition. There was a gleam in Tang Yi's eyes, as if she had returned to that spring. As a member of Jiang Qingruo's team, she once blamed herself after being eliminated, but unexpectedly, Jiang Qingruo created a miraculous turnaround. One more thing. She looked at Ji Yuan and said very seriously. At that time, the highest grade in the venue was all 5 grades. And Jiang Qingruo, during the 4th round of fighting was Xiaoying, advanced to the 4th rank, and finally defeated 2 opponents alone, allowing Xingtian Academy to take the championship throne. Chapter 151 Taking the Initiative. So cheer up, Ji Yuan. Tang Yi looked at him, her cold eyes sparkling. As the 3rd round begins, the outside world will broadcast everything in the venue in real time. Your friends are watching you, don't let them down. Every word she spoke fell into Ji Yuan's ears, like a torrent flowing through his body. It happened at this time. The volatility dissipated. A huge pit had been blown out of the ground. They stood on the edge. On the other side, strange beasts of various shapes and sizes were galloping out under the control of the Beast Master. Let's fight! Ji Yuan's desire for battle reached its highest point at this moment. The 3 beasts appeared, and facing 2 groups of people that were several times larger in number, he showed no intention of retreating. It's a pity that the prisoner of 10,000 thunders and the falling of all the stars are just like the burning of the sky and the destruction of the earth. After use, there must be a 3-hour interval. So far, the 3 major skills will take at least an hour to release. Therefore, Ji Yuan took the lead in letting Ming activate the blood shock. The savage imperial bloodline power spread out, but the opponent had already been prepared, using his soul power to cover the beast's perception and block the threat. Seeing that the effect was minimal, Ji Yuan sighed in his heart. Immediately, Ming, Shampa, and Xingxiao, their respective elemental fluctuations boiled, and the sky was full of brilliance. In the back, Tang Yi and others also summoned out beasts. The 2 sides fought again. All kinds of dazzling, eye-catching and deadly waves are surging in this pitted land. The beast masters roared and howled, and those who were good at close combat wrestled with each other. Those who are good at long-range combat will stay where they are and madly unleash elemental skills. The earth-shattering explosion and chaotic sounds resounded throughout the entire venue. As the 2 sides suffered losses, some people whose points were gradually lost began to become timid and retreated while fighting. But the team from Xingtian Academy was originally fighting 1 against 2. In their minds, there was no way out. Even if they were eliminated, they would take a few people with them. Slowly, everyone's bracelets began to vibrate. One by one, the names were called out, and the points of those who were eliminated were reset to 0 and turned into stars. Ji Yuan's fists were boiling with starry sky and phantom flames respectively. His steps were as fast as the wind as he shuttled through the battlefield, looking for Xiao Lingjue's figure. But the scene was too chaotic, and Xiao Lingjue was trying to avoid him, so it was difficult for him to locate himself. In the end, he had a total of 57,000 points. When he was down to 3,000 points in this battle, he quickly withdrew from the battle. Ji Yuan was breathing rapidly, his eyes scanning the entire audience. The number of people on both sides has decreased a lot. However, due to the huge gap on Xingtian's side, 2 teams had already been eliminated. Tang Yi's team and another team were struggling to hold on, but they were ultimately defeated. Ji Yuan, go away! Senior Ji Yuan, let's go! Tang Yi and a group of Xingtian students roared with difficulty. In this battle, either Zhuling nor Luntian's 4th grade masters participated. They have their own pride, just like Xiaoying merely stopped Ji Yuan's team but did not take any action. They disdained to take part in this kind of hunting. There are only 2 4th grade people in the current class of Xingtian Academy, Luo Nan and Ji Yuan. They will not be able to take part in the subsequent 4th grade battle. Instead of protecting ourselves until we lose in the next round, it is better to protect the 4th grade students of Xingtian Academy and let them enter the 4th round. At least there is still a possibility of winning the championship. Ji Yuan stood there in a daze, looking at Tang Yi and others who were trying their best to resist, an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. Tang Yi and the others won't be able to hold on for long. If Ji Yuan dawdles here, everyone's efforts will be in vain. So, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and turned around suddenly. Fight to the end and do your best. When leaving, Tang Yi's words came. Other students also shouted. Fight to the end, just do your best. Wow! Several rays of azure light flashed out and gathered into a river of data containing hope, all pouring into Ji Yuan's bracelet. At this last moment, Tang Yi and others transferred all their remaining points to him. Ji Yuan's eyes flashed, he took a deep breath, and waved his hand. Ming and Shampa were immediately taken away. I will fight to the end, reach the top, and be the champion. The Star Owl flew over, and he jumped high, riding on the Star Owl and flew away. Half an hour after he left. Zhang Wen from Shitian Academy, eliminated. Li Mei from Dueling Academy is eliminated. Li Chong from Shitian Academy is eliminated. Shi Hui from Latian College is eliminated. Tang Yi from Shitian Academy is eliminated. Somewhere in the forest, Ji Yuan stood on the corpse of a black bear and remained silent. Tang Yi and her team finally held out for half an hour, during which time they eliminated the 3 opposing teams. At this final moment, they tried their best to relieve Ji Yuan of some of his burden. Now, the black bear under your feet is a dominant creature. Its death brought 1,000 points. Along the way, he has killed no less than 6 Overlord-level creatures. Before leaving, the total number of points given by Tang Yi and others totaled 10,000 points. Ji Yuan has always been targeted by Xiao Ying and a man named Zhang Honggu. Now, after killing the black bear under his feet, he used 3,000 points again to clear the lock. Then, without stopping, he pointed his finger at Zhang Honggu's name. I have locked it for you, Team Zhang Honggu. The white aura pointed to somewhere in the north, which didn't seem to be far away. This Zhang Honggu team followed Ji Yuan all the way after he left. But he was unable to catch up, so Ji Yuan judged that this guy was definitely not a 4th grade one. Right now, at this moment, 4 figures shuttled through the woods. They were riding their own beasts and seemed to be chasing something. The leader of the 4 was a feminine-looking man wearing a black and gold uniform. He glanced at the bald man beside him and said, Abayo, do you think that the 4 of us can't take down Ji Yuan? The bald man he called was none other than Zhang Bao, the 5th grade beast master who was defeated by Ji Yuan in the final of the city competition. Hearing the feminine man's words, he shook his head and said, Brother Honggu, Ji Yuan's beast is extremely strange, and its bloodline level is not low. We should be cautious. Humph, during the previous chaotic battle, I never saw his figure. I only saw his 3 beasts. Zhang Honggu snorted coldly. Those 3 beasts are indeed very strong, especially the creature that looks like a star-peaked griffin. But regarding his rank, according to my deduction, after 3 months in the academy, even if he is extremely powerful, he can only be a 5th rank at most. We're 4 against 1, it's easy to catch them. Don't worry, Brother Honggu will avenge your shame in the city competition. The other 2 people in the team quickly praised. Brother Honggu is right. In the second round, Shaolin Jue and the other 2 who had suffered a defeat at the hands of Ji Yuan naturally could not tell anyone about it. Therefore, there are not many people who know Ji Yuan's true rank now. Most of them have been eliminated. Jiho! Suddenly, 2 gusts of fierce wind tore through the branches and leaves, sweeping up the dust and falling from the sky. Chapter 152, Facing the Enemy Head-On. The 2 gusts of wind appeared extremely suddenly, and directly knocked Zhang Honggu and his 3 companions off their horses. They only heard the rustling of leaves in their ears, accompanied by blinding wind and sand. Eh! Bang! Zhang Honggu and Zhang Bao, who had climbed up, only heard the screams of the other 2 people. Abayo, who is it? Zhang Honggu raised his arm to cover his eyes and was about to find out the location of Zhang Bao when he caught a glimpse of a pair of golden wings out of the corner of his eye. Damn it! He was startled, his soul power surged, and 3 beasts roared and appeared. Bang! Among them, a giant beast covered in animal skins and with fangs appeared, and suddenly a violent wave of energy blew away the wind and sand. Then, Zhang Honggu hurriedly looked in front of him, and saw the golden griffin flapping its wings, forming 2 hurricanes again. Wild Ridge Demon, come on! Seeing this, Zhang Honggu immediately called the giant fawn-toothed beast covered in animal skins to rush towards the griffin. Abayo! He looked around and saw Zhang Bao standing there blankly, looking not far away. Following Zhang Bao's line of sight, he saw a handsome young man with blue flames boiling on his body, rushing towards the 2 of them. 4th rank! Ji Yuan! You are a 4th rank! After seeing this figure clearly, Zhang Honggu's other 2 beasts rushed out directly. Red Flame Execution! Thunder Trial! Zhang Honggu from Dueling Academy is eliminated. Wei Ping from Dueling Academy is eliminated. Xian Nan from Dueling Academy is eliminated. The battle only takes a moment. From beginning to end, Zhang Bao did not take any action. He stared blankly as Ji Yuan used the power of elements to beat Zhang Honggu half to death and eliminated him along with the other 2. Panting, Ji Yuan looked at him, and the flames burning in his hands slowly dissipated. During this period, he consumed another 3,000 points to block and lock. You! Zhang Bao moved his mouth, and after a while he said, You are a 4th rank official? Although I have witnessed it with my own eyes, I still find it hard to believe. During this period, he would occasionally return to the final stage in his dreams. This opponent was quite controversial during the competition. If his own beast had not happened to be restrained, the opponent would not have been his match. At that time, the championship was just 1 step away from him. It is absolutely impossible to say that I have no regrets in my heart. Zhang Bao always felt that no matter how strong Ji Yuan was, he was just like him, at the 5th rank in this exchange competition. Before the game started, he had thought about having another hearty fight with Ji Yuan. But now, the handsome young man in front of him was not only of the 5th rank, but was far, far ahead of him. This moment. If there were still excuses for the failure in the final, what lies before us now is the naked reality. Ji Yuan has truly surpassed him, and he is no longer qualified to be his opponent. Moment. Zhang Bao sighed deeply. He raised his hand, and all the 10,000 points in the bracelet flowed out. He looked at Ji Yuan, and after a while he said, I give up. 3 clean and clear words came out of his mouth. But when Ji Yuan heard it, he heard another meaning. At that time, during the final, Zhang Bao did not say these 3 words. Even after the final voting, Zhang Bao only said 3 words. Congratulations. Today, there was a hint of calmness and relief in his words. Silence. Ji Yuan raised his hand, swung out a wisp of soul power, and gently hit Zhang Bao. Squeak! With his points at 0, his body instantly turned into a point of light, and he was forced to teleport away. Zhang Bao from Dueling Academy is eliminated. Jump onto Star Owl's back and ride the wind. At this moment, it was already evening. As the sun sets, Ji Yuan sits alone on the back of Star Owl, although only a few hours have passed. But without the noise of Zhao Shan and others around him, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Now, there are still 17,000 points on hand. He used another 6,000 points of shielding lock to buy 4 minutes of respite. 4 minutes later. Warning, you have been targeted by Shaoling Jue's team. Warning, you have been targeted by Mu Qingfeng's team. Warn. Soon. The remaining team locked onto him again. This time, he didn't use points to shield. Instead, he ordered Star Owl to land on the ground. 3 hours had passed, and now it was time to settle things. Not long. One after another, incomplete teams appeared in the twilight. Ji Yuan raised his eyes and glanced over. Compared with the large force at the beginning, the number of Jueling and Lantian has also dropped to an extremely low level. According to a rough estimate, there should be 6 teams in front of us, but the number of people is only about 12. Among them, Shaoling Jue and Mu Qingfeng's team were the only ones left. Tang Yi and the others' final struggle relieved Ji Yuan of a lot of burden. These 12 people are eyeing us covetously, and among them, there is no 4th rank one. Moreover, when they were helping Tang Yi and the others, the man who was with Shaoling Jue had disappeared. Swish! Suddenly, a white light flashed. A giant white lion radiating holy light appeared. Xiaoying sat diagonally on the giant lion's back, looking down from above. Do you want to join in too? Ji Yuan looked at her. As they were both 4th grade, Xiaoying glanced at the entire audience and said nonchalantly, There are 12 5th grade people here. If you can win like this, I don't think Shaoling Jue has anything to say. Hearing what his sister said, Shaoling Jue's eyes flashed viciously, and the hatred in his eyes when he looked at Ji Yuan was almost materialized. Oh! Ji Yuan smiled, and then, his cold eyes swept across the whole place. Stop talking nonsense, and fight if you want to. The words fell. A blue and white Qilin beast appeared, holding its head high and chest out, standing in front of Ji Yuan, overlooking the entire scene. The giant wolf, dotted with blue light in the pure black, bared its bloody mouth, and its deep blue eyes concealed viciousness. Finally, the golden star-peaked griffin stretched its wings slightly, and stood on the far right with its huge and oppressive body. Its golden wings contained strong wind elements, and it was on alert. As a beast master, Ji Yuan stood in the middle of the three beasts. The next moment, his fist suddenly climbed up to the starlight and ghost flame. The battle is about to begin. The 12 people did not dare to underestimate Ji Yuan's three beasts, and they chose to attack at the same time. After all, in the third round, they suffered heavy losses in the attempt to hunt down Ji Yuan's team. But just when the two sides were about to fight. Call out! In the forest. A blazing spear suddenly shot out. It stabbed into the ground fiercely, causing everyone to stop in their tracks. Don't think of using your numbers to bully the few! An angry shout rang out. Accompanied by the exploding wind, a figure landed directly beside Ji Yuan. Ronin? The person who came was the handsome man Luo Nan, who had never been seen before. I'm sorry, Yan Sha Sha is indeed a bit difficult to deal with, almost as difficult as you. I used all my strength to barely get here. Ronin smiled apologetically. The captain was the only one left in his team. However, the same is true for Yan Sha Sha. Hurry up, Yan Sha Sha will probably arrive soon. Let's deal with these troublesome 5th grade warriors first, and then we can join forces to deal with Xiao Ying and Yan Sha Sha. A serious look appeared on Luo Nan's face. Hearing this, Ji Yuan did not hesitate. His mind moved and Ning suddenly took a step forward. The sky is burning and the earth is destroyed. Chapter 153, Molten Venom Bee. When everyone was pulled into a barren world like the end of the world. Except for Xiaolingjue and Mu Chungfeng, everyone else was shocked. Even Xiaoying, who was not far away, raised her eyebrows slightly. In the Soul Power Galaxy, Ming's Star Palace bloomed with infinite brilliance. This was the first time it pushed heaven-burning earth destruction to its extreme. What they got in return was a sky full of huge rocks flowing with boiling magma. The 12 5th-rank masters were terrified by this scene, especially Xiaolingjue and Mu Chungfeng. They felt a more intense and terrifying fluctuation from this skill than the last time. At that time, they had already resisted extremely hard. Xiaolingjue's face was gloomy. Xiaoying, who was also dragged into the burning sky and earth, had no intention of taking any action. She still sat on the giant white lion, nonchalant. She is his own sister, so he knows exactly what she is thinking at the moment. Immediately, Xiaolingjue snorted coldly in his heart, and a ball of molten lava surged from the palm of his hand. Kung! Then, a palm-sized dark red poisonous bee appeared. This is the molten poison bee that pierced Ji Yuan's chest and nearly killed him. After many months, this beast is still Xiaolingjue's trump card. As the molten poison bees appeared, he no longer cared about the boulders falling above his head, and suddenly folded his arms and stretched them out. Then, a ferocious and crazy expression appeared on his handsome face. Ji Yuan, either you die or I die! His sea of soul power began to surge wildly, and the overwhelming soul power flowed out from his arms and poured into the body of the molten poison bee. Swish! Moment! The entire body of this molten poison bee was as red as the scorching sun. The moment its red wings flapped, it shot out like a hypersonic bullet. It stirred up ripples in the air, and rushed towards Ji Yuan with a terrifying wave of air that could destroy the world. This lava poison bee is an extremely special creature with a unique characteristic: companionship. As the Beastmaster's grade continues to rise, the level of its bloodline will also increase. For example, its initial bloodline level was only advanced. But with the contract with Xiaolingjue, every time he upgrades 2 levels, the bloodline level of the lava poison bee will rise by 1 level. When Xiaolingjue was at the 6th level, the bloodline level of the lava poison bee was Overlord. And now that he has entered the 5th level, the lava venom bee has advanced to a legendary beast. Now, the terrifying power and speed it exudes are several times stronger than before. This time, he used his most powerful move, and still aimed to kill Ji Yuan. He still had the same idea as before. Even if the rules did not allow killing the Beastmaster, as long as he did it, the Shao family would definitely help him deal with it. What's more, in this city competition, Ji Yuan also touched upon the interests of the Zhang and Mu families. The three major beast-taming families have united. So what if Ji Yuan has the support of Tan He behind him? Xiaoling Jue stared at the molten poisonous bee that flew out. He was confident that even if this move could not kill Ji Yuan, it would at least seriously injure him and make him lose his fighting power. Xiaoling Jue, you brought all of this upon yourself. Ji Yuan looked coldly at the aggressive poisonous bee approaching. He could feel the endless murderous intent contained in it. Sleeping pollen. The next moment, a trace of emerald green light suddenly flashed between Ji Yuan's eyebrows. In this light pattern, a pink mist emerged and enveloped the speeding molten poisonous bee. Almost in an instant, the lava poisonous bee's wings stopped vibrating, and the terrifying aura emanating from its body dissipated in an instant. His body swayed, and finally, he fell directly to the ground. What? In the distance, Xiaoling Jue looked at this strange scene. His voice broke and he was dumbfounded. Without waiting for his reaction. At the moment when the lava poisonous bee was about to touch the ground, a hole suddenly appeared in the space beside Ji Yuan, and several green vines emerged from it, wrapping around the poisonous bee and retracting. Seeing this, Xiaoling Jue suddenly reacted, but no matter how he tried to sense it, the connection between him and the lava venom bee seemed to be cut off. He couldn't take it back. Ji Yuan! What did you do to it? Give it back to me! Xiaoling Jue roared at the top of his lungs, completely ignoring the volcanic rocks falling from the sky. Well done, ha ha ha! Luo Nan laughed loudly. He had been frightened by the momentum of the molten poisonous bee and was afraid that Ji Yuan would not be able to handle it, so he was preparing to take action. Who would have thought that Ji Yuan could resolve it so easily? Immediately, he stopped watching the show, and three beasts appeared at the same time, taking advantage of the other team's attention being focused on resisting the heaven-burning earth destruction, and directly launched an attack. The heaven-burning and earth destruction pushed to the extreme made it difficult for the teams that were one level lower to resist. Mu Qingfeng's whole body was trembling at this moment, and his beast was already doing its best to defend itself. But when the huge rocks from the sky collide, not only will the force be like a meteorite falling, but it will also stir up extremely hot magma, burning any element. Ling Ju, cheer up, this is just an exchange match. He doesn't dare to do anything to your beast. Mu Qingfeng was under tremendous pressure. He looked at Xiaoling Jue, who was filled with extreme anger and hatred, and shouted. This is not an exchange match. This is a life and death feud. Xiaoling Jue was heartbroken. He killed my emperor. I want him to pay with his life. Hurry up and summon your beasts to defend with me. Otherwise, my beasts will die. Seeing that he still couldn't figure out the situation, Mu Qingfeng started cursing. Now his three beasts were struggling to support the defense and protect the two. Awakened by his scolding, Xiaoling Jue stared at Ji Yuan fiercely, with murderous intent growing stronger in his heart. Don't worry, wait until the exchange competition is over, and then we will join forces with Zhang Honggu and Suan to denounce him together. Mu Qingfeng said in a low voice. Swan! Xiaoling Jue regained his composure and looked at him with a frown. I met him during the second round of the stronghold battle. It seemed that he was beaten badly by Ji Yuan. Mu Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He told me that he would give up the second round and go out to prepare, and he would definitely make Ji Yuan pay the price. Doesn't that mean that Ji Yuan has offended all the other four great families except the Jiang family? A hint of joy appeared in Xiaoling Jue's eyes. Relying on the momentum of the four major families, they can definitely crush Ji Yuan, a guy without any background, to death. The four great families put pressure on each other. Even if the dean of Xintian College stepped in, Ji Yuan would be badly hurt even if he didn't die. Okay. The joy in Xiaoling Jue's eyes grew more and more intense, as if he had already seen Ji Yuan being forced to kneel down and beg for mercy by the four great families. Careful! But at this moment, the two people were so busy imagining that they completely forgot their current situation. Ji Yuan, with lightning flashing under his feet, appeared in front of the two of them at some point. The two of them only saw a flaming fist coming towards them. Bang! Blood splattered on the left and right. At the same time, the elemental space created by Tian Fendimia slowly disappeared. Ji Yuan swept out with his leg, kicking the two young masters from the aristocratic families away. Roar! The two men's beasts pounced immediately. Shanpa and Xingxiao rushed forward to block it. Then Ming's figure appeared. Ji Yuan looked at the flame-devouring black lion that was baring its teeth and growling, and a coldness spread in his eyes. Qian Execution. Chapter 154? Kill the Emperor again. Don't want! The moment when the familiar green chains appeared out of nowhere and tied up the flame-devouring black lion. Xiaolingju felt like his soul was about to fly out. Hey! At the same time. The other side. The remaining teams were seriously overdrawn after experiencing the baptism of heaven and earth burning. Ronan controlled the beast, his fists covered with elements, and defeated these teams. One after another, they were eliminated. Ji Yuan, if you dare to kill it, you will completely break off relations with my Xiao family. Xiaolingju almost screamed. This flame-devouring black lion was the second one he had found after going through untold hardships. Over the past few months, he has also devoted countless efforts to it, just wanting the Emperor to come back. If it dies again, I will really go crazy. Therefore, he only hoped to move out of the Xiao family and intimidate Ji Yuan. Come! But his threats seemed to have no effect. As a flaming blade appeared out of thin air, Xiaolingju's eyes were bloodshot. He hurriedly got up and was about to run towards the flame-devouring black lion. Bang! Suddenly, an extremely ethereal muffled sound was heard. Xiaoying, who had never taken any action before, finally took action at this moment. The giant white lion under her spewed out several rapidly rotating wind energy balls from its mouth, as if it wanted to attack Ji Yuan while interrupting the red flame execution. But Ji Yuan did not hide or evade. At the moment when the wind energy ball was about to hit, the sturdy figure of Star Owl appeared. He didn't even make any defense, and allowed the wind attack to hit him. Star Owl has the characteristic of windless zone, which makes it immune to all wind attribute damage. Seeing this scene, Xiaoying narrowed her eyes slightly, and slowly sat up straight with her charming figure, as if she was really planning to take action. But at this moment, Chi! The flaming blade hanging in the air fell again without hesitation. Bang! This time, there was no burning glow. With a loud muffled sound, the head of the flame-devouring black lion was directly pierced by the fiery blade under Xiaolingju's gaze. Endless blood was spilled, and the trembling and struggling body of the flame-devouring black lion also stopped completely at this moment. Emperor! Xiaolingju slid to his knees and burst into earth-shattering cries of grief. When the emotions of anger and grief reached their peak, he could no longer bear it. As the young master of the Xiao family, he had never experienced such a moment since he was a child. Finally, his eyes rolled back and he fainted on the spot. Just like on the stage of the original competition. Shame on you! Seeing this, Xiaoying pursed her pink lips, then jumped off the ground, walked in front of Xiaolingju, and eliminated her own brother without hesitation. Seeing this, Mu Qingfeng sighed softly. He raised the bracelet, and all the points flowed into Xiaoying's bracelet. Senior, now it's up to you. Mu Qingfeng smiled bitterly. Xiaoying had no expression on her face and didn't even answer. She waved her hand and eliminated him. Ji Yuan. At the same time, Luo Nan staggered slightly as he walked to Ji Yuan's side. What's wrong with you? Ji Yuan frowned. This guy looked pale and weak. As soon as he asked the question, Luo Nan suddenly vomited blood. He half knelt on the ground, holding his ribs with his right hand, grinning. It's nothing, just a few broken ribs. But, Luo Nan sighed, I have to admit that Yan Sha is indeed quite capable. It was actually not easy for him during the fight with Yan Sha. At the last moment, he had to use some means to get away and come. Although he was already injured, he now focused all his efforts on clearing all obstacles for Ji Yuan except Yan Sha and Xiaoying. I have tried my best. In fact, the three major colleges basically don't allow fourth-grade students to participate in exchange competitions. Luo Nan looked at Ji Yuan and said, "This time, it was because of the strong request of Yan Sha and Xiaoying that the dean agreed to let you and me participate after weighing the pros and cons. In fact, their goal in participating in the competition is to take revenge on senior sister Qi Gru. Originally, I wanted to share the burden with you, but I underestimated Yan Sha. After coughing violently twice, he said, "Yan Sha's soul power qualification is special grade, the same as yours. She has a mythical grade beast and 2 legendary grade beasts. You have to be careful. As for Xiaoying, I don't know her specific information." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Nan's coughing became more violent. He covered his mouth with his hands, and when he released them, his palms were covered in blood. "You damn bitch, you're so cruel." Suddenly, he muttered something that was totally out of character. "I tried my best. I feel dizzy now. The rest of the journey really depends on you. Things are different now. If you are eliminated as well, I believe everyone will understand. After all, Xiaoying and Yan Sha are not the same as they were 2 years ago." After saying that, Luo Nan tilted his head and fell to the side. Seeing this, Ji Yuan was about to summon Mu Ge and ask her to treat Luo Nan. "Call out!" A cold light suddenly shot out from deep in the forest, heading straight for Ji Yuan's back. Lightning instantly lingered around his legs, and Ji Yuan rolled to the side to avoid it. It missed, and the cold light dissipated immediately. Then, a pretty woman with shoulder-length black hair appeared in the wind. The woman's brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was shrouded in a lingering haze, and she looked a little depressed. "Why doesn't Jiang Qigru come?" After she appeared, her eyes were fixed on Ji Yuan, and her tone remained calm. When she met Luo Nan, she said the same thing, and it was the only thing she said. Next to this woman stood a majestic white tiger. At the same time, Xiaoying's gaze also came over, as if asking the same question. Being stared at by 2 fourth-grade masters at the same time, Ji Yuan sighed softly. Now, there was nothing he could do. Looking at the unconscious Luo Nan, he flicked his fingertips and shot out a stream of soul power. "Luo Nan from Shitian Academy is eliminated." So far. The sunset gradually fades away. Night falls quietly. The silver moon shone through the mottled branches into the woods. In the exchange competition venue, the only ones left were Ji Yuan, Xiaoying, and Yan Sha. 3 fourth rank. "Why didn't Jiang Qigru come?" Yan Sha seemed to have some obsession and asked again. Ji Yuan's eyes were as deep as a well, without any ripples, and he said, "A winner will never waste time with a defeated opponent." As soon as these words came out, the air froze instantly. Xiaoying narrowed her eyes and looked at Ji Yuan with a ruthless look. Yan Sha's face looked normal, but a mighty wave of soul power began to sway around her body. Beside her, the white tiger took 2 steps forward and let out a chilling growl. Champa was not willing to be outdone, and also took 2 steps forward, with a roar from the friction of his vocal cords ringing out from time to time. "Will you come one by one, or all together?" Flames appeared on Ji Yuan's fists. This moment. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 155, Round 4 Decisive Battle. "I'm not in the habit of taking advantage of others." Yan Sha's melancholy voice sounded. "There will definitely be a fight between you and me. Before that, let you take a breath and talk about it in the 4th round." After saying that, she turned and left. On the other side, Xiaoying's pink lips flashed with sarcasm, and then she also left. Ji Yuan was indeed relieved when the 2 women left. Since the exchange competition began, he has not rested and has basically been in a fighting state. If he didn't possess a vast galaxy of soul power and special qualifications, he would have collapsed long ago. After taking Ming and Champa back to the beast-taming space, he leaned on Xinxiao's strong back, breathing slowly and relaxing his fatigue while mobilizing his body's strength, ready to enter the battle at any time. In this way, the night passed quickly. When a ray of sunlight shone the next day, Ji Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in a forest, slowly opened his eyes. Last night, his soul power was in a strange and dissociative state. The feeling was extremely wonderful, but he couldn't put it into words. Buzz! At this time, The bracelet began to vibrate, and a translucent screen popped up. On it, there was a 3-page list of teams in this row, but now there were only 3 teams left. Ranked first, Xiaoying's team, a total of 100,000 points. Ranked second, Yan Shasha's team, with a total of 91,000 points. Ranked third, Ji Yuan team, a total of 30,000 points. This difference in results made him frown, wondering what the rules of the 4th round would be. Total number of teams eliminated in the 3rd round, 17. Number of remaining contestants, 3. The 4th round is about to begin the final showdown. The rules are as follows. 1. The 4th round will last for 48 hours. When the time is up, the team with the most points will win the championship. 2. After the 4th round starts, a mountain will be generated in the central area. On the top of the mountain, there is a point flag. After absorbing it with the bracelet, the team holding the flag will increase 10,000 points per second. 3. When the person holding the flag is attacked, the flag will be immediately transferred to the attacker's wristband. Note: the person holding the flag cannot move at super high speed, otherwise the flag will fall off by itself. If you want to reach the top of the mountain, you can only climb from the foot of the mountain. You are not allowed to ride a flying beast. Otherwise, you will be eliminated directly. Quickly review the rules to commit them to memory. Afterwards, Ji Yuan admired the designer of the rules for this 4th round. This rule almost tells everyone clearly that if you want to become the champion of the exchange competition, you must have power that surpasses everyone in this game. At least, if you want to master the point flag, you must be prepared to be attacked by a group of people. Boom! The 4th round is about to begin. Countdown 10, 9, 8. When the countdown ended, the ground shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a huge mountain that reached into the sky rose from the ground and stood in the center of the venue. There's nothing to think about. Ji Yuan immediately summoned Star Owl and took off. The mountain is towering into the clouds and covered with dense green vegetation. When he arrived on the Star Owl, he discovered that there were 3 slowly rotating light gates at the bottom of the mountain. Among the green bushes, Xiaoying sat diagonally on the back of a giant white lion and rushed into the light gate in the middle. As she entered, the light gate slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Ji Yuan understood clearly and commanded Star Owl to rush to the left. Passing through the light gate, what comes into view is a forest filled with light green fog. This seems to be some kind of special simulation scene, like walking on flat ground or in a forest on the ground. Hiss! At this time, a green snake shadow shot out from the fog. Ji Yuan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Shanpa appeared in an instant, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed it in one gulp. Bang! Unexpectedly, the moment the snake shadow entered Shanpa's mouth, it exploded directly, turning into a strange circle of light, spreading in all directions and temporarily dispelling the thick fog that obscured the vision. With the help of this circle of light, Ji Yuan could see clearly that he had indeed entered the central mountain and started climbing. Strangely, though, the gravity here doesn't seem normal. Strictly speaking, he now seemed to be standing on a straight wall, but in his field of vision it seemed like he was on flat ground. At the same time, he noticed that the dispersed fog was slowly gathering again. Seeing this, he immediately thought that if he wanted to reach the top of the mountain without getting lost, he must constantly clear away the phantoms of creatures in the fog. Ming, Flash Soul! The figures of 2 beasts emerged and rushed out together with Ji Yuan. Along the way, the muffled sound of explosions continued to be heard, and at the same time, circles of light cleared the fog around him. Ji Yuan identified the direction and quickly fought his way to the top of the mountain. Soon, he finally saw the edge of the cliff, indicating that the top was just around the corner. But when he climbed up, he saw that Xiaoying was 1 step ahead of him and had already reached out to the virtual flag in the middle of the mountain top. You wish! Yan Sha, with shoulder-length black hair, also arrived. When she saw Xiaoying's actions, she immediately summoned her beast to pounce and kill. It was a mantis-like creature. Not only was it extremely fast, but its sharp sickle also carried the aura of death. Yan Shasha's beast was coming at her with such force that Xiaoying snorted coldly and directly summoned her giant white lion to charge forward. Clang! The mantis's sickle suddenly cut into the giant lion's head, but unexpectedly a hard muffled sound occurred. Hiragam! Yen Shasha's eyes flashed. Ah! Immediately, the white tiger that appeared last night rushed out from the void, and a heart-pounding tiger roar suddenly sounded. Monarch! Xiaoying was not willing to be outdone. As the space around her fluctuated, a humanoid creature with dark green skin and 3 broad fingers jumped out, holding a long stick in his hand, and actually started fighting with the white tiger. Ji Yuan was startled by the humanoid creature. He looked at it carefully and saw that the creature had smooth skin, a round head like a ball, and 2 pieces of black animal skin covering its private parts. Then, on the back of this creature, there was actually an oval dark green reflective stone. Immediately, Ji Yuan exclaimed in his heart, FCK! Ninja Turtles! However, when he saw the lower body of the creature, he was shocked to find that it had a long furry tail on its back. Seeing the tail, he could almost conclude that the creature was an ape. The 2 men's beasts were entangled in a fight, and it was difficult to separate them. Seeing this, Ji Yuan didn't hesitate at all. With electric light lingering under his feet, he turned into a shadow and flew out. While the 2 people's attention was on each other, he grabbed the point flag and ran away. Because their opponents were also at the 4th grade, any slight mistake would put them at a disadvantage, so Xiaoying and Yen Shasha were both more focused. It was not until Ji Yuan suddenly appeared and snatched the virtual flag that the 2 women immediately realized that there was this guy. Almost at the same time, they stopped and controlled their respective beasts to rush towards Ji Yuan. Sudden! Ji Yuan threw the flag in his hand up, and then, under the puzzled gazes of the 2 women, he jumped high, his right leg flashing with lightning, and kicked hard at the point flag in the air. Call out! The powerful force containing the electric element kicked the flag directly, making it fly out like a meteor, and disappeared on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Then, Ji Yuan summoned Star Owl. At this moment, the flag had been taken down and the no-fly restriction disappeared. He controlled Star Owl, flapped his wings, and chased after the flying flag. Such a clever way of avoiding the problem startled both women. Chapter 156. This battle. Wow! Star Owl caught up with the flying flag in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, Ji Yuan quickly used his bracelet to absorb it, and asked Xing Xiao to slow down. But just 6 or 7 seconds later, terrifying elemental fluctuations came from behind. Gritting his teeth, he took out the flag and threw it forward with all his might. Then, he controlled the Star Owl to dive to the ground. Bang! When it landed, it stirred up a lot of dust. The body of Star Owl flashed and began to fly close to the ground in the forest. At the same time, Ji Yuan retrieved the fallen flag again. Another 5 seconds passed, plus the previous 7 seconds. In just a few breaths, Ji Yuan had already earned 120,000 points using the flag. Directly surpassed Xiaoying and became the first place. Despicable fellow! Xiaoying, with a cold face, and Yen Shasha, with a melancholy look, caught up together. At this moment, the 2 seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. It seemed that they were going to work together to deal with Ji Yuan first, and then talk about fighting for the flag. Mean? Being stared at by the 2 men, Ji Yuan's face remained calm and unperturbed. A flick of the hand. The flag fell out of the bracelet and stuck into the soil at his feet. Since you want to decide the winner first, then come on. Ji Yuan's eyes were dark and deep, and the figures of Ming and Shanpa suddenly appeared. Star Owl's body grew larger, and its wings flapped, ready to take off. Hiragam! Holy Lion! The 2 women chanted at the same time. A white tiger and a giant white lion appeared. Han Feng! Yi Hui! Then Yen Shasha recited again. A mantis beast named Han Feng and a black leopard with fangs appeared. These are her 3 most powerful beasts. The white tiger's bloodline is at the mythical level, while the other 2 are at the legendary level. The icon! The monarch! Xiaoying was not willing to be outdone. In addition to the ape-like beast that looked like the Ninja Turtle, he also summoned a holy golem that radiated holy light and had a strange magic circle on its chest that was slowly rotating. These are also Xiaoying's 3 strongest beasts. Both women knew that Ji Yuan's beast-taming bloodline was of a high level. Therefore, they will not be careless or sloppy. When you take action, you go all out. In the opinion of the two women, if they attacked together, Ji Yuan would be defeated in 3 minutes at most. This is the time they estimated based on their own strength. After all, if they were facing two 4th-grade warriors, they could only hold out for 3 minutes at most. Ji Yuan's eyes swept over the two women's beasts. The blood fluctuations of the white tiger and the white giant lion are strong, they must have reached a mythical level. As for the other 4 beasts, even the lowest bloodline level is legendary. This was also the first time that Ji Yuan found the battle extremely difficult. Muge. A little while later. He read. The emerald green light flickered, and a beautiful elf wearing a light yellow dress appeared. Such a strong blood fluctuation, the opponent's beast is very strong. Muge said solemnly after appearing. Nonsense, I will let you take action unless it is absolutely necessary? Ji Yuan curled his lips. His philosophy has always been to let Muge rest when possible. After all, she is a semi-finished product. Most of the strength in the body has been lost and is waiting to be restored. Muge frowned and thought for a while, then his beautiful eyes swept over the two girls, and finally pointed at Xiaoying and said, Master, I can stop her and her beast. Don't force it. Ji Yuan looked at her. I can do that. Muge shook his head. Okay, I'll finish it as soon as possible and come to help you. Seeing her firm attitude, Ji Yuan didn't say anything more. He took the 3 beasts and started fighting with Yan Sha. Ming controlled the netherworld flame and collided with Yan Sha's daytime god, white tiger. The elemental properties of this daytime god, white tiger were initially detected to be wind and ice. Ming fought with it. The 2 beasts, one was fire and the other was wind, and fierce tiger roars and growls broke out from time to time during the fight. The flash soul, carrying thunder and electricity, constantly collides with the black panther with fangs. The attribute of this black panther is dark, and its attack power is extremely strong. The star owl and the ice mantis directly started the toughest collision. The star owl's golden wings seemed to have turned into 2 indestructible arms, which could withstand the ice mantis's sickle head-on without losing any advantage. Look at the other side. Muge burst out with a large amount of vitality of the wood element. The surrounding green plants bloomed and bore fruit because of the nourishment of this vitality. The results were extremely exaggerated. Not only can she condense flexible snake-like vines, she can also control the surrounding green plants to obey her orders. This unique fighting method actually made it difficult for Xiaoying to make a breakthrough for a while. At the same time, the battle situation in the venue was projected to the outside world in real time. All those who had been eliminated were staring at the screen. When some people saw Ji Yuan grab the flag, they started cursing. Immediately, when Ji Yuan chose to face the enemy head-on and was ready to fight Xiaoying and Yan Sha, he laughed and mocked. Zhao Shan and his companions were mixed in the crowd, staring intently at the colorful skill fluctuations on the screen, and silently worried for Ji Yuan. Can he win? Susu's brows were twisted into a knot. I believe in Big Brother. He will definitely be able to create another miracle. Zhong Xian's honest face showed great seriousness. He felt that Ji Yuan would definitely be able to do it, fighting against 2 4th-grade masters alone and winning. On the side, Mu Xuxin sighed. Now is not the time to be blindly optimistic. Ji Yuan's opponent is not a 5th rank. This time Zhao Shan became like the silent girl and remained silent. At the same time, the 3 deans. Why do I feel like this scene is a little familiar? Li Xuefu folded his hands and smiled meaningfully. Lu Qingxi twisted a strand of hair around her fingertips and glanced at him. Are you trying to show off by dragging Jiang Qingru out again? Hey, you brought this up, I didn't say that. Li Xuefu laughed twice. Yan Long stared at the screen, where Ji Yuan and Yan Sha were using elements to engage in close combat, in silence. After a while, Yan Long suddenly asked, Is Jiang Qingru's team still missing? This topic was like a bucket of cold water, which instantly froze Li Xuefu's expression. After a while, he sighed deeply. The Alliance sent 2 more teams in, but for unknown reasons these 2 teams also lost contact. From ancient times to the present, we have been surveying and investigating the alien rift. You and I both know that the damn place changes every day, whether it's the terrain or anything else, Lu Qingxi raised her eyebrows. Once we lose contact in the alien world rift, we can basically be declared dead. It's because those bastards insisted on exerting pressure, and even brought out the ruling order. Li Xuefu looked at Yanlong at this time, with inexplicable anger in his eyes. Moreover, the initial candidate was Ji Yuan to lead the team. As far as I know, it was the joint pressure from the Zhang, Xiao, and Mu families. 2 months ago, Ji Yuan was still a 5th-rank official. Once he entered the alien world rift, he would surely die. So, Jiang Qigru took the initiative to report to the alliance and replace Ji Yuan. Yanlong's expression finally changed at this time. I promise you, this is the last time we will allow these families to take revenge on each other. The last time. Humph, with Ji Yuan's temper, once he learns of Qingrou's situation, he will definitely rush into the alien world rift at all costs. Li Xuefu ignored his words and sneered. After that, the three of them stared at the screen in silence, their minds unclear. Chapter 157, The End of the Road. Retreat! Accompanied by a delicate cry. Yan Shasha's fist, covered with a boundless cold mist, hit Ji Yuan's chest. Endless chill flowed into her heart along her fist, as if trying to freeze her heart. Ji Yuan's face looked calm, with netherworld flames rising in his body. The moment the cold fog was dispelled, he remained motionless and kicked out with his right leg like lightning, showing no mercy. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and the two figures retreated one after another. At this moment, he and Yan Shasha had been fighting for nearly an hour. Not only the two of them, but also their respective beasts were evenly matched in the battle. Both sides were injured, but neither could make the other lose its fighting power. You have such a strong power, it's hard to imagine that you were born in a small city. Yan Shasha's eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit, and she seemed very satisfied with her opponent Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time for him to fight against someone with special level soul power. I finally realized how difficult it is to deal with the special level. Looking at her, Ji Yuan knew that if the beast masters on both sides could not determine the winner, in the end, they would have to rely on beast control. Yan Shasha's psychological activities at this moment were exactly the same as his. Immediately, the two people's beasts separated at the same time. The sky is burning and the earth is destroyed. Ji Yuan took the lead in the attack, Ming took a step forward, and the vast netherworld flames surged, causing Yan Shasha to narrow her eyes slightly. The wild world descended and countless volcanoes erupted. Such a terrifying attack made Yan Shasha's face look a little solemn. Frozen tomb! Immediately, an icy blue light flashed in her eyes, and the God of Day, white tiger roared to the sky, and a vast chill spread. Then, the temperature that froze everything began to cover, and in the blink of an eye, half of the hot and wild world was covered, turning it into ice and snow. At this point, one on the left and one on the right, the two were respectively in the dual extremes of ice and fire. Ji Yuan could feel the terrifying chill blowing towards him. Yan Shasha could also feel the scorching heat blowing in her face. Ice and fire, two elemental space skills with different attributes collide and confront each other. At the same time, the soul power of the two was being consumed and replenished crazily. The special qualifications give the two of them enough confidence to fight a war of attrition. What's inside my body is not a sea of soul power, but a planet that is even larger than the ocean. I don't believe that you can outlast me. Yan Shasha hummed softly in her heart, and then increased her soul power output again. Seeing her like this, Ji Yuan also increased his soul power output. The boundless soul power galaxy gradually surged, and a terrifying star-level soul power instantly overflowed. Moment. The area of the frozen mausoleum was expanded by 3 points due to Tian Fendi Mie. How is it possible? This kind of soul power fluctuation? Yan Shasha's expression changed slightly, and disbelief flashed in her eyes. But the fluctuation only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared. She even suspected that her perception was wrong. At the same time, Ji Yuan was about to release his soul power without reservation, but suddenly he restrained it because Mu Ge couldn't hold on any longer. Bang! The elemental space created by Tian Fendi Mie collapsed immediately, and Yan Shasha's frozen tomb shattered along with it. Mu Ge! Ji Yuan rushed out at the moment the space shattered and grabbed Muga, who was flying backwards, into his arms. As the faint fragrance filled his nose, Mu Ji's face turned pale, his eyelids drooped, and he murmured, "Master, I tried my best." After she finished speaking, she tilted her head and flowed into Ji Yuan's brow, returning to the beast controlling space. Delay time. Xiaoying frowned, but did not stop. Instead, he controlled his beast to pounce on Ji Yuan. Yan Sha hesitated slightly when she saw this scene, but soon she decided to take action together. From the fight just now, in her mind, Ji Yuan was definitely more difficult to deal with than Xiaoying. In this case, we can only join forces with Xiaoying to defeat Ji Yuan, and then fight for the points flag. Facing the attack of 6 powerful beasts, Ji Yuan's face darkened. Without any hesitation, he used his best move. Activate Resonance Light and Shadow Assault! Ming and Shanpa shot out. One beast created an illusion and the other created lightning. In an instant, the phantom mist completely surrounded the 2 people and the 6 beasts. As the 2 beasts became more proficient in this move, the illusions and the lightning that obstructed perception became more real and pure. This is... The 2 women's eyes froze at the same time. Ming and Shanpa split into countless figures under their gaze, and each one was extremely realistic and indistinguishable. Immediately, each beast began to launch explosive attacks, but every time they hit, they were all illusions. As Ming and Shanpa got closer, the 2 beasts suddenly aimed their spears at Yan Sha and pounced on her. This is like understanding the fight just now. Seeing this, Xiaoying's nerves, which had just begun to relax, suddenly tensed up. A violent wave that made her soul tremble suddenly emerged from the fog. Soul shock! Ji Yuan placed his palm close to her abdomen, and a terrifying and majestic soul force surged. Bang! A shocking roar swept across the sky, directly dispersing the mist created by Ming and Shanpa. At the same time, Yan Sha, who was about to fight, suddenly discovered that the attack in front of her was also an illusion. A feint to the east and attack in the west. Yan Sha immediately looked to the left, only to see Xiaoying with a look of surprise on her face, quickly distancing herself from Ji Yuan. At the same time, some fragments seemed to fall from her chest. Ji Yuan stood there, looking at the frightened Xiaoying, his brows slightly furrowed. Soul shock didn't work? No, it's not possible. Perhaps some force blocked the attack. He looked at the fragments falling from Xiaoying's body and immediately understood. Xiaoying was unharmed, which made him sigh in his heart. Resonance, Light and Shadow Assault is his only combat skill that can quickly defeat one of the enemies when facing multiple enemies. But if it doesn't work? Prisoner of 10,000 Thunders! This will be his last gamble. 1 against 2, a desperate fight against 2 4th-grade masters. The thunder roared loudly. The second elemental space skill surrounded Yan Sha and Xiaoying again. The 2 of them obviously didn't expect that his second beast would also possess such a skill. However, the 4th grade is still the 4th grade, and the level of the 2 women's beast-taming bloodline is also extraordinary. When the prisoner of 10,000 Thunders was formed, the 2 women controlled the beasts in perfect harmony and launched attacks towards the boundary of space at the same time. Bang! Blink! The space of the prisoner of 10,000 Thunders shattered immediately, and Shanpa seemed to be hit by the backlash of the power. The lightning around him dimmed, and his aura became dissipated. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's heart sank, and he waved his hand to take it back into the beast-taming space. Holy Radiant Sword! At the same time, Xiaoying Jiao shouted. Swish! A huge sword filled with holy light suddenly fell from the sky. This great sword contained an unparalleled and astonishing power. It suddenly stabbed towards Ji Yuan with a whistling gale. Roar! At this moment, Ming burst into a raging flame, and instantly transformed into a netherworld fire blade, colliding with the great sword in the sky. A violent wave exploded, and the 3 people retreated one after another. During this time, Ming's breath suddenly weakened, and he was about to fall to the ground with a hint of daze. Ji Yuan immediately put it into the beast-taming space. So far, Ming, Muga, and Shanpa were all seriously injured and no longer able to fight. Looking at the 2 women, Xiao Ying's white giant lion also looked weak and was obviously injured. Xing Xiao, come on! Ji Yuan's deep eyes flashed, and Star Owl flapped his wings and ran out at the same time as him. The stars are falling! This was his last attack after he had staked everything on one throw and was at the end of his rope. But when the sky is full of stars, holy light shines! The giant white lion beside Xiao Ying was glowing all over. Chapter 158, Failure or Not. It's the same as before. Star Owl's falling star's elemental space only occupies half. The other half was barely able to withstand the holy light released by Xiao Ying's white giant lion. The two sides confronted each other again. Xiao Ying and Yan Sha looked at the vast starry sky in the direction of Ji Yuan. Both of them had varying degrees of horror on their faces. Starry sky. This beast of his is truly a star-peaked griffin. How is it possible? The two women had the same thought in their minds, especially Xiao Ying, who couldn't believe that someone from such a small place could have such an amazing opportunity. The star-peaked griffin, this is a long-extinct creature among the griffin clan. When Ji Yuan and Xiao Ying were confronting each other, Yan Sha was controlling the daytime god, white tiger, and was about to pounce, but was stopped by Xiao Ying. I don't need you. I can handle him. Xiao Ying's indifferent voice fell into Yan Sha's ears, causing the latter to pause, and then a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the other side, when Ji Yuan saw that Yan Sha had no intention of taking action, he stopped suppressing the vast soul power in his body and directly urged it with all his strength. The pressure of the soul power galaxy spread instantly. The powerful aura like that of a prehistoric beast directly made Xiao Ying's black hair dance wildly. At the same time, her expression changed drastically. She felt that the young man in front of her was like the combination of thousands of stars, containing an unfathomable terrifying power. Just as her mind was shaken, the elemental space of Star Owl surged out, about to completely cover the two of them, when Yan Sha finally moved. Because all of Ji Yuan's soul power and energy were focused on the confrontation with Xiao Ying, when Yan Sha controlled the daytime god, white tiger to pounce on him, he had no other means. Tianxian strikes! Following Yan Sha's cry, the front paws of the daytime god, white tiger were shrouded in cold light, and when the Star Owl released the falling stars with all its strength, it pounced out. Bang! A strong dull sound rang out, and the starry sky created by the falling stars was instantly shattered into pieces. Blood spurted out of the Star Owl's mouth, and its entire body flew backwards. It's over, Ji Yuan! At the same time, Xiao Ying's face was extremely solemn. She no longer dared to be careless and joined forces with Yan Sha to move forward. The backlash from the falling stars also caused a momentary blank in Ji Yuan's mind. The two women seized this opportunity, and their palms filled with lingering elements attacked at the same time, hitting Ji Yuan's chest. Puff! The enormous force was like a head-on collision of several cars. Almost in an instant, Ji Yuan vomited blood and his consciousness fell into darkness. Xiao Ying and Yan Sha were too strong after all. Not only were they of the fourth rank, their background was also unmatched by ordinary people. Ji Yuan fought against the two women alone, forcing them to use all their tricks and finally joining forces without any hesitation, which meant he had the upper hand. Even if he was unconscious at this moment, no one would say anything to him. But losing is losing after all. Good job! Ji Yuan finally got out of here, ha 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 ha! Outside world. As Ji Yuan was seriously injured and fell into coma, an uproar immediately broke out among the eliminated crowd. Almost all of these people were eliminated by Ji Yuan's team, and they were clapping and cheering at this moment. If I were a student of Shutian College, I would definitely hate him to death. That's right. It's a pity that the people of Shutian kept trying to get him into the fourth round, but he was eliminated right at the beginning. This, ha 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 ha. Xingtian Academy has no chance of winning the championship again this time. The sarcasm rang out. Everyone in Xingtian College swallowed their anger, and no one objected. After all, what is played on the screen is the bloody truth. The last representative of their Xingtian Academy was seriously injured and unconscious. His life was over. Even if Ji Yuan could wake up later, he would definitely not be able to catch up with the remaining two people in terms of points. It still doesn't work. Towards Xintian College. Su Su lowered his head and sighed, while Zhao Shan and the others remained silent, all with heavy expressions. He has done a good job. Xiao Ying and Yen Xia are not ordinary 4th grade after all. At this time, Tang Yi said in a cold voice. Yes, the fact that the top players from the 2 academies can join forces has proven that Ji Yuan is very strong. He is so strong that neither of them can be confident in a one-on-one fight. Luo Nan smiled carefree. If it were me, I would have fallen to my knees right after the fight. Ji Yuan has been able to hold on for so long, he must have done a great job. The two people's comfort did not relieve the depressed atmosphere at all. The next battle has nothing to do with Xintian Academy. Directions from the 3 deans. We were expecting something. Li Xuefu looked relaxed and shook his head with a smile. In his opinion, Ji Yuan's defeat at this moment would not affect his future. After all, his opponent was not an ordinary person. She is the eldest daughter of the Shao family and the descendant of the Beast King. Lu Qingxi stared at Ji Yuan's unconscious body on the screen with an inexplicable expression. On the side, Yen Long's eyes showed undisguised disappointment. In his opinion, Ji Yuan must win this battle in order for him to truly take him seriously. Even he knew that Yen Xia and Xiao Ying were not ordinary 4th grade people. But he hoped that Ji Yuan could create a miracle that would surprise the 3 major colleges and shock the Beast Taming Alliance. This way, my efforts in giving him the Haoyu Shilong would not be in vain. Consciousness is like sinking into a dark and chaotic realm. Occasionally, some colorful fragments would flash by, causing the consciousness to throb for a moment. The ultimate goal of a Beast Master is to explore the power of the soul. Limit. The fragments of past memories suddenly illuminated the silent space of consciousness like shooting stars. Suddenly opened my eyes. Where am I? Ji Yuan sat up slowly. He looked around and found that he seemed to be in a strange space where colorful light was flowing. Feel the void, taste the torture, understand the pain, release the true self. Ear. His own voice was muttering words he had never heard before. These sounds come with endless echoes, sometimes far away, sometimes near, mysterious and ethereal. Understand the fusion of soul power and space power, and create infinite, impossible things. To reach, to extend. Yes, 3rd rank. The sound continued. Ji Yuan looked at his palm, and his eyes seemed to suddenly flash back to the day when he read the envelope. The letter that Jiang Qingru left before she left. In addition to the detailed records of the 4 grades, it also provides a brief explanation of the 3rd grade. It turns out that the voice in my heart at this moment is the same voice I felt when I first read the envelope. 3 products. Calm down. Ji Yuan slowly closed his eyes and sat in this illusory colorful space. The letter from Jiang Qingru appeared in his mind again. It's a strange feeling. Whether you have an epiphany or not all depends on one thought. However, when he calmed down, the first thing he recalled was the heart-wrenching feeling when he made the contract with Haoyu Dragon. Chapter 159, Grade 3, Soul Domain Extension. So that's how it is. With eyes closed. Ji Yuan's heart is as clear as a mirror. When he made the contract with the Haoyu Dragon, he experienced his flesh and blood melting, his bones and tendons shattering, and his soul being torn apart. This triple tribulation is not simply a meaningless test. If the Beast Master can hold on, his flesh, bones, and even soul will be sublimated. Although it has only been more than 2 months since Ji Yuan was promoted to the 4th level, his soul power has already reached the 3rd level. This serious injury and near-death experience, by chance, gave him an epiphany. The letter left by Jiang Qingru once said that after the 4th level, the Beast Master will begin to focus on exploring the limits of soul power. Explore the infinite possibilities contained in soul power. The 3rd rank will be able to unleash soul power, similar to the elemental space skill, using the 3rd rank's unique and brutal soul power to construct a soul domain space. In this soul realm, use the powerful soul power to directly strike the enemy's soul, causing it to collapse from the inside out. This unique power is called Soul Realm Extension. The soul domain contained in the soul domain extension of each 3rd grade person is different. Basically, it is closely related to one's own perception. At the same time, 10. He had mentioned before that in order to be promoted to the third rank, one must possess a legendary beast. This is because the soul realm extension can be released together with the beast taming soul in the body. In this way, not only is the effect of soul extension doubled, but the elemental power of the beast can also be attached. Only legendary beast tamers can perform such cooperation. The third rank that cannot achieve this step is called a pseudo-third rank. Right now, at this moment, the vast galaxy of soul power in Ji Yuan's body was like a black hole, causing an endless storm in the universe. The black hole tore at his soul and flesh wantonly. The pain may be enough to make you collapse. However, after going through the test of the contract with Hao Dragon, he was able to endure the pain without batting an eyelid. The black hole turned the soul power galaxy in the body upside down. During the process, the soul power that is absorbed will be exhaled in the next moment. This is like a process of transformation. Although it is painful, it is not a big deal for Ji Yuan. The soul power exhaled by the black hole became more condensed and powerful than before. This seems to be a process of tempering soul power. As long as you can persevere to the end, you will experience earth-shaking changes. The tempering process was extremely long, and in the end, even the star palaces of the three beasts, Ming, Shanpa, and Xingxiao, were swallowed up by the black hole. The star palace containing the souls of the three beasts returned to its original position after a brief tempering. The brilliance and appearance of the star palace were completely renewed, and an indescribable powerful wave slowly flowed. I don't know how much time has passed. When the last trace of soul power was transformed, the black hole suddenly shrank into a small dot, motionless in the vast starry sky. Slowly, the small dot expanded, and there was no spirit or color inside. It was extremely empty. At the same time, Ji Yuan suddenly had a strange feeling in his heart. It felt as if as long as the mind moved, the vast galaxy in the body would pour out and crush any soul power lower than that of oneself. Third grade. He looked straight into his heart, and could not believe that the greatest benefit brought by the contract with Hao Shilong was actually this. Ordinary people, when they advance to the third level, will be tortured to death by the process of tempering their soul power, and may even lose consciousness. But he had already experienced this step when he made a contract with Hao Dragon. Moreover, in comparison, the pain caused by the disappearance, shattering, and cracking of the contract is hundreds or thousands of times stronger. However, he is not yet a true third-grade cultivator. He must have his own soul extension. But what should his soul realm look like? Gazing at the vast galaxy of soul power, he fell into deep thought. In his opinion, the effect of extending the soul domain should be to drag the enemy into the universe and make the enemy's soul shattered in despair in such a vast environment. But isn't this too simple? Thinking back to every change in my body since I entered the 5th level. Compared to others, every time Ji Yuan advances, it is different. Ordinary people gather the sea with their soul power, but he creates a galaxy of soul power. When he reached the 4th level, others built a sea pavilion to house 2/3 of the beast's soul. As for him, he constructed the Star Palace to perfectly contain 100% of the soul of the Beastman. Now I am about to step into the 3rd level. Could it be that he will be the same as others and add the elemental damage of the beast to the fixed soul domain performance? My path to taming beasts has been different from others since the beginning. Slowly, Ji Yuan opened his eyes full of clarity. Cohesion. He spoke softly. In the soul power galaxy, the empty black hole with no objects in it slowly gave birth to a ray of brilliant light at this moment. This ray of brilliance was like the infinite brilliance of the stars in the universe, gradually occupying the entire black hole. Soul realm extension starry sky waterfall. The moment his whisper sounded, Shwa! The black hole with brilliant colors suddenly expanded. The sky connected the universe, and the starry sky was burning with light, dragging out a fatal arc, pouring down like a waterfall. Ji Yuan, at this moment, was standing on the ground, looking up at the falling stars. This is a doomsday scene that makes people feel desperate and unable to muster any desire to resist. It is his soul realm. Inspired by Star Owl's Fall of Stars, when he releases the soul domain extension, the enemy will be dragged into this doomsday space, and the stars pouring down like a waterfall will cause the enemy's will and soul to collapse. Of course, that's not all. As mentioned before, Ji-yuan's path is different from that of ordinary people. A normal third-grade spell can be used together with the Beast Tamer to perform soul domain extension, so that the elemental damage of the Beast Tamer can be attached. And what about Ji-yuan? When he and Ming release the extension of their soul domain, it will not be a waterfall falling from the starry sky. Instead, it was a new soul realm extension constructed with the nether flame of Ming. Similarly, the soul extension released together with Shanpa, Xingxiao, and even Muge will have different performance effects. This is equivalent to the fact that a normal third-grade soul realm extension only has one type. However, the extension of Ji-yuan's soul domain varies depending on the beast he controls. Make a fist. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, Ji-yuan's eyes were firm and unwavering. Outside world. 46 hours had passed. There are only 2 hours left until the end of the 4th round of finals. After Xiaoying and Yan Xia teamed up to defeat Ji-yuan, they began to compete with each other for the point flag. After a few rounds, the points between the two women now differ by only 10,000 points. Xiaoying is temporarily in the lead. Right now, at this moment. An open space with strong traces of fighting. The two women's beasts faced off against each other. An hour has passed since the last round of fighting. They are trying hard to restore their condition to perfection to put an end to these last 2 hours. Yan Xia, you lose. Xiao Ying's chest heaved. It's only 10,000 points ahead. Yan Xia had no expression on her face. As time went by, their soul power gradually recovered. Just when the two women were about to give the order to attack, they seemed to sense something and turn their heads to look in a certain direction at the same time. There was a sound of slow footsteps. The man came, with blood stains on the corners of his mouth and a faint smile on his handsome face, as he walked out step by step. Fortunately, there's still time. The handsome young man smiled, and under the gaze of the two women, he suddenly raised his right arm. At the same time, straighten the index and middle fingers of your right hand together, and lightly clench the other 3 fingers to make a sword finger gesture. Then, he placed his right hand in front of his chest, with a smile on his face. Soul Realm Extension. Starry Sky Falls. Chapter 160, The Youngest Third-Grade Master in the World. Earlier. The last 2 hours. There are 2 screens in front of the 3 deans. One is the scene of the battle between Xiaoying and Yan Xia. The other one was Ji-yuan, who was in a coma and motionless. Well, Yanlong suddenly sighed. If Ji-yuan really ended up in a coma, it meant that he did not make a contract with the Haoyu dragon. In this case, after the exchange competition, Yanlong has the obligation and must take back the remains of Haoyu dragon. At that time, he will compensate Ji-yuan with an item of equal value. Although he had such a plan in his mind, he still had great hope, hoping that Ji-yuan could give him a miracle. But time keeps passing, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. This is... Just at this moment, Lu Qingxi suddenly exclaimed. Yanlong and Li Xuefu immediately looked at the screen where Ji-yuan was, and saw a strange light pattern slowly flowing on his body's surface. Soul guidance? He is condensing the soul realm. Fortunately, there is still time. In the field. The moment the two women saw Ji-yuan, their hearts were shocked at the same time. Because, at this moment, he was actually exuding a majestic and magnificent aura. Especially when he raised his right arm slightly and made a sword-pointing gesture. Soul Realm Extension. Starry Sky Falls. The words fell calmly. In an instant. Boom! An ethereal and vast voice suddenly came from the sky. The two girls raised their heads quickly, only to see that the clear sky had turned into an endless river of stars without them noticing. In that galaxy, countless stars were falling rapidly. They, along with their beasts, were attracted by the terrifying noise and raised their heads, unable to look away. No, don't! The two women realized that their bodies seemed to be out of control and they were unable to make any moves. Only unprecedented fear and despair erupted from the depths of the soul. They could only watch helplessly as countless stars, with overwhelming force, crashed into the ground, destroying everything. The huge soul shock made them unable to bear it any longer, and the two women and their respective beasts fell into coma. They fell in unison. In the eyes of outsiders, when Ji Yuan took his stance and finished speaking, the two women and their respective beasts all froze in place, as if their souls were pulled into a certain space. A few seconds later, under the gaze of countless eyes, the two women and the beast masters fell unconscious without any warning. At this time, the only figure standing in the field took slow steps and picked up the ground-counting flag. The outcome is decided. Outside world. The students from Dueling and Lantian academies who were originally clamoring were now stunned. Even the people at Xintian College did not expect the change to come so quickly. Everyone looked at the handsome young man on the screen, and everyone swallowed at the same time. What? Luo Nan's pupils trembled as he stared at Ji Yuan. After a while, the corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile. But in the end, it turned into endless bitterness. Third grade. Luo Nan's voice was hoarse. They are indeed a pair. His words were like a storm, sweeping the entire place. Did you hear that? He was promoted to the 3rd rank. Su Su blinked rapidly. Zhong Xian's face flushed with excitement. Brother, that's awesome! Ha! This is my big brother, my big brother! Zhong Xian, who has always been relatively taciturn, actually waved his arms and shouted at this moment, which shows how excited he was at this moment. Mu Shuxin held her forehead with her hand and suddenly laughed, shaking her head as she laughed. Su Xian's small hands pinched the hem of her clothes, and her starry eyes were filled with the figure of the young man. Old Ji, can I still catch up with you? Zhao Shan clenched his fists, feeling excited, happy, but also a little disappointed. Senior Ji Yuan is awesome! At the same time, the people of Xintian College were completely excited by Zhong Xian shouting. 2 years ago, when everyone was in despair, Jiang Qingru made a breakthrough on the spot, defeated Yan Sha and Xiaoying, and won the championship for Xintian. 2 years later, in the same desperate situation, Ji Yuan created a miracle again. With 2 hours left before the end of the game, he broke through to the 3rd level on the spot, once again changing the outcome and lifting Xintian to the championship throne. This is the 4th championship since the establishment of Xintian College. The crowd cheered loudly. Tang Yi stood out of place in the carnival, quietly looking at the screen. At a certain moment, the corners of her mouth, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, seemed to curve up. Okay. Dean's direction. Yan Long, who was always serious, was the first to applaud and smile. His eyes were shining as he stared at the screen. This made Li Xuefu, who was standing by, secretly feel that something was wrong. Sure enough, Yan Long's figure suddenly disappeared. The next second, he appeared directly on the field. Ji Yuan, who was just about to observe the situation inside the body, was startled by him. Uncle Yan. However, he saluted immediately. Hey! Yan Long waved his hand with a smile, glanced at him, and said, How you Shalong, have you made a contract? The fact that Ji Yuan was able to break through at this time also indirectly proved that he must have completed the contract. This was what really excited him. Better luck. Ji Yuan didn't show any pride or arrogance, he just smiled. It's good to be humble, but excessive modesty is a bit hypocritical. Yan Long said this, but the satisfaction in his eyes and the curve of his mouth were not concealed at all. Thank you for your advice. Ji Yuan bowed slightly. When he broke through to the 3rd level, he also understood Yan Long's good intentions in giving him the Haoyu Dragon. This exchange competition can be terminated early. Yan Long's expression of satisfaction became more and more intense. You deserve the championship. After saying that, he waved his hand, as if preparing to take Ji Yuan and the 2 unconscious women away. Ahem. At this time, Li Xuefu also appeared. He walked forward with a smile and hugged Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, you did a great job. Well, when we return to the academy, I have something good to reward you. Last time, he said the same thing in front of Lu Qingxi and Yan Long. Let's go out and present the awards. Li Xuefu laughed, hugged Ji Yuan and left the space. Yan Long's expression returned to indifference. He snorted coldly and left with Xiao Ying and Yan Sha. The awards ceremony of the exchange competition was quite grand. It is set up inside the competition venue. After all, this is a large simulation site that can simulate any environment you want. Yen Sha and Xiaoying woke up after more than 10 minutes. The memories before they fell into coma came flooding back, leaving the two women silent. After 2 years, they originally thought they would get revenge in this exchange competition. Unexpectedly, the last person in Shitian Academy replicated the scene 2 years ago. And be stronger. That year, Jiang Qingru was promoted from 5th rank to 4th rank. This year, Ji Yuan was promoted from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Both women are first-rate geniuses, and some people have even described them as monsters. But now, looking at the handsome young man on the championship podium, who is the focus of everyone's attention, they were convinced of this defeat. The awards ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner. During this period, not only Xintian, but also some students from the other 2 major academies were conquered by Ji Yuan's performance, and came to congratulate him. For a moment, even Zhao Shan and his companions couldn't squeeze in. The 5 people stood outside the crowd, all sighing. Just as the ceremony was about to come to an end, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Who is Ji Yuan? Chapter 161, Using Force to Suppress Others. Where is Ji Yuan? This sudden, thunder-like sound echoed throughout the award ceremony. The powerful soul power fluctuation spread, making countless students look pale. At the same time, the 3 deans who were communicating privately all frowned. He immediately looked up into the sky and saw 4 figures descending to the ground on flying beasts. After landing, the 4 of them went straight to Ji Yuan, who was surrounded by everyone. After seeing who was coming, Li Xuefu snorted coldly and stepped forward. Ji Yuan! The 4 men came with such force that the students tried to avoid them. All 4 of them are middle-aged men. He was wearing a dark green robe and had a dark gold badge on his chest with the word Shao engraved in gold. Their soul power fluctuations are strong, and preliminary estimates show that they are at least at the 4th level. In the crowd, Ji Yuan had a silent expression, and his deep eyes watched them approaching. Why, the Shao family no longer takes our Xintian Academy seriously? Li Xuefu stepped out of the crowd and stood in front of the 4 people from the Shao family. Presidently, you are too serious. We have something to ask Ji Yuan to handle today. The leading man stopped and said this, but there was no smile on his face. Oh? What did Ji Yuan ask your Shao family for? Li Xuefu asked calmly. Seeing that he refused to give in, the leading man felt a little embarrassed. After all, the other party is the dean of a super college. In terms of strength and status, I am not qualified to forcibly take someone away under his nose. Dean Li! Suddenly, Xiao Lingjue walked out slowly from the crowd and said, I asked my family members to come here because I have some accounts to settle with Ji Yuan. This is a personal grudge between Ji Yuan and me. There's no reason for Dean Li to interfere, right? Xiao Lingjue stands shoulder to shoulder with the Xiao family. And me! An angry voice rang out, and Suan, who was eliminated first, also appeared with several members of the Su family. I also have a score to settle with Ji Yuan. Mu Qifeng and Zhang Honggu also came out. They also brought their family members to support the occasion. These sore loser bastards! Su Xin had a cold expression on his face and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Zhao Shan. At the same time, there is Mu Xuxin. The 2 women looked at him angrily when he pulled them. Zhao Shan just shook his head and said, Can you solve this problem? These words startled the 2 women. To be honest, their status in the family is not yet at the point where they can stand against all odds. Facing the pressure from the 4 major families, Zhang, Xiao, Mu and Su, they can't do anything at all. Don't worry, the dean is here. Zhao Shan shook his head. He knew Ji Yuan. At this time, Ji Yuan would definitely not want them to get involved. However, he was still cautious, took out his mobile phone, edited a text message and sent it to his father. It's really rare. Facing the covetous eyes of the 4 great families, Li Xuefu, who was standing in front of Ji Yuan, smiled and swept his eyes over the young masters of the 4 families. How come a family with such a strong foundation has produced a few idiots like you? As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Lingjue and the other 3 all looked gloomy. but due to the identity of the person in front of them, they did not refute in the end. You enjoy resources beyond the ordinary, but you don't work hard to improve yourself. You just rely on your family's power to bully others, discriminate against this and despise that. Isn't it shameful? Li Xuefu showed no mercy and had a faint smile on his face. Stop talking nonsense and changing the subject. Shaolin Jue couldn't help but yell, pointing at Ji Yuan behind him, and said, He killed 2 of my flame-devouring black lions and snatched away my lava venom bee. He has completely torn his relationship with my Shao family. Do you really want to protect him? His hatred for Ji Yuan could not be described in words, especially when he saw Ji Yuan break through to the 3rd level at the last moment. This gap of 2 levels ahead of him was something he could not accept. Shaolin Jue knew very well that today, no matter what, he had to use the power of the 4 major families to completely crush Ji Yuan to death, otherwise everything would be irreversible, and he would never be able to raise his head again in the family. Breaking off relations with the Shao family? Li Xuefu laughed loudly. Are you qualified to represent the Shao family? Dean Li. At this time, the 4 people from the Shao family finally spoke. The leading man frowned slightly. No matter what, it is a fact that Ji Yuan snatched Ling Ju's lava venom bee away. That was the young master's gift for adulthood. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate not to hand it over. Ha! Li Xuefu didn't care at all. Using Shao Linshan to pressure me? He is not qualified enough. When he finished speaking, a light laugh suddenly sounded from the crowd. Xuefu, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still the same. Everyone's attention was drawn to a handsome middle-aged man in a suit and tie walking out. He is 40% similar to Shaoling, and is none other than the eldest young master of the Shao family, Shao Linshan. The man who was hailed as the next head of the Shao family suddenly appeared at the award ceremony. After he appeared, he looked past Li Xuefu and directly at Ji Yuan, smiling and nodding. My friend Ji Yuan, how are you? During the city competition, after the 4th round, when Ji Yuan was seriously injured and on the verge of death by Shaolin Jue, he received a bouquet of flowers, on which was the signature of Shao Linshan. Ji Yuan's expression remained normal, and he did not respond to the words of this important person. Seeing this, Shao Linshan smiled and looked at Li Xuefu. I can let go of the matter of the flame-devouring black lion. But I must return the lava venom bee. The dean's expression and mentality did not change at all because of Shao Linshan's appearance. Don't be impatient. He did not directly answer Shao Linshan's words, but turned his gaze to the people from the other 3 families. What accounts do you want to settle with Ji Yuan? Tell me. Zhang Hongdu, Mu Qingfeng, and Suan looked at each other and said in unison. He used dirty tricks in the exchange match to sneak attack us, and he also injured our beast. That's it. Li Xuefu was happy. Okay, now I'll make the decision and let you fight Ji Yuan head on. How about that? He turned his head and looked at the handsome young man behind him. Do you have any questions? Anytime. Ji Yuan nodded lightly. He agreed easily, but Zhang Honggu and the other 2 had twitching mouth corners and lowered their heads silently. What a joke! What level is Ji Yuan now? 3rd rank. Even the 4th grade Yan Sha and Shaoing could not withstand the extension of his soul domain. What can these 5th-rank people do? President Li is kidding. Ji Yuan is now a 3rd-rank beast master, and they are only 5th rank. How can they fight? A light laugh descended from the sky. Along with the pink light appeared a beautiful woman in a pink dress. She landed in front of Mu Chunfeng, a smile on her beautiful face. Actually, we came here today because we have something else to say. Soon after, 2 people who looked like they had high status appeared from both the Su and Zhang families. At this point, Li Xuefu frowned. He had a bad feeling. Everyone, you are not only members of the beast-taming family, but also senators of the alliance. If you have anything to say, why do you have to go to the exchange competition awards ceremony to talk about it? Finally, Yan Long and Lu Qingxi also showed up. Yan Long held a high position in the beast-taming alliance. His appearance made several people, including Shao Linshan, nod slightly with serious faces. President Yan. Now, the award ceremony is still going on. You should leave first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after the award ceremony is over. Yan Long drove them away without any courtesy. President Yan, please be patient. We are here this time because we have something to discuss. Chapter 162, Not Qualified? According to the rules and regulations of the Beast Tamer Alliance, any Beast Tamer who reaches the 3rd rank can be promoted to a member of the Alliance. This is correct, right? The woman from the Mu family looked at Yanlong. Mu Li, stop beating around the bush and speak clearly. Li Xuefu frowned. Why are you so angry? Mu Li smiled. Today, except for Lao Xiao, the 3 of us are here to congratulate the new members. The people from the Su family and the Zhang family nodded at the same time. This inexplicable purpose made the surrounding students look at each other in confusion. Ji Yuan also felt strange and always felt that this woman had bad intentions. But Yanlong didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the award ceremony platform. Li Xuefu stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yanlong, and whispered, "Can't you hear it? This woman wants Ji Yuan to lead the team to the alien rift. Ji Yuan has just been promoted to the 3rd rank, and has never learned about the knowledge of the rifts in the alien world. It would be too risky to enter rashly." Lu Qingxi also said solemnly. "Is there any news about Jiang Qingru?" Yanlong looked at Li Xuefu, who was stunned and shook his head. "This matter cannot be concealed. If Ji Yuan insists on going, can we still knock him out?" Yanlong finished speaking in a deep voice and quickened his pace towards the podium. Lu Qingxi and Li Xuefu paused. Old Yan is right. No matter what, Ji Yuan will eventually know about this matter. Lu Qingxi said in a low voice. "I'm just wondering, why are they targeting Ji Yuan so much? They're even willing to leave the alliance to get him into the alien world rift?" Li Xuefu's face was gloomy. "Could it be that these guys are study and pay?" Lu Qingxi's pretty face changed slightly. "You can't just guess about this kind of thing." Being interrupted by her, Dean Li frowned, but said nothing more. Now, on to the final stage of the award ceremony. Finally, Yanlong walked up to the award ceremony podium and spoke. He attracted the attention of the whole audience, said some polite opening remarks, and then looked at Ji Yuan and the crowd. "Please, the youngest 3rd-rank beast master in the world, Ji Yuan, come on stage." Amidst the uproar and cheers, Ji Yuan climbed up the platform step by step under the watchful eyes of everyone. He stood in the middle of Yanlong, looking down at the countless figures below, and finally located the position of Zhao Shan and the other 4. The 5 people had different expressions, but they all gave him a thumbs up. This scene made him smile knowingly. "Ji Yuan!" After a few more official remarks, Yanlong turned his head and looked at him. Ji Yuan immediately regained his seriousness. "Every 3rd-grade beast master will become a member of the Beast Tamer Alliance. This is the normal process." Yanlong stared at him with a piercing gaze. "But today, as the current chairman, I appoint you as a member of the Alliance, and this will never be changed." As soon as these words came out, everyone who knew the Alliance's status level changed drastically. Everyone took a deep breath and thought to themselves, is Yanlong crazy? In the Beast Taming Alliance, there are 6 levels of identities: Member, Associate, Senator, Counselor, President, and Elder. All Beast Masters who advance to the 5th rank in the country are automatically considered members and registered in the Alliance. And those who reach the 4th rank can be promoted to members. If you want to move up further, you need to be someone who has made great contributions to the country and the Alliance. The ancestors of the 5 great beast-taming families have made indelible contributions to Daxia and the Alliance. Therefore, their descendants can enjoy rights while serving in the Beast-Taming Alliance. But even so, most of the family members can only get the status of a senator at most. Because there are strict regulations in the Alliance. If you want to become a senator, first of all, your soul power level must reach the 2nd level. Just like now. Among the people who came to the scene today are Zhang, Su, Mu, and Xiao. Only Xiao Linxin reached the 2nd rank, and he was also the only member of parliament. The other 3, including Mu Li from the Mu family, were only 3rd-rank senators. Today, Yanlong actually wanted to promote Ji Yuan to become a member of parliament in front of countless students and the 4 major families. Isn't this crazy? A newly promoted 3rd-rank person, without any background or contribution, what right does he have? As expected of Yanlong. Unlike countless others who were shocked, Li Xuefu and Lu Qingxi suddenly realized. According to the alliance rules, only the chairman or elders can dispatch members of parliament. As long as Ji Yuan becomes a member of the alliance, Mu Li and others will not be able to put pressure on him even if they want to. After all, the rotating chairman of this round is Yan Long. There are still 2 years until the next round of rotation. As long as Ji Yuan is allowed to calm down for another year, he can then be allowed to enter the rift in the other world without any worries. At a time like this, only old Yen has the courage to do this. Lu Qingxi pursed her lips and chuckled. Li Xuefu at the side also laughed and said, "This guy is always like this. He does whatever he thinks of. So every time it's his turn to be on duty, many people have a headache." On the high platform, Yan Long looked at the stunned Ji Yuan and said in a calm but extremely serious tone, "Ji Yuan, I will now formally appoint you as a member of the alliance. Are you willing?" His repetition made Ji Yuan's heart tremble. He also understood what the identity of this congressman meant. Immediately, he bowed slightly and said in the loudest voice, "It's my honor!" etc. Just at this moment, Mu Li frowned and questioned, "Chairman Yan, this is probably against the rules, right?" Previously, he was called the Dean because of his status as a member of the Mu family. At this point, since she was talking about the alliance appointment, as a senator, she had to change the title. "Chairman Yan, this matter is indeed a bit inappropriate." The Zhang family members echoed in unison. The Su family remained silent. Xiao Linshan frowned and stared at Yan Long without saying a word. According to the alliance rules, those who are promoted to counselors must either be of the second rank or have made great contributions themselves or their ancestors. Mu Li crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, "Ji Yuan is not qualified to be a member of parliament, right? And as far as I know, Ji Yuan was born in Linian City and has no father or mother. Even if it is the elders' regulations and the additional rules, he is not satisfied." The representative of the Zhang family said loudly, "How can such a person with no background be a member of parliament? Is it just because of the title of the youngest third-rank official in the world?" The Mu family and the Zhang family sang the same tune, and the words were full of reasons, which convinced many young students who were watching. Everyone looked at Yan Long on the high platform, and their eyes already had some other meanings. No background? Suddenly, a gentle chuckle fell from the sky. Everyone was attracted by the sudden sound and looked up. Under the scorching sun, 2 huge monsters slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Through the sunlight, one can clearly see that these 2 huge creatures are a golden eagle and a griffin shrouded in holy light. Chapter 163 Old Fox. The crowd was in an uproar and quickly gave up their seats. The golden eagle and the griffin landed and disappeared at the same time. The ones left behind were 2 calm and composed middle-aged men. On the left is the handsome old man with gray hair who has not been seen for a long time, Tan He. The man on the right is handsome and has a gentle smile on his face. He is Zhao Tianhou, the mayor of Hongling City and member of the Alliance Council. The appearance of the 2 handsome old men caused many students to whisper, and most of them did not recognize them. But the representatives of the other 3 parties, including Xiao Linshan, frowned. Zhao Tianhou and Tan He strode quickly through the sea of people and walked to the awards ceremony platform. "Uncle Tan, Godfather!" Ji Yuan looked at the 2 of them and saluted quickly. "Good boy, I haven't seen you for a few months, but you have already grown to this point. You are really a monster!" Tan He grabbed his shoulders with both hands and smiled brightly. "In less than a year, I have advanced across 6 ranks. Not bad, not bad." Zhao Tianhou was extremely satisfied. "Today, your Uncle Tan and I are here to support you." The feelings between the 2 handsome old men were sincere and pure, and Ji Yuan was deeply moved. Zhao Tianhou looked at Yan Long at this time. After they looked at each other, they nodded to each other. "Senator Zhang, Senator Mu." Zhao Tianhou glanced at the people below and asked, "Can you repeat what you just said?" His appearance seemed to be unexpected by Mu Li and others. When he called them directly at this moment, the 2 of them just frowned and did not answer. "Zhao Tianhou and Ji Yuan have a good relationship?" Below, Lu Qingxi asked doubtfully. Li Xuefu pondered and said, "It should be because of his son Zhao Shan. However, it may also be partly because of Jiang Qigru." In any case, the targeting of Ji Yuan by these major families has been dispelled. Lu Qingxi nodded. Zhao Tianho's position in the alliance cannot be underestimated. As long as he speaks up for Ji Yuan, what else can Mu Li and others dare to say? Wait a moment. After a moment of silence, Xiao Linshan spoke. At such a young age, he has been promoted to the 3rd rank. Such talents are indeed qualified to be promoted as an exception. Xiao Linshan said calmly. Chairman Yan, I have no opinion on this matter. However, Ji Yuan took my son's things, and he must return them today. Thing? Tan He looked at Ji Yuan. What did you take? This Xiaolingjue tried to kill me several times. I just killed his flame-devouring black lion and locked the lava venom bee in my beast-taming space. Ji Yuan answered truthfully. Kill the flame-devouring black lion? Isn't that part of the city competition? Tan He was a little surprised. No, he contracted another one, and I killed it in the exchange competition. Good boy, no wonder Xiaolingjue looks at you like he is nothing. Hearing this, Tan He looked gloating. The mayor is still the same. Ji Yuan curled his lips. In front, Zhao Tianho listened to the general situation and shook his head and said, Xiao Linshan, you are still so unreasonable. Reason? Xiao Linshan sneered. Let's not talk about this at a time like this. I've always been like this, helping my relatives but not the people. Zhao Tianho stood with his hands behind his back. Really? If that's the case, then my godson did nothing wrong. He didn't take Xiaolingjue's things. It should be said that what he took was not something, but spoils of war. He turned his head and looked behind him. Am I right, godson? Ji Yuan took a step forward, his face calm, and said in a loud voice. Xiaolingjue, since we met, you have been trying every possible way to kill me. Do you need me to tell you about my past? Xiaolingjue stood behind his father, shaking with anger. Seeing his expression, Ji Yuan immediately said loudly, Today, in front of everyone, let's have a good reckoning. The first time, you teamed up with a man named Zhang Di and tried to surround and kill me deep in the mine. In the end, I managed to escape by luck. No matter how much you deny it, this is the fact. The second time, during the city competition, you blatantly violated the rules and controlled the molten poison bees to attack me, almost bringing me to the brink of death. You can't refute this, right? The third time, during this exchange competition, you instigated other participating teams to hunt my team, and finally summoned the lava venom bee again and threatened to kill me. Ji Yuan's eyes gradually turned cold. 3 times of killing intent. If I wasn't lucky enough, I would have died in your hands. During this exchange competition, you were a 5th rank and I was a 4th rank. If I remember correctly, I didn't take the initiative to cause trouble for you, right? Also, during the exchange match, I had several opportunities to kill you, but I didn't do it. Ji Yuan sneered. On the other hand, you don't know how to be grateful. After being defeated in a fight with me, you even brought up your own father. Aren't you ashamed? What he said was well reasoned, and any normal person would feel a bit of contempt for the young master of the Xiao family after hearing it. No one knows what happened during the mining process. But many people have witnessed the entire process of the city competitions and exchange competitions. In comparison, Xiaolingjue is indeed a bit unreasonable. It sounds nice to say that you help your relatives instead of the law. Ji Yuan kept talking. In the end, it's just a matter of who has the bigger fist. He shifted his gaze towards Xiao Linshan, neither servile nor overbearing, staring into his eyes and saying, Lava venom bee, I will not return it. If Xiaolingjue wants, it's very simple. Just use your fists to speak. What a great way to speak with your fists! Xiao Linshan immediately answered loudly. This time, our great Xia kingdom has really produced an impressive beastmaster. Great! Ji Yuan, I don't know the grudge between you and Lingzhu. But endangering other people's lives is something that my Xiao family absolutely cannot tolerate. Xiao Linshan's face was gloomy, and he said, Although I protect my shortcomings, I am not the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. Lava poison bee, you don't have to pay it back. Consider this my compensation to you for what Lingzhu did. He spoke in a decisive and righteous manner, which made Ji Yuan secretly curse him as an old fox. As expected, The crowd that had previously looked down on Xiao Linshan immediately changed their opinion of him. Protect shortcomings but not despicable behavior. When faced with right and wrong, I will not be biased without thinking. Such a person deserves the title of a candidate for the head of the Xiao family. Many students from the 3 major colleges secretly gave him a thumbs up. Ji Yuan. Yan Long didn't say anything after Zhao Tianhou and Tan He appeared. Seeing that Xiao Linshan retreated in the face of difficulties, he immediately announced loudly, I am the rotating chairman and declare once again that Ji Yuan, the 3rd-rank beast master of Daxiao, will officially serve as a member of the Beast Taming Alliance and enjoy normal rights and treatment. The whole audience burst into applause. The students looked at the handsome figure on the podium with envy. Compared with this high-spirited young man, any genius or evildoer pales in comparison. He is not only the youngest 3rd-rank beast master in the world. He is also the youngest member of the alliance in the world. Chairman Yen! When the applause gradually died down, Muli once again said loudly, With the new counselor joining today, I have something to report to you about the rift in the alien world. This matter is urgent and sudden, and cannot be delayed. Her eyes swept over Ji Yuan, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. 2 months ago, Jiang Qingrou's team lost in the rift of another world. 1 hour ago, they sent out a distress signal. Chapter 164, Go to the Rescue. 2 months ago, Jiang Qingrou's team? A rift in another world? A distress signal? The 3 pieces of information came into Ji Yuan's ears in segments. The joy of promotion that had just risen in his heart was completely shattered. What is she talking about? Ji Yuan looked at Yan Long standing beside him, with concentrated emotions in his eyes. Among the crowd. Bitch! Li Xuefu's face darkened. He suddenly swore, but Lu Qingxi didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she felt equally angry. I must thoroughly investigate how Ji Yuan offended Muli that made them keep accusing him. Li Xuefu looked at Muli's figure through the crowd, with a cold light in his eyes. In the direction of Xintian College, Mu Shuxin and Su Xingyan looked at each other and frowned. On the podium, Yan Long was silent. In fact, as the rotating chairman, he must be the first to know about this matter. Ji Yuan, Zhao Tianhou said softly at this time. The Alliance will send a team into the alien world rift every month to search for specific items. This team is composed of people from the 5 great families, the 3 great colleges, and the Alliance. 2 months ago, it was the Jiang family's turn to send someone to lead the team. For training purposes and some other reasons, Qingru was eventually chosen to lead the team. Zhao Tianhou chose to hide the real reason from Ji Yuan. He turned around, looked at Ji Yuan and said, There are 6 people in the team. 6 4th-grade ones. It was originally expected that this team would return in the 2nd month after entering. But in the end, they lost contact. During this period, the Alliance sent a total of 4 search and rescue teams to explore the last location where the contact was lost, but all of them found nothing. Lost contact. Ji Yuan's mind went blank. He had also gained some general knowledge about the rift in the other world during this period of time. That kind of place is filled with terrifying variables that can crush any living thing. Even people like Tan He, Zhao Tianhou, and Yan Long dare not say that they can walk sideways in it. Lost contact in the alien rift for 2 months, this can almost be announced. No, Mr. Ji, this is a special mission assigned by the Alliance, you are not qualified to participate. Don't worry, it's just a simple search mission. I'll be back as soon as possible. Suddenly, a beautiful face appeared in front of me. I can still hear her playful laughter on the eve of our separation. A gust of wind blew by, and the face disappeared. Qingru! A trace of panic rose in Ji Yuan's heart. He looked at Zhao Tianhou fiercely, his tone anxious and trembling. But didn't you just say that a distress signal was sent out? The signal was sent out an hour ago. Our people are still locating it. The alien rift is no different from other places. It will take some time to locate it. Yan Long finally spoke. Don't worry, as long as we can locate the location where the signal was sent, I will approve a search and rescue team to go and provide support. Sorry, Uncle Yan, if you have any news, please tell me immediately. Ji Yuan said immediately. In the end, the exchange competition came to a hasty end. This year, Ji Yuan, who suddenly emerged, created a miracle in the world, but he was not in the mood to celebrate. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Mu Li and his group left silently. Ji Yuan was worried about Jiang Qingru, and on the way back to the academy, he was not in a good mood. He just sat quietly on the back of Star Owl, staring at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking about. This kid has changed so much. It's only been a few months, but if you don't know, you would think several years have passed. Behind them, Zhao Tianho's Holy Peak Griffin carried Tanhe, Zhao Shan, and 4 others. Tanhe stared at Ji Yuan's back and sighed. He was the first person here to know Ji Yuan. Looking back to the past, the supernova was ridiculed and even despised by thousands of people in Linyan City. And now, standing at the top of the Super Academy, who would believe that it took this young man only half a year? In half a year, he crossed the 9th rank to the 3rd rank. This exaggerated talent was truly a monster among monsters. Dad, how dangerous is that alien rift? Zhao Shan looked at Ji Yuan's back, feeling a little worried. Zhao Tianho thought for a moment and replied, "In the rift of the alien world, the terrain and climate will change every morning. Even a 3rd-grade cultivator will be trapped and killed if he is not careful. There are even more complex and bizarre biological communities in the alien rifts than the mineral veins in Hongling City. These creatures will become extremely crazy under the cover of night, with a strong desire to attack, and their numbers can be counted in tides." His words were obviously not what Zhao Shan and the other 5 wanted to hear. "If it's just the night time, then it's fine. At least during the day, I can take a break." Su barely found a piece of information that made him optimistic. Unexpectedly, Tanhe shook his head. "No. In the alien rift, there are only 2 hours of daylight in 24 hours, and the rest of the time is night." Mu Shushin grabbed Tanhe's sleeve tightly. "Isn't that dangerous?" "I know what you little guys are thinking." Zhao Tianho turned his head, looked at Zhao Shan, and said, "In our world you can do whatever you want, but the rift in the other world is different. In a place like that, even Lao Tan and I cannot be careless. So, get rid of that thought as soon as possible." This was the first time that Zhao Tianho looked serious in front of everyone. Indeed, along the way, the 5 of them were making plans to enter the rift into the alien world with Ji Yuan. But now, after hearing what Zhao Tianho said, it was obvious that that kind of place was not something that people of their level could go to. Su and Zhong Xian immediately gave up the idea. They knew what they were doing. What was the 6th rank doing there? It would definitely hinder Ji Yuan. Mu Shushin and Su Xinyan fell silent, not knowing what they were thinking. Only Zhao Shan had a firm look in his eyes. That's all. Ji Yuan and his team, who returned triumphantly with the championship, were shrouded in layers of gloom and ignored the welcoming ceremony in the academy. Everyone in dormitory 811, including Mu Shushin and Su Xinyan, returned to the dormitory together. Zhao Tianho and Tanhe headed towards the dean's office. In the dormitory, Ji Yuan sat in the room, holding 2 letters in his hands. 2 handwritten letters from Jiang Qingru. "Why didn't you tell me?" He opened the envelope and looked at the neat and beautiful handwriting, as if he saw a girl with silver hair like stars writing quickly. In fact, with current technology, there are many ways to store information or leave messages, but Jiang Qingru always maintains the habit of writing letters. According to Yen Long and his colleagues' speculation, Jiang Qingru's team lost contact on the 3rd day after entering the alien world. Now 2 months have passed. Ji Yuan can't imagine her despair. "Old Ji." At this time, Zhao Shan knocked on the door. He put the envelope away, trying to make himself feel less heavy. "Come in." Zhao Shan pushed the door open and walked in, then closed it. "You are very familiar with the dean, right? Apply to him, and I will go with you then." Zhao Shan walked quickly to the bedside and said excitedly, "How about we 2 brothers go on an adventure in another world?" After he sat down, he said to himself, "Oh my God, it's exciting to think about it. We 2 brothers will travel through different worlds. Maybe we can even collect a few mysterious species. When the time comes, how about we sell these species to Mohan City and let them do special beast taming services?" Zhao Shan laughed loudly. Ji Yuan looked at him in silence. After a while, Ji Yuan slowly shook his head. Shan, this time, it won't work. Chapter 165 Quarrel. Zhao Shan's smile froze. Why? I have personally seen the entrance to the alien world rift. It is a strange corrosive force that I have never seen before. Once I enter, I can only protect myself and cannot distract myself to take care of you. As soon as Ji Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Shan whispered, I can take care of myself. Shan, that day when I took Lao Si to Damong City to carry out a mission, Lao Si was bewitched, and even I was affected at that time. This alien world is extremely strange, So, you're afraid that I'll hold you back? Zhao Shan lowered his eyelids and slowly clenched his palms. When did I ever think of this? Ji Yuan frowned. Now is not the time to act on impulse, you guy. Why? Are you going to let me watch you die? Zhao Shan raised his head suddenly. That's a place that even my father finds difficult. Are you planning to go in like this? Who is acting so impulsively? He has mixed emotions right now. Originally, I thought I could get drunk tonight and celebrate for Ji Yuan. But unexpectedly, Jiang Qigru had been lost in that haunted place for 2 months. This sudden news broke everything. He was also worried about Jiang Qigru. After all, she was his cousin. Therefore, he did not stop Ji Yuan's plan, but just wanted to go with him. At least he is now at the 5th rank, so he should be able to help, right? Old Ji, just let me go. There was determination in Zhao Shan's eyes, but also a hint of request. He is no longer the heartless and pleasure-seeking Zhao Shan. Ji Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. As a brother, Zhao Shan is of course happy for him. But precisely because they are brothers, Zhao Shan wants to catch up with him. After all, people have their limits. When one day in the future, Ji Yuan encounters troubles that he cannot handle, Zhao Shan hopes that he can share some of the burden for his brother. So, after entering the academy, he appeared to be smiling on the surface, but secretly, he was honing his strength almost all the time. But the reality is often so powerless. Just like now, he didn't even have the qualifications to accompany. But he has really worked hard to improve himself. Mountain. Looking at his expression, Ji Yuan opened his mouth, and finally said, No matter what you say, I will not let you go. It doesn't matter. Zhao Shan seemed to have expected him to say that, and immediately stood up. I'll go and beg my father. Zhao Shan, Ji Yuan said in a low voice. I am a member of the Alliance. I will lead this search and rescue operation. The members of the team are also decided by me, and no one can change it. Why? Zhao Shan turned around, his eyes red, and roared. I'm tired of standing by and watching. What if you can't come back this time? By then, are you going to make me regret forever not going with you today? Zhao Shan, you have to understand clearly that this is a rift in another world, not a tourist attraction. The 6 4th-ranked teams have lost contact, so what can you do if you go there? What about you, Ji Yuan? You have never entered the rift of another world, how can you guarantee that you will not lose contact? Because I'm a 3rd rank. 3rd rank? Zhao Shan laughed angrily, then took a sudden step forward and punched out with his right fist. Ji Yuan didn't dodge or evade, and just let his fist fall. Bang! A red fist mark immediately appeared on his left cheek, and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. So what if he's a 3rd rank? A 3rd rank won't get hurt. Zhao Shan yelled angrily, but looking at his appearance, regret arose in his heart. I will definitely come back, believe me. Ji Yuan didn't care about the wound on his face, his expression was firm and resolute. Whatever! Zhao Shan gritted his teeth, turned around, opened the door, and strode back to his room. Bang! The loud sound of the door closing made the people in the living room look at each other in surprise. Soon, Ji Yuan walked out of the room slowly. Su Su, Zhong Xian, Mu Shuxin and Su Xinyan were all stunned when they saw the fist mark on his cheek. Immediately, several people gathered around. You guys had a fight? Mu Shuxin glanced at Zhao Shan's room. Just now, the 4 of them heard the sound of quarreling. No. Ji Yuan shook his head, but with bruises on his face, it was obviously not convincing. So, you really plan to go to another world? As soon as Su Su opened his mouth to speak, he was stopped by Mu Shushin's eyes. It's dangerous there. Su Xinyan looked at him. I know, but Qingru is in there. I have to find her no matter what. Ji Yuan looked at the four people and said, Don't worry, I will definitely bring her back safely. After calming down the few people, Ji Yuan was about to enter the house but was stopped by the two women who were about to leave. What's wrong? Now. Ji Yuan followed Mu Shushin and Su Xinyan out of the dormitory and walked in the sparsely populated academy. The two women looked at each other, and finally, Su Xinyan took out a letter from the royal ring. The style of the letter made Ji Yuan's pupils tremble slightly. When did she? Before he could speak, Mu Shushin said, On your birthday, she gave us this letter. She said that if she didn't come back, she would give you this letter. After handing the envelope to him, the two women left together. Back in the dormitory room, Ji Yuan opened the envelope, and a light blue pendant fell out. A yuan! If I am in front of you when you read this letter, please give it to me so I can read it. If this letter is sent to you by Zine. Okay, sorry. I lied to you about the details of the mission. In fact, this is an escort mission to an alien rift. A team carrying ultra-rare materials is trapped in an alien world and needs to be rescued. However, when you see this letter, it means that I have also become someone who needs to be rescued. I know your temper, and it is impossible to persuade you not to participate in the rescue operation. Therefore, the pendant in the envelope will guide you to find me after you step into the other world. Be careful along the way. Love you. He quietly put away the envelope. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and held the pendant firmly in his palm. Qingru, wait for me. There is no movement from Yanlong yet, so it's a good opportunity to take advantage of this time to enter the beast taming space. Master! As soon as he appeared, the three beasts and Mu Gu surrounded him. The three beasts, Ming, Shanpa and Xingxiao, used their big heads to rub his body from three directions. Ji Yuan wanted to smile, but he was worried about Jiang Qingru and was not in the mood. He looked at Hao Yushilong. The little guy was curled up on Mu Ji's shoulder, seemingly taking a nap. He stretched out his hand, and a strange ball of light flowing with the 5 elements appeared in his palm. The essence of the 5 elements itself has no temperature or smell. But the moment he took it out, Hao Yushilong's eyes lit up and he looked a lot more energetic. Wow! A strange cry was heard. The essence of the 5 elements was swallowed into its mouth. After swallowing it, there was no change, it just closed its eyes and seemed to fall asleep again. It may take a long time to advance. Mu Gu gently stroked the Hao Yu dragon. Just as Ji Yuan was about to speak, his cell phone rang. At first glance, it was Yan Long. Chapter 166, Information about the Alien Rift. Uncle Yan? Ji Yuan, before that, I want to make it clear. Considering the overall strength, the Alliance will not take the risk of sending multiple beast masters above the 3rd rank into the alien world rift. So, this time, you have to lead the support for Jiang Qingrou's team. I will assign you 3 4th-grade weapons. Yan Long's voice came from the phone. Originally, the Alliance's top brass refused to send more people and were ready to give up. This is the best result I have achieved. The rotating chairman is not omnipotent. That's enough, Uncle Yan, thank you. Ji Yuan could understand him. The rift in the other world is like a bottomless black hole. If we just keep sending more people in and get out safely, it will be fine. But if the reinforcements get lost in it, it will cause great losses to the Beast Taming Alliance. I have asked them to go to Shitian Academy. As for the location of the entrance to the alien world rift, Xiuefu will tell you. Yan Long just hung up the phone, and Li Xiuefu called again. Ji Yuan, come to the office. It looks like the people have arrived. Pushing open the door, Zhong Xian, who was sitting in the living room, quickly stood up and walked forward. Brother, are you leaving? How long will you be gone this time? Su Su also hurried over. He knew he was talking nonsense, but... It won't be long, let's go! Ji Yuan did not stay. He looked at the only closed door of the room, remained silent for a while, and then walked away. No, you don't plan to tell me something? Like when you come back, you must see us advance to the 5th rank or something like that. Su Su shouted, looking at his back. Ji Yuan didn't say anything or turn around, he just waved his hand. Third brother, you are not rigorous. Zhong Xian stared at his brother's departing back and said, according to the TV shows, people who say these words when they leave usually never come back. Su Su looked at him, rolled his eyes, and said, Old 4, now that the eldest sister-in-law is not here, and old G is leaving too, what should we do if someone bullies us? How about this, let's switch, you be the third and I be the fourth, so that others will bully you first, okay? Don't want. Zhong Xian turned around and walked into dormitory 811, and Su Su followed closely behind him. Second brother, eldest brother is leaving, won't you see him off? Zhong Xian walked to the door of Zhao Shan's house and knocked lightly. No response. Don't worry about him, let's continue talking about our business. Su Su waved his hand. Behind the door, Zhao Shan leaned against the wall, his face buried so deeply that his expression could not be seen clearly. There is a photo hanging in his room. In the photo, all the people in dormitory 811, including Jiang Qigru, Mu Shuxin, Su Xin and Tang Yi, are included. This is a group photo taken on Ji Yuan's birthday. Everyone has a senior? Riding on the Star Owl and landing at the back of the academy, Ji Yuan just jumped off the ground and saw Tang Yi with blue hair. You are a third-rank official now, are you still willing to call me that? Tang Yi made a rare joke, although her expression and tone were still cold. Then what should I call you, Yi? Ji Yuan was surprised by her joke, then forced a smile. Let's go, you're the only one missing. Tang Yi didn't answer, but just raised her chin. Ji Yuan followed her and walked into the dean's office together. Beside the familiar tea table, Tan He, Zhao Tianhou and Li Xuefu sat with a cup of tea each. Next to them stood two reserved men. Sit. Li Xuefu pointed to an empty seat, which was obviously reserved for Ji Yuan. After sitting down, Li Xuefu said, Before entering the alien world rift, you need to understand the general structure first. First, in the 24 hours in the other world, 22 hours are night, and there are only 2 hours of daylight. The biological communities in the other world are large and complex, but without exception, these creatures will all sleep in their respective territories during the day to avoid the sun. And in the dark, the creatures in the alien world will be extremely active and have a strong desire to attack. Li Xuefu put down the teacup in his hand and said, Now you have to remember every word that comes next. Every 7 days, the terrain and ecology of the alien world will undergo earth-shaking changes. There are 3 types of these changes. 1. Purple sea landform. As the name suggests, when the purple sea landform arrives, the entire alien world will be covered with a variety of purple vegetation. Among them, there are fruits that can heal any injury. Moreover, the plants in the purple sea landform will spew out stimulating essence, which can keep you awake all the time. You don't need to sleep while the landform lasts. Even so, you must remember that everything has its limits. Plants that have healing fruits will naturally also have dangerous plants that eat people without leaving any bones. At the same time, the essence of excitement is not only effective for you, but also a stimulant for those creatures. Because of this, the creatures in the purple sea landscape will have a very high desire to attack even in the daytime. The reason why the purple sea landform is discussed first is because it is the most dangerous. Generally speaking, anyone who enters the other world, upon encountering the purple sea terrain, will immediately choose to withdraw to the real world through the rift. Basically, no one can survive in the purple sea terrain for 7 days. Li Xuefu cleared his throat and continued. 2. Qingfeng landform. This is a relatively safe landform. In the alien world, 6 towering mountains will appear out of thin air. Inside the mountains, there are intricate cave veins, containing countless precious materials. As for the last landform, it is called nothingness. It is a combination of the above 2, a comprehensive landform with both danger and opportunity. These 3 landforms are almost the majority of the information we have about the other world. After saying that, Li Xuefu looked at Zhao Tianhou and Tan He. Do you have anything to add? Zhao Tianhou didn't say anything. He stretched out a finger, and suddenly, a force that made Ji Yuan's soul tremble gathered from his fingertips. After a moment, Zhao Tianhou used his soul power to condense a strange rune that sparkled with holy light. He pushed his hands through the air, and the rune floated in front of Ji Yuan. Touch it with your hands. Ji Yuan followed Zhao Tianho's instructions, and the moment his palm touched the rune, he felt a gentle force piercing into his palm. He pulled his hand back and saw a light pattern like a seal for taming beasts flickering faintly on his palm. When you encounter danger that you cannot handle in the other world, activate it. It can be used 3 times in total. Zhao Tianho was of the 2nd rank, and one of the characteristics of the 2nd rank was the ability to condense an illusion of his own beast. Just like the Sunlight Thunder Cloud Leopard that Su Xinyan summoned in the Beast King's secret realm. Then, he also stretched out a finger, and the powerful soul power surged. In the blink of an eye, a dark light pattern condensed. Apparently, during this period of time, he had also entered the 2nd rank. Sorry kid, we can't go with you this time. He looked at Ji Yuan, pondered for a moment, and then said, You are a lucky boy, I won't say anything more, I will wait for you to come back. Chapter 167? There's a Ghost. 10 minutes later. Xingtian Academy, the 3rd underground floor of the Holy Dragon Tower. Ji Yuan had never expected that there would be a rift to another world beneath the Holy Dragon Tower. However, this crack is not like the previous one in Demungshire. There was no dark purple corrosive substance, nor any strange fluctuations. It's just a very ordinary crack. Now, Ji Yuan stood in the front. Beside him were the blue-haired Tang Yi and 2 other 4th-rank ones. Tang Yi seemed to have been affected by the 3rd round of the exchange competition. The day after she was eliminated, she also broke through to the 4th level. Jiang Qingru is her best friend in this college, so she took the initiative to apply for a rescue operation. Check your equipment. On the side, Li Xiuefu looked solemn. The equipment used for this trip into the alien world is almost exactly the same as the one found under the mine. A mask that doesn't feel like you're wearing it, and a bracelet that locates and scans the terrain. Several people performed a simple debugging, and then Li Xiuefu waved his hand. The location of the distress signal has been transmitted to your bracelets. When you go in, be careful. Remember, if you really can't find it, evacuate from the nearby alien rift as soon as possible. Don't risk your life in vain. Got it, Ji Yuan? He was afraid that the little guy would act rashly without considering the consequences. Ji Yuan nodded silently. Li Xiuefu was worrying too much about this. If he were alone, he might be impulsive and reckless, but now, he is the team leader, and he will naturally give priority to the safety of his teammates before making any decision. Almost everything that needs to be explained has been explained. Just when Ji Yuan was about to step in. Bite! The phone suddenly vibrated. He was stunned for a moment, picked it up and saw that it was a group message. Tang Yi's cell phone in the back also rang. Since her birthday night, Tang Yi also joined the group chat. At this moment, Su Xinyan posted the group photo of that night in the group. If you have anything to say, say it now. After entering the alien world, ordinary electronic devices will not be able to use the communication function. Li Xiuefu seemed to be reminded by this scene and looked at the other 2 4th-grade masters. After receiving the instructions, the 2 took out their cell phones and dialed a number each. Ji Yuan looked at the group photo, where Jiang Qingru was leaning on him with a smile on her face, and the urgency in his heart grew stronger. He took a deep breath and put his phone away. Don't worry, she will be fine. Tang Yi whispered beside him. He nodded but didn't answer. Soon, the 2 4th-grade masters also completed their farewell, etc. Once again, just as he was about to enter, Zhao Tianho's voice rang out. Turning back, Ji Yuan was stunned. Uncle Lu? Next to Zhao Tianho, there was a muscular man. It was the man who first taught Ji Yuan how to use soul resonance in the mine, Lu Hen. I'm still a little worried, and since old Lu strongly requested it, let him go with you. Zhao Tianho always has a gentle smile on his face. He and Tan He had left 10 minutes ago. Unexpectedly, he brought Lu Hen back. Good. Ji Yuan felt warm in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to refuse and he could only accept it. Lu Hen took 2 steps forward, his eyes swept over him, and after a moment, he reached out and held his shoulder, saying, Good! It seemed that these 2 words were the only words of praise that this taciturn strong man could think of. No more nonsense. Lu Hen walked in front to lead the way, and Ji Yuan, Tangy and the other two followed closely behind. The entrance to the crack was dark purple and impossible to observe. The moment Ji Yuan touched the crack, he just felt that everything around him seemed to have stopped flowing, be it time or air. His vision began to be covered by endless purple light, and it seemed that even his consciousness had stopped being active. A certain moment. "There's a ghost! There's a ghost!" A scream of extreme fear and panic rang in my ears. Then, Ji Yuan seemed to wake up from a coma. He looked carefully, and suddenly found himself in an endless grassland. The sky is blue, and the sunlight is soft. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming, and the air is fresh. "There's a ghost!" The screams continued in my ears. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a man in tattered clothes and disheveled hair running back and forth on the grassland. That look was crazy and weird. Ji Yuan looked around, but there was no sign of Lu Hen and Tang Yi. He immediately put on the mask and activated the wristband. With the appearance of the minimap, he saw that 4 blue spots of light were very far away from him. Dispersed? Would you encounter such a thing when entering a rift in another world? Ji Yuan frowned and tried to switch the communication mode of the bracelet. On the map, the light spots of the other 4 people were extremely scattered, but one of the light spots was relatively closer to him. "This is Ji Yuan, can anyone hear me?" What answered him was a series of harsh noises. "Damn it!" Ji Yuan put down the bracelet. In front of me, the strange man with disheveled hair and dirty face was running back and forth, muttering, "There is a ghost." He became annoyed by what he heard, and the mighty spiritual power in his body surged out, suppressing him directly and making him faint. "Ming, Flash, Soul, Star Owl!" The moment the 3 beasts jumped out of the space, they all raised their heads and took a deep breath. Moreover, his expression seemed to be somewhat intoxicated. Ji Yuan did not notice this scene. He stared at the man lying on the ground. His face was covered by his messy hair, and he couldn't see his features clearly. Just as he was about to take a step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Then, the disheveled man stood up and his body floated in the air. After a moment, accompanied by the shaking of the ground, a huge and familiar strange creature appeared. This is the treasure-catching beast that swallowed Ji Yuan in one gulp during the exchange competition. The disheveled man seems to be its bait. Roar! A deafening roar spread across the grassland. Ji Yuan didn't take the bait, which made the treasure-catching beasts very dissatisfied, but it seemed that their only means of attack was through camouflage. So, after it let out a roar, it moved its tiny lower body and ran away into the distance, and soon it disappeared. Ji Yuan, who was already prepared for the battle, was also stunned when he saw this scene. Bite! At this moment, a prompt sound rang in my ears. A line of text appears before my eyes. The alien environment has been loaded, the terrain has been scanned, and the time has been calibrated. It is information about the mask. Soon, after the font disappeared, the map began to show the terrain within a radius of 1 kilometer. At the same time, 2 timers appear in the lower left corner. Environmental countdown, 2 days and 8 hours until the landform changes. Time, 1 hour and 30 minutes of daylight have passed. 29 minutes left to nightfall. Is it going to be night so soon? Before Ji Yuan had time to think of a countermeasure, his bracelet suddenly vibrated. Click, click! After a burst of harsh noise, a rapid gasp was suddenly heard. Help! Help! Help me! Chapter 168, Strange Land. Ji Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked at the positions of the other 4 people on the map, but found that they were so far away that it was impossible to send communications. But the call for help from the bracelet became more and more urgent. He could not care less and immediately answered. Who are you? Where are you now? I am from Duxia, a member of the Beast Taming Alliance Search and Rescue Team, help me. The voice on the other end was intermittent. The Rock, I'm in the Rock, the Rock. Beast Taming Alliance Rescue Team? Ji Yuan was shocked. Could it be a member of Jiang Qingrou's team? He immediately raised his head and looked around, and finally, in the southeast direction of the grassland, he saw a pile of rocks. Those rocks are very high, about 3 or 4 meters tall, and they are the only pile of rocks nearby. Immediately, he mounted on the back of Star Owl and flew into the air. At the same time, he asked Ming and Shampa to run on the ground and be alert. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. When Xingqiu came to the top of the pile of stones, Ji Yuan saw a figure leaning against a huge rock among the messy rubble. Ming and Shampa also rushed in at this time, and there was no danger. Seeing this, he quickly controlled Star Owl to land. But as soon as he fell, a strong smell of blood rushed into his nose, causing his pupils to contract. Unnoticed in midair. When he landed, he realized that the person who sent out the distress signal had no lower body. His body seemed to be cut in half by something. The blood stains on the ground were dark red and had already dried up. I don't know how much time had passed. Enduring the strong fishy smell, Ji Yuan sat on Xingqiu's back and looked at him. The man's head hung limply to his side, his eyes were dull, and the bracelet on his right hand was still glowing. Was that voice just now coming from him? However, judging from his appearance, he had obviously been dead for a long time. After a moment of silence, Ji Yuan called up the projection on the bracelet, and 6 people's portraits suddenly appeared. It was Jiang Qingrou's team, the 6 people who had lost contact. He compared the men in front of him one by one, but found that none of them matched. Strange. Squeak! Just as he was confused, the bracelet rang again. Help! Help! I'm in the boulder. This time, Ji Yuan heard the bracelet of the corpse in front of him also making a cry for help. He quickly launched Star Owl into the air. After a quick glance, I finally found a huge deep pit somewhere in this grassland. In the deep pit, there lay a huge rock covered with ivy. That's where it was. With a wave of his hand, a black shroud fell down, wrapped up the body that had been dead for who knows how long, and took back the royal ring. Before coming, Li Xuefu also arranged a task, to collect as many bodies as possible. For this purpose, he also gave Ji Yuan a new imperial ring, which contained items for wrapping and storing corpses. After doing everything, he took back Ming and Shanpa on the ground and controlled Star Owl to fly towards the deep pit. The huge rocks in the deep pit are about 8 or 9 stories high. When he approached, he found a man covered in blood lying on top of a boulder, holding a bracelet to his mouth and continuously sending distress signals. Save! Seeing that he had finally arrived, the man raised his bloody hand with great effort and said incoherently, "In my body." Star Owl landed on top of the boulder. Ji Yuan jumped down and looked at the dying star. He quickly summoned Muga out. "Get treatment quickly!" As Ji Yuan spoke, he walked up to the man and tried to identify his identity through the bloodstains on his face. But the result disappointed him. After Muga appeared, a healing aura emanated from his palms, but as soon as they touched the man's body surface, they were bounced out by a dark red energy. "Master! There seems to be something in his body." Before Muga finished speaking, there was a sound. Bang! Suddenly, the man's neck suddenly exploded. Blood spurted out like a column. Ji Yuan pulled Muga back to avoid it while looking at it in surprise. But the man only saw his limbs twisted and stood up in a weird posture. When the blood had all flowed out, Ji Yuan and Muga could see clearly that a hideous, bloody beast head had grown out of the man's neck. This strange beast has a mouth full of fangs and no other organs, and a dark purple light is visible from its mouth. What the hell? Alien! This scene shocked him directly. Immediately, Ming appeared instantly, and the flames of the underworld surged. The terrifying high temperature burned the beast and the man to ashes. Listening to the screams and the flames, Ji Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but think of the tragic state of the corpse in the rock pile before. What kind of monsters are there in this alien world? What is an alien? At this time, Muga on the side asked doubtfully. The scene just now didn't seem to scare her. Well, hearing this question, Ji Yuan scratched his head, not knowing how to explain it. After thinking about it, he decided to ignore Mu Ji's question. Scanning the time, he saw that there were still 20 minutes before nightfall. He had to meet up with at least one teammate before that. Immediately, he waved his hand to take Ming and Muga back, and he rode on Star Owl towards the nearest blue light spot. On the way, he discovered that the landscape of this alien world was indeed very strange. A flat plain can turn into a bottomless cliff in the next moment. In the dense woods, there are also huge and indescribable pits. This strange terrain made him feel even more uneasy. In this kind of hellish place, it would be difficult to survive even for 7 days, let alone 2 months. Bite. Just as the star owl was flying over another plain, there was a long-lost movement in the Emperor's atlas. Remains of an imperial creature detected, marked for you. Call out! Almost at the same time. Just as the prompt sounded, a green tentacle as thick as a stone pillar stretched out from the plain below. This tentacle is covered with strange fluff, like an octopus but with sharp barbs. Careful! Ji Yuan was shocked, but fortunately Star Owl reacted quickly enough, flapping his wings and quickly rising to avoid the tentacles that were entangled with him. He looked down at the plain. Suddenly, a huge semicircle appeared on the ground that looked like a green grassland, revealing a black pupil. Ji Yuan only felt his scalp tingling. He didn't dare to stop at all and controlled Star Owl to fly away quickly. At this moment, there are still 5 minutes before night falls. He couldn't imagine what this hellhole would look like if it were really dark. At the last minute before night fell, Ji Yuan finally saw the figure walking cautiously on a cliff. The other party was one of the 2 fourth-rank officials, a man named Li Hichuan. I'm here! He was extremely happy when he saw Ji Yuan and waved repeatedly. After he climbed onto Star Owl's back, he was still a little shocked and said, "This alien world is too terrifying. When I was walking through a forest, I encountered a giant python that was 80 meters thick. Can you believe it? Is this your first time entering another world as well?" Ji Yuan controlled Star Owl to fly towards the next blue light spot. "Yes, among us, only Lao Chen is a frequent visitor to the other world." Li Hichuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately you have a flying beast, otherwise we might." Before he could finish his words, the sky suddenly darkened. Almost instantly, the clear sky suddenly turned into a deep dark night. Night has fallen. Chapter 169 Lost. The desolate moonlight falls. This alternation of day and night without any warning made Ji Yuan and Li Hichuan both stunned. Ah! Who hiss! With the arrival of night, there are also the roars of countless strange creatures. The temperature gradually dropped to freezing point, and the arrival of this dark night made people feel a little scared. Time, 21 hours and 59 minutes until daylight. Let's quickly meet up with Lao Chen and the others. Li Hichuan listened to the terrifying roars in the sky and swallowed. Without him saying anything, Ji Yuan had the same plan. Coincidentally, Star Owl's talent, Nighthawk, allows it to double its flying speed under the cover of night. The golden wings seem to be covered with a layer of starry gauze under the moonlight, flying rapidly towards the distance. Ji Yuan was always paying attention to the movements below. No matter how fast the Star Owl was, the terrifying roars and screams seemed to be chasing them all the time, endlessly. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. When they came near the second blue light spot, Ji Yuan discovered that in the forest with withered yellow leaves, there was a strong wave echoing. Before he could get close, a griffin filled with cold air suddenly rushed out from the ground. "Simiri!" When Ji Yuan saw the cold-peaked griffin, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Be careful down there!" Tang Yi was also happy when she heard his voice, but then her face changed drastically. "Call out!" In the woods covered with yellow leaves, several terrifying beams of light containing destructive power burst out and shot straight towards Star Owl. "Chucky!" The Star Owl let out a sharp scream and flapped its wings to dodge the several attacks. But what people didn't expect was that the moment these beams passed by Star Owl, they exploded with a bang. Bang! The strong airflow and explosion waves caused Star Owl to fall to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, Star Owl steadied his body and landed safely. Ming, flash soul! After landing, Ji Yuan's nerves were tense. God knows what is waiting for them down there. Li Hichuan also hurriedly summoned the beast. The 2 men stood back to back, and the beast masters formed a circle. Oh! Almost in an instant, countless pairs of blood-red and dark purple eyes lit up in the woods, and strange creatures rushed towards them. Grumble! Tang Yi controlled the cold-peaked griffin to land, and the three of them formed a temporary formation to deal with the ferocious beasts attacking from all directions. These creatures are numerous and difficult to deal with. We must find a way to escape. Tang Yi shouted to Ji Yuan while controlling the beast to fight. Good! He nodded. But just as the words fell, the ground suddenly shook violently. There! Li Huchuan pointed at a certain location and screamed. Ji Yuan and Tang Yi looked over and gasped. They saw a strange creature with a dark red glow rushing towards them from a distance. We can't delay any longer, we have to go! Shock! Thunder trial! Biting gale! Following his loud shout, the three beasts Ming, Shanpa and Xingxiao released their respective control skills. Then, Ji Yuan and Li Huchuan jumped onto the back of the star owl, while Tang Yi rode on the frost-peaked griffin, and they flew into the sky together. They had just rushed out of the woods and reached high into the sky when a powerful and terrifying beam of energy burst out from below again. With the lessons learned from the previous experience, they did not stop and the two griffins sped up towards the sky. 10 minutes later. Phew, it's okay. These ghosts don't seem to be able to fly. Fortunately, it's okay. Li Huchuan patted his chest. At this moment, the two griffins were flying side by side. Ji Yuan looked at Tang Yi and asked, Why did we separate after entering the alien rift? Have no idea. Tang Yi shook her head. She was not sure about the situation. The light spots of Lu Hen and the other man named Chen were far apart, so since he couldn't be sure, he could only choose the nearest one and rush to it. There were no more accidents along the way. When they approached the next blue light, an unexpected change occurred. Strange, the location should be nearby. Why is there no one here? Li Huchuan looked into the distance, looking confused. A muddy, empty area. Ji Yuan and the other two looked around. This was a plain. The light spot shown on the map is also here, but there is no human figure to be seen. Just after the three of them searched for a while, Li Huchuan suddenly shouted. Ji Yuan and Tang Yi looked over and saw that he had an unpleasant expression on his face. He pointed to a pothole at his feet and said, Here. The two men hurried forward and saw half an arm lying in the pothole. The incision on this half of the arm is about 2 centimeters below the elbow. There was a mixture of mud and blood at the broken arm, and if it weren't for the glittering bracelet on the wrist, it would be hard to tell what this thing was. However, judging from the outline of the arm, it is not Lu Hen's. Then, there is only one possibility. What has this guy Lao Chun been through? Li Huchuan stared at the pothole in a daze. After a moment, he was shocked. Hand! Hand! The hand is alive! Ji Yuan and Tang Yi took a look and saw that the broken arm was in a strange posture. After twisting for a while, the wrist suddenly raised up. With a bang, a hideous head the size of an apple popped out from the back of the hand. Seeing this scene, Ji Yuan's pupils shrank, and without hesitation, the star owl beside him directly spewed out the starry sky breath that could destroy the breath of life. The vast power of the starry sky washed away all the flesh and blood on the arm, and in the blink of an eye, only white bones were left. You! Li Huchuan looked at him. This seems to be some kind of parasitic beast. I have met a person who was parasitized by it before. Ji Yuan explained, and then told him about the scene he had encountered before. When Li Huchuan heard this, he immediately understood his approach. So, doesn't that mean? Go! Tang Yi suddenly interrupted. Ji Yuan seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly pulled Li Huchuan to jump onto the back of Star Owl, and the two griffins immediately took off. Just a dozen seconds after they took off, they saw strange objects wriggling in the muddy ground. Old Chen! On the back of Star Owl, Li Huchuan had a look of grief on his face. Although he had only known the other party for less than a day, it did not affect his sadness. Ji Yuan did not leave. Tang Yi understood what he was thinking. After searching in the vicinity for a while, the two griffins found nothing. Well. Finally, Ji Yuan sighed and said they had tried their best. However, I didn't expect that someone would be sacrificed just after arriving here. Let's go. After we find Uncle Lu, we'll track the distress signal. Ji Yuan looked at Tang Yi. Okay. The latter nodded. Then, the two griffins flew towards the last blue light spot. After they left, somewhere on this muddy plain, a hand covered with traces of battle slowly sank into the mud, with no chance of getting out. Chapter 170, Death. Time, 20 hours and 32 minutes until daylight. Lu Hen's location was farther than imagined. Ji Yuan kept paying attention to the time. They had been flying for about an hour since leaving the muddy plain. But Lu Hen's position seemed to be still some distance away. Time, 20 hours and 2 minutes until daylight. Another half hour passed. Finally, they were very close to Lu Hen. This is a mountain. The forest is not dense, and can even be said to be desolate. When they flew over a mountain, they suddenly discovered that Lu Hen was at the bottom of a cliff. The cliff was shrouded in fog and it was impossible to see the specific situation below. Isn't he going to fall off the cliff? Li Huchuan looked at the cliff that looked like an abyss and felt uneasy. This alien world is too terrifying, and he doesn't want the team to lose any more members. The light spot is moving slowly. Uncle Lu should be fine, Ji Yuan said while staring at the cliff. Hearing him say this, Li Huchuan closed his mouth, but in his heart he was thinking, what if Lu Hen's hand was also broken and was carried forward by some kind of beast? Tang Yi asked. Do you want to go down? Of course I have to go down. Ji Yuan nodded. Tang Yi had no objection to this decision. Li Huchuan opened his mouth and wanted to offer some calm advice, but then he thought, these two people shared the same hatred for the enemy, and Ji Yuan was the captain, so how could they possibly listen to him? So I just gritted my teeth and said nothing more. Anyway, if there is danger, I will hide behind Ji Yuan, he thought to himself. The fourth rank might be quite impressive in the modern world. But in this bizarre world, being able to survive and get out alive is already pretty good. Two griffins slowly descended toward the foggy cliff. Fortunately, the fog was not too thick. After just a moment, the scene below the cliff appeared in front of everyone without any obstruction. On both sides were dark hard rock mountains that extended downwards. At about halfway up the cliff, there were strong elemental and soul fluctuations that echoed throughout the entire cliff. There! Li Huchuan pointed in the direction where the wave came from and said something nonsense. The two griffins immediately spread their wings and flew away. Lu Hen was standing on a cliff road that was wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. In front and behind him, there were strange creatures covered with black spikes besieging him. Uncle Lu! Ji Yuan shouted, and Xing Xiao moved closer. Lu Hen leaped out without any hesitation and landed steadily on the back of Star Owl. Walk! Lu Hen waved his hand and took back the beast. After catching him, Ji Yuan and Tang Yi quickly controlled the griffin to take off. Rushing out of the cliff, Lu Hen panted heavily and said, This thorny creature is too difficult to deal with. If you kill one, it will split into 2, and the cycle will continue. We can only trap it, but cannot kill it. He looked at Tang Yi and Li Huchuan and asked, Is there another person? Ji Yuan shook his head and told him what happened on the muddy plain. Be careful. During the day, I encountered some big-mouthed creatures that could fish. They would use people, rare resources, fruit trees, etc. to lure us into the trap. When you encounter these inexplicable things, be sure to pay attention. Lu Hen said in a deep voice. Let's follow the distress signal. During the flight, Ji Yuan called up the bracelet communication panel. Alliance headquarters. This is Jiang Qingrou's team. We have found Xianxu's team and they are fighting against the beast tide. Please send support from the headquarters. There is a distress signal. We have locked it. Do you want to go to the source of the signal immediately? Yes. Locked, go straight ahead for 3,000 meters. A red spot immediately appeared on the map. In the night sky, 2 griffins flapped their wings and flew side by side. The terrain below kept changing between plains, woods, and ravines. As they got closer to the target point, Ji Yuan observed that they seemed to be walking on a slope. The signal was at the lowest point, and they were moving down from the high point. At the same time, the further down you go, the more you will find that dark purple cracks are beginning to spread across the ground. Furthermore, the forests began to decrease and the bare, cracked ground became more and more common. Approaching the target location. When they finally reached the lowest point, the signal tracking also stopped there. The four people stood on the back of the griffin and looked out. In the dim moonlight, they could only see a devastated land full of potholes below. The source of the signal stayed in one of the potholes. Ji Yuan and Tang Yi carefully controlled the two griffins to descend. When they were infinitely close to the ground, they found that these so-called potholes were actually huge underground entrances. My God, there are so many cave entrances. Is there any special meaning? Li Huchuan scratched his head, a little shocked. Each of these underground cave entrances is about 20 meters wide, so big that it is beyond description. Moreover, these cave entrances are close to each other. Could it be that each cave entrance is connected to a different cave? The signal points to this hole. Star Owl was suspended above a relatively small cave. Ji Yuan tried to see the scene below, but it was too dark. See. The green fire rose up, and Ning turned into a ball of boiling flames and rushed into it. The light of the nether flame illuminated the entire dungeon, which was a winding passage. After Ji Yuan and Lu Hen looked at each other, they let Xing Xiao follow behind Ning and lead the way. Tang Yi controlled the cold peak griffin and followed carefully behind. Ming's speed was not fast. After going down into the cave, the temperature became increasingly cold, even to the point of freezing cold. This is not good news. 300 meters ahead, reaching the signal location. The atmosphere was very quiet, with only the sound of the bracelet's announcements ringing continuously. The last 300 meters took them nearly half an hour to reach after twists and turns. As the netherworld flames illuminated, the source of the signal was revealed to be a narrow, cramped space. This space is like a mezzanine between two mountains, with a height of only about 1.5 meters. Ji Yuan, Lu Hen, and Li Huchuan are all around 1.8 meters tall, and Tang Yi is nearly 1.7 meters tall. In such a low space, they couldn't even squat, so they could only curl up and move slowly forward. If this is the case with humans, let alone taming beasts. Except for the star owl and the frost-peak griffin that can change their body size, other beasts cannot walk in such a space, let alone fight. 50 meters ahead, reaching the signal location. This cramped space is not high enough, but the area is very large. Lu Hen summoned his poisonous wind leopard. After all, this creature lives underground in a mineral vein. In this narrow space, it does not feel any discomfort and is extremely flexible. Lu Hen asked it to explore the way ahead. After approaching the signal location, the poisonous wind leopard jumped out and gradually disappeared from sight. Ka! Sudden! A crisp sound came from behind the four people, like the sound of some creature rubbing its teeth. In this small space where visibility is only 5 meters around the body, the sudden appearance of strange sounds cannot be considered a good thing. Here I come! As expected, Li Huchuan suddenly pointed behind him and shouted. Ji Yuan and Lu Hen turned around and saw a multi-legged insect with a pitch-black body appearing in the darkness. Upon closer inspection, these insects are almost identical to cockroaches, but are almost as big as a full-grown beagle. What was even more outrageous was that these giant cockroaches were like a tidal wave, rushing towards them in dense masses. Chapter 171 Extension. Run! Li Huchuan shouted, but due to their posture, how could they possibly outrun the insects in this narrow space? At the back, Tang Yi's pretty face turned pale. There is no girl who is not afraid of cockroaches. What's more, there are cockroaches as big as dogs. Oh shit! Lu Hen cursed in a deep voice. His only beast, the poison wind panther, could move in this kind of terrain. He knew that he would not be able to escape. After thinking for a while, his ring lit up, and then, a pitch-black gun appeared in his hand. What a great gun! Shoot it now! Seeing this scene, Li Huchuan's eyes lit up. Get out of the way! Lu Hen roared in a muffled voice, and Tang Yi and Li Huchuan quickly dodged to the side. Boom! Boom! As he pulled the trigger, electromagnetic light burst out from the black surface of the gun. Following a flash of dazzling white light, white smoke came out of the gun, but the cockroaches behind him continued to come, and he was not affected at all. This is a fake gun, bro! Li Huchuan wanted to cry but had no tears. He immediately changed his posture and used his hands and feet to crawl past Lu Hen. Biting gale! Frost breath! At this moment, the two griffins immediately used their respective skills. Two waves of elemental energy rushed into the cockroach tide. Under the gaze of the four people, the cockroaches actually bounced off the two attacks directly. Immune effect! Taming exclaimed. The signal location is 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter away. Ji Yuan kept looking ahead, and at this time, the poisonous winged leopard finally turned back. But what made Ji Yuan frown was that the poison winged leopard was holding a blood-stained jacket in its mouth. And on this jacket, there is a bright red device that is emitting a faint red light. Here! Lu Hen swung his hand and threw the electric gun to Li Hechun. Then, he recalled the poisonous winged leopard and made it spit out poisonous mist. Now they had to try to stop the tide of cockroaches. Otherwise, whether they could catch up or not was another matter. If they were chased away like this, who knew where the four of them would be driven to? Taming and Li Hechun also understood this truth, so they stopped moving forward and started looking back to try again. Ji Yuan took off the device on his jacket in front. Obviously, this was the device for sending distress signals. But he looked at the jacket. Even without looking closely, he could see blood, flesh, and even skin debris left on the blood-stained jacket. Could it be that all the members of Jiang Qingrou's team were killed? Ji Yuan! How's it going? Any results? Lu Hen's low roar came from behind. Ji Yuan came to his senses, turned around, and found that the poisonous mist of the poisonous winged leopard could quickly dissolve the cockroaches. But because the number of these things is so huge, it is difficult to resist. Starry Sky Rush! He quickly commanded the Star Owl to go over, and the power of the starry sky gushed out of his mouth. The terrifying power that extinguished the source of life washed over these cockroaches, but it had no effect at all. Strange. Resistant to wind and cold, and even able to withstand the power of the starry sky? Rustle, rustle! At the same time, strange noises began to be heard on his left and right sides. When they heard the sound and looked over, the four of them felt a chill in their hearts. On the left, a group of purple and black snakes swarmed in chaos. On the right, a swarm of green weird hairy-legged spiders rushed towards them in the same dense crowd. Muga! I can't care about that anymore. The elf suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw their situation clearly, Mu Ji's face turned grim. This is... Do you have any way to block one side? Ji Yuan shouted immediately. I'll try. Mugu also knew that this was not the time to hesitate, so he bit his teeth lightly, and the soul power in his body surged out. Vines emerged, interweaving together to form a thick temporary wall, completely blocking the tide of spiders on the right. It's useless, these cockroaches are impossible to kill. Li Hechun looked anxious. His gun was smoking, but he couldn't hurt the cockroaches at all. You guys hold back the snakes on the left first, and I'll take care of the cockroaches. Ji Yuan shrank in front of Li Hechun, raised his right arm, and formed a sword finger with his palm. The soul power in his body surged like a rolling river, rushing towards the cockroach tide. The soul realm extends, and the starry sky falls. Buzz! An endless amount of terrifying soul power spread in this cramped space, shocking not only the snakes and the spiders, but also Lu Hen and the other two. At the same time, the swarm of cockroaches that were extended and encompassed by Ji Yuan's soul domain stopped one after another. Being immune to elemental attacks may be a headache, but in front of a third-grade being, unless you are immune to soul attacks, everything will be in vain. This was the first time that Ji Yuan used the soul extension without reservation. His terrifying soul pressure directly crushed the souls of these cockroaches. 2 minutes later, the soul domain extension dissipated. The swarm of cockroaches always stayed there, as if they were asleep, and none of them were active. Ji Yuan's face was pale and bloodless, and his breath was extremely weak. In an instant, it seemed as if I had aged 60 years. Are you okay? Taming, who was closest to him, asked with a frown. Ji Yuan only felt that his eyes were darkening, and the feeling of overdrawn soul power continued to rise from the depths of his soul, making even his hearing a little hazy. Fortunately, this feeling was only temporary. His special qualification was like a soul pump, which replenished all the soul power he had consumed in just 5 minutes. Master, I can't hold on any longer. At this time, Mu Ji's breath was floating on the other side, and she couldn't hold on for much longer. It will take some time for Lu Hen and the other two to clear out the snake group. Ji Yuan took a deep breath and gestured to Mu Ge. Let me do it! He formed his sword fingers again. This time, green flames rose in his eyes. The moment Mu Ge removed the wall of vines. Soul Realm Extension, Netherworld Purgatory. Kung! In the Soul Power Galaxy, the Star Palace where Ming's soul resides erupted with unprecedented terrifying fluctuations. At the same time, Ji Yuan's soul power mixed with the heat of the netherworld flame completely covered the spider tide. The space turned into a blue purgatory, and the terrifying phantom flames that burned the soul completely devoured the tide of spiders. Their souls were completely destroyed almost instantly. The soul domain extension is a move that crushes the soul. Coupled with the special nature of the netherworld flame, no matter how powerful the soul is, it will be unable to resist. The 2 consecutive extensions of the soul domain made Ji Yuan feel unprecedentedly weak. Even Ming's Star Palace became much dimmer. The moment the soul domain was extended and withdrawn, he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. Mu Ge quickly held him with his warm palm and transmitted the energy that made him excited. I can create a vine tunnel so that everyone can quickly leave this damn place, Mu Ge said after looking around. Ji Yuan looked in the direction of Lu Hen and the other 2. These snakes have no immunity, so it is much easier to deal with them. While Ji Yuan was alone fighting off the tide of cockroaches and spiders, Lu Hen and the other 2 had almost wiped out the swarm of snakes. Us! Just as he was about to speak. Crack, crack, crack. Please, please help, please help. This is Jiang Qingrou's team. We are hiding in the crazy valley with Xianshu's team. Please support us from headquarters. Please support us from headquarters. Ding! Detected a new distress signal, sent 1 hour ago.